Chapter 501. Scenario Quest 1. A child who looked around 12 years old was sleeping deeply in thick darkness. She held a white teddy bear that was as big as she was. The child suddenly woke up, her braided princess-like hair falling as she blinked drowsily. She yawned and found her bearings, then spoke in a bright voice, "It's finally time." Hades' spirit-eating sword shows its gluttony. Crunch! Intense winds began to blow along Yeon-woo's open palms. The ground heaved as the stage quaked. Hades' spirit-eating sword had strengthened along with Yeon-woo's level, but even Yeon-woo was surprised when the Gula property of his Sin Stone revealed itself. It seemed that the stage might be swallowed up entirely. The spirit of the great warrior also shook like it would fall. Its right arm had already been sucked under the sharp teeth of Hades' spirit-eating sword. However, the spirit still continued to resist. Kru! Its roar boomed through the air, and it thrust its sword into the ground. The spirit endured against the winds, waiting for its magic power to recover. Great Demon of Chaos resists Hades' spirit-eating sword. Hades' spirit-eating sword reveals more gluttony. Hades' spirit-eating sword reveals more gluttony. Great Demon of Chaos pulls out the chaotic magic power of the crawling chaos to resist. Yeon-woo gritted his teeth. He thought he'd pushed the spirit to its limits, but it seemed to have some strength left. Perhaps it could instinctively tell what would happen if Hades' spirit-eating sword consumed it. Just as he thought about deactivating the skill and using Sword Thunder to corner the spirit further, the Sin Stone trembled and distributed more magic power to his left hand. The Stone of Sin, Superbia.Gula, expresses displeasure. Hades' spirit-eating sword reveals a new property, Pride. It was a magic power more violent and torrential than before. Superbia. The property that dismissed all others as beneath it and forced them to give in had risen. Hades' spirit-eating sword uses its pride to crush the struggles of the great demon of chaos. Hades' spirit-eating sword puts more pressure on the great demon of chaos. All the chaotic magic power of the great demon of chaos has been scattered. Kayak yak yak. Hades' spirit-eating sword thrashed like a wild beast as it hacked at the spirit of the great warrior. Blood spurted from the spirit's chest and cracks began to appear on its sword. When the attack reached its climax, the spirit of the great warrior shattered into pieces and whirled into Hades' spirit-eating sword. You have successfully gained a large amount of giant factors. You have successfully gained a large amount of giant factors. Messages popped up consecutively. Giant factors have been awakened. Giant factors have been awakened. You have successfully combined the giant factors with the demonic, divine, and draconic factors. Giant blood has been added to your demonic, divine, and draconic blood. Qualities of the giant race are firmly engraved in your demonic, divine, and draconic bones. The awakening of your giant demonic divine draconic body is beginning. Crack! Yeon-woo could feel his body shaking once again as the giant factors were added into the depths of his cells. It wasn't just his physical muscles and bones that were changing, but his soul was also transforming. He'd felt it when the demonic draconic body and demonic divine draconic body had been awakened, but gaining new factors felt like his perspective of the world was shattering, and a new world was opening up to him. The world dragons saw, the world demons saw, and the world gods saw they were all vastly different because their purposes and paths were all dissimilar. Dragons wished to view another side of the world, demons sought pleasure, and gods desired control. The world of the giant race he was now viewing was unlike any of them, as well. The giants craved to climb higher. They had always looked at a point higher than where they were and contemplated how they could get there. They trampled over their own weaknesses. Yeon-woo felt like this suited him perfectly since he also used any means to climb to a higher floor and planned to eventually crush the tower once he reached the top. The four factors find a balance. As he reveled in the feeling, his soul changed immensely. The human identity that remained in him became fainter as his soul took on a new form. His body attempted metamorphosis a second time. Whoosh! Just as the four factors found their balance and his giant demonic divine draconic body was about to finish awakening. You do not have enough giant factors. You need more factors to awaken. Your level falls short of the requirement. The four factors is not evenly balanced. The awakening of the giant demonic divine draconic body has been paused. Current progress, 42.9%. Darn. Yeon-woo frowned. The boost couldn't help him jump over the final hurdle, and he belatedly understood why. He didn't have enough giant factors, even though he'd just absorbed an enormous amount, considering that he'd consumed not only the spirit of the great warrior but also 3,000 soldiers. Even though they were vestige bodies mostly made up of chaotic magic power, it was still a huge amount, but his soul had grown too much. He was already in the process of exoviating, and he would have likely transcended if it hadn't been for Alforoni's interference. He needed even more factors than this already huge amount, so he had to stop and content himself with what he'd already gained. However, there was no need to be disappointed. Given how people didn't have a chance to gain giant factors even if they wanted to, this is pretty amazing. If this scenario quest is accurate, I'll have more chances to gain giant factors in the future. Yeon-woo was almost certain he'd have all the giant factors he needed by the time the quest was over. Whoosh! Just then, the light surrounding Yeon-woo began to dim. It meant his metamorphosis had been suspended. A cloud quivered in front of him and turned into the giant figure of the great warrior. It shrank to Yeon-woo's size, blinking with clouded eyes. Then, the dark eyes that had been infected with the magic power of the crawling chaos cleared. I didn't know I'd be able to see the world in this clear state of mind again. The spirit of the great warrior closed his eyes and breathed in. The stage had nearly been destroyed from the attacks of sword thunder, but it was a familiar environment for the spirit. Even when I was the Skeleton King, I could only wake a few times. This is nice. It's almost a pity I won't be able to stay like this too long. The spirit of the great warrior breathed deeply as he turned to Yeon-woo. Regardless, thank you, successor. It's all because of you that I can leave with a lucid mind? You're... Ah! What an idiot! I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the last king of the giants, Valdibish. Valdibish. Yeon-woo quietly repeated the name to himself. Was it a mere coincidence that the last king of the giant race and the lonely half-giant had the same name? He didn't think so. Nice to meet you, Valdibish. Anyway, you are. I felt it when I didn't have any consciousness too, but you are quite an interesting fellow. You're not a dragon, a god, or a demon, but you have their traits despite your human form. How is this possible? The spirit of the great warrior was surprised. He had never seen anything like Yeon-woo before on the countless battlefields he had fought on. Mortals could only view things on a physical level, but since he could see things on multiple dimensions, the spirit thought Yeon-woo was a strange mutant. However, Yeon-woo was different from the loathsome otherworld gods because unlike them, it was clear to see what he was created from. However, Yeon-woo also seemed in danger to him. Although Yeon-woo seemed fine right now, possessing four factors of transcendent beings was like walking around with a ticking bomb. If his level hadn't increased or his body wasn't sturdy enough, he wouldn't have even gotten this far. The spirit was curious how Yeon-woo would grow further with his body. Well, no matter. Whatever you are, you're the successor who holds my tablet and the savior who has released us from this curse. Ding! You have completed the scenario quest, Proof of the King Eye. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 150,000 karma. You have acquired an additional 200,000 karma. You have been awarded the title of Great Warrior. You have been awarded. The continuation quest, Proof of the King 2, has been created. Receive guidance from the Great Demon of Chaos. Messages that he successfully finished the quest popped up. First, take this. The spirit of the great warrior took Yeon-woo's hand and placed a sword in it. It was a small version of the sword that the spirit had been brandishing earlier, but it had a different property. The sword of the great warrior had been made of metal, while this was made up of only spirit energy, and very pure energy at that. It was priceless. Yeon-woo could feel the gazes of the gods and demons becoming more focused. An item that symbolized the king of the giant race would be rarer than anything the highest gods or demon kings of each society possessed. From their perspective, Yeon-woo, a potential enemy, was becoming stronger. Many gods express concern at the strength of a forgotten race being awakened. Many demons carefully observe your actions. Tisk. Yeon-woo clicked his tongue at all these unwanted guests. He couldn't get rid of their abilities to watch the lower world even after he cut his channels with them. Yeon-woo lightly tapped the ground and expanded his shadow, which flowed along the ground and even covered the sky, covering the stage in a dome of darkness. Underworld territory has been declared. External interference has been blocked. Yeon-woo grinned when he confirmed the gazes of the unwanted guests were gone. A skilled fellow indeed? The spirit of the great warrior smiled widely at the sight. What is this? This is a holy artifact that symbolizes great warriors, the kings of our race. It's like a token that gives you courage and chivalry simply by having it on you. Use it to strengthen an artifact or item. The spirit of the great warrior stiffened and he emphasized his next words. Take this and save our race and brothers. The spirit of the great warrior began to crackle as though it were static. There wasn't much of his vestige left, but each of his final words contained a strong yearning. Save our race and brothers. Was there some other information Yeon-woo didn't know about the end of the giant race? End, please, care, full. Crawl. Cha. And with that, the spirit of the great warrior scattered into dust. The continuation quest, Proof of the King 2, has been updated. Please open your quest window to check. Yeon-woo grasped at the floating particles of light the spirit had left behind in the shadows. It seemed that he had to figure out what the spirit of the great warrior and his warriors had died trying to fulfill and complete it. However, there was something he felt wary of, the warning that the spirit of the great warrior left behind about the crawling chaos. Was there some relation between the being and the ruin of the giant race? As he continued to guess what happened, he looked down at the shaking holy artifact of the great warrior. The spirit had told him to use it to strengthen anything he needed to. Since it contained all the vestiges and legends of past giant kings, he couldn't use it in vain. Depending on how he used it, it might add powers or skills to it, like Hades' spirit-eating sword. If it had the holiness of all the giant kings, it wouldn't fall short of the divine authority of the gods. Then, he'd be able to truly become the giant king's successor, which would be helpful in strengthening his legend. I'm barely getting used to the throne of death, but now I even have the opportunity to become a giant king. I'm not worthy of these positions. Who could have imagined a soldier from Earth would get this far? As he looked at the shaking holy artifact, he decided on how he would use it. Then, Yeon-woo gripped the artifact and smashed it down. Chapter 502. Scenario Quest 2. Yeon-woo had a lot of thoughts in that brief moment. He had a lot of items that he wanted to use the artifact of the great warrior on, the magic bayonet, which had memories of Jeong-woo and Hanova, and Karshina's dagger, which he had fixed himself. He figured that since he already had Vigrid, he ought to strengthen his defensive capabilities. It also occurred to him that he could use it to awaken the sealed powers of the Black King's caste or combine it with Vigrid to end the demonism once and for all. He was aware that if he used it on Vigrid, he would only make it a better vessel for the demonism to manifest in. He didn't forget about the Sin Stone, Dragon Heart, Hades' spirit-eating sword, and Sky Wings either. There were too many items to use the artifact on, and he wished he could just divide the artifact into pieces. But after contemplating for a while, Yeon-woo chose to use it on his shadow. It was where the powers and divinity of the Black King were and where his familiars and souls fell asleep. He thought he'd be able to do more if he added holiness into this territory. Fush! As though it were slowly sinking in a swamp, the artifact steadily sank in the shadow. The shadow wavered, expanded, then began to shake violently. Shadow territory has been strengthened with the artifact of the giants. Holiness has been added. Now, your shadow will reflect holiness as your faithful servant. Your shadow has various types of potential. Awaken this potential. The shadow shook as though it were glad to see him. Not much had changed in its appearance, but he could tell his connection with the familiars inside the shadow had become stronger. His link to the soul collection also became more sensitive, making it easier for him to read the thoughts of the souls. There was powerful negative energy as well, which meant that if he'd done this before gaining a higher level, his mind might have been overwhelmed. Yeon-woo smiled in satisfaction and ripped the ticket of the hidden stage he had received as a reward. A blue portal opened beneath his feet. It was now time to succeed the Giant King and really begin the search for Valdibish. Whoosh! You have entered the hidden stage, Land of the Fallen Giants. Scenario Quest/Proof of the King 2. Description: You have saved the last warriors of the giant race from the illusion of the crawling chaos and received the title of Great Warrior. You are taking your first steps as the successor of the Giant King. However, although you are the successor to the Giant King, you do not know why the giant race was ruined or their relationship to the crawling chaos. The crawling chaos stopped the last Giant King Valdibish before he could tell you about this, but fortunately, you have discovered a location in the tower related to the fall of the giant race, the hidden stage of the 60th floor, Land of the Fallen Giants. This is a location that isn't known to the outside and contains artifacts and sites related to the giant race, as well as traces of the crawling chaos and other otherworld gods. Explore the Land of the Fallen Giants and investigate what happened to the giant race thousands of years ago. You must have this attitude to be a legitimate successor to the last Giant King. Conditions: completion of Proof of the King I. Possessor of title Great Warrior. Time limit. Rewards: 1 token of the Second King. 2 armor of the Skeleton King. 3 participation in the continued quest Proof of the King 3. Yeon-woo fell into deep thought after reading the information in the quest window. Learn the reason for their downfall. He recalled the Great Warrior's warning to be careful of the crawling chaos before it disappeared. It didn't take a genius to tell something had happened. The Skeleton King was a being that had to awake because of the contract between the Great Warrior's spirit and the crawling chaos. It was undead. But, it was a bit different from Kalitas. The ancient dragon had contacted the crawling chaos for knowledge of the outer universe to fulfill his mission, but it felt like the crawling chaos had used the last Giant King Valdibish without his consent. Even though he was a great demon of chaos, he didn't hide his emotions regarding the crawling chaos. He was furious, an emotion Yeon-woo knew all too well. Fury towards a mortal enemy. Had the crawling chaos exploited the last Giant King's weakness? There had to be some hidden secret of the race that had tried to climb the tower and fought to pick a great warrior among themselves when Al-Foroni blocked them. There was a lot regarding the otherworld gods in the revelations. He recalled the information he'd seen in the Chonggong library. The crawling chaos was a being who wanted amusement and pleasure because he was exhausted by his long life. Is it possible he knew the giant race's weakness and exploited them as his pawns? Yeon-woo believed that this guess was close to the truth. Otherwise, there was no other reason for the fall of the prideful and destructive giant race. Even though the crawling chaos was a cosmic being that even ordinary divine beings were wary of, it wasn't easy to play around with an entire race. And, that weakness is probably related to the stage. Yeon-woo's eyes darkened. So did Valdibish get all the way here? Is this the quest he had to continue instead of looking for Jeong-woo? Draconic eyes. Extrasensory perception. Yeon-woo expanded his territory of recognition, opening all his senses to quickly get a grasp of the Land of the Fallen Giants. He was in a dense forest with unusually tall trees that were larger than the Titans or the Great Demon of Chaos. They were also gruesome to look at because they were formed from the bodies of giants tangled among their vines and roots. There were easily hundreds of thousands of them. The faces of the dead giants were mostly twisted in agony, and they looked as though they'd been tortured. Some looked like they had been frozen in fear, while others seemed horrified, as if something had been chasing them. Yeon-woo could tell a massacre had taken place. What could have caused so much fear and horror in the brave warriors? There was also evidence that their bodies had been experimented on. An acrid, rotten smell rose from the decaying bodies and the swampy ground. Poison from the corpses hung in the air, which meant that the swamp was made up of corpses that hadn't become trees. That was probably the fate of most of the giant race. Poison and noxious smells fill the stage. Warning! This is a territory the Central Bureau has given up on. It is advised that players do not enter it. A strong poison enters your body. Your body is in an irregular state. Your body is in an irregular state. Extreme pain has taken over your body. You have been afflicted with the status stun. Extreme poison has taken over your body. You have been afflicted with the status poison. You have maintained your rationality with the cold-blooded trait. The status stun has been removed. You have gained a new resistance to pain. Formless poison skill proficiency has dramatically increased 16.7%. The formless poison skill is being activated. It is analyzing the properties of the new poison. The skill has successfully found similar data in your database. A more precise analysis will begin. Options Venom Blood and Spiritual Spite have been strengthened. The beings of the heavenly world that followed Yeon-woo had varying reactions. Sir Nuno's frowns at the horrifying scene. Vimalasitra expresses curiosity about the new type of battlefield. Many gods turn away. Many demons are astonished that a place like this can exist. All gods of death smile at the smell of death filling the stage. All demons of death express hostility towards the beings unable to die remaining on the stage. A place the Central Bureau had given up on that said a lot about the place. The smell and poison from the corpses were so deadly that if Yeon-woo's level weren't so high, he would have fainted or even died. Valdibish traveled through here. How? The greatest danger here was the traces of the other world gods mentioned in the quest window. It's not just the crawling chaos. The magic power of different other world gods is still pungent. The magic power was from a completely different source from the type used in the tower. The environment was similar to that of the demonic sea, and in a way, it was even worse. This place also contained the resentment of the dying giant race. He needed to find Valdibish right away in this hell to make some progress, and so he pulled out his magic bayonet and created Sword Thunder. Crackle! His expanding shadow had been blocked from moving some time ago. He needed to begin by pushing this monstrous forest away. Crackle! When he increased the power of his dragon heart, Sword Thunder flashed black-red as it began to crash down. Just as he was brandishing the magic bayonet to sweep the forest away, a rough cry suddenly echoed from the sky, shaking the hidden stage. Crew! The trees shook like bamboo in a storm. Yeon-woo felt his neck go cold when he sensed the level of the being. Where did it come from? Shivers ran down his back at the fact that he hadn't felt a thing even though his extrasensory perception had been activated. When he lifted his head, he could see a strange being with dozens of eyes looking down at him through the branches. Each of his eyes was larger than a human. An other-world god that shouldn't exist in the tower sent its thoughts toward him. Who are you? Chapter 503. Scenario Quest 3. How could an other-world god be here? Yeon-woo's eyes widened. He never imagined that he would discover an other-world god inside the tower. Of course, the crawling chaos had used Kalidas to deliver his thoughts, and the demonic sea was formed out of an other-world god's corpse. However, there had never been a situation where an other-world god was in a hidden stage like this. It was strange that these beings without player status could enter the tower. Even if they were desperate to enter the tower to find the Black King's legacy, their pride wouldn't allow them to submit to anyone's control. It was also too strange that Al-Foroni had left this hidden stage alone, even if he didn't interfere in hidden stages. However, Yeon-woo put his questions aside. Boom! He instantly brandished his magic bayonet with sword thunder at the being. Otherworld gods considered mortals as little more than insects. Since he hadn't exoviated yet, the being probably saw him as a small nuisance, and Yeon-woo could feel its irritation. It wasn't asking a question but instead making a statement about its annoyance and showing its intent to squash Yeon-woo just as humans killed mosquitoes that landed on their arm. That was why Yeon-woo didn't reply and activated Sword Thunder right away. Even if he replied, the being would see it as little more than buzzing from a bug and grow even more annoyed. Sword Thunder soared up like a black-red whip and lashed Otherworld God. The being flinched back in surprise, not expecting this much strength from a mortal. Boom, boom. Since Sword Thunder was closer to light than fire, it moved so quickly that before the Otherworld God could dodge the attack, it had already reached the center of its body. Fire spread to the rest of the Otherworld God's body. Sword Thunder reached high into the sky and dropped lightning bolts back to the ground. Cruel! The Otherworld God thrashed and screamed in pain as the stage shook. Yeon-woo could see the being was using holy power in an attempt to put the fire because the laws that made up the stage were moving. It was also healing itself at the same time. However, Sword Thunder wasn't easy to put out because of its options. Rumble. Wave of fire, simmering spark. 72 Bien, Yal, Pa. Wave of fire, which was the basis for Sword Thunder, possessed simmering spark, a flame that didn't die until the opponent was dead. When its sparks flew, it caused explosions one after the other, making it a destructive skill against the gigantic Otherworld God, especially with 72 Bien on top. There was simply no way that the Otherworld God could withstand the attack. The 72 Bien Yeon-woo used was no longer ordinary Bien. The celestial magic was a system for immortal beings who surpassed the limits of mortals, and one's understanding and proficiency changed according to one's level. What was more, Yeon-woo had seen the heavenly demon's movements in the Chonggong library. One of the heavenly demon's faces, the Monkey King, used the 72 Bien, and it was natural that the heavenly demon would also reflect the 72 Bien. Each wave of his hand and each footstep all showed the purest Bien, and it was even the basis for the laws that moved the Chonggong library. As a possessor of draconic eyes and fiery golden eyes, Yeon-woo couldn't help being entranced by it since it was the ultimate form of the martial arts he wished to reach. It was a peak that even many kings of the One-Horned tribe hadn't managed to conquer, although it was possible that the martial king was close. Now that Yeon-woo had seen it, a new territory had opened up to him. Thanks to this, Yeon-woo could upgrade the Altman system once again. He combined the 72 Bien with his consciousness, each of his movements reflecting his consciousness as Bien created a system that guided all his skills and powers. Yeon-woo could tell that he'd grown a step closer to the Yin Sword. The first step to opening the Yin Sword had been to put all his thoughts and consciousness into the sword and becoming the sword itself to project his thoughts into the outer world. As a result, Sword Thunder was now much stronger than before he entered the Chonggong library. The Otherworld God couldn't collect its bearings even after only one attack. Yeon-woo grew more confident at the sight. It'll work. He had suspected that Sword Thunder would work against the kings of the demonic sea and the Otherworld gods, and now he had proof. Of course, this Otherworld God was weaker than the crawling chaos, as well. What are you? The being cried out, expressing its hostility towards Yeon-woo. As it moved holy power, rays of light spread around him and landed on Yeon-woo's head. Each ray had the strength to sweep away most high rankers, but Yeon-woo stood his ground and brandished the magic bayonet. 8 extreme swords, break heaven. Flawless strike. He used the same martial art that Martial King had used when he destroyed Karam, the city on the 11th floor. Rumble. Sword Thunder rained down from the sky and destroyed nearly half of the Otherworld God's body. The being clearly believed that it couldn't defeat Yeon-woo, and it tried to leave the floor, stumbling away, bloodied. Where do you think you're going? Yeon-woo wasn't going to let it go so easily. Clack, clatter. As he distributed magic power to the Black King's cast, the tightly wound chains loosened and began to move. Emptiness opened in pockets around Yeon-woo, and the chains quickly passed through them. With noisy, clanking sounds, the chains wrapped around the being. Let me go. Crew. Let me go. The more it struggled from the pain, the more tightly chains wound around it. It attempted to release its physical form and escape didn't work either. Yeon-woo's chains were made of a metal that had managed to lock even the Black King in emptiness. It would be impossible for a lower otherworld god to escape them, especially since they also contained pieces of the Ruyi Bang and moved smoothly according to Yeon-woo's will. Sword thunder continued to fall from the sky, tiring the being out. Eventually, the otherworld god stopped moving, as if it had given up resisting. You. Successor. 2. Darkness. How? As it belatedly realizing who Yeon-woo was, the being expressed his doubt. Yeon-woo didn't understand the god perfectly, but he thought it was asking how he managed to get this far. Still, he had no reason to reply to the being, and in fact, he thought he should be the one questioning it, not the other way round. He pulled the chains closer. I can't give up like this. It turned its head back and cried sadly. Yeon-woo prepared sword thunder again, in case the being was trying to attempt to struggle for the last time, then frowned when he saw the being's strange actions. What was it doing? The answer came quickly. Crew. The voices of the otherworld gods rang out as if in response to the cry. The being had called for help. What? There are others. A group of otherworld gods living in the tower, it was unthinkable. One otherworld god was already strange enough that he wanted to capture it alive to study it. If there were more, it was a big problem. Is it related to the overflowing amount of holy power of the crawling chaos on this stage? Even if this was the graveyard of the giants taken captive by the crawling chaos and the crawling chaos power made the environment similar to the demonic sea, he didn't understand why Alforoni, the Central Bureau, and the Heavenly World hadn't done anything about the otherworld gods here. It was certain that otherworld gods were responding to the cry since no other entities had the same holy power of disorder and chaos. I can die here, but you die together. It seemed prepared to use its dead body as bait so the otherworld gods would come to eat it. Even though it had given up on its life, it wanted Yeon-woo to die since he was responsible for this situation. This instance of survival of the fittest was something Yeon-woo had already grown familiar with. It was also probably a natural process in the otherworld god's world of disorder and chaos. What a bother! He spoke with irritation as he pulled the chains towards him again. Emptiness opened in his shadow and swallowed the being whole. He was planning on holding the otherworld god the same way he'd trapped the demonism in Vigrid. He wasn't concerned about the amount of space in the shadow because it had been strengthened with the artifact of the Great Warrior. It actually worked out well. Clatter. He released more chains. The otherworld gods on their way here were probably at least at the same level as the being he'd captured. Since there was almost no information about otherworld gods, he thought if he captured them, he could experiment on them and learn more. He would also be able to discover why the hidden stage was in this condition and why it had been left alone. Brahm and Boo will be happy. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to capture all of them, but the more specimens he had, the better it would be. The situation had changed so much from when he'd run away from the creatures in the demonic sea. Clatter. The black chains twisted like snakes waiting for their prey. The forest had turned to ashes from the sword thunder attacks, leaving only dreary whines behind. Yeon-woo's golden eyes almost seemed crazed. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of otherworld gods appeared, obscuring the sky over the forest. They didn't express much of their consciousness and seemed focused only on killing Yeon-woo, who was violating their territory. Their first attack was powerful since they'd already confirmed one of their own had died. Countless rays of lights and tentacles fell on Yeon-woo. Just when Yeon-woo was about to counterattack, something large suddenly appeared through the burnt grass and grabbed his waist. "You are crazy." The creature was too large, almost 3 meters in height, to be called human. Scars covered his entire body. Yeon-woo was about to shake the intruder away but froze when he saw his face. In the meantime, the intruder carried Yeon-woo in his large left arm and attempted to escape. He swung a sword that was bigger than his body with his right arm. Boom! The ground turned over and a giant wave of magic power blew the attacks of the other world gods away. The other world gods gathered more holy power to attack again, but Yeon-woo and the intruder were already gone. They couldn't feel the presence of the two humans at all. Crew. While the other world gods expressed rage at losing their prey from under their nose, Yeon-woo was hiding in a barrier behind a huge rock with his rescuer. "What are you? It's impossible to fight them. It's not just 1 or 2 of them but tens of them. Are you out of your mind?" The intruder was about to shout at Yeon-woo, then quickly changed to open speaking because of his inarticulate speech. The anger on his face was plain to see, but Yeon-woo couldn't speak easily either as he looked at the person in front of him, the same person he'd been looking for. "Valdibish. This is where you've been hiding." Chapter 504. Scenario Quest 4. Valdibish remained silent for a moment and glared at Yeon-woo. It seemed like he recognized Yeon-woo. His personality is different from how it's described in the diary. The Valdibish Jeong-woo remembered was simple and kind. Although he sometimes went berserk during battle and ran forward without looking bad, which was how he got his nickname Sword Yaksha, he was normally timid and never said a mean word about anyone. It was why his companions always teased him and why Baeluk had managed to deceive him so easily. However, the Valdibish in front of Yeon-woo was nothing like that. His eyes were blazing, and he looked unyielding. The scars all over his body were evidence of the rough battles he'd been fighting. The madness that exploded whenever he grabbed his sword had also been refined into a fierce fighting spirit. However, despite looking like a seasoned warrior, his difficulty in speaking remained. Valdibish didn't speak with his voice but used open speaking instead, probably because he could deliver his thoughts faster that way. "Your number, right?" Yeon-woo's name was blurred out again because it was still marked as confidential. But Valdibish had said Cha Yeon-woo, meaning he knew exactly who he was. "Did Jeong-woo tell you my name too?" "In passing?" "He must have said it when he was drunk." "You're spot on." Valdibish wordlessly looked Yeon-woo up and down again. Many emotions flashed through his eyes. Since he was looking at the exact same face that his old friend had, he was probably having mixed feelings. It was understandable since he and Jeong-woo had started together at the tutorial and stayed good friends. Valdibish forced his complicated emotions aside and sighed. "Ha! I couldn't say for sure, but you really came all the way here?" He narrowed his eyes at Yeon-woo. "You cause trouble just like your little brother. How can brothers be so similar?" "No," Yeon-woo snorted. "I'm way better than him. Face-wise and personality-wise." Valdibish looked at Yeon-woo with a flabbergasted expression, like he was wondering what kind of nonsense he was listening to. He clucked his tongue. "Your narcissism is also the same. Only the way you speak is different. Don't your other companions complain about that?" "I'm only speaking the truth. What would they complain about?" "You really are brothers?" Valdibish shook his head. Yeon-woo brushed it aside. "Before that, there's something I want to ask." "What is it?" "This place is inside of the tower, but why are there so many other world gods here?" "Crew." Valdibish was about to reply when the cries of the other world gods rang in the sky again. The stage shook once more. The sky trembled as if it were about to collapse. The gods began to fight each other, still angry that they had lost their prey. Valdibish watched the scene and slowly stood up. I don't think it'll be a good idea to continue speaking here. Let's move first. Follow me? He didn't wait for Yeon-woo's response before he began moving. The barrier moved along with him. He seemed used to the situation. Yeon-woo used wind path to step after Valdibish. Valdibish led him to a location that was far from where Yeon-woo arrived, with multiple barriers layered over a large plain. When Yeon-woo entered the area, he saw a graveyard with countless tombstones. Valdibish was living in a cabin just past them. Those graves are. Why do you ask when you already know? They are the graves of those of my race, although I couldn't bury them properly. Come in. Valdibish's tone was a bit sharp, and Yeon-woo could feel the exhaustion dripping from his words. A half-giant who had chosen to be a graveyard keeper, it seemed like Valdibish was retrieving the remains of the giants and burying them one by one. Without being asked, he was carrying out this task alone. It was no wonder he was vigilant, considering that he was doing this under the looming danger of the otherworld gods. The cabin seemed quite large to Yeon-woo since it had to accommodate Valdibish's size, and it only contained the bare necessities. It's the same. The layout was a carbon copy of Valdibish's room in the clan house. Valdibish also couldn't escape from the ghosts of the past. This is the only thing I have to give, so don't complain. He roughly placed a teacup in front of Yeon-woo. It was so big that Yeon-woo didn't know what it was at first. Is this a wash basin? He could barely tell it was a teacup because of the designs Valdibish had added to it. Looks like he's still bad with his hands. From the black water that filled the wash basin like teacup, it seemed that Valdibish had brewed coffee. My stomach will explode if I drink this. It was the first time Yeon-woo had been given so much coffee in one go, and he wondered how he'd be able to drink it all. The handle of the cup was so thick that he had to hold it with two hands. It reminded him of the time when his friends poured him a large batch of drinks when he had his first vacation after enlisting in the military. After a few sips, he made a judgment. Bitter. It wasn't just bitter, it was extremely bitter. Valdibish frowned. It's an item from your home planet, though? Despite his standoffish attitude, Valdibish had closely watched Yeon-woo's reaction to the coffee. He didn't have many coffee beans in his backyard, and so he was being as generous as possible to his visitor. He couldn't help being irritated by Yeon-woo's complaint. Yeon-woo ignored Valdibish and asked with an expressionless face, Jeong-woo gave you this recipe, didn't he? How? Valdibish's frowning face shifted a bit. It's obvious. That bastard doesn't even know how to drink coffee. He thinks the bitter it is, the better. Have you been drinking this bitter stuff all this time? At first it was hard for me as well, but over time, the taste grew on me. People on Earth enjoy espressos, but most of them savor it slowly, not gulp it down like they're drinking beer. Even if the taste buds of the giant race are different from humans, we should share some similarities since you're a half-giant. You thought this bitter coffee suited this gloomy place, didn't you? How can you think exactly like Jeong-woo? Valdibish didn't answer, and frustrated, Yeon-woo stopped drinking the coffee and stood up. Do you have a kitchen? Over there. But why? I'll change that strange taste of yours. I'll use the kitchen for a bit. Yeon-woo didn't wait for his permission and entered the kitchen carrying both coffee cups. Valdibish stared blankly at Yeon-woo's back. Why had he stuttered and excused himself? The way Yeon-woo controlled the atmosphere and made others speechless was different from Jeong-woo. This visitor with Jeong-woo's face was similar and different at the same time. Valdibish closed his mouth and was silent for a while. Try this. A moment later, Yeon-woo put a fresh cup of coffee in front of Valdibish filled with milky brown liquid. Valdibish looked at the alien item and then at Yeon-woo doubtfully. Did you mix coffee with milk? Valdibish found this action impossible to understand because he'd only been drinking espressos. It's a caramel macchiato. Si cara, What? As he looked at how flustered Valdibish was from his inability to repeat the words, Yeon-woo sighed and rubbed his temples. Caramel macchiato. It's perfect for people who've lost their sense of taste like you. I substituted the milk and caramel syrup from Earth with something else since we don't have it here, but it should taste all right. This version had already received positive reviews from the head elder and Brahm, so he wasn't concerned. He got a headache thinking of how much he had to avoid the other one-horned members who pursued him after hearing about this drink. The ingredients were all in his subspace, so it wasn't that difficult to make it. Valdibish looked at the coffee, his face still full of doubt. Then, he took a sip with a grimace. Good. This. He spoke out loud without realizing, his eyes wide. How did you make this? Yeon-woo lifted a corner of his mouth. Business secret. Valdibish's face fell again. You're just like Jeong-woo in this way? You don't have to drink it just that way. If you have ice, you can take it cold, too. You might like that better. Valdibish drank the coffee as Yeon-woo explained and exclaimed in astonishment, relishing sweet coffee after drinking so much espresso. Valdibish's bright smile was a huge change from the dark expression he'd had ever since he met Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo smiled along with him. I'm full? You drank over 10 bowls like a fool. It'd be weird if you weren't. Yeon-woo clucked his tongue looking at the bowls piled up next to Valdibish. The dead gluttony emperor would have been embarrassed by the sight. Don't call me a fool? Then let's say you have a large appetite. Valdibish didn't respond. More importantly, I want to talk now if your stomach's full. Valdibish clenched his fists because Yeon-woo didn't let him win a single argument. It was more annoying since he was saying all this with an impassive face. At least, Jeong-woo would have laughed. However, Yeon-woo's presence was an extraordinary event. He'd expected that one of Jeong-woo's family members would enter the tower after receiving the letter, but he felt strange now that it had actually happened. His feelings were especially complex because Yeon-woo had the exact same face as Jeong-woo did. I've been searching for you all this time. You know why, right? Valdibish nodded heavily. He had sinned. I heard Jeong-woo appeared in the tower again and resurrected Arthea. I guessed that one of Jeong-woo's family members was pretending to be Jeong-woo to take revenge. And I've also been preparing since then? Valdibish hung his head. I'm willing to give you my head if you want to kill me. I have no excuse for myself. But I have one request. Please, just give me a little time. I have some unfinished business. After I'm done, I'll hand over my head myself, so please allow me some time? Yeon-woo opened his draconic eyes to look at Valdibish. Imperfections were clumping and dispersing next to him. He was speaking the truth. He truly was prepared to die. Yeon-woo clucked his tongue and closed his eyes. I guess you weren't completely abandoned. Yeon-woo muttered to himself. From Leonhardt to Valdibish. Yeon-woo said he found it difficult to forgive them, but he found himself becoming less angry. They had buried their feelings for Jeong-woo in their hearts even after he was dead. I'm not interested in taking your head. What? I'm almost done with the revenge anyway, and all that's left is that bitch Viera. Your head makes no difference. Valdibish was speechless. But if you still want to make amends to Jeong-woo. Valdibish looked questioningly at him. Pay him back by becoming my sword. Chapter 505. Scenario Quest 5. Was it so unexpected? Valdibish stiffened. What? Pay him back by living. Work with me. Help me kill Viera and break the tower. Valdibish's eyes widened not just in confusion but also shock. Are you saying that despite knowing that Viera has swallowed Mother Earth? Of course. I already clashed with her a few times. Yeon-woo scoffed and described how he'd led the Walpurgis Nacht to ruin and fought the war with the Titans and Giants in Tartarus. He also explained how the Titans and Giants took over Olympus and he succeeded to the throne of death. Valdebish's expression was full of disbelief when he heard Baluk and Vieradoon had worked together to control the Elohim and tried to manifest Olympus in the lower world. I did hear you resurrected Arthea and defeated Walpurgis Nacht, Elohim, and others, but I didn't know all that happened? He murmured contemplatively. But the throne of death? I know Jeong-woo attempted exuviation through the legacy of the dragons, but you chose a completely different method. You can't even be called human anymore. Wait. Then. Valdebish looked at Yeon-woo with a flabbergasted expression. I guess it's not that strange that you tried to fight the other world gods? Valdebish was slowly gaining hints of exuviation and transcendence as he uncovered the secrets of the giant race, and it was shocking for him to encounter a mortal who could go toe-to-toe with transcendence. Mortals and transcendence weren't even on the same level, and only after successfully going through exuviation and gaining transcendence could a mortal stand a chance. However, Yeon-woo was doing things out of order. In fact, the reason Valdebish had run to rescue Yeon-woo was that he'd thought an unlucky player had somehow wandered into this place and drawn the attention of the other world gods. The other world gods usually ate the players right away, or else, they played with the players until they were bored and killed them. Now that he heard what Yeon-woo had been through, it was clear that his rescue had been unnecessary. He didn't know if Yeon-woo could deal with dozens of other world gods on his own, but he probably would have been able to stay safe. Are you talking about this guy? Yeon-woo grinned at Valdebish and spread his right hand open. Emptiness opened over his palm, and Valdebish could see the things trapped within it. Crew. An other-world god Valdebish was familiar with was screaming in pain, tightly bound with black chains. The being's aura spread out of the emptiness, shaking the cabin. Valdebish's mouth dropped open, and Yeon-woo chuckled. Although Valdebish tried to put up an imposing attitude, he still had some of his naivety left. I see that it was pointless to rescue you. To think the breath of a blind city would be trapped in a place like that. Valdebish shook his head. Was there anyone else in the tower who could capture an otherworld god alive? He didn't think so. Even the Summer Queen, who had lived for thousands of years, probably never imagined it. When Yeon-woo covered his hand, closing the emptiness, Valdebish looked back at him. If you can properly use what you have, killing Mother Earth might be doable. Right. But you know you need to get past Alforoni first? Of course. I plan on pulling Alforoni down from his position. How? I need to become as strong as possible, and I'm focusing on strengthening not just my familiars, but also Arthea. Is that why you want me to become your sword? Yes. There's going to be even more trouble waiting for us after defeating Alforoni. Valdebish thought of the beings on the higher floors that Alforoni was blocking. While it was known that they were split into two main groups, gods and demons, and further divided into many more societies, there were no other details about them. However, one thing was for sure, once the heavenly world opened, the hierarchy would never be the same. Valdebish knew this because he'd been retrieving the legacy of the giant race. Perhaps it was a blessing for the beings of the lower world that the gods and demons had been trapped in the heavenly world. That's quite an ambitious plan. Valdebish realized that to Yeon-woo, Alforoni was only an obstacle blocking his destination. However, to some players and races, Alforoni was a wall that blocked their fate. In fact, the other world gods invaded the hidden stage without getting further because of Alforoni. Is that what you mean by breaking the tower? I have to take whatever's at the top and break the tower for my vengeance to end. In the end, Yeon-woo's final revenge was the destruction of the tower. So, I'll say it again. He narrowed his eyes. Return to Arthea, Valdebish. As someone who's inherited the power of the giant race, you'll be of great help for my ambitious plans. I feel more at ease since you want me because I'm useful instead of pitiful. Ha ha ha. Valdebish laughed. The sadness on his face had disappeared, and there was a slight smile on his lips. Yeon-woo realized Valdebish had already made his decision. He didn't mention that he was searching for his brother's soul by chasing darkness. Dominating the tower was a clear goal, but he wasn't as sure when it came to his brother's soul. Anything regarding the Black King felt like homework that he had to finish himself. That's the best thing I've heard in a while. I want to follow you immediately, but... He smiled bitterly. I can't. I'm already a servant of the crawling chaos. Servant? Something flashed in Yeon-woo's mind as soon as he heard the word. The crawling chaos had definitely looked like Valdibish when he first met the being. What happened? I suppose it's time to tell you my story. Valdibish smiled grimly and began to speak. Aren't you curious why there are other world gods in the tower? Yeon-woo's eyes slightly widened. He had been wondering why they were here, even if this was a hidden stage. Is it related to what you were doing? A bit. As you've seen already, this is a graveyard of giants. At the same time, it's also an illusory world the crawling chaos and other gods have created. Like some holy territory? What? The giant race didn't end because of their own greed a long time ago. They were used? Yeon-woo thought of the things he'd been wondering about, the last giant king who didn't quite fit the description of the trial, Valdibish's complaints, the scenario quest. He began to guess that the relationship between the crawling chaos and the giants was. You've already caught on. You're right. The giant race were slaves of the crawling chaos? Yeon-woo was dumbfounded. To be exact, they are an unlucky race who were leashed as hunting dogs? The giant race was famous for putting courage and honor first, but there was something more important that they treasured above all else, their family. I don't know how, but the crawling chaos took giant children and elders as captives, forcing the warriors to bend to his will. The warriors who had always dominated became victims for the first time. Maybe you can call it karma? He smiled bitterly and continued. The warriors couldn't abandon their families? They entered the tower because the crawling chaos ordered them to. Correct. In other words, they were the advance party? Yeon-woo felt the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. The crawling chaos had always planned to enter the tower, but due to Al-Foroni and the heavenly world, there were limits to what he could do. As a result, he used the giants instead. The giant race was on equal standing as the transcendence of the heavenly world and was also skilled in battle. What was more, the tower didn't reject them, so they were perfect for the crawling chaos to use. The plan was for the crawling chaos to slowly enter the tower through the path the giant race opened. Then, he would infect the tower with his holy power? Then this hidden stage is a type of outpost. Yes? Valdibish's face was dark. The warriors had no other choice since their families were hostages. But there was a problem? Al-Foroni. Yes. Even the mighty giants could get past him. The warriors were forced to come to a final decision after realizing they might not be able to rescue their families. They fought to see which of them was the strongest here on the 60th floor. They thought they could choose a great warrior and could give all their power to that giant so he could defeat Al-Foroni. It was a gamble, but there was nothing else they could do. Am I right? Valdibish nodded and continued. But even that failed, and the crawling chaos abandoned the giants once he no longer had any use for them? Yeon-woo could see what happened without listening further. The giants' corpses mixed among the trees and rocks were probably the families of the warriors who had been. The horror on their faces was most likely due to the crawling chaos. You have succeeded in uncovering the secret of the giant race's end. However, there are more secrets you have not yet learned. Collect the additional secrets. Yeon-woo moved the messages aside and said, "This is what you were searching for." Yes? Then why are you a servant of the crawling chaos? Would you believe me if I told you there are survivors? What? I was forced into a contract with the crawling chaos to protect them? At that moment, the door flung open and a little boy with a basket came in. Creak. Mister, Mom says it's time for you to eat. I brought food. Chapter 506. Scenario Quest, 6. Although his face was still very young, the child was at least as tall as Yeon-woo. His eyes widened when he realized a human was in the cabin with Valdibish. The basket in his arms dropped to the ground. Ah, ah! Valdibish sprang into action. Before the child could scream, he struck the child's neck and the child fell to the floor. Valdibish carefully caught the child and sighed. I didn't realize we've been speaking for so long. And that child? This is a descendant of the group of survivors. He's had to live away from civilization. He's stuck here, so he's a fallen divine being, what the tower calls a half-giant. Yeon-woo's eyes grew bigger. He was surprised to learn that half-giants, who were thought to be children of giants and humans, were actually fallen descendants of the giant race. How many more of these half-giants are here? I heard there were quite a lot at first, but that number continued to decrease. Now there's just over 100? Valdibish stroked the child's head with a heavy expression. The crawling chaos didn't touch them. There was no need to, really. From his point of view, the half-giants are bugs who can't even be used as hunting dogs? Valdibish's eyes took on a sad light. Unfortunately, this place pretty much turned into his holy territory because it's filled with his holy power. And the remaining giants must have found it difficult to survive. Is that why you made a contract with the crawling chaos? To protect them? Yes. Fortunately, he was quite interested in me. He said I was well informed about the tower and perfect to use. I'm not trying to brag, but I think I'm the closest to my ancestors too. Yeon-woo recalled when he first met Valdibish. He had released a level that pushed the other world gods away. Valdibish was stronger than when he was still in Arthea. Yeon-woo could see why the crawling chaos would be interested in using him. So as you can see, I can't leave this place. I don't know what you came here to do, but you should get out as soon as possible. The crawling chaos might realize you're here? Valdibish said he'd open a portal for Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo could see the emotions in Valdibish's eyes as he told him to go. It was an emotion he knew as well, resignation. It was an expression of despair found in those who'd given up because there wasn't a way out. Those were the same eyes as the ones Jeong-woo had when he lost all his friends. Yeon-woo hated looking at them. Crack! He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. Anger boiled inside of him. Let me just ask you one thing. What is it? The ticket you earned after completing a quest. How come you didn't use the ticket that could take you to any timeline or planet but used it on Jeong-woo instead? Valdibish didn't speak. Tell me. That was the only thing I could do to repent for my sins? If you used it, you could have taken everyone here and returned to your homeland. It was too late to. It wasn't because you needed help. When Valdibish saw Yeon-woo's fierce eyes, he was speechless. His dead eyes began to shake violently. Weren't you trying to tell someone you needed help? You were asking for a way out and for someone to rescue you, am I right? Yeon-woo shouted with a twisted face as the cabin shook. He hadn't noticed the aura of his level flowing out. Don't drag it out and just tell the truth, Valdibish. What do you want? What were you trying to ask for? I mean, we. Valdibish's eyes and voice trembled. A tear dripped down his cheek. Save us? I will grant that wish. The sky wings suddenly unfurled on Yeon-woo's back and he was surrounded by a black-red light as if he were a god descending. Valdibish watched breathlessly as Yeon-woo continued his declaration as your king and god. You have completed the scenario quest, Proof of the King 2. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 150,000 karma. You have acquired an additional 200,000 karma. You have received the reward Second King's token. You have received the reward Skeleton King's armor. You have declared you will become the new king and the new god of the giant race. Your declaration has been announced to the entire heavenly world. All gods and demons will be watching you. The godly society shows hostility at your arrogance. The godly society looks at you with distaste. The godly society watches you with concern. The demonic society has sent a message of congratulations. All gods of death nod in satisfaction at your decision. All demons of death smile widely at your declaration. Vimalasitra waits for the day you'll ascend to the heavenly world. Sir Nunnos repeats that you shouldn't forget his spirit. As the descendants of the giants, half-giants are a fallen race that still possess transcendence. To become their god, you have to attain great accomplishments equal to their standing. According to your declaration, the difficulty is increasing. The scenario quest Proof of the King has been updated to Proof of the King and God. You have begun to walk the path of a god. A new legend has been recorded in the legend fight that you currently possess. Your future divine powers and domain will be based on the rank of the legends you earn. You have acquired an additional 300,000 karma. The continuation quest, Proof of the King and God 3, has been created. Scenario quest / Proof of the King and God. Description: you were silent upon hearing the reason for the fall of the giant race from Valdibish, the descendant of the giants. You felt grief learning about their fall from divinity. After long contemplation, you have announced you will protect them and lead them as their king and god. However, the descendants of the giant race do not trust or believe in you as their king and god. To gain their trust and belief, you must create legends. From this point onward, you must create a new legend. First, you must teach the lost half-giants about their mighty ancestors and restore their pride. Furthermore, you have not yet finished a proper examination of the historic sites of the giants. There is a secret related to the giants at the sites. Take your half-giants to investigate and uncover the secret. Prepare for their upcoming independence. Conditions: completion of the Proof of the King 2. Possessor of title Great Warrior. Time limit. Rewards: 1 Faith of Giants and Followers plus 100. 2 Third King's Token. 3 Skeleton King's Gaiters. 4 Participation in the continued quest Proof of the King 3. Yeon-woo felt something change in his body after he made the declaration. His soul grew bigger and his level higher, like when he first began exuviation after reading the revelations in the Chonggong library. It was probably the result of his announcement. Speech also contained magic power, even if it was just a little bit, and it could influence the system. His future achievements and rewards could change based on the things he said. Also, as a being with a higher level, his words had more impact. Since it was the first time Yeon-woo announced he'd become a god, his soul changed accordingly. Even though they had fallen, the half-giants were still descendants of the giant race, who had stood on equal footing with the gods. Announcing that he would rule over them had huge repercussions. Yeon-woo realized this was another opportunity to attempt exuviation. If he upgraded his position like this, he'd gain much more power. You have paused exuviation. Your level is fixed. However, he chose not to exuviate too rashly like last time. If I do it here, I'll definitely gain divinity, but I can't become like the vampiric lord. This place was the territory of the otherworld gods, where Alforoni didn't interfere, so he could safely complete exuviation without anyone bothering him. But Yeon-woo decided not to after thinking of the vampiric lord, who had been stuck in the demonic sea. She spent hundreds of years hiding her presence in case Alforoni discovered her. Yeon-woo didn't want to do the same. He still had lots to do and many floors to climb. I can reattempt exuviation anytime. Another thought occurred to him. If I continue to postpone exuviation while my soul grows, what'll happen if I only continue to gain divinity? Just because he postponed exuviation didn't mean he wasn't growing at all. Even if his progress was slow, his soul was still growing. The quality of his soul became more refined as well, as though it were a bird still in its egg taking on a firmer shape. He wondered what would happen if he remained immortal but continued to grow his soul. Would exuviation take place automatically after he passed a certain limit? What would he look like then? Or, is there something greater beyond that? Yeon-woo organized his thoughts and cleared his head. Swish! When he sensed the aura around him settle back down, he opened his eyes. At the same time, he could feel something connected to his soul, channels. However, these channels were quite different from the connection he had with the gods and demons he'd stolen powers from. They were channels under him. A channel similar to the one he had with Doyle was connecting him to Valdibish. Your follower Valdibish shows extreme faith in you. Valdibish was on one knee, reciting a prayer with his sword stuck in the ground. He looked reverent, like a holy knight asking for a god's blessing. Yeon-woo couldn't get used to the sight of the 3-meter-tall giant kneeling, but he realized the stronger Valdibish's faith was, the more it would influence him and increase his power. It was a strange yet mysterious feeling. He felt like he wasn't himself. A feeling of being able to hold everything in the world swept through his soul. Yeon-woo understood why the gods and demons tried to interfere in the lower world so much. If the passionate faith of just one person felt like this, how would it feel to have more followers and faith? He also understood why they had split into two groups and created societies. It was easier to write legends that way. Being in a society meant sharing greater legends, and the beings at the peak of the societies would naturally become mightier. At the same time, a question rose in his mind. How could Alforoni, who didn't have any followers, deal with the entire heavenly world alone? What exactly did being the apostle of the tower entail? This is it, sir? Yeon-woo followed Valdibish into the village where the half-giants lived. Valdibish peered at him on the way they traveled here. Yeon-woo clucked his tongue. Hey, Valdibish! What? I mean, what seems to be the matter, sir? You don't have to speak formally to me. Just act the way you were earlier. Can I, sir? I mean, can I? I don't want to hear formal speech from my little brother's friend. Then I'll just talk like this? It was the faith between a god and their follower that was important, not formalities. The reason why ceremonies and rules were so important in a religion was that gods couldn't talk to each follower individually. Formalities were put in place so followers would be reminded of the mightiness of their god and not do anything to stain their god's honor. Valdibish didn't need to speak formally since he had a direct relationship with Yeon-woo, and it felt awkward for Yeon-woo to enforce it. Valdibish obviously felt more at ease after Yeon-woo's permission. His awkwardness made him look pitiful to Yeon-woo, and he thought that acting would never be in Valdibish's future. Valdibish led him to an area not too far from the cabin. It was filled with houses on the verge of collapse. The half-giants had scraped together rickety buildings in order not to stand out to the other world gods and end up as their toys. What a mess! Yeon-woo clucked his tongue. He couldn't believe the environment this rare, almost extinct race of the tower was living in. He didn't see any storage places for weapons or smithies that giants should always have close by, as well. He understood they were a fallen race, but were the descendants of the giants really living here? There was an even bigger problem. The half-giants showed up one by one after receiving signals from Valdibish. Each of them looked petrified. Yeon-woo could feel their fear all the way to where he stood. Their bodies were clearly untrained as well. If Valdibish hadn't urged them to appear, it was obvious they wouldn't have come out. Restore the pride of these guys. Yeon-woo momentarily felt a sense of hopelessness as he thought of the updated quest. The half-giants were like cattle. He couldn't feel the power of the giants coming from them at all. He'd offered to rescue them because he thought they might have some of the courage of their ancestors, but he was wrong. He'd forgotten how fearful Valdibish had been when he first entered the tower. If it hadn't been for Jeong-woo and the skills he learned from his butler, he might have retired quickly. Yeon-woo had only remembered sword yaksha Valdibish and forgotten what he'd been like as a half-giant. We've got a long way to go. But he wouldn't give up. If Valdibish could grow, it meant they could, as well. Although they might be weak now, after some training, they'd become a unit of warriors no player in the tower had. And for that, I'll have to make them work. Yeon-woo grinned wickedly. The half-giants trembled as they looked at him. Chapter 507. Scenario Quest, 7. A shadow unspooled to reveal the figure cocooned inside it. Is that Shannon? Yeon-woo's eyes widened in surprise at the unfamiliar appearance of the entity he'd summoned. Shannon had already been larger than most players, but he'd now grown past 2 meters. His aura was remarkable even though he was just standing there. The black energy around him was similar to Yeon-woo's shadow, but it had a depth, as though it would suck in everything in the vicinity. As he continued looking at Shannon, Yeon-woo realized what had changed. It was the smell of death. Shannon was exuding a ferocious, predatorial scent that could pull in all living beings. It was also the smell of fight, a power that suppressed the weak and displayed one's fighting spirit to the strong. Is it my holiness? It seemed Shannon had been influenced by Yeon-woo's position and gone through metamorphosis. His classification had also changed. Death Lord. Position, familiar. Description, as a lord who rules over death, he will lead to death all those who reject his master. He has the ability to control hell. As your first familiar, faithful knight, and mighty general, he will work to spread your will in this land. Special notes, his strength is currently transforming into something new. You will need to wait until it is complete. A Death Lord. Previously, Shannon had been a Death Noble, and now he'd risen one level. His powers were definitely befitting a lord. The information in the special notes section stood out to Yeon-woo. Rook, the strength he'd stolen from the Gluttony Emperor, was evolving to a new stage. He wondered what Shannon would be like once it was finished. He's already on the level of the 9 kings. In some ways, he might be even more powerful than they are. Yeon-woo was happy. Strength was always welcome. No, this might be a natural result. Shannon and Han Ryeong had intensively studied Heaven Bracket to improve their martial arts, unlike Yeon-woo, who had to focus on martial arts, magic, alchemy, and the Black King's powers. Even Yeon-woo sometimes learned new things from Shannon's enlightenment regarding Flame Wheel and Shinmo Ryeong. Shannon had also seen the heavenly demon and opened his eyes to a new world through the revelations. Since he'd spent nearly 200 years or 1,000 years in his consciousness meditating, it would have been odd if he hadn't made any progress. What is this? Valdebisha's eyebrows twitched as he looked at Shannon. Chills ran down his body and his eyes turned dark. He looked like he had seen an old enemy. Yeon-woo grinned. Shannon was agitating Sword Yaksha, who fought with the other world gods. Shannon had come a long way. In fact, he'd probably grown the most apart from Yeon-woo. Although he was sometimes annoying when he joked around, he was the closest companion Yeon-woo had. Yeon-woo replied with a smile. My familiar. What? This creature? Valdebish muttered in disbelief, turning to Yeon-woo. He shook his head. Yeon-woo trapped other world gods in emptiness like it was nothing, so there wasn't anything unusual that he'd have familiars like this. If Yeon-woo had more, then it wouldn't be impossible to free them from the crawling chaos like he promised. Just then, blue flames blazed within the darkness under Shannon's black helm. Flash! It was Inferno sight, the eyes the dead needed to see the physical world. Where is this? His voice was dry and cracked, as though it had come from the depths of hell, and Valdebish felt shivers run down his back again. Yeon-woo seemed unaffected. Wake up, Shannon. You've slept enough already. The black energy around Shannon dispersed as he began to rise. Chhhhhh. His movements were creaky, like a machine that hadn't been used for a long time and was being activated again. However, more black energy began to flow through his joints, making his movements smoother. Clack! Clack! Creak! He used his sword breaker for support as an intense energy storm whirled around him. His shadow spread along the ground. The rickety half-giant shacks were swept away by the winds and almost collapsed. Valdibish quickly emitted magic power to turn the winds around as Shannon slowly looked at Yeon-woo. Nice of you to summon me so fast? Shannon's voice was still dark. He seemed dissatisfied, but Yeon-woo was used to this. I had some things to do. Thanks to you, we were dying of boredom since we only live through you. Yeon-woo hadn't been able to tell how much time had passed because he'd been absorbed in the revelations, but that wasn't the case for his subordinates. Although they shared the same time as he did, they were still separate beings, and it made sense that they would feel tedium. There were limits to how much time they could spend meditating, after all. Shannon was a bit upset that Yeon-woo had forgotten about them. I was right on the last step, did you have to wake me up now? The evolution of Rook could be a new achievement for Shannon. Just as Yeon-woo had the holiness of death and fight, Shannon could use Rook as a new legend as well, and he was disgruntled since Yeon-woo had woken him up when he was on the verge of completion. Don't be upset. It'll take some more time, but you can finish it any time, right? You've waited for 1,000 years, so what's wrong with a few more months? Humph. But it's still. If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else. Damn it. Why doesn't your temper ever change? Sheesh. Shannon grumbled at Yeon-woo, who wasn't giving him the chance to complain. Actually, Yeon-woo had planned to let Shannon sleep until he woke up by himself, but the situation made it necessary to wake him. Valdibish looked at Shannon with a blank expression. He couldn't get used to the sassiness of the creature who just exuded a fierce aura. What? You've never seen a dead guy before? Shannon sensed his gaze and took his anger out on Valdibish. Valdibish wondered what nonsense he was talking about. I guess it is your first time. Then you'll see a lot more in the future. People die in masses in front of King Temper here? Valdibish was still speechless, but he understood what Shannon was saying. Shannon turned back to Yeon-woo with a flippant tilt of his head. So why'd you call me? You said you were a training instructor at Red Dragon, right? So? Thinking of the half-giants trembling in front of him, Yeon-woo said seriously, there are some people you need to guide. Hey, master? What? How about you just swallow all these things instead? No. Come on, give it some more thought. You can get the giant factors you've been looking for, train them more easily in Dis Pluto, and life will be easier for me. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, I'm going to cut off communication with you. Shit. Then what do you want me to do with these? Yeon-woo silenced Shannon's defiant tone by blocking the channel. He felt like he could see Shannon stomping and shaking his fists in anger, but it was better to pretend not to know anything. He realized Valdibish was looking at him with concern. What is it? I'm just wondering if it's all right to do it like this. As you can see, they become even more timid if they're pressured to do something. I just have all these worries. Yeon-woo and Valbik left the half-giants to Shannon and were on their way out of the village, but Valdibish was still concerned. The half-giants were used to being dogs in kennels. He had been trying to change them for a long time, but they had grown used to their situation. If anyone tried to force them to do something different, they'd just shrink back even further. They'd just left them behind with Shannon, whom they were seeing for the first time. Even Valdibish could feel Shannon's intimidating spirit, so it was obvious what the half-giants would feel. In addition, based on the way Shannon talked back to Yeon-woo, it was plain that Shannon wasn't exactly reliable. It's fine. However, Yeon-woo just silenced his concern. But it'll work. Still. It will. Valdibish couldn't continue. Yeon-woo focused on creating a path to travel on as he spoke. I know what you're worried about. People can't change overnight, so it'll be difficult for them. People all have different characters and grow up in different environments, and it's dangerous to force them to suddenly change. Under normal circumstances, it's true that we should take the time to slowly change them. Valdibish was quiet. But we don't have the luxury. This place is becoming a dangerous environment for the half-giants to live in, and the situation on the higher floors is changing by the day. To survive there, something needs to be done. Yeon-woo thought the tower was experiencing its greatest changes since its birth. The conflict between the heavenly world and Al-Foroni was growing worse, and the other world gods were trying to enter the tower more frequently. There would be a great disturbance not too far in the future. If the half-giants wanted to survive as giants and not die out, they needed to bear the pain and quickly change. From what Yeon-woo could see, the timid half-giants didn't require persuasion or motivation, he needed to force them, even if they resented and despised him. He could handle the backlash later. A king sometimes needed to be firm. Knowing Yeon-woo meant well, Valdibish couldn't say anything more. All he could hope for was that the half-giants could follow along. More importantly, Yeon-woo changed the subject to lighten the mood. Is this really the path? Yes. I don't know if this is the place you are looking for, but according to the half-giants, this is where our ancestors resided? Yeon-woo checked the description of the scenario quest again. His first task to prove himself as the god and king of the giant race was to explore and examine the historic sites. The quest said they contained a secret the giant race had left behind. Did they leave something for their successors? That was what Yeon-woo suspected. Unless the giants were fools, they wouldn't have acted as the crawling chaos hunting dogs without preparing a counterattack, although they'd gone extinct before they could try it. If so, there would probably be something related to it at the sites. This is it. Yeon-woo and Valdibish stopped. They could see the ruins below, temples, villages, and empty land. If Valdibish hadn't led the way, Yeon-woo would have walked past it without a second thought, believing it to be just another part of the wasteland. Yeon-woo spread his fire wings open as he scanned the sites. It was large, almost hundreds of meters wide. What a mess! It's inevitable since they've been forgotten for thousands of years. Considering that other world gods are actively roaming the area, I think it's a miracle at least this much is left. Bitterness filled Valdibish's voice. Yeon-woo nodded in agreement while also feeling at a loss. Was he supposed to dig under the entire area like some archaeologist? It would take years because the area was too large. He spread his extrasensory perception along the territory, even underground. But there's nothing out of the ordinary. There were old artifacts the giant race had used buried beneath the earth. Perhaps Brahm or Bu might have been excited to see them, but they didn't mean much to Yeon-woo. He was wondering whether he needed to summon his souls to examine the territory more carefully when he realized that there was an extraordinary number of stone monuments around the borders of the territory. Stone monuments? Master? Just then, he could hear a familiar voice in his head. It was Bu. He hadn't awakened anyone other than Shannon, so why was Bu awake? Gather, the stones? Bu continued to speak without explaining. Although his voice was as jerky as usual, Yeon-woo could feel his excitement. Realizing Bu had sensed something, he quickly circulated his dragon heart. Valdibish. What is it? Step back. Before Valdibish could ask why, Yeon-woo spread his magic power around them. Valdibish stepped back in surprise, and a layer of magic power extended around the entire territory. Influenced by the wave of magic power, dozens of stones resonated as one. Most of them were weather-beaten and the words written on them were long gone, but they glowed and floated up in the air. Then, they began to fit into each other like puzzles, combining into a single large stone. When it fell in front of Yeon-woo, he could see strange letters chiseled on its surface that were shockingly familiar. This is... Valdibish's eyes widened at the secret of the territory. He'd never discovered anything during the entire time he was on this stage. The Emerald Tablet. It means they're the revelations. What? Valdibish turned to Yeon-woo in surprise. Yeon-woo quickly schemed through the revelations and exclaimed in astonishment. The stone contained the parts that he hadn't been able to read in the Chonggong library. Valdibish, it looks like your ancestors tried to swallow the crawling chaos. Chapter 508. Scenario Quest, 8. What? Valdebisha's eyes widened in bewilderment. He had heard of the Emerald Tablet before. It was the stone tablet of civilization that Faust had so passionately studied. However, he had never heard of the revelations. Before he could ask a question, his face stiffened at the multiple gazes that suddenly fell upon them. The Godly Society examines both of you. The Godly Society glowers at both of you. The Godly Society watches both of you. The Demonic Society reviews your contract of alliance to update it. The Demonic Society closes their mouth. It was the first time Valdebish was receiving this much attention from the heavenly world. Although the beings always watched the lower world, they didn't react to it. They only talked among themselves as if they were watching a play. It was rare for them to take action because they believed it was beneath them. Valdebish did receive some attention from gods and demons after becoming the successor of the giant race. However, most players didn't even draw the attention of one being. That was the reason why apostles were the rarest among the rankers who passed the 50th floor. It also went without saying that the higher a divine being's rank was, especially if they were a superior divine being, the less interest they had in the lower world. Vieradun was the only exception Valdebish knew. Even Cha Jeong-woo, who raised a storm in the tower, only received attention from a limited number of gods and demons. Valdebish had never seen entire societies move to action like this. He was astonished. However, Yeon-woo acted as if it were a natural thing to happen, and he even smirked at how predictable they were. They're desperate. What is going on? I told you. We found the revelations. It seems like your ancestors were preparing for a counterattack using them. Speak more clearly. I don't understand a word you're saying. What are the revelations, and why are they like that? Valdebish shouted. He felt displeased at the immense attention the gods and demons were suddenly giving him. They'd ignored him when he begged for help to rescue the half-giants, but they were suddenly roused just because of this item. Yeon-woo grinned and explained what the revelations were. He said it was a book that contained all the history and secrets of the universe from beginning to end. Although the author was unknown, Yeon-woo said having just a part of the knowledge could give you powers that surpassed the laws of nature. He explained it all in a teasing way, as if he were provoking the gods and demons looking down. The beings were probably frustrated that the revelations were right in front of them but they couldn't reach it because of the laws of causality. Yeon-woo was throwing this in their faces. So, the reason you're this strong is the revelations? Yes. And it's also the reason why those things above are so desperate? The revelations might contain hints that will free them from the laws of causality. Huh? Valdebish scoffed in disbelief. Although the beings acted lofty because they were transcendents and immortal, in the end, they were just creatures that acted according to their desires. He clucked his tongue, his forehead creasing. But how did my ancestors come to have this? I don't know. Yeon-woo laughed. His gaze was still fixed on the skies. Valdebish felt like the gazes of the heavenly world were trying to suppress their anger. But I do know for sure your ancestors were braver than those things. The Godly Society protests timidly. The crawling chaos has a part of the revelations. It's likely the giant race stole this from him while they were acting as his hunting dogs. They probably realized what the revelations were and tried to use them. I'm guessing they hid the revelations in different places, and this is just a part of it. Yeon-woo had learned this from the message that had just popped up. You have successfully solved the first secret of the sites. There are still uncovered secrets. Please investigate more carefully. But it was probably difficult for the giants to find the chance to attack. The crawling chaos doesn't show any weakness, and they were also worried about the captives as well. It seems they left the revelations for their descendants to use. A legacy for us, so they weren't just simple hunting dogs? Valdebish muttered to himself, chuckling. He was pleased. It was like his ancestors to resist until the end and not give up. He'd never seen them before, but he could sense their intense yearning from these sights. Anyway, things will become easier with these. How? Valdibish still didn't understand how amazing the revelations were, so he cocked his head in confusion. To him, the revelations were only a hidden card and not something that could completely turn the situation around. They hadn't found all of the revelations yet, and even if they did, it would take time to train the half-giants. How could things become easier? Yeon-woo smirked. His smile seemed wicked and devious. Valdibish instinctively flinched and stepped back as Yeon-woo looked up at the sky. How? It means we can use the revelations to control the guys up there. The godly society is silent. The godly society is silent. The godly society wordlessly glares at you. The demonic society looks at you bitterly. Ah! Valdibish finally understood. Since there were so many groups interested in the revelations, he and Yeon-woo could take advantage of their desire, just as the crawling chaos had used the giants. This time, the giants would use the gods and demons. Valdibish no longer needed to beg the heavenly world to help. Yeon-woo didn't hide his intentions. In fact, he was completely brazen about them. Look at them. Isn't it funny? What's funnier is that they were hostile to me some time ago because I refused to share the revelations with them. His smile grew wider. But now they're walking on eggshells around me, hoping they can just have a little piece of whatever's left over. How stupid it is that people worship them. Yeon-woo shook the stone in the air and shouted, "What are you doing? If you want a bite, you should get down here and wag your tails." Rumble. As soon as he spoke, the sky trembled as dozens of lightning bolts rained down to the ground. It was so intense that Valdibish moved back in surprise, but Yeon-woo stood steady, a smirk still on his face. Asgard's envoy Thor attempts to manifest. Chansek's envoy Erlang Shen attempts to manifest. Dilmun's envoy Nabu attempts to manifest. Nibelheim's envoy Fenrir attempts to manifest. G-Sek's envoy Wang Lingguan attempts to manifest. Storms of energy whirled where the bolts landed. Valdibish's eyes widened. It was an event that rarely occurred in the lower world, the descent of transcendence. It wasn't an easy feat since they had to make sacrifices for the law of causality and avoid Alforoni's prying eyes. Even if they did descend, they couldn't remain in the lower world for a long time, and this was a world filled with the holy power of the crawling chaos and other world gods. Descending an incarnation to this place was impossible with just any sacrifice. However, each society willingly paid the price, stumbling over each other to be the first to send their envoys who were all high-ranking members of their respective societies. Thor was Asgard's greatest warrior, Erlang Shen was one of the three pillars who held up the Chan sect, and Nabu was the only son of Marduk, the leader of Dilmun. Some of them were hostile to each other. Fenrir, in his wolf form, growled at Thor, while Wang Lingguan frowned upon seeing Erlang Shen. However, while they didn't hide their enmity, they didn't start fighting. If they fought now, they'd use up the limited amount of the laws of causality they had. Also, since they were here as envoys, they had to be respectful. It was an unwritten rule that had never been broken ever since the creation of the heavenly world. Does that mean, everyone here acknowledges that number has the same level as they do? Valdibish trembled once more from shock. These were the transcendents who treated mortals like bugs? Who could ever imagine it? Although their pride was probably hurt, none of them showed it. The revelations Yeon-woo possessed was likely only part of the reason why, it meant they acknowledged his strength as well. I mean, we are serving an incredible god. Valdibish realized how amazing Yeon-woo's prowess was and began to have more hope. They might really be able to escape this horrid hell. Thor, the first to descend, began to speak. Befitting of the god of thunder, his voice boomed throughout heaven and earth. Yellow sparks crackled around him. Ha ha ha! As expected of the Black King's successor. You're amazing each time I look at you. I knew you would create incredible legends, and I've been waiting for that day to come. You deserve to walk by our side to rule over the world? Krrr. The aura he exuded was as great as his booming voice, and the other envoys around him had to heal their nearly broken bodies. None of them were beneath Thor in divinity, so no one was hurt, but they still frowned in displeasure. Yeon-woo felt the same. Hey! What is it, mortal? Do you have an offer? You're noisy as hell, so lower the volume. Thor's expression went blank. No one had ever spoken to him like that in the thousands of years he'd been a great warrior. Yeon-woo scoffed at him. It looks like you're trying to take the upper hand by calling me immortal. Boom! Black-red bolts suddenly rained down right next to Thor. If any landed on him, he would have been in trouble since it was sword thunder. Thor's face stiffened. Dropping lightning on him, the god of thunder, was an insult, but he had seen how dangerous sword thunder was from the heavenly world. It was a clear display of strength telling him to restrain himself. Don't do anything foolish. If you get on my nerves, there won't be any negotiations or anything like that. The gods and demons were all shocked by Yeon-woo's threat. They probably hadn't imagined they'd be humiliated like Thor, especially by a mortal they'd been lending powers to in the hopes of using him as their apostle. I thought we had some camaraderie between us as warriors. Was that my mistake? Thor suppressed his rising anger and tried to plead to Yeon-woo. Too much talking. I'll take Asgard out. What? Before Thor could continue, the other envoys, who were waiting for an opportunity, moved as one. Sharp winds and fire rained down on him. Thor's incarnation was destroyed before he could resist. There was no mercy between the gods and demons. All they cared about was getting rid of competition. After Thor was gone, the envoys looked at Yeon-woo like puppies that wanted compliments from their owner. Good job, keep it up. Yeon-woo smiled darkly. From now on, you're all dogs. Dogs that have to bark and bite whenever their owner tells them to. Chapter 509. Scenario Quest, 9. That's going too far, number. I mean, Death King? Please be more careful with your words. The envoys all stiffened when they were compared to dogs. They knew that they were all under Yeon-woo's thumb, but this kind of humiliation was too much for them. However, Yeon-woo just crossed his arms and scoffed. Leave if you don't like it. What? Veu, are you leaving? Is this what Deva wants? Veu was about to speak, then froze when he felt the other envoys carefully watching him. They were ready to attack and eliminate him just as they had done with Thor. Veu clenched his teeth. He had never been treated like this before. Deva was a godly society on par with Olympus, Asgard, and the Chan sect. It was overwhelming in scale, with thousands of gods as members. 8 Lokapala gods ruled over them, and over them were 3 sovereign gods who were said to have peaked at the universe's creation. Veu was one of the Lokapala and ruled over the northwest. He was famed for his wines, and even among the envoys, there weren't many who were equal to him. He'd never been treated like this before. To make matters worse, some of the divine beings looking at him warily now were allies of Deva. If they attacked and chased him away, the alliances would be cancelled or in extreme cases, war would break out. However, the allies were willing to go that far for a chance to possess the revelations. The revelations were so priceless that societies risked ostracization just to have it. Veu glared at the gods who abandoned their pride as transcendence to become a mere mortal's dog. They probably believed that all they had to do was endure, and they'd be rewarded later. They probably planned on attacking Yeon-woo after gaining the revelations. However, Veu knew that once you became a dog, you would stay in that lowly position forever. Fine. If you want a dog, I shall become one. But there was nothing else he could do. The revelations contained wisdom beyond the gods and demons. He couldn't let the other societies take it for themselves. Deva had to have it, and if they couldn't, no one else was allowed to have it. Is that it? Yeon-woo's eyebrow twitched as he smiled. I shall become your dog, sir? Wei immediately bowed and apologized. Yeon-woo smirked at him. The other envoys clucked their tongues when they realized that Yeon-woo was giving Deva another chance. They had thought that they would be able to get rid of their most dangerous competition. Wei narrowed his eyes at them, exuding a murderous aura as if he were warning them that he'd rip them apart. They quickly looked away, not confident about fighting with him one-on-one. Instead, they watched Yeon-woo carefully, planning to get on his good side. It was difficult to believe these were truly gods and demons. Getting rid of one is enough. I need to get the most out of these guys. Yeon-woo kept a smirk on his face while he carefully examined the beings in front of him. He'd only eliminated Asgard to show that he wouldn't kneel to them. Now that his point had been made, he didn't need to get rid of Deva, particularly since they were too big to discard. Valdebish was still speechless from the shock. But they should be here about now. Why don't I see them? A few of the envoys he'd been expecting hadn't arrived. It was understandable that the small societies couldn't handle the laws of causality, and the societies that weren't interested in the lower world wouldn't care to participate. However, 2 societies had signaled their participation, and he couldn't find them at all. Did they have a change of heart? He wouldn't have cared normally, but they were the 2 societies that Yeon-woo needed abilities from the most. They represented absolute good and absolute evil, which were the best means of writing legends. Yeon-woo needed them to resurrect the giants. They were probably aware of this, too, and they were probably planning their offers to him. However, if they were trying to assert their dominance by taking their time arriving, he would eliminate them ruthlessly. Yeon-woo might need them, but they needed him more desperately. He had no intention of allowing the societies to use him when he had the revelations in his possession. Although having good and evil was ideal, he could just create something similar. He waited for a little while longer, but the 2 societies showed no reaction. The envoys began to mutter among themselves, wondering why Yeon-woo was just standing there. Finally, Yeon-woo turned away without any lingering attachment. Just then, he felt something in the air and looked up. What great manners they have! The sky opened and black lightning landed on the ground. The envoys flinched from the extraordinary demonic energy that was so intense, it seemed to have the ability to shred their incarnations. Only Wei and Erlang Shen were unaffected, but they couldn't help frowning and showing their hostility to the demonic energy. The owner of this energy storm was the enemy of all the godly societies. He was the second in command of El Infernal, which represented absolute evil. It was the infamous leader of the East Demon Army that had invaded countless dimensions and universes and crushed gods. Agars? The Grand Duke of the East is here. Madness and destruction are here? Swish! The black demonic energy scattered like fog and Agars appeared with his dozens of black wings. It always seems to me that the air of the lower world is so stale. Is it because of the energy the other world things left behind? This is worse than normal? Agars muttered with a face so beautiful that it seemed completely androgynous. He frowned at the other envoys who stared at him. What do you think you're looking at? How dare you lowly creatures? Whoosh! The demonic energy began to soar up like a tsunami again. This time, even Wei and Erlang Shen stepped back, raising their holy power. The quality of the demonic energy was incomparably violent. When the powers of madness and destruction that represented Agars combined with the storm, the demonic energy seemed to bare its fangs like a hungry beast. Are you trying to take what's mine? How should I deal with you? Should I cut off your heads and use it to decorate my throne, or should I pull your eyes out and make a necklace out of them? Each word he spoke shook the heavens and the earth. At the same time, his demonic energy became fiercer. He was angry since he was the one who'd watched Yeon-woo from the start, and it seemed like more and more entities were taking an interest in Yeon-woo. He wanted to get rid of these annoying bastards now that he was here. The storm wasn't simply a warning, it also contained killing intent. If no one intervened, he would have begun fighting with the gods and demons. However, the appearance of a new entity made him stop. How about you stop throwing a tantrum now, Agar's? Swoosh! A bright light appeared like a blooming flower in the dark air, splitting into the colors of a rainbow before it revealed a woman with white wings and pure white energy that seemed to be at the opposite extreme of Agar's. Just standing in front of her calmed the soul and raised one's health and magic power. Agar's storm faded away. His frown deepened when he saw her since she wasn't someone he could easily touch. She was an archangel who was part of the seraphim. She managed the Annunciation and always had the Ark of the Covenant with its knowledge and wisdom on her back. Gabriel? Gabriel smiled and waved her hand. Hi. Long time no see? She acted like she was seeing a friend she hadn't seen in a while. Agar's expression was still dark. I thought Malak wasn't interested anymore after Azrael ended up like that. Did you have a change of heart? What can I do? It was an order from the higher UPS? What? After the Archangel Azrael who ruled over death had been eaten by the demonism, Malak decided to only observe Yeon-woo and not interfere. Darkness was in opposition to their light, but they had no intention of becoming enemies in Yeon-woo. Suffice to say, they simply avoided him, and after Yeon-woo allied himself with El Infernal during the war with the Titans and Giants, they distanced themselves from Yeon-woo even further. Malak and El Infernal weren't just different groups, they couldn't coexist peacefully. Agar's couldn't help feeling wary at Gabriel's arrival. Was it really an order from the Prime Commander of Malak, Metatron? Do you think I know what our geezer thinks? If I don't want to be fired, I have to do what he says? Metatron from the Godly Society looks at Gabriel in disapproval. Oh okay. Sheesh. Glare much? Metatron clicks his tongue at Gabriel's lowbrow speech. L. Metatron urges Gabriel to stop with the nonsense and get to the point. See? That's our geezer for you? Metatron frowns. Metatron adjusts the laws of causality Gabriel is using. He warns that any waste of the laws of causality must be paid back. That narrow-minded fool? Gabriel protested to Metatron. Agar's muttered to himself as he watched them. Just why? Then, as if he realized something, his twisted expression stiffened. I see. Agar's eyes turned cold. You need the Book of Enoch? Gabriel shrugged. I won't deny it. We're not doing too well these days. But you're probably in the same state, aren't you? Don't you need Lemegeten? The greater demon in El Infernal who stood behind Agar's replied instead. Baal from the Demonic Society laughs wordlessly. Metatron observes Baal. Baal watches Metatron. While the two leaders and commanders of Absolute Good and Absolute Evil looked at each other, Veu and the other envoys frowned when they saw that Agar's and Gabriel weren't fighting despite being in close proximity to each other. Everyone keenly felt the importance of the revelations. Anyway, I've come down to be a dog, as I was ordered to. What should I do, Master? Gabriel shrugged and turned back to Yeon-woo. Agar's and the rest of the envoys turned to him as well. They were curious about the commands he planned to give him. Would he order them to help train the half-giants? They would willingly share some of their powers. Although the gods disliked being used to resurrect the power of their enemies, the giants, they could give up a tiny amount that wouldn't affect them. They were even willing to give artifacts or elixirs as long as they could have the revelations or even a fragment of it. No price was too high. It was impossible that Yeon-woo wouldn't know what they were thinking. He already had some ideas about what he wanted them to do. The first and most important step was to recover the lost potential of the half-giants and help them regain transcendence again. This wasn't something that could happen overnight, but there were times when shortcuts were allowed in legends. You too. He turned toward Gabriel and Agar's. I'd like you to make me the fruit of good and evil. Chapter 510. Scenario Quest, 10. The fruit of good and evil is considered one of the greatest treasures in history, along with Olympus Ambrosia and Deva's Soma. As the symbol of the origin of evil which caused the first humans Adam and Eve to be banished from Eden, it's also a holy artifact that contains immense knowledge and wisdom. Since it also contains many laws of causality, anyone who absorbs it will exuviate and transcend easily. It's also a way to draw out any transcendence that the laws of causality have hidden. Sometimes, I wonder if I could get it somehow, would Kalidas be able to attain his goal of resurrecting the dragons? They. Fruit of good and evil? Gabriel, who had been speaking confidently as if she were ready to do whatever Yeon-woo asked, froze at his request. On the other hand, Agars burst out into laughter. Ha ha ha! It was a laughter filled with so much madness that those listening shivered. He stopped laughing and looked at Yeon-woo with an expressionless face. Agars always showed his emotions to Yeon-woo, whether it was obsession or lunacy, but now, he looked like an emotionless doll. Do you know what that means? His dry voice made chills run down the backs of the other envoys. However, Yeon-woo just nodded calmly. I do. No, you don't? I do. No. You don't? Agar's face twisted. The fruit of evil can only be created by our society after many sacrifices. It contains enough absolute evil to create a demon king and opposes the fruit of good. But you want this ridiculous artifact despite knowing that? Swish! Are you serious? Agar's demonic energy gathered together into the form of a crushed beast. It was his power, Wicked Devil, which Yeon-woo had also used. Wicked Devil growled at him. The fruit of good and the fruit of evil were items that the groups which symbolized absolute good and absolute evil needed a lot of resources and time to create. One bite of one of the fruits would bestow immortality and divinity, and eating the entire fruit would make one a superior divine being. Consuming both the fruits would produce a result even beyond that. It was like a clump of the laws of causality. The fruits had been only created a few times during the war between Malok and El Infernal, which had gone on for nearly as long as the history of the universe. The two beings couldn't believe that Yeon-woo had so confidently requested it. He was essentially implying that he wanted to take everything Malok and El Infernal had for himself. However, sparks suddenly flew, and sword thunder tore Wicked Devil apart. Crackle! Rumble! Agar stiffened. He knew Yeon-woo had become stronger, but he didn't know Yeon-woo would be able to tear his power apart so quickly. Perhaps, it was possible Yeon-woo was already on his level. Yeon-woo snorted, arms still crossed. So much talk. What? That's for you guys to take care of. It's not my business, is it? Agars was dumbfounded. Work like dogs if I tell you to. If you don't want to, fuck off. I won't force anyone. Yeon-woo raised a corner of his mouth. And I'll review my alliance with El Infernal again. You guys are the ones who wanted to break it off first anyway, right? It's not my responsibility if it's cancelled. Agar's content to be speechless. What are you doing? Aren't you going? Yeon-woo raised his chin. Agars looked at him wordlessly and looked up. El Infernal was in an uproar. The demons of demonic society are protesting. The demons of grind their teeth at you. A few demons ask whether they need to honor the alliance considering this treatment. Baal silently watches you. Yeon-woo's threat was astonishing to the prideful creatures. However, Agars tells the demons of to shut up. Many demons close their mouths. A few demons protest timidly to Agars. Agars narrows his eyes. The East Demon Army is on the move. The resistance has been suppressed. After Agars quieted the demons, he turned back to Yeon-woo. His blazing eyes were full of madness. And if we make the fruits of good and evil? Will you give us the stone then? Of course not. Don't think that you can pay for the stone with just a couple of fruits of good and evil. I already said this isn't a negotiation. Many envoys familiar with Agar's reputation quickly prepared to activate their powers. They believed that no matter how much Agars wanted Yeon-woo, he wouldn't put up with this much humiliation. He wasn't called Agars of Madness for nothing. They could guarantee El Infernal would probably try to rip Yeon-woo's head off. Even though Baal hadn't said anything yet, it seemed certain that the alliance would be terminated. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! But Agars burst out into laughter again. Agars has temporarily left. The East Demon Army follows Agars and declares a collective breakaway. And no way? He left El Infernal? The Grand Duke of the East? Agar's decision to temporarily break ties with El Infernal left the envoys stunned. Aside from Baal, he was one of the greatest demons of El Infernal. His subordinates probably made up 40% of the society, but now they were leaving together. It was a declaration that he would create a new society and walk an independent path. "You're so amusing?" Agar snickered, rubbing his lips with his thumb. So amusing." He fixed his eyes on Yeon-woo. They were filled with desire, madness, and obsession. He looked as though he would like to take Yeon-woo immediately. Who in the world would dare threaten him like this? He probably would have eaten the soul of the idiot who tried, but Yeon-woo's threat didn't displease him. "I'll give you the fruit of evil. We were about to create some anyway?" Yeon-woo didn't miss the implication of Agar's words. He was about to? Yeon-woo realized how Agars was planning to obtain the fruit, and he grinned. It was a ridiculous method, but the fastest and most certain. More importantly, the fruit of good can be made the same way, too. Is he planning on making the fruit of good and evil here? Yeon-woo clucked his tongue at Agar's devious scheme. Although it seemed like Agar's departure from El Infernal was an impulsive act, Yeon-woo could see it had been carefully planned ahead of time. Baal probably had some input, as well. Crazy bastards! However, it clearly didn't seem that way to Gabriel because she looked from Agars to Yeon-woo with an appalled expression. It seemed crazy to her that Yeon-woo could ask for the fruit as though it were an apple growing in their backyard, and it was just as crazy that Agars agreed to give it. Her free spirit often resulted in nagging from the seraphs and scoldings from Metatron, but these two were even more impulsive. Agars had left his society over something so simple? Even though it was temporary, she didn't understand. To gods and demons, societies weren't simply affiliations. They were a source of protection from external threats and allowed them to maintain the legends that made up their existences. It was impossible to abandon a society. Even if demons were selfish, it wasn't something that happened. They didn't have to be loyal to their society, but there were certain lines that they couldn't cross, although it was true that some beings wandered alone like Sir Nunos and Vimalasitra, who left his society recently. However, those two were known to have surpassed the limits of transcendence, gods, and demons. Agars and Yeon-woo were nothing like them. It seemed to Gabriel that both Yeon-woo, who ordered the gods and demons around like slaves, and Agars, who acted as he wished, would meet their downfall soon. She spread her hundreds of white wings open. Metatron had ordered her to come down, but she felt like she'd go crazy as well if she stayed any longer. She didn't know what her punishment would be, but she'd rather be stuck in Eden for even 200 years. "Where are you going?" Agars asked the floating Gabriel with a twisted smile. His sharp canines glistened. "You guys can make that fruit of good and evil or whatever on your own. We don't have any fruits of good to give to you, and we have no plans to create them. What makes you think you don't have them?" "What?" Gabriel frowned, not understanding Agars. Swish! Suddenly, black demonic energy soared up from the ground and created hundreds of columns that trapped Gabriel. "Hup!" Gabriel flapped her wings in surprise. Rainbow-colored light flashed, breaking the demonic energy columns. "What are you?" Just as she was about to protest, the broken pieces of demonic energy joined back together like a spider web and sent out tentacles to imprison her. This time, someone else had joined the fray. Clatter! Emptiness appeared in the air and black chains tumbled out of them. Yeon-woo smiled coldly at her. "You psychos?" She realized that they were trying to capture her and frowned. Gabriel released as much of her powers as she could. Rainbow-colored light turned into waves of water that gushed like a tsunami as sharp blades poured down like rain. The sky shook as they cut space itself, leaving several tears. Her extraordinary strength befitted her role as one of the greatest angels of Malak, but unfortunately, she was facing the second most powerful figure of El Infernal and the successor of the Black King, who put Malak on guard. There were also dozens of envoys who saw it as their chance to eliminate more competition. Aok. In the end, Gabriel's powers were destroyed before she could even do anything, and a storm of demonic energy ripped her wings apart. The white wings were either red with blood or black with demonic energy. Clatter! The black chains pierced through her shoulders and calves, wrapping around her entire body. No matter how much she resisted, the divine iron absorbed her holy power. If you lack absolute good to create the fruit of good, you can just collect enough nutrients for it. Agars chuckled at Gabriel, who was floating in the air. She looked like a saint nailed on a cross. Since you're so bothersome, it looks like things worked out well? Agars had a refreshed face as if all his worries had gone. Do you think you'll get away with this? Gabriel shouted at Agars and Yeon-woo, who watched her silently. She had been punishing evil for a long time already, and she was confident she hadn't been defeated. She knew that Malak would soon move to punish them. Absolute good against absolute evil, the Armageddon they were postponing would finally happen, and because of Agar's wicked greed, the order of the heavenly world would be crushed. I think we will. However, Agar's twisted smile didn't leave his face. Gabriel's eyes widened. What? The Godly Society has banished Gabriel. From this point on, Gabriel is unaffiliated with any group. Metatron? Gabriel called the name of the scribe she respected, thinking that there was something wrong with her eyes. However, the message that had popped up was accurate. Metatron looks at Gabriel with an indifferent expression. Why? Metatron looks at Gabriel with an indifferent expression. And no way? There was only one question in Gabriel's mind, why? Agars gave her the answer. Ha ha ha. Do you still not understand? I don't know if you're naive or dumb. No, you must be dumb. You were a sacrifice from the beginning. Do you think that Sly Snake didn't know what number wanted? Gabriel was speechless. You've been abandoned by the society you trusted so much. You are nothing more than a chess piece. That's not true? Is it a small sacrifice for the greater good? You angels amuse me each time I encounter you. Agars licked his lips like a cat. His movements were smooth and alluring. Metatron glares at Agars with a displeased face. Anyway? He smirked. Goodbye? No? Gabriel cried out desperately, but the chains binding her grew tighter. Chapter 511. Scenario Quest, 11. Crack. Both Gabriel's body and soul were crushed entirely. The laws of causality that supported her incarnation had disappeared after Malak banished her, and after her true body and incarnation were forcibly merged, her existence grew precarious. She couldn't even scream or cry. What a nice sound! Ha ha ha! Even the faces of the envoys who helped capture Gabriel had turned stiff. A couple of them turned away, unable to continue watching. They had fought in countless battles, but it was their first time to see such a pointless annihilation or death. All gods of death smile. All demons of death nod. Only floating feathers and a white orb remained of Gabriel. Yeon-woo pulled the chains to bring the orb to himself. It was the fruit of good. And this? Agars tossed a black orb to him. It's the master of this place called Samigina that my army just annexed. Samigina was the location that Grand Marquis Gaimajin, ranked 4th in El Infernal, ruled. He was acting up recently and grew annoying. It was a relief to get rid of him. Yeon-woo clucked his tongue. As expected, Agars and the East Demon Army had withdrawn with Baal's unspoken permission. However, since he'd managed to obtain high-quality fruits of good and evil from Gabriel and Gaimajin, he was satisfied. Things are working out better than I hoped. Yeon-woo smiled with pleasure and combined the two fruits. As they merged, they turned into a red apple. The fruit of good and evil has been created. Ha, ha. Nahite was exhausted. His head was spinning from fatigue. How did things end up like this? Everything had been ordinary just a few days ago. He'd run an errand to bring food to Valdibish, skipping over excitedly to find out what story Valdibish would tell him that day. He appreciated Valdibish, who was the only visitor in this world, apart from the other world gods who roamed around the sky on occasion. Everything about Valdibish was interesting to Nahite, who grew up without any friends. Nahite had always been frustrated with the village elders, who didn't seem to have any thoughts of leaving this barren world. It was why he was the first to open up to Valdibish when all the village people were wary of him. He also became Valdibish's closest friend. Valdibish was affectionate to Nahite as well. The child reminded him of the little brother he'd left behind in his hometown. Whenever Nahite visited, Valdibish told him exciting tales of climbing the tower, as well as tales of memorable events from the tower's history that Cha Jeong-woo had told him. Nahite's eyes always sparkled when he listened to the legends of spectacular heroes. His heart beat faster as if he were witnessing everything in person, and his hands were sweaty as he clenched them. Whenever Valdibish reached the part where the hero won, they would shout in exhilaration together. Whenever the hero faced despair, tears dripped down his eyes. Nahite wanted to be that kind of hero, too. He wanted to be someone who rose above numerous trials and difficulties. A world filled with the bonds of friendship, loyalty of comrades, and true love. It was like a fantasy. One day, Nahite would leave this depressing world to climb to the places that Valdibish called stages. The person Nahite respected the most was someone named Yeon-woo, who had been just like Nahite. Yeon-woo rose to the peak of the tower with nothing else but faith in himself. Although he'd fallen at the end, betrayed by countless people, that was why Nahite liked him the most. Nahite wanted to fulfill Yeon-woo's dream on his behalf. But Yeon-woo is here. He met someone who looked exactly like Valdibish's descriptions of Yeon-woo. Of course, it was the first time he'd ever seen a human, so he couldn't accurately distinguish human features, but he had a strong impression that the man really was Yeon-woo. But, it's a demon. Yeon-woo disappeared after leaving a demon behind. The man left with Valdibish after leaving something scary behind. Hey, hey! Get to it! Why are you so slow? What are you doing? Get up and run! Every time the eyes of the undead entity who was as hulking as the half-giants flashed, Nahite felt chills run down his back. He had gotten goosebumps when he saw Valdibish train, but this undead entity was beyond Valdibish. Was Valdibish weak, or was this undead just too strong? It was hard for Nahite to make a comparison as he didn't know how strong people in the outside world were, but since Valdibish managed to defeat the other world gods, he knew that Valdibish definitely wasn't weak. Then how strong was this undead entity? And who was the black-coated man who commanded him, the man who resembled Yeon-woo? Is he like the crawling chaos? The crawling chaos was an entity of absolute power to Nahite, so that was all he could think of. This person had offered to train their tribe, and it was a rare opportunity that their tribe would likely never see again. There was finally a way to escape being treated like cattle. As Nahite dreamed of leaving, his only thought was to grab onto the opportunity. However, when training began, he realized how unrealistic he'd been. The training was extremely difficult. Did all the people who climbed the stages have such grueling lives? It was incredible. He was embarrassed that he used to think he could be a shining sun like Yeon-woo someday. The undead Shannon pushed the villagers to their limits. He made them run, lift their swords, and forced them to spar all day. There was no exception, elders and children were included. Naturally, the villagers soon lost interest. They had no motivation since, unlike Nahite who wanted to leave, they were already used to their routines. They lived in poverty and destitution, but it was normal to them. The idea of fighting the other world gods and being freed from the crawling chaos only incited fear in them. They didn't show much passion in training and even saw it in a negative light. Some even said these outsiders only ruined the peace of the village. This attitude was why Valdibish had given up training them. However, Shannon just kicked their butts and forced them to train, not caring about their complaints. Faster, faster. Okay? Listening to Shannon's terrifying voice, Nahite gritted his teeth. His legs trembled, but he forced himself to move. He wanted to become as strong as Shannon. Hardening his resolve once again, he ran. Master? There was no reply. Master? There was only silence. Arg. You should answer if someone talks to you. You're probably just going to complain about how impossible your task is. True, but... Then I'm going to cut off the connection. That's not it. Let me finish. Shannon complained every hour or so that it was impossible and that it was his first time seeing bastards with this kind of attitude. He tried to convince Yeon-woo to turn them into spirit gui instead. The half-giants showed no inclination of improving. In fact, they were becoming worse. Half of them acted like they didn't care what Shannon made them do anymore. In their eyes, dying from exhaustion or dying like cattle was the same. The other world gods were like a fortress that could never be breached, and their master, the crawling chaos, was the sky itself unreachable. Breaking the sky and escaping? It was impossible. The half-giants were pessimistic about everything and forcing them to train didn't have any effect. Shannon was becoming tired as well. As long as the half-giants had a defeatist mentality, they'd never change. What is it you want to say? I'm busy, so if it's nothing, I'll listen to it next time. I'm asking you in all seriousness. Do you really think they can change? Yeon-woo didn't reply. I know the scenario quest is important and resurrecting the giant race will be useful in catching Alforoni. I also get you'll be able to obtain more parts of the revelations and use the guys in the heavenly world. I know there are a lot of benefits, but do you really think the answer lies in them? You'll be destroying whatever peace they have because of your greed? Shannon's voice was serious. Although he complained that it was impossible to train them, he never said he wouldn't do it. No matter how he grumbled and griped, he always followed his master's orders. If he was asking like this, it meant he had thought it over deeply. It was possible Shannon was right. Unlike Yeon-woo and Valdibish, whose comprehension had expanded from seeing many worlds, the half-giants had only ever lived in this place. Yeon-woo's requests seemed little more than tyranny. They might even think it was a trick to finally end their race for once and for all. Yeon-woo felt like he needed to reply seriously this time. Shannon. What? Gods don't abandon their followers. What? Shannon seemed a bit taken aback. He hadn't expected a response like this. They said they'd serve me as my followers, and I said I'd save them. As their god, I need to fulfill my role and lead them to hope. That's what I have to do. Shannon was speechless. Of course, they might not see hope now, but I believe that they'll be able to see what I see in the near future. That will become their hope. Work at it a bit longer. Followers who could see what their gods saw? Shannon was speechless for a while. He repeated Yeon-woo's words in his head. From what he'd seen so far, the relationship between gods and their followers was more transactional. It was like an exchange. Gods received the faith of their followers and the followers received an equal amount of strength. The followers who didn't receive anything worked hard to be noticed by the gods. That was how it had been for Shannon in Red Dragon, when he'd struggled to stand out to the 81 Oculus. After meeting Yeon-woo, he saw new worlds, and his thinking began to change because they were looking through the same eyes. Yeon-woo was planning on doing this with his followers as well. Shannon cleared his thoughts and spoke again. Master? Why? Are you moved? Sensing Shannon's wavering emotions, Yeon-woo grinned. Shannon spoke in a solemn voice. Don't you think you're being a pushover too? I'm cutting it off. Aok? Yeon-woo blocked his connection with Shannon. He could never guess the direction Shannon would take. It was a wonder that he was still the same even after training for 1,000 years. Yeon-woo clucked his tongue and looked down when he felt a gaze from below. A puppy panted as it furiously wagged its tail. "Did you find it?" "Woof." "Then, let's go." "Woof. Woof." The puppy nodded and began to run forward. Yeon-woo tsked as he followed the puppy. It's unbelievable that it's Fenrir, who has swallowed gods and eaten heroes. The strongest wolf in Niflheim, Fenrir, had been in its wolf form when it first arrived as an envoy. Its howls had shaken the atmosphere then, but that seemed far away now. The envoys had reduced their forms to minimize how much of the laws of causality they used in order to maintain their incarnations. Fenrir had chosen to take the form of a puppy. It had really become a dog after what Yeon-woo said. Yeon-woo was incredulous, but that was how important the revelations were to them. After that, Yeon-woo gave a single command to the envoys: find all the stories and records related to the giant race from each society. And anything related to the sites on this stage. The envoys moved busily, scanning through their society's records to find anything related to the giant race and using their powers to search for any hidden sites. They partly wanted to get on Yeon-woo's good side, but also partly because they'd seen what happened to the Archangel Gabriel. They didn't want to be used like that. Yeon-woo could see fear start to enter their eyes. The information they found allowed Yeon-woo to learn more details about the secrets and culture of the giant race. The societies that had once clashed with the giant race provided especially useful information, and even Valdibish learned more of his history. Yeon-woo explored the hidden sites using the gods and demons, and he finally managed to reach the last site on the stage. "Why are you so late? I've been waiting for you." At the entrance of the last site, a young child about 5 years old, younger than Shi, pouted as he complained. The child looked adorable and pretty to the point that it was hard to tell whether he was a girl or a boy. However, it was a little awkward for Yeon-woo since the child was Agar's. The demon that smiled as he ripped Gabriel apart had chosen a form that made Yeon-woo feel like sighing. From the puppy Fenrir to the child Agar's. Yeon-woo ignored his question and was about to walk past him when Agar's glowered at Fenrir, who was rubbing itself against Yeon-woo's legs. "What's that dog? Why is it with you?" Chapter 512. Scenario Quest, 12. Agar's was ready to fight Fenrir any moment. His eyes blazed with fury, as if he were trying to frighten Fenrir away from his possession. However, Fenrir dropped his cute manner and bared his teeth at Agar's with a loud bark. "Woof! What is it, dog? Is there something you want to say?" "Woof! Woof! It's mine! Scram! Woof! Woof! What? I'm delusional? A mere dog like you dares? Woof! Woof! Humph! What's wrong with calling a dog dog? Woof! Shut up! I'm not a dog like you! Woof! Woof!" Although a squabble between a 5-year-old child and a puppy appeared cute on the surface, the air around them was on the verge of exploding. Fenrir was a great demon who could go toe-to-toe with Agar's, and they were both on equal footing. However, neither made the first move because Yeon-woo had warned the envoys that if any of them were too noisy and disturbed his investigation, he would eliminate them immediately. Agar's and Fenrir could only bicker with each other, but that didn't mean the societies behind them remained unmoved. The demonic society expresses hostility towards the demonic society. The demonic society sends a strong warning to the demonic society. Baal sighs deeply. Loki clucks his tongue in disgust. Agar's and the East Demon Army were back in El Infernal, and the messages between the societies flew. Yeon-woo didn't interfere that much since the tensions between societies might lead to greater conflict. For better or for worse, the two leaders didn't seem interested in a battle. However, the other societies were also beginning to stir. The Godly Society protests against you. The Godly Society attempts to contact the Godly Society. The godly society warns the societies around it. The godly society declares it will close off some territories temporarily. The demonic society has declared martial law and is carefully observing they. Even the societies who had good relationships with each other were watching each other warily in case someone snatched the revelations. As time went by, the distrust among them increased. It was easier for Yeon-woo if the heavenly world was fragmented, so he just watched, inciting quarrels between them when he could, like not interrupting Agar's and Fenrir. As long as they don't destroy the sites. Yeon-woo smirked and entered the site, where smaller and younger envoys waited for him with bright eyes. All the traps inside have been deactivated. As you ordered, we didn't enter the last section. Unlike the other places, this one took some effort to clear. There's definitely a great secret here. We had to use a significant amount of our powers and the laws of causality. Please let us see just a corner. Please. They spoke using their physical voices instead of their true ones. Their true voices could bind the souls of their opponents, but it didn't work on Yeon-woo, so they tried to minimize using the laws of causality as much as they could. Their requests were simple, they wanted Yeon-woo to share any discoveries he made at the sites with them. As he searched, the envoys deactivated traps or cleared the land. However, they weren't allowed to enter the final section that contained the stone related to the revelations. If they entered by accident, they had to leave without examining the stone. The envoys had faithfully followed the rules, not wishing to be eliminated like Asgard because of greed. Even if they were tempted to take a peek, there were too many other envoys watching, and it was too risky. With everyone being suspicious of each other, what could they do? Besides, they didn't know how to extract the revelations from the stone, anyway. They could only hope that Yeon-woo would take pity on them if they followed his orders. However, as always, he didn't reply to their entreaties. The envoys were about to sigh, thinking that they had to give up again, when Yeon-woo spoke up. "Follow me if you will." It was unexpected. Really? Finally. Hope seeped into their faces. "If you can handle the consequences. I'll step back." "Me, too." They retreated at his words. They weren't too stupid to understand what the consequences were. Yeon-woo smirked as he passed by them. The envoys were angry, but they had to restrain their tempers and grit their teeth. If there was a position that ruled over the domains of bad temperaments and power tripping, Yeon-woo would be perfect for it. They swore to themselves that when everything was over, they would force Yeon-woo and Arthea into ruin. However, Yeon-woo just scoffed, as if he could read their minds. Good relations between him and the heavenly world had never been possible from the start. The heavenly world didn't make it explicit, but it was clear that they saw him as a pawn. He was only mirroring their own actions. What was so wrong about that? He could use them for many things as long as he had the upper hand. As he entered the depths of the site through an underground path, Metatron and Malak followed him closely. The godly society observes you persistently. Metatron watches you solemnly. They had been like this ever since they sacrificed Gabriel. They were pressuring him into giving them the revelations since they had given him the fruit of good. It was clear they wouldn't let him off easily. I definitely didn't expect they'd give up Gabriel like that. That was the part Yeon-woo still didn't understand. Azrael was already a great loss, but losing Gabriel greatly damaged their forces. He didn't know the details, but he was certain that there must have been many opinions in Malak about this. The fact that they had willingly given Gabriel up could only mean one thing: something's rushing them to make a move. They desperately need the revelations. It was the same situation when it came to El Infernal. They had given up Gaimajin, who had been ranked 4th in their society. Yeon-woo didn't know what Malak and El Infernal had said about the Book of Enoch, a book of prophecies, and Le Megeton, a grimoire. Those were the names that the societies called specific sections of the revelations. The difference was that the revelations contained the truth of the entire universe, but the Book of Enoch and Le Megeton had the details of the rise and fall of each society. In other words, it was the information they needed most from the revelations. The fact that they needed it so much meant that something urgent was happening. Did the war with Alforoni grow so bad that they're feeling threatened? Or are they planning something else? Yeon-woo didn't know what was going on, but he didn't think the situation was necessarily bad. There were still a lot of things he could take from the societies. He soon reached a large wall. You have arrived at the last site of the giant race. Currently collected stones, 14/15. It seemed like a grave for a mighty being. The stone walls had divine murals painted on them, and there was also a room filled with numerous weapons of the giants that were at least at S rank. Yeon-woo guessed it was a royal tomb or at least of a giant who had a high position. However, considering that the gods and demons didn't recognize the tomb, it likely didn't belong to a king. Once he pulled out the stone, the third scenario quest would be over. Boo! When Yeon-woo shouted, black clouds whirled around, and Boo silently appeared with a bow. Boo had also gone through many changes. Archlich. Position, familiar. Description, he is a creature who sought death, reached it, and appeared once more as a being who has defied death. He is a philosopher who represents death itself. As your strongest familiar, faithful advisor, and great conqueror, he will spread your will throughout the land. Special note, completed the divine position of defeat and reached the divine position of pale. Boo had grown more than 2 meters tall. Although he was smaller than Shannon, his aura was stronger, and he exuded a dangerous scent, as though he were death itself. It was probably because he had reached the highest position one could reach after dying, Archlich. Yeon-woo was sure that Boo had reached the peak he had as Faust or even surpassed it. The words divine position stood out. Pale was another word for death, so it meant Boo had gained holiness, which was the first step towards exuviation and transcendence. He could now go toe-to-toe with Yeon-woo, but as in the past, he knelt and bowed. Greetings, Master. His loyalty to Yeon-woo was still strong. In fact, his attitude was more respectful than before. He looked like a zealot who was meeting the god he served. Just as Yeon-woo had seen the holiness Boo gained, Boo saw Yeon-woo grow closer to darkness. Strongest familiar and faithful advisor, Yeon-woo thought there was no better description for Boo than that. Have you recovered some of your memories? Thanks to your grace, I can remember the entirety of my past life. However, my past life has nothing to do with me. I am just a familiar who serves you. After Boo awakened at the first sight, he had been busy recovering his memories and organizing his strength, which was why he couldn't show himself until this moment. He had finally finished his metamorphosis and become a full Archlich. Yeon-woo smiled at him. He was satisfied with Boo's growth and pleased to see that Boo drew a clear line between his past and current life. Do you know where we are? Boo scanned the room and nodded. Yes. Master? Clack. Clack. His jaws made noise when he spoke. It's not just this place. I've visited this hidden stage in my past life to search for the crawling chaos. When Yeon-woo first arrived at the sites, Faust's memories helped Boo advise Yeon-woo to combine the stones. At the time, I was chasing after darkness, so I attempted to find the answer within the crawling chaos, but he did not give me an answer. I came to this place to obtain the emerald tablet. Yeon-woo didn't miss the strong emotions of joy and remorse in Boo's eyes as he looked around. These were emotions that only those who had been forced to wait a long time before reaching their goal could feel. It was also the sadness of someone who'd realized that he'd been searching for an item in the wrong location. The emerald tablet? Here. Yes, after learning, the giant race was enslaved by the crawling chaos. I explored their sites. It seemed he had obtained the stones of the emerald tablet here and returned to the stages to create a dungeon where he could experiment on it. That was where Vieradoon and Walpurgis Nacht found it. Then, you mean there aren't any stone tablets left? Bu shook his head. At the time, I was ignorant, and didn't know the value of the stone tablets. I could only uncover a few of them. There are more tablets remaining. If they are combined, they will be of great assistance to you, but... Yeon-woo cocked his head. If you take these stone tablets, the crawling chaos will find out you're here? Yeon-woo contemplated for a moment. For some reason, the crawling chaos hadn't appeared even when the envoys from the heavenly world arrived, which was why Yeon-woo could explore the sites so quickly. However, once he dug the stone up, the site would release a wave of magic power, and the crawling chaos would realize he was here. If the crawling chaos caught on now, it might cause a setback to their plans since the half-giants weren't completely trained yet. However, he eventually nodded. It's fine. Go ahead. He couldn't avoid a fight with the crawling chaos. There would be no difference if it came sooner or later. As you command? Bu raised his hands with delight and began to recite a spell. Rumble. The tomb quaked. You have finished exploring the final site. You have completed the scenario quest, Proof of the King 3. All the collected stones have been combined into one. You have obtained the artifact book of the Black King. Space ripped open and a great wave of thoughts descended on Yeon-woo. You. Again. Chapter 513. Scenario Quest, 13. Nash. Those sons of bitches. Do they have no dignity as transcendents? A distance away from the last site, envoys from godly societies were grouped together, waiting for Yeon-woo. They were all fighting each other over the revelations, but they were still tied together because they were all gods. All the godly envoys were displeased. They had always been worshipped and admired, so it hurt their pride to be treated like this. It was particularly humiliating that they were helping the giants, who were descendants of their former enemies. Just as the relationship between the demons and dragons had been bad from the beginning of the universe, the same could be said for the relationship between the gods and the giants. In the heavenly world, there were still gods who hated the giants more than they did demons. If not for the revelations and more urgently, the upcoming battle with Alforoni, this wouldn't have been necessary. They would have retreated and waited for Yeon-woo to experience a weak moment. However, since time was short, they had to work with Yeon-woo. The representatives of absolute good and evil, Malak and El Infernal, especially needed the revelations, and it was logical that they would sacrifice Gabriel and Gaimajin. However, although the gods obeyed Yeon-woo, their resentment of him only grew, not realizing that they had their own part in this situation. They already forgot that they had tried to use Yeon-woo as their pawn first. Gods were beings who were meant to rule over all things. They couldn't have emotions like regret, shame, or remorse. They believed they were the center of the universe, and the world moved according to their will. From their perspective, Fenrir, who wagged his tail at Yeon-woo, and Agars, who didn't hide his obsession with Yeon-woo, were transcendents who had abandoned their honor. They weren't the only ones. G-Sec Swang Lingguan continued to show goodwill towards Yeon-woo, and the demonic societies were all attempting to build good relations with him. Do they all plan on being used like dogs? Erlang. What do you think? The godly envoys all looked at a beautiful man in their center who was sitting in a lotus position with shut eyes. It was Chan Sek's Erlang Shen. He slowly opened his eyes and the godly envoys watched the light radiating from him with wonder. It was easy to see how he had become one of the 3 leaders of the Chan sect. Chan sect was one of the 5 great godly societies, along with Malak, Asgard, Deva, and Olympus. After their former leader, the Yellow Emperor, had fallen asleep on the 3 god mountains from some unknown illness, 3 leaders ruled in his stead, Erlang Shen, Prince Neza, and Legenzi. Their fame had spread throughout the heavenly world. It was said they were the greatest beings, who were powerful, wise, and noble. In fact, the Chan sect had only grown stronger after the three leaders had taken the Yellow Emperor's place. In particular, they possessed the amazing legend of once having stood against the despised heavenly demon, who was the common enemy of all gods and demons. All the godly envoys naturally gathered around Erlang Shen when he arrived. Erlang Shen accepted their actions with grace, as if it were only natural. However, he hadn't spoken a word to Yeon-woo since arriving. He didn't try to flatter Yeon-woo like the others or attempt to approach him. He only observed Yeon-woo with an impassive face. The envoys who'd known Erlang Shen for a long time knew this meant that he was judging strengths and weaknesses of his enemy. They were now asking to see if he had learned anything useful. But once again, Erlang Shen had no reply. The other godly envoys thumped their chests in frustration. It would have been good if he had said something. It wasn't good for them to stay in the hidden stage of the lower world for a long time. The more time they spent there, the more laws of causality their societies would have to pay. It would also be a huge annoyance if the owner of this place, the crawling chaos, noticed them. We've been lucky so far, but if the crawling chaos realizes we're here, it'll be dangerous. He's a monster. Nothing good will come from associating with him. It was impossible for them to fight the crawling chaos unless a progenitor or creator god stepped up to help. He could swallow not just their incarnations, but also the true bodies were still in the heavenly world. Considering that they were in his holy territory, just being here was like an act of suicide. If they didn't enjoy a high level in their societies, they would have gone crazy or been swallowed up already. None of the gods wanted to be here. They wanted to leave as soon as possible, and Yeon-woo's tyrannical commands were frustrating to them. Just then, the last site Yeon-woo entered began to shake. The gods and demons all turned to it with surprise since it was the first time for a phenomenon like this to occur. Erlang Shen opened his mouth for the first time. He's here. A great wave of magic power lashed around them. The holy power within it made the envoys straighten their backs. The creature they feared to encounter was projecting his will to their location. The crawling chaos. You. Again. Yeon-woo smirked at the words. He could feel the crawling chaos carefully examining him through the darkness. Unlike the last time they met, the crawling chaos probably couldn't read him easily since he'd grown incomparably stronger. The Philosopher's Stone and Dragon Heart activated to protect his body. Still, he's strong. I can feel it in my nerves. Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes at the prickly feeling at his fingertips. Although he had progressed greatly, the holy power of the crawling chaos still overwhelmed him. How strong was he? The more Yeon-woo learned, the greater the crawling chaos seemed. But he doesn't seem so far away now. Back then, the crawling chaos had seemed like a wide ocean he could never cross, but now, he was more like a large river. Besides, his true body seemed to be located some distance away, and only one part of him was watching Yeon-woo at the moment. Was the tower blocking him from sending his true body even though this was his holy territory? Yeon-woo could feel the crawling chaos thoughts reaching him and bouncing off. He could read emotions of displeasure and surprise from the being. The crawling chaos thoughts suddenly became sharp as though he were glaring at something. Revelations. As expected, the crawling chaos knew precisely why Yeon-woo had become stronger. Some time ago, they wheel was spun back. Was that you? He was most likely speaking of the time that the heavenly demon had turned back 200 years of the universe. Yeon-woo clucked his tongue. The gods and demons hadn't mentioned anything, which meant they hadn't been able to feel it. However, the crawling chaos clearly had. Since it wasn't something he needed to hide, he didn't deny it. He cocked his head with a grin. So what if it was not something? A mortal. You don't get to decide whether I'm worthy or not of having the ability. That's for me to choose. I'm facing you today because I have something to say. Yeon-woo cut off the waves of thoughts coming from the crawling chaos. The being also stopped emitting them, as if he wanted to know what Yeon-woo wanted. Do you remember what I offered some time ago? Yeon-woo was speaking about his offer to help the crawling chaos in exchange for the original revelations. The crawling chaos had turned him down, saying the revelations couldn't be traded that way. Yeon-woo could tell that the crawling chaos possessed quite a large amount of the revelations. The giants only discovered a section of what he has. Apart from Valdebicia's hopes, Yeon-woo had other reasons to clash with the crawling chaos. The revelations contained the only path to darkness. I'll change that offer to a warning. Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes. From this moment on, I'm going to take over your territory and take my followers from you. Then, I'll take the revelations from you as part of the spoils of war. If he couldn't prevent the crawling chaos from noticing him, then he would declare war. Yeon-woo wanted to walk the path of a god, and he needed to move forward with confidence for his legend to shine. Prepare for your death and wait. The crawling chaos was silent for a moment. I shall wait. Then, he left. Was Yeon-woo only imagining that it felt like the crawling chaos had been grinning? However, Yeon-woo was sure of one thing, the war with the crawling chaos could no longer be turned back. I'm going to be busier. He needed to train the half-giants faster. The scenario quest, Proof of the God and King 4, has been created. Please check the details of the quest in your quest window. When Yeon-woo left the last site after his conversation with the crawling chaos, the godly envoys all dashed toward him, shouting, Number. What have you done? Everyone had heard his conversation with the crawling chaos, and they were all astounded. They had been careful to avoid catching the crawling chaos' attention, but Yeon-woo had suddenly declared war. Since they were helping him, they had no choice but to be involved as well. The Godly Society protests vehemently. The Godly Society says they cannot become involved in this war. The Godly Society awaits your statement. The other societies pressured him in the same way. So. But Yeon-woo just smiled crookedly. What? What are you? The envoys were flustered. Yeon-woo turned to them and the societies in the heavenly world. Didn't I already say it? You have to work like dogs if you want the revelations. This is only part of it. No one could reply. Participate in the war. Then you can have the revelations. Chapter 514. Scenario Quest, 14. The envoys were furious. Was Yeon-woo being serious? The Godly Society expresses hostility towards you. The Godly Society expresses hostility towards you. The Godly Society expresses strong hostility towards you. The Godly Society agrees with the societies that have expressed hostility. The Godly Society looks at you coldly. It was a bolt from the blue for the societies. They were already busy preparing for war against Al-Foroni, and now, they were expected to battle for the independence of the descendants of their past enemies. Their first reaction was disgust. They could understand giving Yeon-woo all the records of the giant race they possessed, helping him discover the sites, and even using their powers to act as his hunting dogs. But this was too much. You dare to go this far because we let you off easily? You damned bastard! The most dissatisfied beings, Veu of Deva and Sebek of Memphis, spoke in their true voices, baring their sharp teeth. Powerful winds blew with the movement of Veu's hands, and an immense amount of vapor whirled around Sebek's body before hurtling towards Yeon-woo. Sebek was a high-level god who controlled Great Lakes. However, black-red sword thunder suddenly lashed at the whirlwind of winds and water and the incarnations of Veu and Sebek beyond it. Veu stepped back in surprise, but he couldn't completely escape sword thunder. He watched as his right arm was torn off. Sebek couldn't even scream as his body was split in half from his head to his legs. He disappeared with a dense, burning smell. The enraged godly envoys who had been about to charge at Yeon-woo stopped. Yeon-woo had reacted more aggressively than they expected. Sebek was a high-level god who represented Memphis, and he'd even been considered a superior god once. However, Yeon-woo had split a powerful entity like that with a single strike. Woo gripped his right arm, which leaked with holy power, and bit his lower lip. The gap in power between them and Yeon-woo was evident from the clash. He hadn't been this powerful when he left the Chonggong library. It was impossibly fast progress, even if he had the domain of fight. Had he become stronger after obtaining the stones from the sites? Or had he been enlightened with something new after becoming the god of the half-giants? It was hard to tell, but one thing was for sure, they wouldn't be able to defeat Yeon-woo unless they used all their strength. Crackle! Crackle! Even after demonstrating so much power, Yeon-woo seemed fine. He growled at them. I already told you to fuck off if you're not happy. I don't plan to stop you from doing that. Every time black-red bolts sparked from his skin, the godly envoys felt chills going down their spines. And I think I should be the angry one here. Were you thinking of taking the entire stone tablet only after giving me a few records of the giant race and helping me explore the sites? You were just planning to sit there comfortably without risking anything. Two lines appeared over Yeon-woo and opened up. A gigantic inferno sight glared at them. Who had opened his eyes? Who dares disrespect? Master? The eyes of the envoys widened in shock as they saw an entity created from the concept of death standing in front of them. In the past, a player named Faust had almost reached exuviation and transcendence but hadn't been able to climb past Alforoni. But now, he was a huge threat now that he'd returned with the potential of darkness. Faust already seemed strong on his own, but Agars and Fenrir walked over to stand next to him. I see you're all having some fun here? The other demonic envoys who had taken a neutral stance and some anxious godly envoys moved to Yeon-woo's side, as well. The Godly Society declares it will stand on number's side. Malak, whom they thought would clash with Yeon-woo the most, was still on Yeon-woo's side. The three leaders of the Godly Society have voted unanimously to stand on player number's side. Their leader, Erlang Shen, was also standing with Yeon-woo. Only the ones who'd expressed hostility were in danger now. What are you going to do? You should go now if you don't want to stay. Didn't you want to avoid the war with the crawling chaos? Yeon-woo smirked at them. Damn it! As their fists trembled with fury, the hostile envoys had no choice but to surrender. After they were finished exploring the sites, they opened a portal to return to the village of the half-giants, where Shannon waited. There were fewer envoys this time, since many had opted to return to the heavenly world, unable to endure Yeon-woo's treatment. Ironically, Woo, who had clashed against Yeon-woo, was still there. He followed Yeon-woo's orders silently with an impassive face. Aren't you pushing them too hard? Valdibish approached Yeon-woo and asked in concern. He'd been feeling nervous for the last few days because of the conflict between Yeon-woo and the envoys. At times, Yeon-woo was so cold and aloof that Valdibish wondered if it was all right to leave him be. Valdibish knew how narrow-minded and petty the gods were. They might try to harass Yeon-woo after everything was over. What? Valdibish flinched as Yeon-woo looked at him without saying anything. Valdibish. What? Why is your name Valdibish? What kind of nonsense are you? The last king of the giant race was called Valdibish as well. I think your parents gave you that name hoping you'd become someone like him. Right. Valdibish was silent. Then you should take some pride in your name. You and I have the duty to resurrect the giant race, and for that, we need to have a specific mindset and attitude. We must be arrogant and full of self-belief. Valdibish pressed his lips together. Yeon-woo's words made his eyes tremble. We are equal to them. They may represent their societies, but we represent the giant race. You need to look down on them. If not, our future relationships with them will be messed up. Be wary of this. Valdibish clenched his fists. Ever since he'd met Yeon-woo, all his beliefs and assumptions had been crushed multiple times. He'd always thought of himself as a mortal who was inferior to gods and demons, and he felt that he'd put them on a pedestal. After organizing his thoughts, he nodded heavily. I didn't think it through. Sorry? Yeon-woo grinned and nudged Valdibish with his shoulder. You don't have to make it complicated. This is only the beginning. He looked at the black book in his hand, the result of combining all the stones together, the Book of the Black King. Book of the Black King. Rank. Description: it is incomplete. Gather the remaining pieces. Special note: it is currently recreating the sections you've already seen in the past. Not Book of Enoch, or Lemegeten, but Book of the Black King. The crawling chaos and the other world gods worshipped the Black King as an almighty being, and Faust had reached his peak with the knowledge he'd obtained from seeking the Black King. The heavenly demon had also said the book was outstanding. Since the giants had believed it would free them, it was possible they thought they would have an opportunity even after death. So, these revelations are. Yeon-woo's eyes darkened as he looked down at the book. As soon as Yeon-woo returned to the village, he immediately summoned Shannon and the half-giants. There's no solution for these things? Shannon crossed his arms as he complained. The half-giants didn't show any motivation and grew even more timid as time passed. He thought it was impossible to change them. Valdibish seemed to agree. He sighed as the half-giants looked at him with pleading eyes, hoping for salvation. On the other hand, the envoys had varied reactions. The godly envoys looked doubtful, wondering if the half-giants could really help them in battle, and they didn't hide their scornful attitudes. The demonic envoys seemed interested that the giant race still existed and were curious about Yeon-woo's plans of changing them. At a glance, it seemed like the demons were more open-minded than the gods, but that didn't mean they were sympathetic to the half-giants. They were just curious about the giants, nothing more, nothing less. They were observed out of amusement, and they didn't really believe that Yeon-woo would succeed. The half-giants felt their gazes and shrank back even more, unable to speak. Even the ones who planned on complaining and asking why Yeon-woo was making them suffer were silent. It was understandable. If they were players, they would have been less anxious since the envoys were only incarnations. But because the half-giants were still transcendent, they could see the envoys' true bodies. Yeon-woo looked into the eyes of each of the trembling half-giants. The half-giants flinched in surprise at the deep abyss in his eyes. Some of them paled, while others almost fainted. However, one of them tried to endure his gaze more than others. It's the child from Valdibish's cabin. The child was the same size as Yeon-woo, but still smaller than the other half-giants. Still, the determination in his eyes was evident to all. He even glowered back, as if he wouldn't lose to Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo grinned. Fortunately, although the giant race had fallen, not all of them had been ruined. Starting from tomorrow, you will go to war? Yeon-woo began without any explanation. The half-giants couldn't help but feel shocked. They had only trained for a few days and that had only been for their stamina. They didn't know how to fight, and they hadn't even developed muscles yet. However, Yeon-woo was throwing them at the battlefield like that. It was like he was telling them to die. Their faces paled. However, no one was able to speak because of Yeon-woo's overwhelming aura. Speaking in a divine voice could carve one's words into an opponent's soul, and each word Yeon-woo spoke was like a spell that bound them. You must be feeling wronged. You've been living here so peacefully, and I've come here all of a sudden to tell you to fight? A corner of Yeon-woo's mouth lifted, and it looked almost as though he were laughing at them. But at this rate, you'll slowly die out because of the other world gods. It makes no difference if you die now or later. The aura around Yeon-woo began to shake. The half-giants felt their hearts shrink. It was hard to breathe. Tremble. Fear slowly crept up their bodies, but it was so extreme, they couldn't be sure if it was fear alone or something else. So if you feel wronged, survive. Become stronger, and get revenge on me? Then, fear slowly turned into another emotion. Yeon-woo's channels bored into their souls. It was the line of connection that bound gods and their followers. Yeon-woo spoke in a solemn voice at the now enraptured half-giants. Fight. That's all I can say to you? Chapter 515. Warrior Core, 1. Whoosh. It's been a while since I last smelled the outside air? Why did the new king of the underworld call us this time? Well, we won't know until we hear his orders. He must have called us for a reason, so we'll soon find out. The three Cyclops brothers took deep breaths of fresh air. They hadn't been out in the world for a while. Since they were already dead, they didn't actually need to breathe, but old habits from when they were still alive were hard to break. The youngest, Arjesh, had grown up separate from his two older brothers. To escape from Tartarus, he'd followed Pluto's decision to become one of Yeon-woo's familiars and had been in a deep sleep within the shadows ever since. Thanks to Yeon-woo's power, the three Cyclops brothers could stay together even after death, and so they referred to Yeon-woo with honorifics. Yeon-woo was their benefactor and the successor of their previous master, Hades. They bowed their heads in his presence without a second thought. Moreover, since the brothers had a connection with Yeon-woo at all times, they understood just how powerful Yeon-woo had become. Yeon-woo's soul had grown so much that they wondered how a development like that could even be possible, especially when they had their doubts about the newly anointed successor of the Black King when they'd first been summoned. However, it seemed that Yeon-woo had already fully consumed the power of the Throne of Death and made it his own, so they guessed that he would soon be able to reach a position equal to that of Hades. Even in Olympus' long and illustrious history, very few had ever shown such remarkable growth. At most, they could only compare Yeon-woo's growth to that of Hercules, a hero who inherited the blood of Zeus. As a result, they had no choice but to acknowledge Yeon-woo with deep respect. The appearance of the giant Cyclopes on one knee and bowing their heads in front of their master looked impressive. I have a request for you all. The three were puzzled that the great king of the underworld was making a request. After all, they would follow it as though it were a command, and they blinked their big eyes in confusion. After hearing Yeon-woo's request, "Ah, damn it! We temporarily forgot what type of person our great king of the underworld truly is? Sir Shannon was right all along?" The three Cyclops brothers muttered in dissatisfaction as they moved around busily. Yeon-woo had asked them to do something very simple yet physically demanding: build a fortress in the village where he was staying. He wanted to turn it into a base where his army could stay. The Cyclops brothers were not only accomplished blacksmiths, they also possessed the skills to make things beyond weapons and tools. They were also proficient in a variety of fields, such as civil engineering, bridge construction, land surveying, and all other related fields. The various holy territories that existed in Tartarus during their war with the Titan and Giants were in fact structures that they had built long ago. Furthermore, the camps that Pluto set up whenever they went to battle were based on the blueprints created by the three Cyclops brothers. Yeon-woo understood how much strength and talent they had, so he immediately ordered the brothers to transform the half-giant village into a fortress. Yeon-woo planned to use this hidden stage as a sanctuary in the future, and so, he paid a tremendous amount of attention on where the base would be built. Carrying out Yeon-woo's orders was not difficult for the brothers because this was something they'd done their entire lives. They knew they would be contributing to the legend and mythology that the new king of the underworld was striving to achieve. The main issue was that the village was in terrible shape. Even a rural village would have been a better starting point. The brothers had grown up seeing refined marble buildings and prosperous, bustling cities, and they couldn't help being astonished by the chaotic, backwards, filthy, and crowded village. When they discovered who the founders of this village were, they couldn't help screaming in frustration. Are these people really the descendants of the infamous giant race? No matter how I look at it, they don't seem to be anything like the giants. Brontes, the eldest, said as he shook his head in disbelief. The giants were famous not only for being fearless invaders and battle fiends, but also for their logistical capability, engineering skills, and social structures that could support long, protracted wars. In other words, they had sophisticated supply chains and organizations, and their ability to wield the sword was matched by their ability to create. At one time, the three Cyclops brothers even went as far as to try and somehow get their hands on the giants' camp-building plans. The brothers could not believe that the giants' descendants had fallen to such an absurd level. The level of deterioration went beyond a simple decline, it was complete collapse. When the brothers realized that Yeon-woo was trying to become their god and was planning to resurrect the giant race, the first words that popped into their heads were, "Is he crazy?" Of course, it was impossible to express this, and so, the brothers took on their duties and began to execute their tasks one by one. Brontes concentrated on building the fortress, Starapes concentrated on building the base, and Arjesh concentrated on making weapons. Fortunately, there was no shortage of workers. As Yeon-woo grew more powerful, the brothers had also benefited, and they'd almost regained the level of power they had when they were alive. Additionally, Bu raised a large group of undead to help them, so they were able to proceed with their work relatively quickly. In addition, for some reason, the various gods and demons who had their noses squashed by Yeon-woo fell head over heels to offer him their best blessings and protection spells for the fortress. However, all this help did not keep the brothers from sighing and complaining. Of course, they did not sigh or complain in front of Yeon-woo since the nickname King Temper that Shannon used for his master ran through their heads all the time. Woof! 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 A puppy ran out and started panting while spinning around their feet. What the hell? Why is a dog in a place like this? The brothers knew that the hidden stage was the personal territory of the crawling chaos, and so it was impossible to find plants and animals that were common in the tower. The yellowish golden dog made them cock their heads in confusion. This. Starapes possessed eyes that could peer into the essence of things, so he stared long and hard at the yellowish golden dog. After a while, he cocked his head again in the other direction. I think this is Fenrir? Fenrir? Second brother, surely you're not referring to that dog-like bastard from Niflheim, right? Arjesh said with a chuckle as he remembered Fenrir, whom he had met in the heavenly world long ago. He vividly remembered how powerful Fenrir had been. Fenrir, the lone wolf demon, along with his siblings Hormungandr, the world serpent that wrapped its body around worlds, and Hel, the mistress of Hell, were the three great demons. How many worlds did Fenrir destroy every time he roared loudly, and how many gods did he tear apart whenever he exposed his ferocious teeth? Even the nickname bestowed on him was Ferocious, God-Eater. Fenrir literally ate anyone he considered an enemy, and he could amplify his magic power after digesting his opponent. Even immortals and transcendents could not escape being consumed. For this reason, whenever Fenrir appeared on the battlefield, many soldiers ran away without looking back. That guy became a yellowish golden furball that wags its tail. Arjesh dismissed his second brother's words as nonsense. However, Starapes firmly nodded with a frown. It seems like it. What a ridiculous joke. Arjesh waved his hand dismissively. Woof! Woof! Suddenly, the yellow furball looked at Arjesh and started barking loudly. Woof! It was as though it were shouting, I'm here. It's truly me. Arjesh back straightened as he suddenly sensed danger from an unknown source, and Starapes, who understood the yellow furball's barks, turned blue in the face. I think it's saying that it'll turn us into eunuchs? Woof! Pitter-patter! Stop him from getting away? The yellow furball quickly scurried away on its short legs as the three Cyclops brothers rushed after it. After Yeon-woo had summoned the three Cyclops brothers, the training and arming of the half-giant warriors proceeded at a rapid pace. Shannon continued his personal training sessions with the half-giants. Shannon did not enjoy this process, and he felt worse as time went on because the half-giants' motivation levels continued to fall, and their insincerity towards his training regimen became more blatant. Fortunately, a little boy named Nahite showed promise, but he had never received proper training before, so he always reached his physical limits. If the half-giants were forced into battle in their current state, they would be nothing but cannon fodder to the other world gods. Valdibish would fall into deep thought whenever he observed Yeon-woo's orders being carried out, but he never tried to stop Yeon-woo. The gods and demons envoys also just did what Yeon-woo told them to do. They put on protection spells on the fortress, gave blessings whenever a new weapon was made, and more. They did not have time to think of anything else. Eventually, the village continued to expand, and eventually, it could even be called a proper fortress. After nearly a month passed, an army armed with splendid weapons was born. The envoys were forced to swallow their swear words as they watched this development. Damn it! To give such precious things to that bunch! They seemed to shed tears of blood as they watched the warriors putting on dazzling armor. Had anyone ever seen a legion armed exclusively with god-grade artifacts like this? Did they not all have the highest blessings and powers bestowed upon them by the highest gods? The new pieces were masterpieces created by the three Cyclops brothers who had pounded throughout the night for an entire month. The three Cyclops brothers were excellent masters who were known far and wide, and the weapons they created were traded at very high prices, even in the heavenly world. The envoys also heard that the materials used to make such items were the main ingredients of adamantine nova, blood tear stones and blood essence. Even if one looked in the various godly and demonic societies until one's eyes popped out, no one would find a single unit armed with things as valuable as this army carried. It was like putting a pearl necklace around a pig's neck, only much worse. Still, the half-giants could not hide their discomfort, as if the armor they were wearing and the weapons they were holding made them feel cramped and uncomfortable. To the gods, demons, and their envoys viewing this scene, it was heartbreaking to see an invaluable number of precious items being put on such trash. At least, if they had these items in their possession, the gods and demons felt that they would be able to gain the upper hand in the upcoming war against Alforoni, and the general strength level of all the societies would increase many times. Furthermore, the godly and demonic societies had openly supported Yeon-woo with whatever they thought he needed in order to gain his favor in alliance, but it did not seem that Yeon-woo was interested in allying with them. Let's go! As Yeon-woo sent his command, the army advanced. Maybe all the training they had gone through had not been in vain since they were marching in an organized manner, but it didn't matter to the envoys. In their eyes, the warriors looked like they were flapping around like awkward penguins. As the envoy members were all breathing out deep sighs of annoyance, Yeon-woo shouted in their ears. "What are you guys doing? Why aren't you also following?" They hurried to follow. It seemed that they, too, would be dragged into a war whose outcome was already obvious. Based on investigation, the other world gods are situated in 7 territories. During the march, Yeon-woo listened to Bu share the results of an investigation he'd conducted in the past hour. At Yeon-woo's orders, Bu had completed a detailed investigation by placing undead all over the hidden stage. Thanks to Bu's efforts and the data collected by the undead, Yeon-woo now understood the geographical topography of the hidden stage and discovered that the crawling chaos had territories in 7 areas. The crawling chaos was in the central area, which Bu called the Central Territory, and was using the rest of the areas as a defense. Crawling chaos Central Territory. Up to something? It's up to something. Yes. A form of consciousness detected. The crawling chaos had not shown any reaction despite Yeon-woo's open declaration of war. Occasionally, lower-ranking otherworld gods approached the fortress, but they were easy to deal with. They tied the otherworld gods up in chains and threw them into the void. After this happened several times, the visits began to peter out. Thanks to that, Yeon-woo managed to buy time to arm and train his army. However, he couldn't help feeling a sense of concern as he could not figure out what the crawling chaos was up to. The crawling chaos was immensely displeased with a mere mortal running around claiming to be the Black King's successor, and the giants had pestered it before. It might have a strong desire to get rid of these troublesome beings. Since it wanted to take over the tower, the crawling chaos was probably seething with frustration. It was clear that the crawling chaos was up to something, but Yeon-woo had no idea what it might be. It's probably just having fun and horsing around, but I can't stake everything on that guess. In any case, Yeon-woo felt it necessary to take the 7 territories, each one controlled by an otherworld god, as soon as possible. Since the idea of the army carrying out this task was laughable, Yeon-woo had already prepared a plan. Valdibish. Valdibish came up to Yeon-woo after being summoned. He said uneasily, "Do I really have to do this? It's for the sake of your people." "Ah. I guess it can't be helped," Valdibish said as he sighed heavily. He turned over the bag he was carrying on his shoulders and shook its contents onto the ground. All sorts of rubbish came pouring out. The Godly Society shows curiosity about the items that have been taken out. The Godly Society is paying close attention to the bag. The Demonic Society asks what all those things are. The various societies, as well as all the envoys, cocked their heads at the items. Meanwhile, a cacophony of cries came out of the half-giants' mouths. "Wait a minute! Hey, why is that there? I was wondering where that had gone. I've been searching for it forever. Why the hell is it there?" The sight of the items on the ground made the half-giants yell. No one had ever seen them so impassioned before. They wanted to abandon their battle formation and run towards Valdibish, but Boo suddenly appeared from the sky and bound their feet with a large area of effect magic spell. Yeon-woo looked at the half-giants, whose pupils were shaking as though there were mini earthquakes inside them, with an expressionless face. He reached for the items on the ground and picked up a diary. Month 13, Day 11. Today, I confessed to Iba, who lives next door, but she rejected me because she heard from her mother who heard from my mom that I drew a map on my blanket last night. I hate my mom. Oh my! You did that kind of stuff on your blanket at the age of 14? Ouch! I feel sorry for you. Oh, there's something else like this as well. Ahem. Month 15, Day 32. I think I'm the chosen one. I can feel the black darkness running through me. Isn't this a bit serious? The half-giants screamed as their faces turned white. No. Stop, they mouthed. However, all their screams were muffled by Boo's silencing magic. Yeon-woo continued to wave around their old diaries in front of everyone and read aloud the various novels they had written during their adolescence and even their teenaged NC-17 thoughts. These were diaries that they had hidden in secret areas around their houses, and each time Yeon-woo waved or read one, the owners turned beet red with embarrassment. Boo! Throw all these in the middle of the territory's square. Your wish. Island. My command? Flutter. After all the objects disappeared through the portal with Boo, Yeon-woo turned his attention to the bewildered half-giants and said with a large smile, "What are you all looking at? Shouldn't you hurry and take your things back before others read them?" Chapter 516. Warrior Core, 2. Most gods cover their faces and groan. Most of the demons enjoy your shenanigans and slap their thighs. A few gods look at the descendants of their enemies with pitying eyes for the first time. A small number of demons feel a strong sense of danger from you. Some gods wonder if they should bestow you with divinities related to ill temper and deception. Vimalasatra bitterly laughs. Sir Nunnos shakes his head. The gods and demons who observed Yeon-woo's actions gave out long sighs. For the first time, the gods felt sympathy for the half-giants while the demons mostly found Yeon-woo's actions curious and funny. What Yeon-woo did was so wicked and underhanded that even the demons would not undertake anything similar. Who would ever consider something so distasteful as exposing someone's weakness publicly? It would shame even those with the most hardened of hearts. Although Valdibish dutifully followed Yeon-woo's order, he could not hide his regret for his actions against his own people. However, in any case, he had agreed to the plan. Valdibish saw Nahite turn his head towards him and smile. Although Valdibish was grateful that at least one person was smiling, he also worried about what would happen to Nahite later on. Nahite was his biggest ally and helper in carrying out this work, and since he was the only child in the village, he had everyone's love. His close relationship with everyone was the reason why he knew so many secrets, including the locations where they hid their diaries. That was why he found and took them without much trouble. Essentially, Nahite had taken advantage of the half-giant's goodwill. Valdibish had no idea that the half-giants would react so quickly. Their hopeless passivity had not wavered in the face of Shannon's intimidation, Yeon-woo's instillment of fighting spirit, or even from fear of death. If it was something that they could easily overcome through embarrassment, no one would have worked so hard to change them in the first place. Yeon-woo and Valdibish aimed to instigate intense emotions in the half-giants, churn them into a frenzy, and convert those frenzied emotions into action. No matter how unmotivated the half-giants were, their emotions could still fluctuate violently. As Yeon-woo had previously instructed them to do so, the bewildered gods and demons who were on standby outside the region began loading buffs, blessings, and even curses upon the half-giants. The godly powers and abilities that the gods and demons bestowed upon the half-giants mainly dealt with altering one's psyche, and they all had one thing in common, making one go berserk. Yeon-woo was trying to use the same method that Valdibish had used when climbing the tower in the past. At that time, Valdibish was not much different from these half-giants. He was good-hearted, but he also suffered from passivity. He detested fighting to the point that it was difficult for him to even lift a sword, afraid that he might harm his opponent. However, Valdibish was able to compensate for his weakness by using a berserker skill which greatly increased his aggression while making him go half insane. He used it to compensate for his weakness, and by the time Arthea was famous, he even terrorized the other players in the tower as Sword Yaksha. Yeon-woo now thought that Valdibish's berserker skill had probably aroused a fighting spirit that was already hidden inside him. The traits that had been passed down from Valdibish's ancestors, the giants, had not entirely disappeared into the ether. Thus, Yeon-woo thought that this was probably the case with these half-giants as well. However, unlike Valdibish, who possessed the abilities and skill to bring out berserker, the half-giants had to be externally given this quality. The highest gods and demons' buffs, blessings, and curses would hopefully give the half-giants the opportunity to do so. In the end, their already heightened emotions fluctuated even more wildly according to the influences of the gods and demons' spells, paralyzing their thoughts. The power that Agars had bestowed on them made the half-giants raise their heads up, their aggression amplified. Agar's buff, which was filled with his divine powers, concentrated madness and destruction. It was such an effective buff that Yeon-woo had used it often himself until he read the revelations. Boom! 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 For the first time, the eyes of the half-giants, which had always been clouded over with a sense of helplessness and apathy, gained strength and grew bloodshot from the blood that rushed throughout their bodies. Their blood vessels started bulging along their taut skin as if they were about to burst out at any moment. Gore, some of the half-giants even started drooling like wild beasts that were mad with hunger. For the first time, Yeon-woo's property of fight, which had been instilled in them when they entered a contract with Yeon-woo, started to rear its head. As fight started to take hold, the half-giant's consciousness was dampened, leaving only bestial instincts that thirsted to fight. The scorching aura of heat emitted by the half-giants spread in all directions. After seeing their transformed attitude, Valdibish shouted out, "Let's go, my brethren!" Valdibish raised his sword high into the air. His eyes were also showing signs of madness as it had been a while since he last activated Berserker. In response, the half-giants roared all together. Roar! Growl! The half-giants who had already lost their reason bounded forward. "Boo! Open it!" At Yeon-woo's command, a large portal opened in front of the half-giants. Beyond it lay an area similar to the one Yeon-woo had seen when he first arrived at this hidden stage, a forest of giant corpses of varying sizes. The auras of different otherworld gods swarmed all over the place. It was a terrifying sight. Usually, the half-giants wouldn't even consider entering this territory, much less raise their heads to challenge the inhabitants. However, aside from losing their reason and sanity, they were completely overwhelmed by Yeon-woo's fighting spirit. The maddening desire to crush anything in their path made them unaware of their location or destination. Anywhere was fine as long as they could fight. Just then, there was a big commotion inside the forest, and a strange creature that looked like a large salamander jumped out. It was an otherworldly god with much less divine power than the crawling chaos, but it still exuded enough to easily overcome most transcendent beings. The feelings of the gods and demons who followed the half-giants across the portal hardened. The power of disorder and chaos that the large salamander exuded was so antithetical to their nature that just looking at it disgusted them. Not caring about any of that, the large salamander showed an incredible agility as it leaped over the entire forest in one bound and rushed towards the half-giants, its huge shadow looming over their heads. The eyes of the half-giants turned to the salamander, and with twisted faces, they were about to confront it when Valdibish jumped in front of them. Bam! Valdibish's great sword Valdibish slashed into the otherworld god. The difference in their power pushed Valdibish straight back, but his stance did not break. Using his strong legs like pillars, Valdibish pushed the salamander to a standstill with the trembling greatsword, which didn't chip or crack. "I can do this." Valdibish widened his red eyes. It was the first time he had been able to stand up like this after clashing directly with an otherworld god. After coming down to the hidden stage, he had tirelessly trained to protect his kin against the otherworld gods, so he had developed enough power to contend with them to a certain extent. However, it was only enough to protect his own life in the end. The otherworld gods could probably capture and kill him if they really wanted, but they would probably find it too annoying to do so. To the otherworld gods, his existence was too insignificant. However, things had changed, and he now had the confidence that he could defeat an otherworld god. Perhaps, it shouldn't have come as a surprise. The three Cyclops brothers had armed everyone with weapons made of blood tear stones and blood essence, and many gods and demons had enhanced these weapons with their powers. This was more than enough to strengthen them many times over, but more than anything, trust me? He now had a purpose to strive for. Pray faithfully. He would be under the protection of a god. Then, I shall save you. He would not allow himself to lose ever again. You will become my second child. You'll open up a path and realize my goals? Valdibish was accepting this battle with the otherworld gods as a holy war. Beyond saving his race, he would show the world the greatness of his god. That was what Valdibish faithfully believed he had to do as a second child. Second. Valdibish had already been officially appointed as Yeon-woo's second apostle and the great warrior who would lead the half-giant race. Even though he had to share the power he received from his god with Doyle, the first child, it was enough to awaken his latent transcendent powers. Valdibish started moving forward. Bam! Raising his magic power, he sharply deflected his opponent's blow and brought his great sword down. Valdibish's great sword sliced the otherworld god's forehead open, and the otherworld god's blood splattered into the air. Seeing his opponent in such a state, Valdibish put more strength in his legs, slamming his feet into the ground as he sprinted forward. It was said that the god he worshipped walked two paths, one is the path of fight. The other is the path of death. Fight was a path taken to prove oneself while death was a path to guide the enemies to their demise. Walking both paths at the same time was the proper way to follow his god's will. Valdibish was going to prove himself by defeating the otherworld gods whom he'd once thought he could not overcome through fight, and at the same time, he would lead the immortals to their death and show the will of his god to all. Crack! His intense prayers and aspirations would become faith, and that faith would provide him with even greater strength. The black and red flames that erupted from the great sword flashed like lightning and severed the other world god's right foot. Crack! Gush! Valdibish had used sword energy. Although it couldn't compare to Yeon-woo's sword energy, it was close enough to wave a fire. Just being able to use it was proof that Valdibish had already become a faithful servant of Yeon-woo. Valdibish's heart was already filled with a sincere faith in Yeon-woo. Thanks to this, as the battle went on, his sword energy grew more powerful and destructive. This useless, insignificant being. For the first time, a look of bewilderment appeared in the other world god's eyes. It never thought that it could be harmed by an insignificant insect that was so easily trampled. Not only that, the salamander was being forced to push its power to its limits to heal itself. However, its recuperation stalled as death infected its wounds and spread throughout its body, eating away at its existence. For the first time in its life, the other world god felt a sense of crisis, the very feeling he thought only mortals could feel. Whack! Bam! Bam! Valdibish had no intention of giving him any room to breathe, swinging his sword relentlessly and pushing the other world god around. Each time the dark red flames flashed, deep wounds appeared on the salamander's flesh, and the forest was engulfed in flames. The thought that he could win, the feeling of gaining the upper hand, and his strong faith in Yeon-woo combined together to raise Valdibish's confidence. He wanted to destroy his opponent once and for all. The more faith he had as he swung his sword, the more his confidence grew, and the more the legends of fight and death shone. Furthermore, Valdibish's fighting spirit was naturally transmitted to the other believers, the half-giants, through their connection of faith. It is losing? We can win? We can win? Advance forward, brethren! Let's fight! Death to our enemies! The half-giants burst into shouts and rushed the other world god. The weapons they possessed resonated in unison and activated the magic inside. Soon, dark red flames, which symbolized Yeon-woo and his power, blossomed on their weapons. As the effects flashed, the other world god was almost entirely consumed in red flames. The half-giants piled onto the salamander, the combat techniques that Shannon had taught them or any tactical strategy completely disappearing. They simply ran with crazed fervor, waving their weapons haphazardly. However, that was already enough. It was a sign that the traits they inherited from their ancestors, the giants, were beginning to bloom. The abnormal status has passed a manageable limit. Warning! Excitement has exceeded acceptable risk limitations. If the current status continues, there may be more negative consequences afterward. Warning! Madness has exceeded acceptable risk limitations. If the current status continues, a strong penalty may be incurred. You have been given another warning. The number of status abnormalities has exceeded the restriction levels. The hidden condition has been broken. A part of the latent traits will be released. The giant trait, collective will, has awakened. The giant trait, tactical group fighting, has been awakened. The giant trait, indomitable spirit, has been awakened. The ancestral characteristics are awakening. They are becoming more aware of their ancestors' powers. The legend for the god they worship is being created. The half-giants were still unaware of the fact that they were natural fighters, even though they instinctively fought and moved as a group. Shannon's combat training was meant to bring these qualities out, but the moment they were awakened, the half-giants didn't need the training after all. All they had to do was wield their weapons and fight instinctively. After that, victory would follow. These useless, insignificant beings. The other world god uttered its last words as it died, still filled with exasperation and disbelief that it was being killed by such insignificant beings. Ha! Did you think we'd leave you alone forever? Valdibish snorted and raised his great sword, whose reddish-black flames burned more splendidly than ever before. There will be no more defeat for our people? He lodged his great sword firmly under the other world god's chin. For the sake of the god we serve, we will always win? Smash! Valdibish twisted his great sword horizontally and beheaded the other world god. Blood and flesh scattered in all directions as if a bomb had exploded. The other half-giants jumped into the fray to stab and burn the rest of its body. Boom! 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 There was a chain of explosions, and trails of flame spread in all directions. In the middle of all this commotion, the half-giants, including Valdibish, roared loudly to the sky. These were the shouts of those drunk on victory. Chapter 517 Warrior Core 3. The half-giant warriors have successfully acquired the great achievement of God's death. The achievements of the half-giants have been recorded in the tower's system and shall be widely shared throughout the tower. Some giant factors have been taken away. Awakening has been strengthened. Your legend has grown. Your legend has grown. Your keyword, fight, has been strengthened. The half-giant warrior core have made a great achievement called Resurrection. The achievements of the warrior core will be delivered directly to their god, number. Number's reputation is spreading. The warrior core's achievements were recorded in the system, and they were given a new blessing. The system drove player growth according to recorded achievements, so players tried to reach higher levels by following their given paths, which created a self-reinforcing cycle. Great achievements such as God's death were bound to have a strong influence on the half-giants, even though they had achieved the result with the help of hundreds of powerful buffs, outstanding equipment, and a dampened consciousness. Regardless, the tower recognized their achievements and applied the appropriate rewards to the half-giants, whose abilities began to drastically adjust to match their achievements. Their previously empty status windows were now filling up with new titles and characteristics. It was a sign that the traits of their long-forgotten ancestors were gradually awakening within them. The godly society is silent. The godly society is silent. The godly societies of and express their strong concerns. The godly society is staring at the half-giant warriors who have begun resurrection. The demonic society expresses its satisfaction with the creation of a strong ally. The demonic society shows great admiration for you and your followers' progress. Most gods are vehemently complaining about the half-giant warrior core's achievement skill, resurrection. A few gods feel a strong concern about your keyword, fight, because of its compatibility with the half-giant warrior core. They are concerned that the pairing is too good. Vimalasitra looks at you and the warrior core with eyes filled with happiness. Cernunnos shows a strong interest in your warrior core. The gods and demons displayed different reactions one after another. As always, the gods seemed to be shocked when the situation they were concerned about eventually occurred, and on the contrary, the demons were enjoying the disruptive situation very much. Regardless of concern or enjoyment, it was true that many showed increased interest in the half-giants who were starting their resurrection process. A handful of demons are drooling over your half-giant warrior core. They are showing a strong desire to discover more about the forgotten giant race through observing this process. The demons had a habit of enjoying something they wanted by corrupting it. This was why the dragon race had been born and the reason Agars had a crazy obsession with Yeon-woo and Jeong-woo. However, Yeon-woo raised his head and stared at the eyes looking down at him. The few demons who meet your eyes have stumbled backward in surprise. A handful of demons who have met your eyes turn their heads away. Demons always sought a chance to backstab others, but they rarely tried their underhanded deeds against someone stronger since they were instinctively subservient to the strong. Those who evaded eye contact were much less powerful than Yeon-woo, and they had no choice but to turn their heads. I am warning all of you, Yeon-woo declared. If you show those greedy eyes one more time, I'll rip them out one day. Whether that's possible or not, time will tell. There was no answer, but Yeon-woo thought that the silence was an acceptable response. A few demons have fallen cautiously silent. Rustle. At that moment, the forest rustled, and more otherworld gods appeared. They were strange-looking monsters that ranged from dozens of meters to hundreds of meters tall. Gods. Death. Given. To. Mere. flesh and blood. Kill them all. They expressed hostility and surprise that a lower-ranking member of theirs had been killed. SSS. The hidden stage fluctuated greatly once they released their divine powers. The sky seemed to shatter and the ground turned over, scorching magma rising to the surface. However, the half-giants showed no signs of concern or nervousness. They're just like the other one? I will fight. I will fight. Still intoxicated by the victory that they had just tasted, the half-giants looked at the other world gods with eyes full of madness. Then, with large smiles that showed off their incisors, they rushed forward. The other world gods were in an embarrassingly awkward position. They never thought the creatures they had treated like toys would charge them like this. However, their bewilderment quickly turned into anger. They were going to remind the half-giants which of them was superior. Roar! Another battle ensued. Your legend, written by the half-giant warriors, is shining brightly. Yeon-woo sensed a rush of energy filling his chest and savored the moment. Then, with a firm expression, Yeon-woo spoke to the gods and demons who were watching the battlefield absent-mindedly. What are you all doing? There was no response. Shouldn't you guys start running? The faces of the envoys who understood the meaning of Yeon-woo's words hardened. Though it was true that the half-giant warrior corps had helped defeat an otherworld god, Valdibish had done most of the work. The warrior corps had just swooped in at the end, and it was impossible to expect them to handle so many otherworld gods at once. Yeon-woo was implying that they ought to help the warrior corps finish off the otherworld gods. Unfortunately for the envoys, this meant that they wouldn't be able to turn back. Since they'd helped create the warrior corps in the first place, there was no way that the otherworld gods would leave their societies alone now. And so, in the end... Damn it! Just you wait! The envoys rushed into battle while cursing Yeon-woo internally. Boom! 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 A colorful explosion spread all over the battlefield. Ha ha ha! I never thought that you'd be doing things that are usually done in the demonic world. The more I look at you, the more I want you. One day, I will take over your soul? Agars burst out in laughter as he looked at the battlefield and then at Yeon-woo. Even though Yeon-woo had become stronger, he did not hide his obvious obsession with him. Actually, he seemed to be getting more obsessive. Hurry and bring Jeong-woo out of the Black King's darkness or whatever you call it. That way, I can have both of your souls? Yeon-woo snorted as if he did not consider Agar's words worth responding to. Stop talking nonsense and jump in. Kiki. You're playing hard to get? It was not particularly scary when a 5-year-old kid was spewing out words and laughter like that. Woof. Woof. Next to Agar's, Fenrir wagged its tail wildly and barked as if it wanted to remind everyone of his presence. All right, then shall we see what this body can do? Agar stepped forward and shouted up at the sky. Come, my army! As soon as Agar said those words, the sky ripped open, and hundreds of meteors swept through the sky and crashed to the ground. It was the sortie of the Eastern Demon King, Agar's subordinate. Fenrir, who had transformed into a giant wolf, was pawing the ground with his vicious teeth exposed. You have successfully reclaimed territory from the crawling chaos. Scenario Quest, Proof of Gods and Kings 4, has been partially updated. Open the quest window to check the updated contents. Scenario Quest / Proof of Gods and Kings 4. Description: after your declaration to become the god and king of the forgotten race that lost its ancestral pride and fighting spirit, you led them out of ruin and completed your exploration of all the territories. You have inspired a sense of pride and achievement among the forgotten race's people. Meanwhile, the crawling chaos, who has a hostile relationship with you, has noticed your existence and ordered the otherworld gods to intervene. From now on, all the otherworld gods on this hidden stage will move against you and your followers. You have a responsibility to protect your believers from danger. You also have a duty to bring them security and prosperity. Thus, protect your followers from those who are trying to get in their way. Furthermore, build a holy territory for your believers, where they can settle and live in the future. To do this, you will have to drive out the crawling chaos and the other world gods, take their territories, gain independence, and develop your holy lands and structures. Although it will be a difficult achievement that even the great giant ancestors of the past could not achieve, if you are successful, you will create a great legend that no one can match. Time limit. Conditions. Complete proof of the King 3. The holder of the title Great Warrior. The leader of the half-giant. Rewards. 1 Faith of the people and believers plus. Varying reward levels according to the level of contribution. 2 Token of the Fourth King. 3 Helm of the Skeleton King. 4 Continuation in the Chain Quest Proof of God and King V. You have successfully completed part of the scenario quest conditions, Proof of Gods and Kings 4. Destroy more enemy territories, establish your holy lands, and build a temple at the center of your territories to honor and glorify your existence. Number of territories currently occupied, 1/7. Number of holy territories established and completed, 0/1. Yeon-woo checked the contents of the updated quest window and smiled lightly. Everything seemed to be working as planned. What the hell happened? Ugh, my body hurts like crazy. All this destruction, did we do all this? No way. After closing the quest window, Yeon-woo looked around at the half-giants who were sitting on the ground. They were dazed and exhausted, and it seemed to them that their previous actions had just been a dream. They had never considered the other world gods' territories as places they could access. They were sure they would die just approaching it. However, when they looked around, they could see that the entire territory had been devastated. The traces of the underworld gods as well as the frightening forest had all been burned down. The vague memories they had told them that this was all their doing. The tingling sensation in their fingertips also felt as though they were still holding weapons. Other than pickaxes, they had never held sharpened blades before. This was the first time. However, they didn't dislike the feeling, and in fact, they felt refreshed and light, as if a decades-old blockage had loosened up, or a dense fog had been lifted. Their heightened emotions made the world look completely new, and their all-consuming apathy was now gone, replaced by a sense of confidence. Hope began to rise in their hearts as the feeling that they could achieve things they'd only ever dreamed of grew. Thank you, descendants. Spirits suddenly appeared and bowed to the half-giants. The half-giants instinctively knew who they were. They were the beings that the half-giants had always regarded as fictional characters in old stories and tales passed down through the generations. They had thought that these ancestors had only been created by adults to comfort them while they were suppressed in a narrow cage. However, through Yeon-woo and Valdibish, the half-giants realized that their ancestors really once existed. Although countless generations had passed, these spirits were still their ancestors. Now that the ancestors were closer, they held the hands of their descendants. Thanks to you, we are finally able to rest. However, we still have one regret. We hope you can bring closure and rest to our brethren in the other territories. Russell. Even in death, the spirit souls could not rest in peace since they were still under the restriction of the crawling chaos. They left this last wish as they dispersed into the air. When they were trapped in the forest, their faces were filled with anguish or disfigured from screams. However, in the end, they were finally able to smile. The legacy of the giants is being passed on to the heirs according to proper procedure. The achievements left by the ancestors from time immemorial have been passed on to their descendants. Legend has been strengthened. Legend has been strengthened. Awakening has opened new possibilities for the half-giants. Particles of light remained in the places where the ancestral giants' souls had stood and soon scattered into the half-giants. Their eyes gleamed with light, and their bodies, which were exhausted from the fierce battle, were re-energized. Crack! Crack! The sounds of their bodies twisting and cracking accompanied their sudden growth spurt until the tallest among them was 3 meters tall. Their bones and muscles grew stronger and denser, and an aggressiveness began to emanate from them. The half-giants had the genes of the original giants, but ever since they lost their transcendence, they had collapsed as a race. However, as they accumulated the achievements, the potential that had been lying dormant over the generations exploded out, causing the sudden transformation. Perhaps the more territories they continued to retake, the more souls they freed, and the more intense the struggles they faced, the faster they would be able to regain their true giant race appearance. It seems like they're useful now. Yeon-woo burst into laughter as he looked at his devoted believers. He held the fruit of good and evil in one hand, and the sharp eyes of the warriors focused on it. As if they had agreed beforehand, they all rose and prostrated themselves in front of Yeon-woo. It was the highest level of courtesy and respect they could show to their god and king. The warriors shouted in unison. "We welcome our great god! We welcome our great god!" A magnificent, powerful wave of aura flowed out. Looking at this scene, Shannon muttered as if frustrated. He managed to awaken the half-giants by making them throw a tantrum. He truly is King Temper? Chapter 518. Warrior Core 4. Enemy approaching. What to do? The crawling chaos slowly revealed his consciousness after sensing a deluge of wills from his other territories. All his subordinates were practically begging for their lives, requesting rescue or support. However, the crawling chaos did not respond and simply smiled. As a primordial being whose life began when the universe was created, he had grown exhausted from observing so many insignificant actions. His consciousness was almost worn out, and so he rarely awakened unless there was something fun. Most of the time, he just let time pass. Perhaps even searching for the Black King's legacy and going into the tower to try and resurrect him were too much by this point. The Black King had already fallen into a deep sleep many years ago. It was likely just the crawling chaos' deep-seated loyalty towards him that kept him searching. His attempt to find and resurrect the Black King was like entertainment, like getting in touch with an old friend. The crawling chaos had no regrets about his life, which was why he was trying to resurrect the Black King even in the face of danger or death. It was the most entertaining thing he could do right now, and using the giants as chess pieces or consuming the dragon race was just part of that. Then, he had stumbled across Yeon-woo, who immediately piqued the crawling chaos interest. At first, the crawling chaos temper had flared up. It was absurd for a mortal to inherit his legacy. The Black King had existed even before the universe had even been created. He was even older than that blasphemous being who called himself the origin of light. Did it make sense for such a great existence to fall in the hands of a microscopic, insignificant creature? The crawling chaos assumed that the mortal had stumbled across an aspect of the Black King through sheer luck and was enjoying its benefits. The crawling chaos recalled a creature called Cronus in the tower who was the Black King's apostle, but a mortal was still an insignificant creature. However, after watching Yeon-woo grow, the thoughts of the crawling chaos slowly changed. Island. Fun. He did not care whether Yeon-woo was the Black King's successor or not. It was just fun to watch the mortal. Yeon-woo was one of the few living things that stimulated the crawling chaos interest, and so, the crawling chaos decided to step back and keep an eye on Yeon-woo as he made his way into the corner of the tower that the crawling chaos had chosen for himself. He chose not to restrain Yeon-woo but rather let him wander around freely. The crawling chaos could never forget the words Yeon-woo had thrown at it, "Prepare for your death and wait." He wanted to see what Yeon-woo could do and how far he could go. Fortunately, Yeon-woo did not disappoint. He took the first territory, and shortly thereafter, advanced into the second and third territories. Yeon-woo's forces were already on the verge of capturing them. He also revived the trash that the crawling chaos had almost thrown away a long time ago and brought in the gods and demons who had kept the crawling chaos in check in the tower. The crawling chaos subordinates were begging for its help because of this rampage, but the crawling chaos saw them as little more than toys that entertained him. He didn't care if they perished. In fact, the crawling chaos enjoyed watching Yeon-woo run wild even as his subordinates died, so he decided to wait and observe some more. Scratch! Scratch! The space within the tower where the crawling chaos established his will shook violently. This was a place where his thoughts overlapped with time and space, a mini-universe beyond the border. The crawling chaos could now feel something invading the space. No one could approach without the crawling chaos permission, which meant only one thing: the invader was on the same level as he was. Among the inside beings, only a few had the qualifications. Flash! One part of the mini-universe opened, and an enormous eye appeared. It was the bizarre doorway into the mini-universe. Resident of the border. The entity that could be considered the leader among all the inside beings revealed itself. It was a being who had led the beings of the inside on behalf of the Black King who slept in the void. Unlike the crawling chaos, whose loyalty to him had faded, this leader's loyalty still burned like a never-ending flame as it longed for his return. It moved to look down at the crawling chaos. SSS. Soon, it united its thoughts and will to form a human figure for the convenience of conversation. The human form resembled Yeon-woo but had a different attitude and feeling. Crawling chaos. The resident of the border opened its mouth slowly, looking up at the crawling chaos after creating its human form. How long do you plan on playing around? The time is approaching, but there has been no progress whatsoever. The divine power that the crawling chaos exuded fluctuated greatly. The resident of the border had a solemn expression. Unlike the crawling chaos, who only cared about entertainment, it had always maintained a solemn attitude. In some ways, the two didn't mesh well. I have to make a decision about outside. Exp. Ri. Menting. What? The resident of the border's face twisted in annoyance when the crawling chaos cut him off. It had a strong feeling that the crawling chaos was mocking it. What do you mean? A. Fun. Experiment. Experiment. Father's successor. Soon. The resident of the border's face contorted. After all this time, you're still harping on about that? Are you still pursuing what you were doing before? No matter how much father loved and cherished you, wasn't it already decided that your pursuits exceeded your authority? Soon. Experiment. Results. Come. Out. Ha. The resident of the border burst out in laughter at the crawling chaos's ridiculousness. The crawling chaos seemed unwilling to heed its warning. It did not like this aspect of the crawling chaos at all. It could not understand why the Black King had kept this stubborn creature around when he was still alive, even though it was said that no child of his could truly fathom his will. In the end, the resident of the border had to take a step back. Activities on the outside were the responsibility of the crawling chaos alone. Although it was a viceroy, the crawling chaos also occupied a position of equal stature. Ah! Do whatever you want. But there's one thing you should keep in mind. We can't waste time. The tower or whatever it's called must be destroyed as soon as possible. Although the resident of the border ruled over countless time-space dimensions and universes, it could not approach the tower. The tower seemed to possess and abide by the laws of all things, but it transcended them all as well. It was a place that could be considered the natural enemy of the inhabitants of the border who were the closest to omnipotence. The resident of border had to manage everything related to the revelations, so it had no choice but to depend on the crawling chaos and wait for him to finish his job. However, each time they conversed, the crawling chaos managed to twist its insides with his incomprehensible laugh. Understand? Just wait. You're saying the words, but I'm not sure if you really know what you're saying. The resident of the border stared at the crawling chaos with an annoyed expression and then quietly dispersed and disappeared from the crawling chaos space. In the end, the crawling chaos was left alone once again. It's fun. As the crawling chaos murmured, he turned his attention back to Yeon-woo. The fruit of good and evil is mine? No. It's mine? The half-giants rushed at the other world gods with their weapons like excited bulls that had seen red. They were picking off the other world gods one by one. They were already at the fourth territory after moving without stopping. They pushed back the other world gods, who had no defensive measures that could counter the half-giants. At the moment, it was the gods and demons envoys who, embarrassingly, had to chase after the half-giants. Bunch of crazies? I don't understand how they can move around like this unless they truly have gone crazy. It was often said that those who turned to theft later in life were the most dangerous. Still filled with the afterglow of overcoming their challenges and gaining victory, the half-giants continued to pursue combat as though they were addicted to drugs. They longed for more exciting battles and a greater sensation of victory. This also meant that their awakening was continuing smoothly. Whenever they took over a territory, the spirits of their ancestors appeared and gave blessings to their descendants, and so the giants continued to grow until it was odd to call them half-giants. The strength of the half-giants' auras made it hard for others to comprehend that they still had more unlocked and untapped potential. In particular, the aura emitted by the higher-ranked warrior corps members, including Valdibish, often made the envoys shiver in fear. There was also the reward that Yeon-woo had thrown in to motivate them. I shall give this to the warrior who makes the greatest achievement. Yeon-woo had shown the fruit of good and evil to the warriors, whose eyes naturally grew as big as saucers. Even those who had no recollection of their ancestors knew about the fruit of good and evil. With just one bite, one would be able to awaken oneself, and, according to legend, if one ate the entire fruit, one would gain omniscience and omnipotence. Of course, since the fruit of good and evil had been spoken about in legends for generations, there were many inaccuracies about its effects. Still, it was certain that it was a valuable item that was cherished even by those in the heavenly world. It was a reward worth motivating those who aspired for greater power. Naturally, the half-giants' enthusiasm burned with greater ferocity. Vimalasitra is enjoying the actions of the warrior corps. Sir Nunnos is observing the battlefield with calm eyes. The envoys, especially the ones who belonged to the godly societies, were now feeling fear that went beyond a sense of crisis. The advancement of the half-giant corps did not seem to bode well for the godly societies who might have to contend against them in the future. The godly society is watching the scene unfold carefully. The godly society is keeping a close eye on the developing situation. It was the same with all the other godly societies. However, the trigger had already been pulled. Also, since Yeon-woo had the upper hand, they had no choice but to be dragged around by him. Even besides that, they had already gone so far, it was difficult to back down now. They just had to get their hands on the revelations. You have successfully fulfilled some conditions of the scenario quest, Proof of Gods and Kings 4. Current number of territories conquered, 4/7. Number of holy territories built, 2/4. Yeon-woo quietly turned off the message that appeared in the corner of his eye. He continued to observe the warriors shouting after successfully reclaiming another territory. The number of territories conquered referred to the territories that the crawling chaos had stolen, and the number of holy territories built referred to the temples Yeon-woo would have to build after demolishing the current holy structures. The temples were currently being constructed by the three Cyclops brothers. Fortunately, the construction seemed to be going smoothly. Yeon-woo turned around and faced a blue-haired man who had been waiting for an answer. It was Erlang Shen. He was one of the three leaders of the Chan sect and was the highest-ranked envoy among those sent by the various godly societies. Erlang awaited Yeon-woo's answer with a solemn gaze. Let's finish our conversation. So, you want us to be your mercenaries? Chapter 519. Warrior Corps, 5. Erlang Shen nodded heavily. Yes. Yeon-woo's eyes narrowed. Do you need us in the war against the G sect? Or Alforoni? The demonic society is paying close attention to you. All the gazes of the heavenly world were upon Yeon-woo. Naturally, once Erlang Shen asked for a private discussion, all the societies became interested in what Erlang was planning to propose. Erlang was one of the 3 leaders who had taken control over the Chan sect when the Jade Emperor fell ill and gone to sleep. They were also the leaders who had initiated the golden age of the current Chan sect. Erlang Shen is the greatest among the 3 leaders. In other words, it was no exaggeration to say that Erlang Shen was currently the highest-ranked god in the heavenly world. As soon as an illustrious and powerful being like him announced his intention to descend as an envoy, Yeon-woo speculated that the Chan sect were prepared to make a serious proposal. The Chan sect is the only one that has a legend of going to war with the heavenly demon. This was also the reason why the Chan sect was ranked as one of the top godly societies in the heavenly world. After Yeon-woo met the heavenly demon, he realized that the heavenly demon was a class above the ordinary gods and transcendence. The heavenly demon was a primordial being whose life began at the same time as the creation of the universe, and so only the progenitor gods and creator gods could probably go toe-to-toe with him. After all, he was a transcendental demon who had achieved transcendence after transcendence. The fact that a godly society possessed a legend of battling a demon like this meant that their stature would only increase along with the heavenly demon's own fame and power. Even though they had lost to the heavenly demon, the Chan sect was still highly regarded in the heavenly world, and the fact that their leader wanted to hire Yeon-woo and his warrior corps as mercenaries drew a lot of interest. Yeon-woo said that if any of the gods or demons wanted access to the revelations, they would need to help him unreservedly. Yeon-woo emphasized that he would not accept anything less. However, Yeon-woo had no choice but to accept Erlang Shen's request for a solo meeting due to Erlang Shen's position. If you grant my request, we will give up all authority over Huangdi Yin Fujing, what you call the revelations. Of course, the things you have asked for so far, such as support for your warrior corps, shall continue. In fact, we will be even more active in our support. I and the other leaders will continue to administer support personally. If necessary, I'm willing to offer a few peaches of immortality as well. Just as the fruit of good and evil was incredibly important to Malak and El Infernal, the peaches of immortality were equally important to the Chan and Ji sect. The ancient goddess West Empress Dowager grew the peaches of immortality in her holy territory, Kunlun. She wasn't aligned with either the Chan or Ji sects, and only one peach could be harvested every few thousand years. Yeon-woo could not help being intrigued by this. He'd been wondering what he could use aside from the fruit of good and evil for his warrior corps. Furthermore, in addition to unconditional support, Erlang Shen was promising to build a long-term relationship even after the job was over. The Chan sect was also risking falling behind the other heavenly societies by giving up any claim over the revelations. Yeon-woo had no choice but to accept Erlang's request for an exclusive meeting. First of all, I want to clarify that my request is not related to war. Erlang Shen slowly uttered with the voice of a god rather than normal human speech. Erlang seemed to be appeasing the anxious gazes that were focused on their discussion. The demonic society is gazing at you and Erlang Shen with suspicion. Most gods show interest in Erlang Shen's private meeting. A small number of gods are expressing doubts about Erlang Shen's intentions. However, many societies did not believe in Erlang Shen's words or intentions. Too noisy. In irritation, Yeon-woo stared at the gods and demons. Their comments and reactions made it difficult to have a proper conversation. SSS. Yeon-woo spread his shadows in a wide radius to create a dome to block those from the outside from looking in. No one will bother us anymore. Keep talking. The longer I'm with you, the more amazed I am at your abilities and skills. It's very similar to the Tongtian Jiazu's divinity, although there are some subtle differences. Erlang looked in amazement at the way Yeon-woo used his familiars to construct a private space. Not only could Yeon-woo create holy territories on the lower floors as he pleased, he also had a supply of familiars to do his bidding, as well as the shadow ability. As Erlang observed the shadow area, which could be considered Yeon-woo's trademark skill, he grew more curious seeing it up close instead of from the heavenly world. Even the visible link the familiars had with Yeon-woo had faded to the point that Erlang could barely see it. If this continued, the link would soon cease to exist, possibly allowing the familiars to move around independently. Erlang Shen suddenly felt Yeon-woo's gaze, so he returned to their conversion. Yeon-woo had taken care of the bothersome eyes, so it was much easier now to discuss. Like I said, we don't need you or your half-giant core for any war. Then, I hope you will help us find a soul stone. What? Yeon-woo's eyes widened, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Rattle. The black chain around Yeon-woo's right arm began to rattle and tremble as if it would break at any moment. That sounds very interesting. The demonism's voice spoke from a very deep place. Yeon-woo had wrapped the demonism in chains and thrown him into the void, but he knew that it was only a temporary measure. He was expecting the demonism to make an appearance soon, and it was clear that the topic of their discussion had prompted him to speak. Kiki. What are you doing, spring chicken? Hurry up and accept? The Philosopher's Stone had already consumed 2 soul stones and had been reborn as the Sin Stone. Furthermore, since the demonism's power was based on the Sin Stone, he wanted to take every opportunity to gain greater power. Are you asking me to do something beneficial to you? How can you say such a foolish thing? Why would it be good only for me? It would be good for you, too. Haven't you already tasted the power of soul stones? The demonism whispered sweetly. You've used the revelations or whatever you call it, but your achievements are largely thanks to these 2 soul stones. In essence, a mere mortal is contending against transcendent beings. But what if you add another soul stone? You'd be able to slap around that good-for-nothing Alforoni. Kiki? I want to slap your face around. Stop spewing nonsense. Or, are you too busy? If you're too busy, then let me handle it. Send me. I'll get the soul stone and bring it back to you. Wouldn't that benefit you as well? Hurry, let me go. The demonism had finally stated his real intent. No longer interested in hearing more, Yeon-woo moved the chains that were connected to the void and tightened them around the demonism. Kiki. You must think that you have me trapped in this place. You must think that you are able to contain me, but you just wait. You'll soon bring me out with your own hands. The demonism's harsh voice was again drowned in the void as it disappeared. Rattle, rattle. However, the chains continued shaking. Yeon-woo could clearly see how wildly the demonism was struggling. Yeon-woo frowned and clucked his tongue. Really, the more I think about it, the more I feel that it's a waste. The grid was a holy relic that hadn't yet unlocked all its names and secrets. It seemed like a waste to use it to contain the demonism in the void. Yeon-woo thought that he'd have to find a way to separate the demonism from the grid sooner or later. He turned his attention back to Erlang Shen. Sorry for the interruption. This troublesome guy suddenly became noisy. Where were we again? You were asking for my help in finding a soul stone. However, Erlang Shen did not answer Yeon-woo's question. He stared at the chains with trembling eyes. Just then, what was that? The void. Yeah, and... Ha, of course. You're his successor. I've known about this, but seeing it like this is still unbelievable. There have been several successors so far, and even more contenders to be successors, but this is the first time I've seen anyone accomplish this much. Erlang Shen let out a small laugh as if he were tired. There was something in his words that Yeon-woo did not miss. Were there many previous successors? You already know, don't you? Faust, the vampiric lord, and so on. A lot of beings pursued the Black King to become his successor but failed. On the other hand, some became successors but were so overwhelmed by the immense power that they could not endure. Erlang Shen continued, this was the case with the Titan King Cronus and Tongtian Jiazu, but in the end, they all failed. Besides, Yeon-woo heard Erlang's next words, he couldn't help straightening his back. Some of them are still alive. What? Yeon-woo's eyes widened once more. There are other successors? He asked. Who are the others? Hey? You didn't know? Well, I guess it makes sense. It seems you haven't met the others yet since they are only famous in the heavens but not known on the lower floors. They also seem to be very secretive, Erlang Shen responded while waving his hand as if this was nothing special. Sea of Time. For Yeon-woo, Erlang Shen's implication was not to be taken lightly. I believe he also chose the head of that clan. Yeon-woo was stunned. The time in their name refers to a poem that praises him, and they await his return through time. Time also refers to a test that he has given them. Among the 8 major clans, the Sea of Time was the one most veiled in mystery. His younger brother had never had any contact with them, so despite its encyclopedic information, there was very limited content in the diary regarding the Sea of Time. Nothing was known about them except that they once stopped Alforoni from descending. That was already a great achievement. Yeon-woo never thought that the Sea of Time held such a secret. Then, why hasn't anyone from the Sea of Time approached me yet? The Sea of Time had to have eyes everywhere, and since Yeon-woo had come all the way up here, they should have responded. There was no way that they did not know that the skills and abilities he was using originated from the Black King. Also, why aren't they completing the things related to the revelations? Ah, wait, am I thinking about this the wrong way? For Yeon-woo, the revelations illuminated the path to the Black King, and he thought the Sea of Time must have also tried their best to access the revelations. This reminded Yeon-woo of the Kalat auction house. When he was distributing the fake emerald tablet sections, Yeon-woo had heard in passing that some Sea of Time members had also appeared. It was clearly because of their pursuit of the Black King. I was wondering why they didn't show up after that commotion. They must have known after that incident that the emerald tablet section was a fake. Yeon-woo could not help feeling exasperated. Another clue related to the Black King had been right under his nose, but he had no inkling of its existence or how close he'd come to it. Should I try and meet them first? My tasks are piling up. The road to the Black King's darkness was slowly revealing itself, and fortunately, Yeon-woo did not have to act on his own. Doyle? All Yeon-woo had to do was tell his first apostle, Doyle, to get Arthea to find them. Yes, Hyung? There's something I need you to do as soon as possible. Is it urgent? I've received a report that the Chest of Souls is plotting something with White Dragon and the Dud Brethren. I'm in the middle of investigating it. I think they're planning to do something to the One-Horned Tribe? The One-Horned Tribe? Where Master is? Yeon-woo snorted. He felt that they were attempting to commit suicide and walk to their own deaths. Besides, Chest of Souls is the organization led by Faceless. Faceless was Master's first disciple, but he must have no idea how terrifying Master is, Yeon-woo thought. He shook his head, thinking it was nothing to worry about. Stop your investigation for a moment and take care of this first? All right. Tell me what to do? Yeon-woo then spoke in a serious tone. Bring me Moonchild? Is it okay if I just bring you the child's head? Yeon-woo was taken aback for a moment, wondering what would make Doyle think that bring me meant kill. When Yeon-woo had first met him, Doyle had been so naive that Yeon-woo wondered why he'd changed so much. There was a saying that apostles grow to resemble the gods they served, but Yeon-woo decided not to think further about that. Bring me Moonchild alive? Chapter 520 Warrior Core, 6. After receiving Doyle's confirmation, Yeon-woo quietly terminated the communication line. Let's continue our discussion. Yeon-woo tried to erase the uneasiness that lingered in his heart and focused his attention on Erlang Shen. I want to know what you mean by wanting to find a soul stone. There were 14 soul stones in total, and only 4 had been discovered so far. Vieradoon had stolen the stone of Luxuria, Lust, and applied its properties to Mother Earth. Jeong-woo had used the stone of Superbia, Pride, to craft the pocket watch, and the Gluttony Emperor had once possessed the stone of Gula, Gluttony. Yeon-woo possessed the stone of superbia, pride, and the stone of gula, gluttony, and had merged them into the sin stone. Yeon-woo had previously heard that one of the soul stones was in the heavenly world, but he had never been able to confirm it. He wondered if this was the soul stone Erlang was referring to. Yeon-woo was also puzzled about what Erlang meant by using him and his subordinates to find the soul stone. First of all, before I go into detail, I have something to tell you. What? I am grateful that you delivered the medicine for the emperor. Erlang Shen got up from his seat and bowed his head. He was referring to Yeon-woo's visit to Three God Mountains to deliver Laplace's liver. Erlang continued, thanks to that, I heard that the Jade Emperor started coughing a little bit. All the gods of the Chan sect will never forget your generosity, no matter what happens in the future. The Godly Society has declared an unconditional alliance for player number and his familiars. From now on, as long as player number and his familiars do not engage in hostile acts that endanger, the gods of the will be his strong allies. Your relationship and affinity to the gods have improved. Your inclination has partially moved to good. Although Yeon-woo saw it as simply running an errand for Laplace, who couldn't go to Three God Mountains himself, he nodded quietly. There was no reason to reject the Chan sect's favor. Also, he'd gotten the chance to visit the Chonggong library thanks to the Li fragment that the tortoise had given him as a present. Yeon-woo did not have any negative feelings towards the Chan sect. Has the Jade Emperor gotten better? Erlang Shen smiled bitterly and shook his head after hearing Yeon-woo's question. He has regained consciousness, but he still finds it difficult to move. Have you ever heard of Divine Being Disease? It is also called Heavenly Demon Disease. Yeon-woo shook his head. No. I've never heard of those terms. However, going by the name. Yes, it's just as the name implies. They are the negative after effects of the heavenly demon. Erlang Shen began speaking of the distant past. In the past, the heavenly demon had a serious quarrel with the Chan sect, and the Jade Emperor fell ill while clashing with him. In fact, he almost perished, but fortunately, he managed to keep his life. Erlang laughed bitterly as he recalled how far the Jade Emperor had fallen. Who would have thought that an entity who had turned the universe upside down to create a new order and even tried to swallow up Mount Meru would become so weak? Regardless, he had made an oath to serve the Jade Emperor loyally. No matter what, Erlang intended to uphold this promise. Yeon-woo's eyes narrowed. But he hasn't been able to recover all the powers he's lost. Yes, that's the gist of it. Furthermore, we're not the only society that has suffered this kind of damage. The situation back then led to the fall of Brahma, who was then the head of Devas, Odin of Asgard, Zeus of Olympus, the list goes on. The creator gods who were involved in the creation of each society all collapsed or fell asleep due to the after effects of the heavenly demon. So, the heavenly demon did all of that. Erlang Shen laughed bitterly. It didn't just end there. The heavenly demon is also the reason that all the gods and demons have been imprisoned within this tower. The fact that the heavenly demon had driven all the godly and demonic societies into the tower was surprising, but Yeon-woo decided that it was a logical conclusion. If the heavenly demon managed to throw the Black King into the void, it's definitely possible. After all, the heavenly demon was an entity that had once controlled the universe with his will. If I look at it from another angle, these gods and demons are in a very pitiful situation as well. These guys must have been running around the various dimensions as though it were their front yard, only to be locked up in the tower overnight. And to add insult to injury, they were driven to a corner like the heavenly world because of Al-Foroni. Yeon-woo recalled the tale he had heard a long time ago. Instead of being a challenge that attracted players from different dimensions and universes, the true purpose of the tower might be to function as a prison for transcendence. Even those who simply possessed the qualifications or talents to become transcendents were eventually imprisoned. What was the heavenly demon's purpose in doing this? Furthermore, what was his relationship with the tower? Only an idiot wouldn't understand what Erlang Shen's true purpose was. Yeon-woo cleared the clutter in his mind and asked, "You must be seeking a soul stone for the Jade Emperor." "Yes. And you're presuming that there is one on the lower floors. You're catching on quite well." Erlang Shen nodded as he spoke. "The soul stone we are seeking is the stone of avaricia, greed. It may not be a good fit for a god, but right now, we just need to possess at least one of the soul stones. Do you know where it is? The apostles affiliated with my sect have already completed the search. But they're finding it hard to get it themselves, so you're asking me for assistance?" "Yes. Where is it?" Erlang Shen hesitated. Yeon-woo frowned slightly. "If you're afraid of leaking information without having a signed agreement, go back. I also have no intention of making hasty decisions that will consume my power and time without learning all the information that I need." Yeon-woo had no intention of hiding his interest in the soul stone, especially one with an affinity to sin. With another soul stone, he could refine and upgrade the sin stone, but he didn't want to endanger the entire warrior corps simply because of his greed. With the war going on with the crawling chaos, he had no intention of dividing his resources and attention. He had more than enough issues to worry about. He had to finish consolidating his dominion of the lower floors and find Athena and the others who had entered Erebus and were planning to enter the other world. He wouldn't bite just because someone was showing him favor. He had nothing to lose if Erlang Shen backed out. Once the warrior corps reached transcendence, they would soon be reborn as complete giants. Erlang Shen shook his head. "You seem to have misunderstood. I hesitated because it's a place I can't even put into words." A place that Erlang Shen could not even mention? Was there such a place on the lower floors? Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes once more. "What is this place?" "The hidden land of the demons, Pandemonium." This time, Yeon-woo was truly surprised. "Pandemonium? You're saying that there's a soul stone in the Bull Demon King's realm?" "Yes. That's crazy." Yeon-woo smirked. He now understood why the Chan sect's apostles couldn't retrieve the soul stone. The Bull Demon King was the other face of the heavenly demon, the one that the Monkey King had accepted as his big brother when he was young. Furthermore, the 7 demon kings were beings that the Chan and Ji sect detested. Just hearing the names of the 7 demon kings made them curse. Yeon-woo had already fought with one of them, the Sage Lion King. He knew that they were not easy opponents, and Erlang was asking him to get the soul stone from them. "Are you asking me to fight the Bull Demon King? If that's the case, I should feed you some sword energy first." Yeon-woo smirked with his lip curled. However, Erlang Shen remained calm. "No. To be more precise, Pandemonium is occupying the place where the soul stone is. Since we knew that you wouldn't want to go, we decided the only way would be to hire you as a mercenary." After a pause, Erlang continued, "Besides, we are not the only ones trying to get the soul stone. The G sect is after it, too, since their situation is not much better than ours. A battlefield with the Chan sect, G sect, and the 7 demon kings." Yeon-woo summed up his thoughts as he narrowed his eyes. "That's a real shit show. A real shit show indeed." A bitter smile appeared on Erlang Shen's lips. He did not think Yeon-woo would accept the task. What are the chances that the other societies will intervene? Erlang Shen's eyes slightly widened. "Are you going to accept the offer? Don't start counting your chickens before they hatch. I have to do some calculations, too. I want to hear your answer first." "There's no guarantee. The location of the soul stone is difficult to access without a relevant legend." Yeon-woo quietly fell into thought. A place that was difficult to access without a legend. However, since Yeon-woo had already absorbed the Monkey King's factors, he was confident he would be able to access the restricted site. Erlang Shen cautiously asked once more, "Will you accept?" After a long while, Yeon-woo came to a conclusion and stared into Erlang Shen's blue eyes. His mouth opened slowly. "What the hell are they talking about?" "I'm annoyed, as well. If I had my way, I'd rip apart that shadow dome? If you did that, your body would be torn apart? That's why I'm just standing here twiddling my thumbs, fuck. Even though a considerable amount of time had passed since the half-giant warriors took over the crawling chaos fourth territory, the envoys of the gods and demons had nothing to do but wait outside the shadow dome while biting their nails. They were deeply frustrated because they had no idea what kind of discussion was going on between Erlang Shen and Yeon-woo, and their societies were urging them to find out. The envoys had no idea what to do. Yeon-woo had built a private holy sanctuary inside his shadow realm where their powers couldn't reach. Neither could they break into it. However, there were those among them who didn't feel the same desperation. Humph! What can that insignificant god ask that would be of any importance? Woof! Woof! Agars, who was in his child form, crossed his arms and muttered in an annoyed voice as jealousy flashed in his eyes. He was like a boy who'd gotten upset with an uncle who used to play with him all the time but was suddenly getting along better with his friends. Puppy Fenrir barked as though in sympathy. Agars looked at Fenrir with a grimace plastered on his face. What the hell do you know? The relationship between an esteemed personage like me and number is not something you can decide is right or wrong. I've enjoyed a very long relationship with him. Don't even think of raising your spoon to taste what is mine. He is mine? Woof! What? You're saying it's not a matter of length but depth of relationship? Woof! Woof! You're saying I'm just a greedy, power-grubbing kid, and he doesn't take me seriously? Woof! Don't be silly. Do you know how much he loves his niece? Even if he doesn't show it, he must be very satisfied with the way I look. Woof! 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 What? It's better to be a dog? What kind of dog shit are you spewing now? Woof! 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 As always, Agars and Fenrir were fighting over which of them was closer to Yeon-woo. In fact, the two supported Yeon-woo the most during every battle, and if Yeon-woo kept his promise, it was obvious that they would get the revelations. The other envoys were already familiar with the sight of them bickering, so they didn't pay too much attention to them. Instead, they continued to look impatient and anxious, even those who had been quite passive before. If things didn't change, then the half-giants would gain their independence. Erlang Shen and the Death King. We'll have to figure out what the Death King is thinking first. No, if we continue this way, the half-giants will soon be reborn. It's best for us if the half-giants continue to be restricted to this floor, or are eliminated. For a brief moment, there was silence among the envoys. The other envoys who were listening didn't react. If this conversation had happened a few days ago, the other envoys would have used this opportunity to get rid of their competition. However, these words expressed what they were all thinking at this moment. An understanding grew among them. It seems that Erlang Shen has already gone over to that side? Whatever it is, we can't let things continue in this manner. The Godly Society agrees with the consensus. The Godly Society agrees. The Godly Society agrees with the consensus and declares that it is ready to join at any time. The Godly Society is positively responding to the consensus. In the end, the envoys separated into two factions. It's opening. Someone who was watching the shadows quietly spoke. Immediately, the envoys scattered as if nothing had happened. The dome of shadows slowly opened up, and the envoys stared with cold eyes at Erlang Shen and Yeon-woo as they exited. Chapter 521 Warrior Core 7. In the end, the envoy never got their answers since neither Yeon-woo nor Erlang Shen said anything about their conversation, as if they had made a vow of silence. Some of the godly envoys tried their luck and approached Erlang Shen, but they were only met with narrowed eyes. It seemed that Erlang Shen was determined not to leak out any information. Only one thing was certain, the two had completed their transaction successfully. The biggest clue was that Erlang Shen's forces, which had hung back on the sidelines, grew very active. Erlang Shen has activated his ability, Dragon Water. SSS. As soon as Erlang drew out his sword, the ground turned over, and the deep underground streams rose up to cause a huge tsunami that swept away the otherworld gods. They were sent reeling, unable to regain their bearings. With the otherworld gods in a vulnerable position, the half-giants rushed in and killed them one after the other. Ding! You have successfully completed some of the scenario quest's conditions. Proof of Gods and Kings 4. Number of territories occupied, 6/7. Number of temples built, 3/6. Finally, there was only one territory left, the Crawling Chaos Great Temple. Luckily, I remembered the Stone of Castitas, Purity. With it, I was able to make a more advantageous deal. Yeon-woo had almost forgotten about the Stone of Castitas. It had previously been used to illuminate Hades' temple of the king of the underworld and was the source of Pluto's strength. Fortunately, when Persephone attacked with the titans and giants, the three Cyclops brothers managed to hide the Stone of Castitas from their enemies. Unfortunately, they hadn't escaped with it. The situation had been so desperate at the time that even the youngest Cyclops, Arjesh, the last living brother, had to die. If Yeon-woo had been selfish enough to try to take the Stone of Castitas, he might not have only lost his life, but also the other soul stones in his possession. If that had happened, Mother Earth would have gained more strength. When his death was imminent, Arjesh managed to bury the Stone of Castitas in a secret place in the depths of the temple of the king of the underworld that only Hades and the three Cyclops brothers could access. I'm certain that Mother Earth and others don't know that the Stone of Castitas is located in Tartarus. This was definitely an opportunity for Yeon-woo. He had to retake Tartarus anyway since he was the successor of the king of the underworld. Also, he needed to pass through it in order to enter Erebus, where Athena and the others were. As a result, Yeon-woo thought he would use the Chan sect to help him retake the holy territory and find his friends in Erebus. Yeon-woo and his warrior corps would assist the Chan sect to find the Stone of Avaricia and, in exchange, the Chan sect would assist Yeon-woo and his warrior corps find the Stone of Castitas. At the end of the day, we will exchange the two soul stones. It made more sense that way since the Stone of Castitas didn't mesh well with the Sin Stone, and the Stone of Avaricia wouldn't be a perfect fit for the Chan sect. Yeon-woo had received a quest to complete the Sin Stone. Although it didn't specify that the soul stones had to have the same property, it was likely that using a soul stone with a different property would diminish the Sin Stone's effectiveness. The Stone of Castitas also didn't really fit in with the keywords death and fight. Even Hades couldn't use it directly and had only used it to forge weapons. On the other hand, the Stone of Avaricia might become a burden to the godly Chan sect. If they obtained the Stone of Castitas instead, the Chan sect would possess a power beyond imagination if combined with the strength of the Jade Emperor. In the end, Yeon-woo and Erlang Shen signed an agreement to help each other through any means until they obtained their respective soul stones. The first part of the agreement was to awaken the warrior corps. Fortunately, unlike the other godly societies, there was no history or legend regarding conflict between the Chan sect and the giant race, so the Chan sect did not hesitate. Erlang Shen was a warrior who had already reached a state of nirvana in combat through the control of water and his dragon water ability. Even Yeon-woo was surprised at how effective Erlang was against the other world gods, and he understood why Erlang was one of the three most powerful gods in the heavenly world. However, Erlang's competence made the warrior corps suffer. Ah! That damn god bastard stole my kill again. I had already announced that it was mine long ago. If this goes on, won't that bastard receive all the glory and achievement for the battle? Damn it! My fruit of good and evil? Someone stop that bastard! Valdi-bish, what the hell are you doing? Do something? The half-giants thought that Erlang Shen was intercepting their enemies, and their frustration and anger boiled over. They were happy about winning the battles but angry that they could not fight. I guess he's having a hard time dealing with his kin. It makes sense, this kind of rapid development in a few days is unheard of. Yeon-woo glanced at Valdi-bish, who had turned his head and was pretending not to hear the protests of his kin. Yeon-woo then turned to Erlang Shen, who was doing his all to fulfill his side of the agreement. "Is that Erlang Shen? Tisk, tisk. That guy is so sad. King Temper said he would give him some rice cakes, but the Erlang guy has no clue that he's not going to get anything in the end. Look how excited he is, running around like a little kid, ugh. I feel so bad for that guy." Shannon constantly clucked his tongue and shook his head. A slight bulge started forming between Yeon-woo's eyes. "Why do you think I'm going to renege on the deal?" There was a rebuke in his words, but Shannon counterattacked. "What are you talking about? My master isn't the type of person who's satisfied with a win-win scenario, right? Wouldn't you eat the whole thing if it's in front of you? Would you actually even consider sharing? If you felt that you couldn't eat something, I'm pretty sure you'd make sure that no one could, either." Yeon-woo was speechless. "No? Am I wrong?" "You're right. See, I told you." Shannon snorted in satisfaction. Yeon-woo had nothing to say for a moment as he pondered how he had become so predictable. In fact, he really had no intention of giving the Stone of Castitas to the Chan sect. After absorbing as much of its powers as he could, he would simply pocket it himself. Even if he did give it to the Chan sect, they would only have possession for a moment before Yeon-woo took it back. Shannon had truly seen through his thoughts. "Be careful. You might exuviate with the qualities of ill temperament and deception." Yeon-woo thought very seriously about disciplining Shannon, who was pretending to be worried while teasing him. However, in the end, Yeon-woo just sighed and focused on the battlefield once more. The battle had just ended. Beyond the forest of giants, there was an area covered in darkness. It was the holy territory of the crawling chaos, a place that no giant had ever stepped foot in. The crawling chaos still had not shown up. What the hell is he up to, and what is he thinking? Yeon-woo could not figure out why the crawling chaos was choosing to stay back. The gods and demons who were observing the situation were wondering the same thing. Since no one knew anything about this holy territory, they would have to go in blind from this point onward. "I guess we'll learn as we go along." Unlike the envoys, who sometimes showed signs of fear, Yeon-woo did not concern himself too much with what was ahead. He simply saw things as challenges to overcome. Since the tutorial, he'd constantly pulled off the impossible, and the crawling chaos was just another of the supposedly impossible barriers. The warrior core was also influenced by Yeon-woo's relaxed attitude towards the crawling chaos. "Did you get enough rest?" "Yes. Yes, our king and god?" "Then let's go. This is the final battle." "This is the final battle? Let's show our king and god the honor of the giants. Let us lead our enemies to their death. We must bring victory to our king and god." Bam! 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 Once again, as anticipation spread throughout the core, the warriors began their march forward. "You have entered the heart of the crawling chaos holy territory, holy crawling chaos territory. The atmosphere here sucks. How do the otherworld gods live in such a place like this? Do they like this kind of place? It's so eerie and dark. This place is really disturbing my senses." The half-giant warrior corps moved forward slowly, paying close attention to their surroundings with subdued attitudes, a huge change from when they had been running wild with excitement just a few hours ago. The holy territory's environment was completely different from the territories they had conquered. Although the other areas had bizarre forests and swamps, they looked like they could support life to some extent. However, this territory was completely different. The atmosphere and the environment seemed to conspire to reject all forms of life, especially the half-giants. "Even the ground we're stepping on feels weird. Damn it! It's hard to move forward. Let's move slowly for now. We don't know what kind of things will pop out." As the half-giants carefully moved forward. "Damn it! This chaos energy? This is why I didn't want to visit this place. It seems like our connection with the heavens have been cut off as well. My connection to my true body has also grown weak. This is going to be a problem? The expressions of the gods and demons hardened as the thing they feared most seemed about to happen. When they connected to Yeon-woo through his keywords, they didn't have to deal with the laws of causality, but now they were suffering from the repercussions of maintaining their incarnations. The unstable connections to the heavenly world made them feel anxious, especially since if they died without being properly connected to their true bodies, it would damage their ego. Also, if the crawling chaos managed to get hold of these connections and reverse engineer a way to go up to the heavens, there would be an unthinkable crisis. They were also in the otherworld god's natural environment, which was full of chaos and disorder. They couldn't understand how life could survive in such a place or how cosmic rulers like the otherworld gods could originate here. Even the demons, who didn't usually mind foreign environments, had hard expressions. Is this place rat poison for those who are used to the tower's environment? Yeon-woo's eyes narrowed. Although he had glimpsed the universe through the revelations, it was clear to him that he would have trouble understanding this place because he had spent his whole life on Earth and in the tower. Even if he were to spend his entire life in this place, he probably would not understand it fully. In particular, the way the spaces overlapped and disturbed his senses made it difficult to adapt. He couldn't properly control the release of his magic power, which made him feel handcuffed. They'd already been in the holy territory for a while, but the otherworld gods still hadn't stirred, including the crawling chaos. Yeon-woo could sense his aura far away, but no matter how much Yeon-woo moved forward, he couldn't seem to bridge the distance between them. It was like running towards the moon. As the terrain repeated over and over, Yeon-woo was beginning to wonder whether they were making any progress when he finally saw something towering over the grey fog in the distance. A castle. It was a fortress with a size and shape that was typical of the Middle Ages. The closer they got, the larger it looked. The warriors and envoys looked at each other. They had no idea what they were looking at, so they became very suspicious. What should we do? Valdibish looked at Yeon-woo. He was asking for Yeon-woo's orders. Yeon-woo was about to respond when the cast of the Black King vibrated violently. Zing! Clank! Clank! Yeon-woo felt like his arm was about to fall off. Even the chains leading to the void swayed from the shaking. This meant that Vigrid was about to become active once again. Hey, there's someone like you over there. Kiki. A tasty thing? The demonism's voice was abruptly cut off as he was once again buried in the void, but the cast of the Black King resonated even more. Yeon-woo mulled over his words. Someone like me? What the hell does that mean? Perhaps. Boom. All of a sudden, the fortress closed gate shook as violently as the cast of the Black King. It opened wide as squeaking pulleys moved. A thick fog blew out from the inside. It was mixed with the properties of the void and even contained the Black King's scent. Yeon-woo understood immediately what demonism meant, that someone like him was waiting inside. Moss, Tur? In an instant, Bu appeared next to Yeon-woo and bowed his head. Yeon-woo nodded heavily. Let's go. He led the warriors and envoys to the gate. The closer they got, the stronger the Black King's scent became. It suffocated the warriors and envoys, but Yeon-woo felt refreshed. After they passed through the gates, they saw a being sitting on top of a large boulder. Although he had Valdibish's appearance, his aura showed that he was a completely different entity. It was the crawling chaos. He smiled coldly. Nice to meet you, Valdibish. Yeon-woo said with an expressionless face as he cut off the crawling chaos. Bring him here. Flash. Valdibish disappeared and reappeared behind the crawling chaos incarnation. Chapter 522. Warrior Core, 8. As Yeon-woo gave the order, Valdibish moved towards the crawling chaos, who looked just like him. The crawling chaos was his mortal enemy, an entity who treated his people like livestock. When Valdibish had first arrived and met the crawling chaos, he wasn't powerful enough and had to accept the crawling chaos one-sided terms. If not, he and his people would have been doomed. But now, Valdibish had met his god, and he could stand firm. He now planned to defeat the entity that had subjugated him and his people. The crawling chaos turned around a beat too late, as if he hadn't expected this to happen, but Valdibish's great sword was already lodged in his chest. Crunch! The crawling chaos incarnation flinched. Valdibish had already realized transcendence after absorbing the divinity and factors of the otherworld gods as they fought their way here. The god death attack of his great sword was powerful, especially after it was upgraded by his achievements. He could attack not only the crawling chaos body, but also the essence of his being. It was a technique that struck the soul. Valdibish could feel that the sensation transmitted through his great sword was similar to when he'd felled the otherworld gods, and he was sure that his surprise attack had worked. Obviously, Valdibish did not think the crawling chaos would die from a single blow. He wouldn't be considered a monster if that were the case. After all, this was an entity who had destroyed both the dragon and giant races. Creak! With a grinding sound, the crawling chaos's head turned 180 degrees and made eye contact with Valdibish, who clenched his teeth at the eeriness of looking at his own face. I didn't mind coming into this uncomfortable body because I wanted to talk with all of you, even for a moment. What a pity! Stop with your jokes. Outside of bullying and making fun of us, have you ever said anything seriously to us? Of course. A corner of the crawling chaos mouth shot up. Not. Puff. In an instant, the crawling chaos incarnation scattered like an imploding sandcastle, reassembling into a different form with dozens of tentacles that shot out and wrapped around Valdibish. Boom, boom, boom. Valdibish quickly snapped back and swung his great sword wildly, lightning bolts shooting out in all directions with dark red pillars of fire. Get up! At that moment, Bu raised his hands high into the air before slamming them on the ground. As his magic power rippled out, it formed a large magic circle. Bizarre-looking monsters appeared in large numbers and began to cut off the tentacles. However, as pieces of the tentacles fell, they quickly turned into monsters who looked even more bizarre than the ones Bu had summoned. They bared their fangs. Kikik! Kia! 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 Bu pointed to the sky. Hundreds of magic circles formed one after another in the sky, creating a bombardment of magic. Countless fireballs and icicles poured out. Vam! 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 Rumble! Bu cast all kinds of high-level magic spells one after another as if to demonstrate why he was an archlich, proving that he had already surpassed his previous life. He was slowly beginning to understand the laws of the universe. However, the pieces of the crawling chaos danced around as though they didn't have a care in the world. Brothers, let's go. We have to kill him, no matter what. We have to avenge our ancestors. We need to show who we are. We need to bring victory to our god. The warriors grasped their weapons and rushed in, fed up with the crawling chaos provocations. The crawling chaos was a being who had toyed with them, and they raised their weapons, determined to achieve freedom. Clash! This was how the battle against the crawling chaos began. The fortress shook violently as if it were about to collapse. Yeon-woo slowly stared up at the sky. Pieces of the crawling chaos gathered in the sky, creating small tornadoes instead of taking Valdibish's form. Yeon-woo's expression hardened. Crack! Yeon-woo had told himself to maintain his composure no matter what the crawling chaos did. However, he could not help grinding his teeth. The crawling chaos was taking on his younger brother's appearance. Although his aura and attitude was nothing like Jeong-woo's, everything else was the same. I just wanted to talk. Well, it is interesting to see these little creatures trying to survive in their own way. Beiluk had provided Jeong-woo's DNA to the crawling chaos in order to learn how to mass-produce Jeong-woo's clones. It was all to create a divine human, but in the end, Yeon-woo had killed Beiluk. However, the crawling chaos was different from Beiluk. He used Jeong-woo's DNA to create the closest thing to the divine human that Beiluk longed to create, since he possessed the complete knowledge for cloning, and he had various abilities and powers at his disposal. As a nearly omniscient entity, the crawling chaos would not find this task too difficult. Yeon-woo became angry. His younger brother's soul was still wandering somewhere in the emptiness without finding rest, and others were treating his existence so callously. Furthermore, the crawling chaos knew all too well that this was one of Yeon-woo's weaknesses. Of course, you're not an exception either, right? Yeon-woo knew that the crawling chaos was making fun of him, however, he had no choice but to respond. Crack! Crackle! Bam! 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 One way or another, I will kill you. Yeon-woo raised his sword energy and released all his powers. As the Sin Stone violently trembled, his dragon heart began to unleash its maximum output of mana. 6th Step Dragon Body Awakening. Crack! Crack! Yeon-woo's skin started cracking as dragon scales flipped all over it with a jewel-like glow. They clearly illustrated Yeon-woo's power. His dragon eyes formed and his teeth turned into fangs that peeked between his lips. Dragon wings grew on his back as he shouted at the envoys standing behind him. Now! Damn it! The envoys froze in surprise. Before entering this territory, Yeon-woo had given them orders, and the envoys had agreed without a second thought because they were reluctant to lose out to their peers. If you won't fulfill your promise, then get out. Damn it! Fuck! When Yeon-woo loudly shouted once more, the envoys had no choice but to carry out his command, their eyes full of anger. The Godly Society has created Sea God's storm. The Godly Society has created flood. The Godly Society has created LA's glory. The Demonic Society has created the advent of the Demon King. A huge number of buffs began to descend on Yeon-woo. As the name suggested, each buff was the highest level blessing from each society. The gods and demons had to unleash enormous amounts of power and resources to create and apply the blessings, so they had rarely been used throughout history. The only other times that blessings had been used this way was when Olympus created Hercules and when Asgard created Beowulf. Most recently, El Infernal unsuccessfully tried to create the 73rd Demon King through this approach. More than 1,000 years ago, the gods and demons had used the Great Blessing to catch the lighthouse keeper, Lucille. Usually, a blessing was only activated when a society was in danger of annihilation or something equally urgent was happening. Yeon-woo boldly demanded the Great Blessing, and of course, the societies were all stunned. Yeon-woo's power was already at a level that concerned them, and there had never been a precedent for a situation like this which focused all the Great Blessings on a single entity at the same time. Additionally, the Great Blessing was like a permanent buff since it forced the soul's level to rise, an effect that remained even after the blessing was over. This meant that each society was officially supporting an entity, so as long as the society existed, the Great Blessing would continue. Furthermore, each society had to deal with a large amount of the laws of causality. They wanted to deny Yeon-woo's request, but their greed for the revelations forced them to agree. They vowed in their hearts again that as soon as this was over and they had access to the revelations, they would eliminate Yeon-woo and all his followers. Of course, Yeon-woo was aware of this dissatisfaction, but he also had no choice. The crawling chaos was a great god who was one of the most powerful otherworld gods. It was possible that he could even go toe-to-toe with the heavenly demon, and Yeon-woo's current power level was not high enough to deal with such a being. He had no choice but to call on all his resources. Poof! Poof! Yeon-woo received the various great blessings one after another. He spread his wings as he felt full from the incoming blessings. Your powers have been fully opened. Although he had given up the powers and abilities of thousands of gods and demons before, Yeon-woo had already written his own legend and was developing 2 godlike powers. His sky wings were the pillars that bound and supported those powers. For example, he possessed divinity that went beyond the realm of physical power. It acted as the core that made it possible for him to exist as Cha Yeon-woo, a divine entity. This divinity helped to bind the clashing characteristics of the great blessings. As a result, Yeon-woo experienced tremendous spiritual growth. His brain felt as though it were boiling over as it seemed to reach its limits, and his body expanded as though it would explode at any moment. Reformation. Because his skill had risen to its maximum, his body did not collapse, and it managed to accept the new changes. Unfortunately, he didn't awaken a new dragon body, but the awakening of the sixth step reached its limit. Boom! Yeon-woo stamped on the ground and rushed to the crawling chaos like a beam of light. Oh ho! The crawling chaos snorted, as if he found Yeon-woo's actions entertaining, and he made a move to punch Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo's current form, which combined the powers of the various gods and demons within the tower, was very interesting to the crawling chaos. He wondered how Yeon-woo, an insignificant being, could come up with such a novel idea. I knew it. You're really a lot of fun. The crawling chaos thought he made a good decision to wait patiently for Yeon-woo to develop. If he hadn't, he would have missed out on such a fun experience. As the crawling chaos smiled, Yeon-woo's disgust grew. The way the crawling chaos used Jeong-woo's face to smile made Yeon-woo want to rip him apart, even though it was clear that the crawling chaos only saw this as a fun game. This gave Yeon-woo a terribly unpleasant feeling. Bam! Their fists collided. Yeon-woo's sword energy and the crawling chaos divine powers clashed together before shooting off in all directions, creating deep crevices around them. Beyond space, a void opened like a greedy mouth. The already damaged fortress started crumbling further. SSS. Suddenly, black chains shot out one after the other, winding around the crawling chaos incarnation. Chapter 523. Warrior Core, 9. Bolstered by all the great blessings, Yeon-woo collided with the crawling chaos incarnation. Flash! The scattered particles of the crawling chaos's divinity started to unite, transforming into hundreds of other world gods. The crawling chaos familiars had finally made their appearance. Glory to our God! Let's bring victory to our God! The legends of our God will only have victories. We will sing praises of our God and spread his influence. The half-giant warrior corps rushed at the newly formed other-world gods while cheering for their god, Yeon-woo. They swung their swords wildly, and dark red flames flashed across the battlefield, devastating the rest of the fortress. As great warrior Valdibish exclaimed, this was a holy war for their people and their god. It was a war that would help their god become a transcendent being who surpassed the heavenly gods and demons. They would not permit even the thought of defeat, and thanks to this, the battle grew intense. Slash and cut, then cut again. Kill and kill, again and again. Death to their enemies, and increase fight for their allies. The battle seemed to go on forever. Any observer would think that the half-giant's actions were desperate yet beautiful, like a painting depicting a great holy battle. Because of this, the other world gods trying to prevent the warrior corps from reaching the crawling chaos could not hide their despair. Why? Island. This. Happening. Does. Not. Make. Sense. The crawling chaos and his familiars had been ignoring Yeon-woo and the warrior corps' progress through the crawling chaos holy territories. Only the most skilled of the crawling chaos familiars served next to him, while the rest were sent to manage the other territories. The familiars who served next to their master had almost reached his level, but even they were shocked at the unexpected strength of the warrior corps. The half-giants seemed no different from the ancient giants. Even though the half-giants always had this potential, their rapid development was unbelievable. What do you mean it doesn't make sense? Valdibish screamed as he looked at their expressions. He hated it when others underestimated him and his people. Did they think the half-giants would be their slaves forever? Bam! 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 Valdibish's growing anger made his fighting spirit rise even higher, and Yeon-woo's legend, which resided deep within him, began to grow. Ring! The situation forced the envoys to move in earnest. Aside from providing the great blessings, they were also bound to participate in the battle. It was exhausting. It was already difficult enough to focus on the war against Alforoni, but now they had to increase the number of fronts they were fighting. They were also terrified that they'd have to continue giving Yeon-woo strength, even though he might be their enemy in the future. However, things had gotten to the point that even if they did not want to, they had to fight to survive. Thud. Thud. The true bodies of the envoys began to descend on the battlefield one by one, their auras growing more majestic and powerful. However, their societies were forced to bear a great deal of the laws of causality. Although they'd just been dragged around by Yeon-woo, the gods and demons now released their powers to demonstrate how they'd reached the higher levels of divinity. The area collapsed and restored itself multiple times as attacks that would have destroyed a planet bombarded the hidden stage. Some of the demons were enjoying the situation. At Fenrir's request, the other siblings of Disaster have shared their power with him. Fenrir grew 10 times larger and seemed to block out the sky. The siblings of Disaster included the serpent that devoured the world, Hormungandr, and the goddess who ruled the underworld, Hel. Bang! Puff! Now that he was much larger than any other world god, Fenrir slammed his gigantic paws in the center of the crawling chaos familiars. The shockwave spread out as the ground flattened, throwing the other world gods around like ragdolls. Agars, who had been looking for an opportunity to attack, stepped forward. At the request of Agars, the East Demon King's army has appeared. My children, let's decorate this fun stage today. Agars, who now appeared as a handsome man with dozens of pairs of black wings spread open, burst into a cruel laugh as he looked up at the sky. The sky opened up and a demonic legion rained down, striking the reeling otherworld gods and ripping them to pieces. The battle for the crawling chaos last holy territory grew intense, with neither side willing to give an inch. How funny! Is this what I think it is? The thing that put him to sleep? There's definitely something special about it. The crawling chaos incarnation burst into laughter as he examined the black chains wrapped around him. It was a chain that could bind even the gods, and even though the crawling chaos was an entity that repudiated the laws of nature, the chains also held him in place. Regardless of how much force or divine power he used, the chains did not budge. In fact, the more he struggled, the more tightly the chains seemed to wrap around him. However, I want to avoid this. No matter how boring the world is, there's still so much I want to see. The crawling chaos chuckled. Life suddenly disappeared from his incarnation's eyes, and his head dropped down, a smile still lingering on his face. SSS. The incarnation imploded like a sandcastle and scattered. He had freed himself from the chains by severing his will, which was connected to his incarnation. The chains bound the incarnation, not his soul, and so the crawling chaos easily sacrificed it. It wasn't a big loss, considering his divine power. You're being so annoying. As he retracted the chains, Yeon-woo searched for the crawling chaos true body by filling his draconic eyes with magic power. Dealing with the incarnations would just drain his energy and waste his time. Draconic eyes. Fiery golden eyes. Black Gubatera philosopher's eyes. As his golden draconic eyes looked for the crawling chaos's true body by scanning the cross-sections of countless folded spaces and reaching its core, Yeon-woo suddenly instinctively flinched in surprise. What's that? He'd seen the crawling chaos, whose gigantic body Yeon-woo couldn't even fathom. It was wriggling, and although he didn't have anything resembling a face, the crawling chaos seemed to be smiling. However, Yeon-woo was stunned by where he found the crawling chaos. Everywhere. His back stiffened. The crawling chaos was located right under his feet, under the space where his familiars and the envoys stood. They weren't in his holy territory, they were within the crawling chaos himself. At that moment, Yeon-woo realized what the crawling chaos was planning. He turned and yelled out to all his people and envoys. Everyone, watch out! The crawling chaos just smiled coldly. You. Already. Too late. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! A huge explosion erupted from the spot Yeon-woo was standing on. It smashed the entire space and turned over the ground, hurling the central holy territory away. The crawling chaos had just tried to manifest his true body. However, the crawling chaos spiritual pressure and the data of his existence was too much for the stage to handle. The hidden stage was already overloaded with so many gods and demons that it simply collapsed. The crawling chaos spiritual pressure crushed many of the gods and demons, who perished without even having the chance to scream. Fortunately, since they were mostly high-level transcendent beings, so they managed to avoid complete termination, but they couldn't avoid experiencing a major blow to their existences. They were swept away by the aftershocks, their remains scattered everywhere. Error. An irregular presence has been confirmed. A bug has occurred. A bug has occurred. The level of the firewall has been increased. The irregular presence is being blocked. Countless error messages popped up as the tower's defenses activated, pushing the crawling chaos back. The envoys and half-giants who were scattered throughout the hidden stage began screaming from their serious injuries. Even the other world gods hadn't escaped from the carnage. Many of them screamed in their collapsed spirit forms. It was clear they hadn't received any forewarning from their master. Fortunately, when Yeon-woo realized what the crawling chaos was aiming for, he raised his shadows to create a wall of souls, which helped him survive. However, he was enraged. He'd lost the link with many of his familiars due to the crawling chaos assault. He sighed in frustration. He'd never expected that the crawling chaos would carry out such a reckless attack. Ha! So much fun! The crawling chaos seemed to be smiling broadly as if he had been expecting Yeon-woo to survive. It was the first time in thousands of years that he'd enjoyed himself so much. However, his delight made Yeon-woo completely lose what remained of his reason. Yeon-woo had had to beef up his strength with the blessings just to catch the crawling chaos, but all the crawling chaos had to do was manifest in order to destroy his attempts. The crawling chaos disappeared back into the darkness, as though he were teasing Yeon-woo like a child sticking out his tongue. The tower's firewall was rejecting the crawling chaos and throwing him out. Yeon-woo instinctively knew that if he let the crawling chaos go, it would be a long time before he would have another chance at encountering the crawling chaos true form. All the other holy territories and newly built temples had been blown away by the explosion. Even if the central territory remained, the hidden stage had already lost its function as a holy land. It was no more than a wasteland now. This meant that part of the tower was forming cracks, and in the future, all the crawling chaos needed to do was follow the trail of divine power he'd left behind after manifesting. He could simply project his will onto his divine power and re-enter the tower. He'd lost nothing today. Even if the half-giants had gained their freedom, their grudge against the crawling chaos would still linger. Yeon-woo could not stand this thought. SSS. Yeon-woo lashed the black chains at the disappearing crawling chaos. Crackle. Yeon-woo felt the end of the chains embed itself into the crawling chaos body, and the chains suddenly grew taut as though they would snap at any time. Yeon-woo looked to the other side. Demonism. At that moment, a void opened up and a chain-wrapped Vigrid appeared. Erng. Vigrid shook more violently than ever. Ki. I told you. In the end, you would have no choice but to call me. The demonism burst into laughter as soon as he saw Yeon-woo. Shut up and make a decision. Will you cooperate or not? If we cooperate, what do I get? Tasty food. Okay. That's enough. Spring chicken, I'll let you off easy this time around. Ki. While the demonism laughed menacingly, Yeon-woo released all the chains that bound Vigrid. He stretched out his right hand, and Vigrid flew into it, fitting into his palm snugly. Yeon-woo could feel his heart pounding. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. The first thing he had ever learned from the martial king was swordsmanship, and he felt as though he'd returned to those days. The magic power poured out of his Sin Stone and combined with the magic that sprung out from the grid. Yeon-woo was captivated by the mysterious sensation that his world of consciousness was expanding infinitely. However, this time, the demonism didn't take over. Yeon-woo still possessed his will and retained his consciousness. His body overflowed with a powerful force that he'd never felt before. Fusing with demonism. Revelations. 2 divinities. Full release of the Sin Stone. Great blessings. And Dragon Heart. When it all came together, an entity that looked like Yeon-woo came into being. Number. Valdi-bish called out Yeon-woo's name. I'll be back soon, Valdi-bish. As my apostle, I task you with taking care of this place while I'm gone. Yeon-woo pulled on his chains, and his body floated into the air, vanishing beyond space towards a place where the crawling chaos was. Chapter 524. Warrior Core, 10. This area is at the fringes of the tower. Your location cannot be confirmed by the tower. You have left the tower without permission. You have left the tower. Warning. For unknown reasons, you are in an area far outside the tower. Since player number's intention to retire has not been specified, the status temporarily suspended has been applied. This area is outside the influence of the tower's system. If this status is maintained for a prolonged period of time, the tower's system will consider this as an implicit resignation, which will result in the removal of your qualification as a player. We recommend that you return to the stage as soon as possible. You will not receive the tower system's support or use its functions while in a temporarily suspended state. All support and functions related to player number have been suspended. The person resembling Yeon-woo chased after the crawling chaos and arrived in a world that could only be described as darkness. However, up ahead, there was an array of lights in different colors. Some were crowded together, others glowed on their own. The overall effect was colorful and beautiful. When he looked more closely, the lights turned out to be stars. He had entered space. Yeon-woo had been plopped into the middle of the universe, a place far away from the tower, a place where there was almost no air, no gravity, and no system. Ordinary beings wouldn't be able to breathe here, but Yeon-woo raised his magic power and consciousness to their limits to counteract the inhospitable environment. His body, which was on the verge of being damaged by the difference in pressure, immediately stabilized, and he regained his clear consciousness and homeostasis. Moving around also wasn't a problem since he didn't need oxygen while his enormous reserves of magic power sustained his life systems. Once he spread his consciousness through the vast space, Yeon-woo could sense huge life forms dissolved within the dark matter that filled much of the universe. However, could they really be called life forms if their sizes exceeded that of a star? The Earth's star, the Sun, was 109 times the size of the Earth. Considering that the Sun was relatively small compared to the other stars in the universe, the life forms were comparable to entire solar systems, star clusters, or even galaxies. A mere human was nothing more than a tiny grain of dust. Is this the crawling chaos true form? In terms of size, he seemed to be much larger than the military king of totalitarianism who made up the demonic sea. Yeon-woo had a better understanding of why the other world gods, including the crawling chaos, regarded mortals like humans as little more than insignificant worms. It wasn't even possible to compare their sizes. No matter how sensitive a human was, it was impossible to converse with bugs or bacteria. Of course, not all the other world gods were such an absurd size. Still, Yeon-woo could tell why they viewed the tower with condescension and anger. The tower was filled with lowly mortals, which was why the other world gods naturally perceived it as an insignificant place. However, they couldn't make any headway breaking into and destroying the tower. It must be an infuriating situation. His mind jumped to another thought, that meant that there was a being or beings within the tower who could match, or even surpass, the other world gods' powers. Perhaps they were in the highest realms of power, like the progenitor gods or creator gods. Even the Great Mother Earth, who was comparable to the crawling chaos, had been sealed within the tower by the heavenly demon, which illustrated just how powerful the heavenly demon must have been. As he contemplated this, Yeon-woo could not help questioning the identity of the tower again. However, none of these thoughts made Yeon-woo shrink away from facing the crawling chaos. Now that he'd fused with the demonism, he was dead set on challenging the crawling chaos. The sight of the crawling chaos' huge body only made him wonder why the crawling chaos was so stupidly big. He thought that the size only wasted energy and was inefficient. Yeon-woo released more of his consciousness and magic power. Swish! His consciousness seemed to expand to the edges of the universe before stopping abruptly. Yeon-woo could now fully perceive the crawling chaos. Now that Yeon-woo could comprehend the entirety of the crawling chaos, rather than just bits and pieces of its surface consciousness, he felt that they were both on a level playing field. You came, all the way, here? Very fun, guy? Yeon-woo could also understand the crawling chaos thoughts to some extent. Although it was impossible to fully understand him, at least dialogue was possible. I already told you, right? Prepare for your death and wait. Are you hard of hearing? Yeon-woo smiled coldly as he replied to the crawling chaos, making sure his intentions were communicated properly. Kuo! The crawling chaos let out a bizarre cry. The cry was not really a sound, since they were in a vacuum. Instead, it was a vibration that was powerful enough to make the dark matter resound. The crawling chaos seemed to be smiling. Tens of thousands of years, or had it been hundreds of thousands of years? Maybe even longer than that. The crawling chaos had been the supreme existence of the universe for millennia. No one had dared challenge him like this during that time, and even the viceroy of the inside, the resident of the border, had never confronted him directly. He was relishing his impending clash with Yeon-woo. Not long ago, Yeon-woo was only an insignificant being, despite all the achievements and legends he'd collected. It was unprecedented for an insignificant being to evolve so much in such a short period of time, and the crawling chaos was determined to relish this opportunity to toy with this interesting creature. His thoughts were sent to Yeon-woo directly. Let's see if you'll still be smiling at the end? Yeon-woo smiled coldly and slammed Vigrid down. The true hidden name of Vigrid, Excalibur, is released. Folklore, liberation of the God King. While the demonism resided in Vigrid, it had awakened several warriors one after the other. Now that Yeon-woo had merged with the demonism, he could bring out these previously sealed names and folklores. Blazing and crackling with sword energy, Vigrid shot out a splendid light that cut through the center of the crawling chaos. I don't have much time. I need to kill him as quickly as possible. If the tower's system decided that he was retired, Yeon-woo wouldn't have any way to get back inside. He had to kill the crawling chaos before that could happen. Bam! 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 In an unknown area within the vast space of the universe, the collision of two absolute beings began. Countless lights and explosions shook the universe. Meanwhile, at the same time, what kind of being is our god? The half-giants trembled violently. The commotion that the crawling chaos had caused left them shocked and confused. However, a sudden strong intention from their god, sent through their channels, made their backs straighten. They couldn't tell where their god was, but they could sense the entity that he was facing and how he was fighting. Their god was challenging an opponent who resided far beyond the stars. This realization greatly inspired them. It seemed like the beginning of a glorious legend or a myth. Valdibish felt this the most. As Yeon-woo's apostle with the responsibility of taking care of the warrior corps, Valdibish felt Yeon-woo's influence the most. His god was fighting such a mighty being, so how could he stay dazed and confused on the ground like this? There were still many other world gods on the hidden stage. Even though most of them were severely injured, they healed faster than the half-giants since they were conceptual beings. Even if the crawling chaos hadn't given them any direct orders, the other world gods would move on their own. They were flummoxed to no end that they'd been injured by creatures they saw as livestock. Valdibish forced himself to stand using his great sword as a crutch. His body made loud, creaking sounds, but he had to refocus his attention on rebuilding the half-giant's front. Damn it! To think we're in this predicament. I knew I shouldn't have joined hands with that stupid player. But in the end, doesn't this work out, too? We'll be rid of many troublesome beings. The whispered conversation made Valdibish instinctively twist his body and swing his great sword. Bam! The explosion he blocked was so loud and enormous that it wouldn't have surprised anyone if the great sword had shattered from the impact. The divine power that charged through the great sword made Valdibish's intestines twist. He threw up blood, but without even wiping it from the corners of his mouth, he stared at the envoys who had encircled the warrior corps. They were all aiming their weapons at the half-giants, their auras bloody and a killing intent oozing from their auras. Are you all planning to betray us? Betrayal? That's laughable. The representative of the envoy snorted. From the beginning, didn't you treat us like you're hunting dogs? You're just a bunch of livestock. You should know that if you use hunting dogs, you have to always be careful that the dogs might bite back. Once the odds had grown unfavorable, the envoys turned their backs on Yeon-woo and his people as if they had been waiting for this moment all along. Crack! Valdibish had no choice but to grind his teeth. The other half-giants did the same. However, despite his clear anger, Valdibish kept his composure. It was necessary for him to quickly assess the chaotic situation. They could only take countermeasures once they knew how many casualties they had, recognized who the traitors were, gauged the strength of their enemies, and understood who their allies were. About 60% of the envoys had joined up to betray them. The fact that they were moving so quickly and in a coordinated fashion despite their injuries meant that they had probably been discussing this for a long time. Among the 40% who had not acted, roughly 3/4 had taken a step back, still contemplating their options. The others stood next to the warrior corps, but they seemed passive and unmotivated. Furthermore, they were all seriously injured, and it was hard to tell if they could even contribute if a fight broke out. Agars, Fenrir, and Erlang Shen, who had been the most active in helping Yeon-woo, showed no signs of movement, as if they were simply observers. This gave the traitors more courage and determination, and they'd already decided that they would gain victory. So, the revelations are no longer important, is that it? Valdibish tossed out a question to the traitors to buy some time while he checked the movements of the other world gods, who were gradually regaining their strength, as well as scanned the condition of his people. No way! We can't return empty-handed after suffering through this level of embarrassment. So, choose? Choose? Choose between what? If we turn our backs, you and your people are as good as dead. You have just awakened your powers, and you wouldn't want to die so pointlessly, right? Give us the revelations that you possess? What? The revelations that your ancestors left behind, hand them over. After all, we were the ones who provided the information about the ruins, explored and excavated them, and helped things reach this stage, so we'll take our fair share? The boy who was speaking on behalf of the betraying envoys twisted his lips into a smirk. Since we've fought on the same side and shared hardships together, we'll at least let your people live. We may even allow some of you to become our servants. What say you? It's a deal for you guys, right? You assholes? At this moment, Valdibish began to understand what the traitors were thinking. Although the gods and demons had some negative experiences with the giants in the past, they seemed to have changed their minds after seeing the warrior corps fight. Rather than exterminating the half-giants, they had decided to use them as slaves. Just as Valdibish and his people were escaping the oppressive clutches of the crawling chaos, he was being told to walk into another life of servitude. That's what these divine beings were talking about. The traitors looked at the fuming Valdibish and smirked in mockery. Since Yeon-woo was not around, they felt that they could do anything. Also, they didn't think Yeon-woo would come back since he'd chased after the crawling chaos. Do you not care if you all die? Valdibish asked. Die? Who's going to die? We can just go back to the heavens, but you guys are bound to this place? The trader's representative smiled coldly. So, what are you going to do? Are you going to die here like your foolish ancestors, or are you going to offer up the revelations and live? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a flurry of curses from the half-giants. These stupid bastards? We shouldn't have expected anything else from these dumb bastards. Gods, demons, and whatever, they're all the same as the crawling chaos. The half-giant warriors expressed their anger and raised their weapons at the same time. Nearly half of them were dead, and the other half was severely wounded. There were less than 20 half-giants who could fight properly, but they were determined not to succumb. Even if they died, they would take at least one traitor to the underworld with them. You don't know what's good for you. You reject a helping hand and choose death instead? The traitor's representative was about to give an order of attack in an irritable voice when Valdibish, who had been staring at the traitors, burst into laughter. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! What's so funny? The representative asked as he furrowed his brow, disgusted that Valdibish had lost his marbles after seeing his people's impending doom. However, Valdibish only smiled broadly. It's just too funny. How can you be so predictable? Does living as a transcendent being for such a long time make one's thoughts so dull and obvious? What? I knew that you guys would betray us. However, I thought it would be in the thick of battle. I was just surprised that you guys chose this moment to hit us on the back of our heads. It's a little sooner than I expected. The traitors faltered. There was something unsettling about Valdibish's appearance and the aura he was exuding. You said that everything would be all right for you guys since you can return to the heavens at any time, right? Boom! Valdibish thrust his great sword onto the ground and shouted, "Go ahead and try? What's going on? How come nothing is happening? My channel with the heavens has been disconnected. How did this? The last of the crawling chaos holy territories and his great temple has been recaptured. All the conditions of the scenario quests, Proof of Gods and Kings 4, have been completed. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 150,000 karma. You have acquired 200,000 additional karma. As a reward. Based on your achievements, the hidden stage on the 60th floor, Land of the Fallen Giants, will be transferred from Crawling Chaos to player number. Warning! The stage's current environment is bad. No living beings can reside on the stage. Build a great temple in the center to reinforce the holy territory. A number of beings have infiltrated the holy territory without permission from the owner. The connection with the holy territory's owner is unstable for an unknown reason. In the absence of the holy territory's owner, his apostle shall assume full control of the holy territory. Current manager of the holy territory, player Valdibish. The envoy's expression stiffened. A holy territory did not simply represent a personal realm for a transcendent being. It was also a place where faith was born and where divinity operated. It was the foundational area that allowed a transcendent being to work freely. In other words, the holy territory represented the transcendent being itself. Within a holy territory, the owner was nothing less than a creator god. All laws in the space revolved around the owner, and it was suicidal to break into such a place. As long as the hidden stage belonged to Yeon-woo, the traitor's hands and feet were bound. Since the envoy's true bodies had already descended, and their connection with the heavenly world had been cut off, it was impossible for them to return. They found themselves isolated and confined to their enemy's territory. What do you mean? What's going on? Valdibish glared at the traitors and smiled coldly. You guys are all fucked. That's what's going on? His smile reminded everyone of Yeon-woo. Chapter 525. Warrior Core, 11. Valdebish's words made the envoys' expressions harden even more. They were trapped in their enemy's holy territory. It was as though they'd placed their heads between the jaws of a tiger. Bullshit? The envoys organized their thoughts and their eyes grew sharp. We only need to kill you insignificant beings? Although their connections to the heavenly world had been cut off and their dialogue with the half-giants had grown tense, the envoys did not feel frustrated. The real owner of the holy territory, Yeon-woo, had left the tower. Since that was the case, all they needed to do was capture the territory's current manager. After all, the crawling chaos attack had halved the warrior core, and it was impossible for the envoys to lose to such a weakened force. Besides, even if the warrior core still had their full strength, the envoys were sure that they would be victorious. They were all high-level gods in their respective societies with incredible legends. How could unformed creatures who had just realized their transcendence handle great heavenly beings? Although some envoys still stood with the warrior core, the traitors weren't concerned since they were sure that those envoys would switch sides soon enough. The traitors were of one mind to get rid of Valdebish and the other half-giants before the other world gods found their bearings and started their attack. A vicious aura was spreading when Valdebish pulled his great sword out of the ground. He confidently said, "Then?" He used the great sword to motion to the traitors to approach. "Go ahead and attack? Arrogant bastard! We'll show you what it means to be a god." Bam! One envoy stamped his foot on the ground and rushed towards Valdebish. His immense divine power raged like a storm, enveloping Valdebish as if it would consume him at any moment. However, before the sword even reached Valdebish, someone intervened. Clang! "You're being so annoying." A dark knight in a black helmet who was much larger than the attacker looked down with blazing inferno sight. "Right, so you're still here. The throne of Death's dog. I was wondering where you went. It turns out you've been hiding here the entire time?" "Who said I was hiding? I was waiting." "What nonsense, ugh." The attacker was about to yell, but he found that he couldn't speak anymore. Ch. 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 The shadow below Shannon's feet began to ripple. A black haze drifted up like firelight, and Boo's eyes opened behind Shannon. As soon as the attacker saw those eyes, he instinctively stiffened. Boo could contain and project the Black King's darkness with his eyes, and Faust's infernal eyes could put fear even in divine beings. Shannon smiled coldly as if he knew what the attacker was thinking. "This is a great opportunity for us to consume your divine factors. I'm very grateful for your generosity. The Dragon Domain, Bina, has been declared. It is now possible to exercise power and influence over a certain area. All stats increase by a certain amount over a period of time. Physical defense increases by a certain amount over a period of time. The Holy Territory, Underworld Territory, has been established." Shannon's shimmering shadow rushed out in all directions as though it were a spider web, covering the hidden stage and rising up from the ground like water. The creeping shadows began to gradually take human forms. They were all dressed in heavy black armor, and they each held a spear in their right hand and a tower shield in their left. It was the Legion of Death, Dis Pluto. However, Dis Pluto's attitude and appearance had changed drastically from what the gods and demons had observed from the heavenly world. They were vicious, and the energy they emanated was something the envoys had never experienced before. Unlike the other world gods, they didn't have an aura of chaos or disorder, and they had similar energies like the gods and demons. However, their aura was completely different. It was the effects of Yeon-woo's keyword death. It was the energy that drove all living beings to their eventual end, representing a law that even transcendent beings such as gods and demons could not disobey. The members of Dis Pluto were divine beings of Tartarus who had suffered a setback when they first joined Yeon-woo's side, but as Yeon-woo gained greater enlightenment through the revelations, they gained nearly 1,000 years of experience and achievements. They had been in a state of suspended animation to maintain their power, but they had been brought into the world at Shannon's command. The Dis Pluto soldiers had already achieved metamorphosis, and they opened their eyes one by one and took in deep breaths. They relished the familiar scent of their homeland, which they had not smelled in a long time. They were not breathing in the air of Tartarus, but the air of their current environment, which rejected the living and embraced the dead, was close enough. To others, it might be a prison, but to them, it was like a paradise. The air made them feel as though their hearts were beating again even though they were dead. Thump! Thump! Their souls resonated like heartbeats as Han Ryong, who was in command, shouted out loudly, "To our great God, victory and glory! Victory and glory! Victory and glory!" Rush! Raising their spears and shields in the air, Pluto shouted in unison and started running towards the traitors. Bu summoned numerous ghost horses, which were like phantom steeds. Unable to handle the immense strength of the new arrivals, the traitors found one side of their attack collapsing. Thump! 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 Bam! The traitors found themselves in disarray. What is going on? How can familiars act independently of their owner? The envoys knew about Pluto. The elite soldiers of Tartarus were widely known even in the heavenly world. Hades had been famous for his command of Pluto, but Yeon-woo hadn't summoned Pluto ever since he left the Chonggong library, so they did not know what had happened to the legendary army. All they knew was that Pluto had fallen in power from their heyday once they joined Yeon-woo. However, the Pluto standing in front of them was very different from the Pluto they were expecting. They had been restored to their peak strength. Leading them was another huge threat, Han Ryong, who sat on a red horse that spit fire, swung his swords, creating whirlwinds to wreak havoc on the traitors. Death Lord. Position, familiar. Description: as the familiar who leads those who have turned against his master on the path of death, Han Ryong has the power to rule the abyss. He will spread his master's will across the land as the second in command, faithful knight, and great general. Special note: completed the divine position of monster and reached the divine position of war. Just as Bu had reached the divine position of pale, Han Ryong had gained war because he'd lived his entire life and death on the battlefield. Bam! 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 The traitors tried to fight Han Ryong and Pluto with their heavenly abilities and powers, but they soon found it too difficult to withstand the combined strength of Han Ryong and Pluto. Victory fell into Han Ryong's hands. Arg! Damn it! Many of the traitors were trampled under the hooves of the horses or torn apart by Pluto's spears. The rest began to scatter in all directions without looking back. Some tried to restore their connections with the heavenly world, but each time they tried, they got an error message saying that the connection could not be established. The godly society turns away from the horrific slaughter. The demonic society is very happy with the screams coming from the battlefield. Vimalasitra is carefully observing the battlefield. Sir Nunnos is searching for his apostle in the chaotic battlefield. Yeon-woo had only permitted 4 heavenly entities to observe the battlefield. One was Malak, the godly society symbolizing absolute good, and another was El Infernal, the demonic society that represented absolute evil. Since they'd given Yeon-woo the fruit of good and evil, they were allowed to observe his every move. However, they could not intervene. The other 2 were Vimalasitra and Sir Nunnos. Vimalasitra was busy examining the battlefield, and Sir Nunnos was busy looking for his child. Soon, Sir Nunnos found Rebecca moving fast in the middle of the sky. Heavenly Spirit. Position, familiar. Description: the spirit who was once the follower of a great being is now the familiar of another great being. Though she is blind, she can see into the distance, and though she is deaf, she can hear what she cannot see. She has become a bridge between heaven and earth. Special note: completed the divine position of mystery and reached the divine position of famine. Rebecca no longer had a proper human form. When she had first become Yeon-woo's familiar, she expressed her hopes about becoming human again, but now she seemed to have forgotten that. Her strong will was conveyed through a black wind, and her divine position had the power to consume everything. Her targets fell to the ground, feeling unappeasable thirst and hunger. The divine power that they were so proud of just moments ago quickly dried up. Bu summoned numerous undead and performed various magic spells while commanding the battlefield and spreading death everywhere. No. This is absurd? A god who was clashing with Shannon screamed at the unbelievable situation. He. I told you, didn't I? If you mess with King Temper, wait. God Temper, you'll fall into his trap. So, hurry up. Shannon smirked as he attained the completion of his extreme strength and opened up his divine position, Conquest. And die? Bam! Shannon's divine power raged out. He slammed down Swordbreaker and cut his opponent in two. Swish! His opponent's body scattered like sand in the wind before Shannon absorbed it. Shannon grinned as he felt the spiritual powers and divine factors filling his body. The experience was always a pleasurable one. Oh! This place really has a lot of specialty food. I wonder what the others taste like? Shannon rushed into another area. SSS. Ah, arg? Save me. Please? It was a one-sided slaughter. Shannon, Han-Ryeong, Rebecca, and Bu, Yeon-woo's representative familiars, now symbolized the four paths of death: conquest, war, famine, and pale. They were the sword that represented Yeon-woo's divinity and executed his will. Each divine position could lead to the opening of a new one. There were also other beings who had pioneered the path of Yeon-woo's keyword fight. Did he plan to make the hidden stage his holy territory and consume everything within it from the start? I suspected he was a greedy person from the start. Is he planning to be single his whole life? I guess that's what I've always liked about him. Ha ha ha. The vampiric lord burst into laughter, exposing her sharp fangs. She initially hid in Vigrid before escaping into Yeon-woo's soul collection to avoid the demonism. She had also been blessed by the revelations and managed to reach the Black King's darkness, something she had longed for all her life. Right after she opened her eyes, she couldn't help admiring the plans that Yeon-woo had set in motion. Since the 60th floor's hidden stage had been the crawling chaos holy territory and the final resting place for many other world gods, thanks to Yeon-woo, it had an abundance of high-quality nutrients that could not be compared with other floors. By using this place as his holy territory, Yeon-woo could swallow all the nutrients within it. He managed to induce a quick awakening for his familiars by pouring all the nutrients into his shadows, which was why they'd managed to develop in such a short time. Furthermore, Yeon-woo had even more goals in mind. From the start, he'd expected that many of the envoys would betray him, and he'd already planned to absorb their powers, factors, and souls. It will eventually lead to the awakening of transcendence for the half-giants. For our God? For God? All the half-giants, including Valdebeish, pointed their swords to their hearts and stabbed themselves without hesitation. Pug! 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 It was a terrible sight. Blood splattered everywhere, and the sight of the half-giants' mass suicide was blood-curdling. However, it was more than just suicide. It was a ritual meant to remove their physical shells and help them enter a state of awakening, and the smiles on their lips were evidence of their determination. SSS. Shadows arose from their hearts and filled the emptying veins inside their bodies. As the shadows flowed through their bodies, their souls began to turn black. The shadows possessed a bountiful amount of energy which had been extracted from the souls of the fallen gods and demons that had betrayed them. From the start, Yeon-woo had never intended to give the fruit of good and evil to the half-giants. There were so many nutrients around them, why would he limit himself to blessing only one person? The shadows' bountiful energy strengthened their bodies and souls, activating the process of transcendence. They jumped a few levels in their transcendence process in one go. Crack, crack. Little by little, the half-giants' bodies began to crumble, but they laughed despite the terrible pain. This long-awaited moment had finally arrived, and they could finally fulfill the aspirations, the longings, and the grudges of their ancestors. When their laughter became shouts of joy, the half-giants' physical bodies crumbled like imploding sand castles. Crack! The spirit body within each half-giant started to slowly rise. Ku! 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 The spirit bodies were enormous, easily dozens of meters tall. Black and red blood circulated in their veins, which sprouted along their skin. Their eyes glowed with an intense light. The forgotten beings who only lived in myths had finally been resurrected after thousands of years. Roar! The giants roared in unison. Chapter 526. Giant Demonic Divine Dragon, 1. As Valdibish and the giants exuded ferocious auras, the traders couldn't erase the stiff expressions on their faces. The nightmares deep within their memories had awakened. Giants had always been irritating impediments along the paths of gods. Whenever gods created civilizations and tried to rule them, the giants would invade and plunder them. Although demons occasionally invaded planets to expand their demonic worlds, they didn't bother the gods to the extent the giants did. Demons only wished to satisfy their greed or curiosity, and so they usually left after taking what they wanted. Dragons were individualistic creatures who had no reason to clash with the gods. They weren't interested in others' business, and as long as no one trespassed on their territories, they didn't care. However, the giants enjoyed taking the things that the gods took time and effort to create. It also didn't help that the giants were outstanding fighters, and the destruction they left behind whenever they fought with the gods was always serious. As a result, the giants had been a nuisance to many societies for a long time. When they disappeared after the crawling chaos interference, it had been cause for celebration. The fact that they were being resurrected was a horrible development for the gods. The problem was compounded by the fact that these weren't even ordinary giants. Roar! Erg! Ra! As if responding to the cries of the giants, other roars rose into the air. Swish! Energy condensed around the giants and soon took the shape of giants, as well. The giants who died because of the crawling chaos incarnation were using the power of the shadow domain to regenerate their bodies. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones who had returned. Where is this? Have I come back to life? How? I think a voice called me. Was that it? I can feel again. Ah! The ghosts of the giants that had roamed in the darkness of the crawling chaos rose once more, elated to regain their senses again. When the loved ones they longed for appeared, the living giants hugged the dead ones, tears spilling down their faces. In total, there were 1,000 of them. You didn't come back to life. You've gained a new one with our God's blessing as his familiars and warriors. The souls of the giants all turned to Valdibish. Ghost giants. Description: the warriors hadn't moved on due to their wrongful deaths. Only now, after a long time has passed, were they able to respond to the voices calling them. However, since too much time has passed, they have lost too much of their identity and can only manifest through the power of their god and the combination of many souls and spirit gwai. They are now giants who also have the traits of souls and spirit gwai. The countless spirit gwai and souls bound to Yeon-woo's soul collection had become a medium for resurrecting the giants. The ghost giants were strange creatures neither the gods or demons had seen before, but they realized the resurrected creatures were based on death and fight. Although their numbers were small compared to the number of giants who died on the hidden stage, 1,000 ghost giants were still a mighty force to be reckoned with. They could easily lead a mid-level society to ruin. It was also clear that the greater their master, Yeon-woo, grew, their levels and powers would also increase. Crew. Even though no one commanded them, the ghost giants all roared. Ancestors and descendants stood together. Thump. What are we? Valdibish stamped and shouted. The other ghost giants stamped their feet with him. Thump. We are warriors of our god? Thump. What will we do? Thump. Thump. Fight? Thump. To our enemies? Death? To our allies? Victory? With every statement Valdibish made, the ghost giants shouted in response. The ground quaked, and even space trembled. It was the lost pre-battle ritual of the giants that served the purpose of raising their fighting spirit through collective will. That was the reason Yeon-woo had given them berserker-related buffs. Berserker was an old trait of the giants. The greater their numbers, the more explosive it grew. It was a risky technique because one's defensive ability decreased in proportion to the increase of one's offensive power. However, the larger the group, the better the protection, and so the giants could focus on the battle with peace of mind. At this moment, they didn't need to worry. With all their comrades around, why would they need to be concerned for their safety? Moreover, they had the blessing of their great god. Then brothers. Valdibish drew his sword and fixed his gaze on the traitors. The giant ghosts followed his gaze. Pluto could easily defeat the traitors. The giants had no interest in killing those already fated for defeat. Others held their attention, the subordinates of the crawling chaos who were headed for them. They needed to drive out all the other world gods to satisfy their resentment. Let's show them who we are. Valdibish dashed forward, and the ghost giants followed him. Ra! Their shouts shook the holy territory. A massive column of fire suddenly crashed down in the middle of the other world gods' encampment. The tsunami of fire blew away 3 of the other world gods, leaving the galvanized ghost giants and Valdibish looking bemused. They only realized at that moment that they had backup. One of the extinct great dragons was soaring through the sky, spitting out breath. Summer Queen? Valdibish's eyes narrowed when he identified her. At first, he wondered why she was helping them, but he pushed that thought aside since it was clear their god had taken care of it. He focused on the battle again. Kaboom! And like that, they raced towards their final battle. I have to let the society know, no matter what. Wendigo gritted her teeth as she ran away. She had been near the back when Yeon-woo and the traitors began their combat, and as soon as Pluto appeared, she ran away without looking back. Her society, Algonquin, was a small one that wasn't associated with either the gods or demons. Most people didn't even know it existed. Under normal circumstances, she shouldn't have been able to descend to the lower world, but her society had sent her because of their strong desire for the revelations. Wendigo highly regretted becoming an envoy and entering this absurd place. Although the heavenly world was overreaching by preparing for war against Alforoni, the situation was even worse in the lower world that they held in contempt for being the residence of insignificant beings. It was a place where other world gods appeared, gods and demons prowled, and giants were resurrected. Was there any other place that was so damned? She had respected Gabriel even though they were in different societies, and watching her torn apart made her think that everyone was crazy. Malak was crazy, and so was El Infernal, who did something similar. The envoys who rebelled against the monstrous ghost giants were also crazy. No one was sane here. She should have listened when Yeon-woo gave the envoys a chance to return to the heavenly world. She should have ignored her society's objections regardless of their persistence. Wendigo decided to use the last of her courage to escape the hidden stage. From what she'd seen, the envoys who declared neutrality would be killed along with the traitors. Even if they were allowed to live, it was plain to see that they would be used as slaves and abandoned afterwards. It was only a matter of time before they died. Unless Yeon-woo was a fool, he wouldn't let the heavenly world know of the giant's resurrection, nor would he expose Pluto's strength. It was obvious that he would seal the mouths of any witnesses, but Wendigo could only think that she had to warn the heavenly world of the threat that Yeon-woo posed. He wasn't just a potential danger, he embodied danger itself. Where do you think you're going? However, she was forced to stop even before she could go too far. A being who was so beautiful that his gender was impossible to distinguish was sitting in front of her. Wendigo stiffened. It was Agar's, El Infernal's second-in-command, who was notorious for his obsession with Yeon-woo. Wendigo wanted to convince Agar's and maybe even shout at him to quickly swallow Yeon-woo. Agar's, listen to? Crack. But before she could even finish, her head was severed from her body at a simple wave of Agar's hand. PSSSSS. Agar scoffed at her corpse, which scattered into the air. Ha! I'll be the one to decide whether or not he's dangerous and when to take him. The rest of you can just be dogs until then. Impudent beings? Agar's turned towards Yeon-woo's subordinates, who were on the way to victory. He licked his lips like someone who was looking at a tasty meal. Yes. Keep on growing. The more precious you are, the more delightful it will be to take you. As Pluto and the ghost giants fought on the battlefield, Yeon-woo began to experience more changes. Hades' spirit-eating sword has absorbed a multitude of giant factors. Giant factors have been awakened. Giant factors have been awakened. You have gained an abundance of giant factors. The interrupted awakening of the giant demonic divine draconic body will restart. The half-giants had sacrificed their bodies for exuviation and transcendence, and Hades' spirit-eating sword and consumed these abandoned bodies and delivered the giant factors to Yeon-woo. He also gained more factors as the old giants were resurrected as ghost giants, which triggered the completion of the awakening of his giant demonic divine draconic body. The establishment of Yeon-woo's holy territory and the deaths of the traitors meant that Yeon-woo's subordinates could take the energies of the dead gods and demons as nutrients while he took the giant factors. He'd created a complex trap that could help him achieve even more growth. However, it still wasn't enough. You have fallen short of the required level. The 4 factors are still unbalanced. Current progress, 98.5%. Oh well. He'd planned for this possibility as well, and he pulled out the insurance he'd kept for this situation, the greatest treasure of the heavenly world that would not only supply him with factors but also establish a balance among them. Yeon-woo brought the fruit of good and evil to his mouth. Crunch. Chapter 527. Giant Demonic Divine Dragon, 2. You have consumed the fruit of good and evil. Fruit of good and evil. Rank, Supreme Holy Artifact. Description, a treasure that possesses the possibilities of absolute good and absolute evil. It possesses the folklore of the banishment of the first humans from paradise. It is considered a top-ranking holy artifact. A single bite will turn you into a transcendent being, 2 bites will grant you wisdom beyond truth, and 3 bites will give you mighty powers to use all these elements together. However, there is no information on what happens after the entire fruit is consumed, as it has never once occurred. There are rumors of the leader of Malak and the master of El Infernal eating a fruit of good and evil, but no other information is available. This fruit of good and evil was created from Archangel Gabriel and High Demon Gamagen. It is unknown whether this fruit of good and evil is more powerful than the past ones. It is only certain that unworthy persons who attempt to consume it will suffer more than just death. On the other hand, those who are worthy might be eligible for the supreme throne. This artifact is banned in the lower world. Please be aware that the longer you possess it, the more limitations the system and laws of causality will place on it. The effects of this artifact are unknown. At worst, consuming it may destroy your achievements. It is advised that you only consume it after understanding all of its effects. You are currently too far from the system's blessing. You may be penalized for changes made to yourself in the outer world once you log in again. The fruit of good and evil has increased your giant factors and unbalanced factors, draconic.demonic.divine.giant, have now reached equilibrium. A large portion of the fruit of good and evil's energy is undigested. Hades' spirit-eating sword begins to digest the remaining energy. The fruit of good and evil once again affects the equilibrium of the 4 factors, draconic.demonic.divine.giant. The equilibrium has improved. The equilibrium has improved. Your soul has undergone changes due to the equilibrium. The level of your soul has increased. The level of your soul has increased. A storm began to whirl around, blowing away the darkness and tentacles extending towards Yeon-woo. Are you doing something amusing again? What will you show me this time? Perhaps it was because they'd encountered each other so many times by now, because Yeon-woo could now fully understand the crawling chaos thoughts. The crawling chaos burst into laughter as he looked at Yeon-woo, realizing that more entertainment was coming. The crawling chaos was going to see a common microbe of the universe transform into something entirely different, a rare occurrence in the universe's history. His profound comprehension allowed him to watch it all play out. Although Yeon-woo's outer shell remained the same, everything inside him was changing, beginning with the foundations. Although Yeon-woo was still himself, he was turning into a complex being that was levels beyond what he had been before. The awakening process of the giant demonic divine draconic body has resumed. Crack! Yeon-woo felt the giant factors within. His body was completely changing now that the equilibrium of the four factors had been achieved. The Sin Stone grew along with his transforming body, and his dragon heart vibrated as it took in a new type of magic power. With holy power, demonic energy, magic power, and giant power, it felt as though all the energies of the world were circulating in his body. It seemed as though the vast universe were contained within him, and Yeon-woo felt like he had become a microcosmos or small world. The traits of the great four races of the universe had gathered within a single body, which meant that he now possessed all the potential of the world. Yeon-woo could tell he was no longer the person he had been on Earth. He was almost unsure that he was himself. When all the changes were complete, Yeon-woo opened his eyes. The giant factors have successfully combined with the divine, demonic, and draconic factors. Your properties have successfully transformed. The trait demonic divine draconic body has been changed to giant demonic divine draconic body. This is the first body of its type. Nothing is known about its nature or limits. You must uncover information about this body yourself. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired karma. You have acquired additional karma. Vimalasitra becomes excited after sensing your presence from far away. He greatly looks forward to seeing you again very much. Sir Nunnos closes his eyes with complex thoughts. All gods of death feel your presence. All demons of death are astonished at the level of your soul. Trait: giant demonic divine draconic body. Description: since the beginning of time, dragons, demons, gods, and giants have been the species at the top of the universe due to their supernatural qualities. Dragons sought the hidden truths of the universe with their hunger for more knowledge. Demons entertained themselves by creating various types of desires for the microbes of the world. Gods built and managed civilizations so that the universe would flow properly, and the giants used their uncontrollable violence to bring about destruction and carry out the universe's natural law. They were like cogs of a wheel that allowed the universe and dimensions to operate smoothly, but the cogs began vanishing one by one. The universe stopped progressing and entered a stagnant period. However, for the first time, a being who holds all four traits has been born. With this mighty accomplishment, the path that you walk will become a singularity that decides the direction of the universe's history. * Dragon Lord. You can use some of the powers of dragons, demons, gods, and giants. * Domain of dragons, demons, gods, and giants. You can declare your domain, Bina, over a specified territory based on your qualifications. * Dragons, demons, gods, and giants knowledge. Depending on your qualifications, you may view Hokama that the dragons investigated, Netzith that the demons created, Isad that the gods established, and Kavura that the giants completed. * Dragons, demons, gods, and giants powers. Based on your qualifications, you can activate Keter that dragons learned, Tiferet that demons mastered, Chisad that the gods set up, and Malchut that the giants realized. Crash! Rumble! The wave of power that pulsed from Yeon-woo was so strong that countless nebulas shattered and pieced themselves back together. When he opened his eyes again, the crawling chaos burst into laughter once more. Ha ha ha! Yeon-woo had fulfilled the crawling chaos expectations. No, he had exceeded them. On the outside, Yeon-woo showed no sign of change. He had the same characteristics of a dragon human. However, each move he made shook blackness and crushed space. The pressure of his soul was so heavy that he found it difficult to maintain his form in a three-dimensional space. The tentacles of the crawling chaos tingled as he looked at Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo's strength was probably at par with the outer gods, who were considered the gods of gods by otherworld gods. Of course, he hadn't exoviated or transcended yet, so it was difficult to know where his abilities stopped. However, Yeon-woo could complete exoviation or transcendence any time. Yes. You must be at least this strong to call yourself his successor? The crawling chaos finally acknowledged Yeon-woo. He couldn't help taking an interest since none of the other world gods had been able to claim to be the successor of the Black King. As he'd thought in the conversation with the resident of the border, he thought it would be amusing to set Yeon-woo aside, the being he'd secretly created in the tower. But you're still not complete. You are one, but originally, you were two. If only one of you is complete, it won't work. The crawling chaos advised Yeon-woo, knowing he was working with the demonism. However, Yeon-woo had no intentions of listening to him, and he brandished Vigrid. Whoosh! Magic power condensed, and Vigrid's brilliant light instantly swept aside the fog that made up the crawling chaos. Yeon-woo discovered the crawling chaos' enormous core, which was larger than most planets, although it only seemed like a small dot from where Yeon-woo stood. Swish! Yeon-woo sliced with Vigrid to open emptiness, and he instantly reached the core. Clatter! Countless tentacles and darkness rushed to stop him, but black chains emerged from pockets of emptiness and tossed them aside, destroying them and preventing any from approaching Yeon-woo. The core shrank into a humanoid form since the crawling chaos found it inefficient to fight Yeon-woo in his true body. As he wanted to rile Yeon-woo, the crawling chaos took on Cha Jeong-woo's appearance. Rumble! The crawling chaos used Cha Jeong-woo's signature skills to further fan the anger inside Yeon-woo. Clang! Vigrid and Dragon Slayer clashed. A fierce wave of magic power rushed out, shaking the universe. Boom! 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 Their magic and powers crashed in mid-air, creating a fall of sparks. Sometimes, transcendent beings fought battles mentally since they didn't have tangible forms, but most of the time, they created incarnations that could battle physically. Vigrid slid up Dragon Slayer's blade, heading for the crawling chaos neck. It was a fast and powerful strike, but the crawling chaos flapped his wings and created a distance between. Blackness opened, and various tentacles shot out towards Yeon-woo. In response, emptiness opened its mouth and black chains lashed out, attempting to tighten around the tentacles and reach the crawling chaos true body. Although the fight was close, if the chains managed to bind the crawling chaos true body, Yeon-woo would win. Clatter! These must be the chains that stuck him in emptiness. They're so interesting each time I see them. I almost want to meet the master who made these. The crawling chaos showed no fear as the chains greedily wrapped over his true body. He hacked off all the tentacles, and his wings flapped, speeding him through space. The chains were hot on his heels, blocking off all potential paths. The crawling chaos radius of movement became smaller. Yeon-woo had been waiting for this moment, and he opened emptiness to pop up behind the crawling chaos. He stuck Vigrid into the crawling chaos true body. Pugh! The reflection of the injured Jeong-woo flashed in his eyes, but Yeon-woo didn't budge. Rumble! The sword thunder from Vigrid struck the crawling chaos incarnation and his true body. As the universe lit up as if a supernova had just exploded, Yeon-woo spread open his left hand and stuck it inside the crawling chaos. Devour! Sharp teeth appeared from black bumps and began to take bites. Hades' spirit-eating sword is attempting to eat the crawling chaos. Chapter 528. Giant Demonic Divine Dragon, 3. Whoosh! Yeon-woo felt an immense amount of holy power gushing into his power. Hades' spirit-eating sword burrowed in further like a predator. So this is your amusing technique. Is this how you managed to grow so fast? What an efficient power! Did you create it yourself? The crawling chaos smiled even as he was being eaten. He looked Yeon-woo over curiously, as though he were trying to understand Hades' spirit-eating sword. He didn't exude a drop of fear and even looked like he was enjoying himself. Yeon-woo felt a sudden sense of danger. It occurred to him that the crawling chaos had been aiming for this. It made sense now that the crawling chaos attacks had been a lot weaker than his reputation suggested. Yeon-woo quickly cancelled the activation of his skills and tried to retreat, but the crawling chaos shot out more tentacles from his back, binding himself to Yeon-woo. "Where do you think you're going? You should eat me up. More. Everything?" The crawling chaos eyes were filled with pleasure. He was worse than Agar's. "You crazy bastard!" Yeon-woo's face twisted in irritation. The crawling chaos wanted to be consumed so that he and Yeon-woo could become one. "Ah, this is where father is. Our simple-minded father, why are you so slow? How can you even move in that body? What is behind your scheme? How did you even manage to plan this while asleep? Do you plan to wake up or not? Your mind is so vast that even I cannot understand what you are thinking. If only I can be a little closer to you. If only. Father, if I consume this being who is part of your existence, will I grow closer to you? That will be amusing." The crawling chaos thoughts flooded into Yeon-woo. Since he was such a gigantic entity, his thoughts streamed out in a chaotic and non-chronological manner. He didn't seem to care if Yeon-woo ate him up and turned him into nourishment. He hadn't joined the battle without knowing the dangers. It was possible the crawling chaos was attempting to overwhelm Yeon-woo with his thoughts and swallow him, or perhaps his insatiable curiosity was pushing him to examine the structure of darkness inside Yeon-woo. Or he could be doing this for his amusement. Yeon-woo knew how insane the crawling chaos was. He wouldn't be surprised if the crawling chaos sacrificed himself just for fun. If the crawling chaos was lucky, he'd uncover the secret of darkness, which no one in the universe had been able to learn. If he was unlucky, he'd become a part of the secret. Either result would amuse him. Yeon-woo wasn't exaggerating when he called the crawling chaos a crazy bastard. Yeon-woo despised the crawling chaos from head to toe, as did the demonism, who fought the crawling chaos with him. It was possible the demonism's character had grown stronger now. He smiled viciously, his sharp canines glinting. "You're just a ball of thoughts that can't even express himself properly, and you dare hunger for this body? Fine. Come at me." Yeon-woo strengthened Hades' spirit-eating sword. The crawling chaos holy power began to pour out like ink from a broken bottle. The immense amount of holy power and vestiges that spanned from the creation of the universe made Yeon-woo dizzy. He had merged with the demonism and raised his strength by several levels with the fruit of good and evil, but those were only shortcuts. In contrast, the crawling chaos had steadily built his foundation through the ages, and it was as solid as a fortress. Yeon-woo just couldn't compare to him. The crawling chaos existence itself was like a weapon. Regardless, Yeon-woo pushed forward with Hades' spirit-eating sword and slowly invaded more of the crawling chaos existence. Kaya ha ha! The crawling chaos continued to stuff his existence into Yeon-woo. Erng. The sin stone vibrated vehemently. Superbia crushed the vestiges of the crawling chaos trying to infect Yeon-woo with chaos, and Gula eagerly gulped down the holy power. His dragon heart, which had been enhanced by the awakening of the giant demonic divine draconic body, supplied the sin stone with more energy when it overheated. Shake! The push and pull between Yeon-woo and the crawling chaos began to make the universe bend around them. The dimensions of the physical world began to collapse as though the universe were on the verge of destruction. A bent space of the fourth dimension appeared. Crack! It was a singularity that swallowed all matter, antimatter, time, and space, creating an ergosphere bounded by an event horizon. Both Yeon-woo and the crawling chaos slowly lost their sanity as they were swept away into the collapsing dimension. Yeon-woo endured with the strength of the sin stone while the crawling chaos released more vestiges. As they did, the gravitational singularity widened, and the dimension began to collapse faster than the speed of light, creating a black hole. Krrrrrr. Whoosh. The space around the two vanished to reveal an entirely new location. It was a dark world without a single ray of light. Before Yeon-woo could discover where he was, from far away, the crawling chaos laughed. Haha! Finally! I've finally reached the place where our slow father is sleeping. I'm the only one of his children to come here? Still using Jeong-woo's appearance, the crawling chaos unfurled his sky wings and quickly flew off. Yeon-woo had no idea where he was headed. He couldn't tell which way was up, down, right, or left. He remembered fighting with the crawling chaos just moments ago, so he had no idea what had happened. Just as he was about to catch up to the crawling chaos to ask, "Don't go there. It's dangerous." Someone grabbed his shoulder. Yeon-woo turned around, and his eyes widened in surprise. Monkey King. It was a man with mischievous eyes and long white hair, the Exuve that the Devil Army had snatched before Yeon-woo could meet him on the Five-Element Mountains. He and the Summer Queen had helped Yeon-woo save Jeong-woo in the pocket watch. Why was he here? This is the world of your unconscious, kiddo? Only then did Yeon-woo understand. When the crawling chaos vestiges reached a certain area in his mind, Yeon-woo's defense mechanisms forced him into this world. This also explained why the Exuve of the Monkey King was here. Although he had absorbed the Monkey King's sense of self was too strong, so he survived in Yeon-woo's unconsciousness, just as the Summer Queen had. Yeon-woo felt a bit apologetic. Although he'd often summoned the Summer Queen, he hadn't heeded the Monkey King's requests to be summoned. It was largely due to the fact that he was too weak. But the Monkey King's Exuve just laughed brightly, as if it didn't matter. How do you feel? Usually, even transcendent beings can't look inside their unconscious. Yeon-woo didn't know what to say because he'd just opened his eyes and found himself here. I don't know. It's large and vast. And dark. Isn't it? A corner of the Monkey King's Exuve's mouth lifted as he continued speaking. Kiddo, this is how dark your inner self is. You should reflect on that. Yeon-woo didn't say anything. He thought Shannon would be pleased to hear what the Monkey King said. The Monkey King burst into laughter at Yeon-woo, who silently pressed his lips together. Anyway, you've grown quite a bit since the last time I saw you. Impressive. It would be a close fight even if my real self comes here? The Monkey King looked Yeon-woo up and down competitively. If they were anywhere else, he might have challenged Yeon-woo to a fight. However, Yeon-woo just felt uncomfortable. Even though he was stronger, there was just something about the Monkey King's Exuve that made him hard to approach. Thank you. But why did you tell me not to follow him? Yeon-woo quickly changed the subject and turned back to look at the direction where the crawling chaos had disappeared. The crawling chaos was already buried so deeply within the blackness that it was hard to sense him. No matter how much Yeon-woo widened his territory of recognition, all he could sense was darkness. He didn't feel anything. Like the Exuve of the Monkey King said, it was too dark. It was also a bit harrowing. While it was most definitely his inner world, it felt unfamiliar, and even his instincts told him not to pursue the crawling chaos. Once he entered that area, he wouldn't be able to find his way back. He didn't think the space had been created just because he was one with the demonism. The demonism was only a cluster of vestiges filled with strong desires. It was impossible for the creature to have such a deep unconscious. That meant this place belonged to Yeon-woo. What could be in that deep blackness? It was like a void, an abyss. The crawling chaos had acted as if something were there, but the only thing that delighted him was darkness, which was all the more reason Yeon-woo didn't understand what was going on. Although he had been chosen as the Black King's descendant, he was a separate being. There was no way the being the crawling chaos was desperately searching for could be here. However, if the being was actually there, that meant that he had a direct connection to the Black King's legacy. However, Yeon-woo had never been threatened by that blackness either. There were too many things he didn't know. Questions led to more questions inside of his head. Fortunately, the Monkey King's exove brought him back to reality. Let him be. You have a job to take care of, don't you? Yeon-woo nodded. If there was something there, the Monkey King's exove would mention it. And just as he'd warned, it seemed dangerous to go any farther. He didn't like the fact that the crawling chaos was moving freely in the world of his unconscious, but at the same time, he didn't think the crawling chaos would be able to do anything major. The abyss was too vast. Even the eons old crawling chaos seemed small within it. Besides, just as the Monkey King's exove said, he had something to take care of, the revelations. He needed to take the parts the crawling chaos owned. Yeon-woo turned back to the Monkey King's exove. Where should I go? Chapter 529. Giant Demonic Divine Dragon, 4. Isn't it obvious? The world of his unconscious, of course? The Monkey King's exove replied. Currently, you and the crawling chaos are assimilating into each other, which means your minds are connected. You can do the same thing that he has done? The Monkey King was advising Yeon-woo to enter the crawling chaos unconscious. Yeon-woo's eyes flashed. It's a battle of time. The Monkey King's exove nodded. Yes, in a way. It comes down to which of you can take what they need and swallow the other up first. At present, the crawling chaos was the one being swallowed, but all the achievements he'd accumulated over the years meant that he was enormous. He was trying to turn the tables and take over Yeon-woo. Of course, Yeon-woo wasn't planning to wait around and be defeated. He was determined to claim victory. I don't need to tell you all the directions, right? Yes, I'm good. Yeon-woo extended his hand. Since this was the world of his unconscious, he was a transcendent or absolute god of this place. He called up Vigrid's image. Although he had plenty of other items to think of, Vigrid was the most familiar and easiest one. He'd used it since the tutorial, and it was like another limb. He could easily remember its feeling and weight. A sword that looked exactly like Vigrid appeared in his right hand. Its abilities likely didn't differ too much from the real sword. You've definitely grown? The Monkey King's exove chuckled. He had occasionally checked in to see Yeon-woo's progress, but it was more fun to observe it right in front of him. Caching. Yeon-woo swung Vigrid up, and space opened to reveal another world. Yeon-woo's unconscious was filled with blackness, but the place beyond was filled with an ashy fog. It was a horrific place that seemed like it would melt him as soon as he entered. Entering the world of the crawling chaos unconscious meant entering a territory where the crawling chaos was an absolute god. It was a dangerous situation, but Yeon-woo entered without any hesitation. As he did, the tentacles of dark vestiges approached him. One of the vestiges looked like Jeong-woo, which infuriated Yeon-woo. With a frown, he summoned Sword Thunder to strike it. Dozens of Sword Thunder bolts slashed through the tentacles and burned them. At that moment, Yeon-woo felt that something was off, and he instinctively whirled around. The tentacles that had evaded his bolts and the figure that looked like Jeong-woo were right there. They clearly had the ability to learn and adapt because something similar to Sword Thunder sparked from their hands as they aimed at Yeon-woo's chest. However, fire suddenly began to shoot from below the figure, blazing through its chest and to the rest of its body. The figure's face twisted in pain. Hyung? Yeon-woo blew the figure's head off mercilessly. His face was full of anger. The crawling chaos had not only imitated Jeong-woo's face but was making him say bullshit like that. Fury bubbled inside him. Even though he'd grown stronger and had the giant demonic divine dragon trait, the trauma of his brother still lingered. That looked like a defensive tactic. Was it intentional? How despicable! I never saw a guy that evil even in my true body. The Monkey King's exove appeared next to Yeon-woo and grumbled after using the flame wheel. He was holding a golden staff that looked like the Ruyi Bang in his right hand, and it seemed to have sprung from his imagination just as Vigrid had from Yeon-woo's. What a bothersome place, Yeon-woo muttered to himself, looking around. The Monkey King's Exove nodded in agreement. Indeed? How am I supposed to find the revelations here? Everything was a mess in the world of the crawling chaos unconscious. Normal beings would have already collapsed from the teeming chaos energy. All he could see were hot white cells that occasionally exploded like cannons, multiplying like cancer cells before disappearing. There were different ghosts in the cells who kicked and struggled, trying to leave their prisons. Save me! No, kill me! Please, please, get me out! The ghosts thrashed in pain, unable to rest. There were multitudes of them, perhaps hundreds, thousands, no, millions. There were probably even more trapped ghosts that he couldn't see. Are they all the victims he's eaten? What a crazy bastard! How many planets and civilizations has he swallowed? The Monkey King snorted in disbelief, but his face was filled with rage. He acted as though he would kill the crawling chaos if it were only possible. To the chagrin of many beings, he'd lived his entire life doing what he wanted. However, he'd never crossed a certain line. On the other hand, the crawling chaos didn't care. Even though mortals were insignificant creatures to the Monkey King as well, he had never gone that far. Also, the only reason the crawling chaos had kept the imprisoned ghosts around like this was for his own amusement, as though he were collecting stamps. Once he was sick of them, he abandoned them here. That was the kind of being the crawling chaos was. Yeon-woo remembered an incident from the tutorial. The Philosopher's Stone. It was the same as back then. The Philosopher's Stone was a magic organ created from the souls of the dead. Of course, this place was much larger in scale compared to the tutorial, but Yeon-woo felt Orangdan's lab was similar to this area of the crawling chaos unconscious. Perhaps the Philosopher's Stone was similar to the structure of the crawling chaos and other world gods. Actually, it had to be, since the crawling chaos was the one who had shared the knowledge to create the Philosopher's Stone. Then what are these? Despite feeling a sense of danger, he continued to expand his territory of recognition. Unlike the world of his unconscious, where it felt impossible to escape once he entered, the crawling chaos unconscious territory was vast, but it didn't feel that dangerous. He needed to quickly understand the framework of this area. This is... Did you find something? Yeon-woo's head shot up when he sensed something, and the Monkey King's Exove stopped widening his territory of recognition. He turned to Yeon-woo, who nodded heavily and quickly began to move forward. The Monkey King's Exove followed him curiously. Ha! Ha ha! I never imagined we'd meet like this again. Unlike the other ghosts who screamed endlessly, they found a ghost who stood silently despite the twitching veins on his forehead that showed he was in pain. He was enduring his agony with preternatural patience. Yeon-woo was impressed that the ghost had not let go of its dignity and composure even in death. You're here as well. Yeon-woo looked at the ghost solemnly. He was someone Yeon-woo knew well, the soul of the great warrior. It was the last king of the giants, Valdibish. I could only become a ghost after death, so where else would I be? There's no place other than the clutches of this damned bastard. Still. The soul of the great warrior looked Yeon-woo over with a faint smile. It appears you've finished the job well. How fortunate! What a relief! The soul of the great warrior could scent other holy artifacts aside from the one he'd given Yeon-woo. That could only mean one thing, Yeon-woo had heeded his last words. Have you become a complete king? No. The eyes of the great warrior's soul widened. Then? I've become a god. The eyes of the great warrior's soul widened even more, and he burst into laughter once he understood. So that's what happened? A god, haha. Normally, I wouldn't like the idea of giants depending on others as if we're weak, but if it's someone like you, it's all right. I can leave them in your hands. My descendants won't have to go through defeat ever again? They're already winning. Yes. That's brilliant. The weight is lifted off my shoulders. Haha! The soul of the great warrior was truly relieved. Yeon-woo felt a sense of respect and wonder toward him. Although he hadn't gained rest even in death and suffered for hundreds of thousands of years, he was only worried about his companions and descendants. He seemed like a true king. This was the real spirit of resistance. Yeon-woo thought he could do well to learn from him. Just then, the exove of the Monkey King clucked his tongue next to Yeon-woo. Hey! I was wondering where you went. You came to visit the last king of the giants? I never expected he'd be here. Wow! You're the Monkey King? How can you be here? The eyes of the great warrior's soul widened. Yeon-woo looked from one to the other. You two know each other. The Monkey King's exove crossed his arms and snorted. We met back when the real Monkey King guy ran free. They both go crazy for fights, sheesh. But anyway. The Monkey King's exove clucked his tongue. The crawling chaos had something to do with the end of the giants. It's embarrassing, but yes. Even the dragons too, gosh, this bastard gets in everyone's business, So that's why I hadn't seen you around for a while. Ha! The Monkey King's exove laughed in disbelief once again after realizing that the bad incidents inside of the tower were related to the crawling chaos. What was going on in that bastard's mind? Still, I'm glad that I was able to meet the new king, God, and greet you again? The Monkey King's exove cocked his head. What's up with that attitude? You're acting like this is the end? The great warrior's soul smiled bitterly and looked up. Along a massive grey wall hung countless ghosts in the same state as he was. I wouldn't wish for anything else if I could follow you both, but where can I go in this state? Even if I try to kill myself, the damned bastard has my data, so he can restore me right away. Haha! He looked back down at Yeon-woo and the Monkey King's exove. His bitter grimace turned into a smile again. Still, being able to cheer you on like this makes my resentment feel like it's been washed away. I feel like I can remain here with a smile for all of eternity. He seemed to have no more attachments. Bullshit! The Monkey King's exove grumbled in annoyance, and the eyes of the great warrior's soul widened. Where's the guy who used to act up until he got beaten up by the actual Monkey King? Didn't you hear? Your race has been resurrected. You should think of returning. What are you doing spewing bullshit? But nothing. This guy is your god, isn't he? You should beg your god. Who knows? There might be a way? The Monkey King's exove grumbled, and the great warrior's soul looked at Yeon-woo with shaking eyes. Yeon-woo nodded solemnly. Would you like to come along? Is that possible? You don't need to worry about that. All you need to do is reply. Would you like to go? The great warrior's soul pressed his lips together. He mumbled something with his eyes shut, then suddenly opened his eyes. His sad eyes were blazing with passion. They were once again the eyes of the warrior who used to battle the Monkey King. I'd like to follow you. I'd like to stand by your side. The soul of the great warrior spoke to Yeon-woo politely, and Yeon-woo nodded as though it were no big deal. As you wish. He spread open his palm to release Hades' spirit-eating sword. Every cell of the great warrior's soul that had been trapped for hundreds of thousands of years was sucked completely into darkness. You have activated Summon of the Dead. Who would you like to summon? Valdibish. When he spoke the great warrior's name, a shadow grew beside Yeon-woo. Ah! The great warrior's soul began to sob as soon as his body was recreated, and he started feeling his hands and feet. The miracle he'd dreamed of for so long had finally arrived. Even the connection that bound him to the crawling chaos was gone. I, Valdibish, will walk whatever blessed path my god walks. The great warrior's soul knelt with his head low. Tears dripped down his face. Yeon-woo nodded heavily, thinking that the strength of his party had just upgraded. At the same time, he widened his territory of recognition. The fact the last king of the giants was present meant that another being similar to him had to be here. Kalidas. The last king of the dragons was most definitely here. Chapter 530. Giant Demonic Divine Dragon, 5. Fortunately, Yeon-woo was correct. This is... I see. Did the dragons walk the same path as we did? The soul of the great warrior's eyes widened as he nodded in understanding. The dragons also wished to climb to the higher floors, even though it was for a different reason. Before we went extinct, the dragons were already an endangered race as well. Unlike the great warrior's soul, the ancient dragon Kalidas didn't budge even as Yeon-woo's party approached him. Anyone watching would have assumed he was already dead. However, Yeon-woo could see that Kalidas was deep in hibernation. He was probably conserving energy or had probably given in to sleep, not wishing to suffer any longer. Yeon-woo didn't think the crawling chaos would have allowed Kalidas to sleep like this, but Kalidas had probably found a way since he was well versed in magic. I should wake him later. Yeon-woo thought he needed to get Kalidas away from here first. Kalidas had helped bring him here and told him that Jeong-woo's soul was in darkness. It was likely he knew quite a bit about the crawling chaos and darkness. From the last king of the giants to the king of the dragons, haha. Looks like it's not the crawling chaos doing the collecting, but you. What are you trying to do with these beings who disappeared long ago? I guess you won't be bored since you have so many to talk to? The Monkey King's Exove chuckled, happy to see that their companions were growing in number. Yeon-woo nodded and opened Hades' spirit-eating sword to separate Kalidas from the crawling chaos, just as he had done with the great warrior's soul. His draconic factors increased dramatically. Monkey King. Yes. Are you ready now? Yes. What do I have to do to obtain the revelations? Yeon-woo had no idea how to find the revelations in this place of trapped ghosts that brimmed with too many memories and vestiges. It seemed like he would have to use a lot of effort to find the revelations. However, the Monkey King's Exove had a deep understanding of the unconscious from all the time he spent in Yeon-woo's unconscious. Furthermore, he was one of the faces of the heavenly demon, who managed the Chonggong library, so it was possible he knew something. There's not much to it. Just do what you do best. Yeon-woo cocked his head in confusion, not understanding what the Monkey King's Exove was saying at first. Then, when he understood, he laughed. All right, then. Yeon-woo closed his eyes, building a plan inside of his head. He spoke in a low voice. Nemesis. Nike. Whoosh. Instantly, the Sin Stone vibrated wildly. Emptiness opened to reveal Nemesis. A flame blazed on Nemesis' head and slowly dispersed to reveal Nike. Nemesis had grown colossal after Yeon-woo had consumed Akasha's snake and he'd gone through metamorphosis. It felt as if the vast world of the crawling chaos unconscious had become smaller even though Nemesis wasn't even showing his full form. He had only brought a part of him out of the emptiness while the rest was still coiled up inside. Did you call for us, Master? Wow! Where's this? It's super hard to breathe. As Yeon-woo nodded in response to Nemesis' question, Nike flapped his wings to fly into Yeon-woo's arms. Nike was almost half of Yeon-woo's size now. Oh, what's this? A bit bigger and he's gonna catch up to my dragon. What did you feed him? The Monkey King's Exove exclaimed in astonishment as he looked Nemesis over. Then, he turned to Nike, who left a trail of fire as he moved. And this one's good looking. Nice and round, too. Ah, I want some fried chicken. It was good back when I had it once. Master. This old man is strange. He's scary. The Monkey King's Exove was smacking his lips. Yeon-woo looked at him in bewilderment. How did he know about fried chicken? Although Nike didn't know what fried chicken was, he burrowed deeper into Yeon-woo's arms, sensing a threat. Yeon-woo stroked Nike's head, telling him it was all right. Even though Nike was fully grown, he was still childlike, and he rubbed his head on Yeon-woo's chest. Feeling safe again, Nike flapped his wings and looked up. You want me to burn this all, right? The thing that Yeon-woo did best was his ability to wreak havoc. Yes. I'll leave it to you. Hee hee. You can trust me. I didn't want to look at this stuff any longer anyway. Hiya. Nike transformed back into fire, and blue flames instantly spread to the walls of this world, forming a huge tsunami of fire. Everything began to burn. Nike was a phoenix holding the fire of life, which meant that he had a great affinity for purification. There wasn't a better countermeasure for the chaos and disorderly energy of the crawling chaos. Ki-a-a-a. Ki-e-e. Ki-een. The ghosts all screamed as their souls burned. However, joy followed at the heels of the pain, and relief filled their faces as they disappeared. Rumble. The world of the crawling chaos unconscious began to shake turbulently. Space began to tremble as though there were an earthquake, and strange objects began to rain down clumps of vestiges. The achievements that the crawling chaos had accumulated through the ages had cracked and were falling down. Nemesis wordlessly watched the scene and quietly scattered into darkness. Then, dream energy began to wave around them, and the gruesome pieces of vestiges began to turn into letters. Yeon-woo temporarily established his territory in the crawling chaos world. Nemesis technique allowed Yeon-woo to easily differentiate between all the pieces and pick out the ones he needed. Suddenly, Yeon-woo pulled out a thick black book. It was the item he'd created after exploring the sites of the giants, the Book of the Black King. Malak called it the Book of Enoch and El Infernal called it Le Mejiton. It was a collection of prophecies, in short, the revelations. Flutter. The book emitted a black light, and the pages quickly flipped. The first sections were information Yeon-woo had obtained from the Chonggong Library and from the Stones of the Giants, but it wasn't enough. The book was thicker than the width of his hand, and he'd only filled 10% of it. The pieces of vestiges clicked together and took on various forms. The Book of the Black King, incomplete, searches for the letters it needs. There are letters and pages in this place. Creation is being attempted. The letters have been assembled. A few of the letters spun into the Black Book. Hub. In the meantime, Yeon-woo focused on supplying the book with the immense amount of magic power required to complete it. Was it because it was a collection of all the prophecies in the universe? Or was it because the crawling chaos possessed so many of them? Although he had become one with the demonism and possessed nearly infinite magic power with the giant demonic divine dragon trait, he had to give everything. He felt like he risked losing the strength of his philosopher's stone, dragon heart, and even his own body, so he concentrated on controlling his magic power. The three casts of the Black King vibrated violently. His body shook in the storm of magic power. Chhh. As letters attached themselves to the pages of the book one by one, the world of the crawling chaos unconscious quaked turbulently. Boom! A shiver-inducing cry rang out. Has he finally caught on? The eyebrows of the Monkey King's exuve twitched. The crawling chaos had finally realized what was happening. Although the crawling chaos had been unaware for some time, the Monkey King's exuve thought it would take him a little longer to realize it. Stepping foot in Yeon-woo's abyss was already dangerous enough. The Monkey King was amazed that the crawling chaos could move here even as he was focused on his task in Yeon-woo's unconscious. Get ready and stand on your guard. The great warrior's soul materialized the weapon he'd used when he was alive and gripped its hilt. Yeon-woo didn't have the attention to be concerned with anything else. It was already difficult enough controlling the explosive storm of magic power. Nike had to purify while Nemesis focused on changing the vestiges to letters. It was up to the Monkey King's exuve and the great warrior to block the crawling chaos. Now? As soon as the Monkey King's exuve shouted, a countless number of incarnations fell from above, more than they'd ever dealt with before. To make matters worse, each of them had the strength of superior divine beings. Since the crawling chaos was the creator of this place, his defense mechanisms were as strong as he was. Enlarge, Ruyi Bang! The Ruyi bang in the Monkey King's hand lengthened endlessly as he brandished it. At its tip, flame wheel and lightning strike activated, causing eruptions of fire and lightning. The soul of the great warrior stuck close to Yeon-woo to protect him. When the incarnations that the Monkey King failed to block attempted to approach Yeon-woo, he stepped up. Boom! Boom! Craw-craw-craw! As if he were demonstrating how he'd become the mighty king of the giants, the great warrior's soul bellowed as he swung his weapon. With each swing, space split and multiple incarnations were swept away. With each stamp of his foot, the ground turned over, turning into high walls to prevent the incarnations' approach. The crawling chaos changed his methods when the incarnations found themselves unable to approach Yeon-woo. Cracks suddenly appeared on the incarnations, they self-destructed, releasing the energy inside them. Rumble! Boom! This damned bastard! The Monkey King's XOVE had to focus on neutralizing the attacks when the beam he'd sent out ricocheted back as explosions. Any impact could break Yeon-woo's concentration, and if he failed to control his magic power, it would be the end for them. Crawling chaos, you're sadistic until the end? The great warrior's soul barely managed to defeat an attacking incarnation. His body was already covered with injuries, and his left hand had been cut off. He didn't have the time to heal himself as the number of incarnations kept increasing. He felt like he'd already slashed 1,000 of them, but more rained down. Boom! 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 Kiddo! How much longer? The Monkey King's XOVE shouted in frustration. Just a little more. Please hold on just a little more. Yeon-woo gritted his teeth, eyes focused on the book of the Black King. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his eyes had gone red. Letters were still assembling on the pages. The book shook violently with a force strong enough to rip out his arms, but he held on. Just a little more. The letters required to complete the book are being combined. You have currently combined 79.1% of the letters. You have created 11 pages. There are 3 pages left. There are approximately 5 minutes left before completion. The countdown is beginning. 5 minutes. 00:04:59_99. 00:04:59_98. 5 minutes could be short or long, depending on one's perspective. Yeon-woo felt his magic power nearing its end, but he turned to soul power to make up for whatever he lacked. The level of his soul, which he'd only just attained, began to shake dangerously. 00:02:43_06. 00:02:43_05. When half the time required had passed, a worrisome sound rang out. Crack! Expecting the worst, Yeon-woo, the Monkey King's XOVE, and the great warrior's soul all looked up. Their suspicions were confirmed by the sight. Whoosh! Crack! Crack! Cracks were appearing in the ceiling. The area where the incarnations were emerging from widened as cracks spread along the ceiling, accompanied by fog and heat. Shit! Realizing what it was, the Monkey King's XOVE shouted. The crawling chaos was going to destroy his own world of unconscious. He was going to self-destruct. It would destroy all the achievements he'd gathered, but he didn't seem to care. Was this how urgently he wanted to protect the revelations, or did he have something else up his sleeve? It was impossible to know what he was thinking. However, one thing was for certain, if they were caught up in the explosion, their identities and consciousness would be erased entirely. 1 minute and 32 seconds 68. 00:0132_67. Move, you wretches! The Monkey King's XOVE swept away the incarnations blocking his way with Ruyi Bang and used Shikuka to somehow stop the cracks from spreading. His target was the faraway core hanging above. However, the heat was too much, and his Shikuka didn't work. At that moment, 10,000 incarnations attached themselves to the Monkey King's arms and legs. Regardless of his efforts to remove them, 3 appeared to replace each one he kicked away. Soon, he couldn't move. 00:00:58_46 00:00:58_45 Whoosh! The heat grew more intense, and cracks covered the entire world of the crawling chaos unconscious. It was on the verge of exploding. No? The screams of the Monkey King's exuvi were buried under a pile of incarnations. He only needed to move a little farther. He could already see the bright, sun-like core, but he was on the verge of disappearing. He was about to shout from frustration, thinking it was the end, when a hot puff of air blew away the incarnations stuck to him. Swoosh! The Monkey King's exuvi looked behind him in surprise. Don't worry about anything else, and get yourself over there. I'll guard you from behind? A familiar, 150-meter-long dragon looked at him. The dragon's wings spread wide, and an even more intense breath was steaming in his mouth. The ancient dragon Kalidas had opened his eyes. Chapter 531 Giant Demonic Divine Dragon, 6. 00:00:41_03 00:00:41_02 Boom, boom, boom. Each time the ancient dragon Kalidas opened his mouth, he released a wave of intense heat that swept away the incarnations targeting the Monkey King's exuvi before they could even touch a single hair on his body. Thanks to this, the Monkey King's exuvi could quickly slide towards the source of light. It was the core of the crawling chaos consciousness which he had created to control his unconscious. Unfortunately, it was too far. 00:00:35_66 00:00:35_65 Even though the Monkey King's exuvi tried to use Shikuki, cracks kept appearing in space, making it difficult to close the distance. The source of light's heat was also so intense that it could sweep him away. He tried to use 72 Bien to protect himself while forcing a path open with Heaven Bracket, but that was easier in theory than reality. More cracks continued to appear. 00:00:20_95 00:00:20_94 Time was becoming an urgent issue. The Monkey King's exuvi thought he could force a path open if necessary. However, it would be impossible to reach the source of light, destroy it, and prevent the impact from spreading in less than 30 seconds. It would have been better if Kalidas had awakened earlier, but it wasn't the time to nitpick. He needed to find another way. 00:00:08_37 00:00:08_36 No one can approach our god? In the meantime, the great warrior's soul rapidly swung his weapon to protect Yeon-woo. The weapon he had used at first was gone and replaced by a bloodied incarnation. He'd grabbed whatever was nearby to use. He fatigued from the endless stream of incarnations, and he was having difficulty catching his breath. However, his eyes were brighter than ever. Even if he used all his soul power and vanished for good, he was determined to protect Yeon-woo no matter what. His eyes were filled with hope and faith that things would work out somehow. So, he prevented even a single incarnation from approaching Yeon-woo. It was a miraculous feat. 00:00:04_21 It was the same situation for Kalidas. It seemed he had gone into hibernation in order to stockpile his energy because he spewed breath without stopping, likely using up what little soul power he had. However, he didn't seem to mind. 00:00:03_49 I should get my act together as well. The Monkey King's exuvi grinned. 00:00:02_66 The Giant King and Dragon King were staking their lives on this fight, so how embarrassing would it be if he didn't accomplish anything? And even if he were only a shadow of his true self, he was still the Monkey King. His pride wouldn't allow him to be humiliated. 00:00:01_25 The Monkey King thought of a plan and looked down at the Ruyi Bang in his hand. This item could provide a way out surely. 00:00:01_02. The Ruyi Bang was a holy artifact he'd had all his life, although it was now in pieces. The young heavenly demon had used it often even before the damned tower had been erected. An item like this surely had some kind of solution. Something else occurred to him, and he scoffed at himself. Although he'd been using the Ruyi Bang all this time, he'd still thought of it as a copy. However, in a world of unconscious like this, any item would have the same properties as the real version with the right imagination. That means amplification is possible. The Monkey King's Exuvi recalled the greatest feature of the Ruyi Bang, divine iron. 00:00:00_96. He quickly began to move. 00:00:00_79. Running forward, he prepared to hurl the Ruyi Bang. Using all of his soul power, he condensed the trademark techniques of Heaven Bracket, 5 elements, and extreme energy at the Ruyi Bang's tip. 00:00:00:64. When the Ruyi Bang began to groan, unable to accept any more soul power, he threw it forward. Enlarge, Ruyi Bang. 00:00:00:48. Rumble. The Ruyi Bang glided through the air, transformed into a ray of light. 00:00:00:33. The strong winds weren't enough to stop the small but powerful Ruyi Bang, and it split apart the center of the source of light. 00:00:00:20. The source of light was already in a fragile condition, and it couldn't bear the assault. It exploded, completely destroyed. The heat and wind grew even more intense. The explosion released an energy that reduced everything to atoms. The result that the Monkey King's Exuvi was aiming for followed after. 00:00:00:11. The Ruyi Bang hadn't only pierced through the source of light, it also pinned down the explosion, which continued to expand until it seemed to reach the edges of the world of unconscious. The Monkey King's Exuvi heard the sound he'd been waiting for. Boom. 00:00:00:05. He stretched for the source of light and closed his fist, a gesture that strengthened spells. Then, he shouted in a voice filled with soul power, "Seal?" The shaking and cracking world of the crawling chaos unconscious stopped. 00:00:00:04. What was more? 00:00:00:00_4. 00:00:00:05. 00:00:00:06. They were being given more time. Crack. The exploding light and heat returned to their origin. Crash. Crash. The Ruyi Bang, which stood like a giant pillar, began to absorb everything. As the Ruyi Bang's properties were activated, the process began. It was attempting to seal the entire world of unconscious, achievements, and legends of the crawling chaos. Do-do-do-do. As the light and heat reversed course, and the cracks that covered the walls filled up, space itself was ripped away and sucked into the Ruyi Bang. Ki-a-a-a-a. Kikai-ki, kai-ki-ki-ki. The 10,000 incarnations connected to the source light were also swept into the Ruyi Bang. Hey? This is possible? As expected of the heavenly demon's teacher and other face. He's beyond imagination? The great warrior's soul looked stunned as the incarnations he was just barely holding back suddenly floated in the air. Kalida's eyes widened at the unexpected sight and quickly analyzed what was happening. Even in death, he couldn't repress his curiosity and thirst for more knowledge. They all thought that the Monkey King's Exuvi was amazing. He'd not only blocked the crawling chaos interference but had gotten rid of him completely. They had an inkling of why their ancestors and the gods and demons had been afraid of him. Boom. No. You can't. The crawling chaos attempted to resist, but it wasn't easy. Divine iron could bind even the Black King. No matter how strong he was, there was no way he could fight it since the beings of darkness were simply helpless against divine iron. See? They. And. The Ruyi Bang didn't just seal his world of unconscious, it began to suck in his consciousness, identity, and even his body. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo finished collecting and assembling the letters. The letters have all been assembled. You do not have sufficient letters. The creation of the Book of the Black King has been suspended. Currently, its progress is 19.2%. Find more letters to finish the book. Thump. Yeon-woo closed the Book of the Black King. His face was drenched in sweat. His dragon heart and sin stone were nearly empty of magic power, and his mind was fatigued. However, despite being on the brink of collapse, there was a smile on his face. He'd experienced another growth spurt with his soul just by completing a part of the revelations. He was also in awe of the Monkey King's Exuvi, who had turned around their desperate situation. He felt like he just learned more ways of using Ruyi Bang. It was impressive to see its true owner use it. Would Yeon-woo also have that much strength if he had the real Ruyi Bang? Stop grinning and open the door if you're done. Can't you see it's dangerous right now? Normally, the Monkey King's Exuvi would have been swaggering from his achievement, but it seemed like the attack had taken a lot out of him. Yeon-woo nodded and used Vigrid to tear through space. When he returned to his own unconscious, he could see the crawling chaos spirit body being sucked into the Ruyi Bang now that the otherworld god's unconscious had been destroyed. Within his abyss, he could also see the crawling chaos true body, which had also entered Yeon-woo's abyss. It had been flung out of the darkness by the Monkey King's Exuvi seal. Krrrr. After it swallowed the crawling chaos, the Ruyi Bang shrank and turned until a black ball was rolling in the Monkey King's palm. Suddenly, pockets of emptiness opened in the air. Chains fell out to tighten around the black ball. The crawling chaos had been sealed thanks to the imagination of the Monkey King's Exuvi. Since the Exuvi hadn't used the real Ruyi Bang, once he stopped imagining it, the crawling chaos would be unsealed. However, if the crawling chaos were bound by chains like this, he wouldn't be able to escape even after the Monkey King's Exuvi stopped imagining. Brrrr. The black ball trembled as the chains wrapped around it. The crawling chaos was frustrated no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get out. No. Just a little more. The crawling chaos released uncontrolled vestiges as he thrashed around. He seemed impatient for some reason, although he'd previously been indifferent towards death. What had he seen in the abyss? However, Yeon-woo, the Monkey King's Exuvi, the Great Warrior's soul, and Kalidas didn't care. The eyes of the Great Warrior's soul and Kalidas were cold. Even though they'd had their revenge, they still despised him. Their hate for the crawling chaos wouldn't disappear easily. I need to separate his holy power and consciousness. Yeon-woo knew he needed to take greater care in absorbing the crawling chaos. They couldn't struggle over who would absorb whom like this again. He thought it would be best to suck in all the crawling chaos holy power and stick his ego inside emptiness. Then, Yeon-woo could torture the crawling chaos ego for information later. The Great Warrior's soul and Kalidas probably wouldn't want Yeon-woo to let him off easily either. However, they needed to get out of this place first. To finish the sealing, Yeon-woo put the black ball inside emptiness. Clatter. No. Please. The crawling chaos pleaded once more, but the chains clanged coldly as they pulled him inside emptiness, whose mouth was wide open, waiting to swallow him up. Chapter 532. Giant Demonic Divine Dragon, 7. Wait. The demonism, whom he'd almost forgotten about, suddenly spoke up. He still hasn't paid? Yeon-woo suddenly felt his body separating as Vigrid disappeared from his hand. In the distance, a black shadow without any features appeared. The demonism had manifested in his true body, and in his hand was the ball of the crawling chaos wrapped in chains. The great warrior's soul and Kalidas quickly sprang to action. Kalidas stretched back and opened his mouth. Boom! Previously, Kalidas' attack had been weak because of the number of targets he had to deal with. Now, with only one target in front of him, its destructive power was amplified. However, Demonism smiled widely without a hint of fear and jumped up in amusement. Kalidas' breath just missed him. At that moment, the great warrior's soul appeared behind the Demonism, and he swung his massive halberd down on the Demonism's head. It was a weapon that had destroyed the heads of countless incarnations, but the Demonism only twisted in midair and swung his arm. The halberd flew back as the Demonism's hand unspooled into dozens of strands that headed towards the great warrior's soul. Kook! Boom! The great warrior's soul attempted to flick away the vines that whipped at him, but he could only cut a few of them. The others pierced through his shoulders, arms, chest, and back, leaving him pinned on the ground. With his hand still outstretched, the Demonism straightened up and extended his left hand. At that moment, space opened up in front of him, and the Monkey King's Exuve appeared, slashing down with the Ruyi Bang, anticipating the Demonism's next move. Thud! Swish! The impact shook Yeon-woo's unconscious. The Exuve's eyes flashed. Fiery golden eyes blazed as the Ruyi Bang vibrated violently as the Monkey King's Exuve prepared to activate the Ruyi Bang the same way he'd sealed the crawling chaos. Kalidas opened his mouth wide to protect the Monkey King's Exuve, and the great warrior's soul got back to his feet after freeing himself from the vines. The Ruyi Bang slid down the Demonism's arm, attempting to transform, but the Demonism suddenly let out a peal of monstrous laughter and said, "Oh right, let me tell you ahead of time. If you try to hurt me with this, keek. I don't know what I might do if I'm cornered." He lifted the ball of the crawling chaos to his mouth. Instantly, the Ruyi Bang stopped shaking. The Monkey King's Exuve narrowed his eyes, trying to read the Demonism's intention, but the featureless being didn't even ooze a single thought or vestige. The Exuve frowned in annoyance and turned to Yeon-woo, speaking so only the two could hear. "Looks like that guy wants to make a deal with us?" Yeon-woo nodded. If the Demonism had only wanted the crawling chaos, he would have eaten the ball already and caused a disaster. A more horrifying monster than the crawling chaos would have risen by now. The only reason Yeon-woo could battle the crawling chaos and seal him was that he had worked with the Demonism. It would have been impossible fighting the crawling chaos on his own. The Demonism's strength made that much difference. The fact that he hadn't consumed the crawling chaos yet meant he wanted something, likely what Yeon-woo had promised him. Yeon-woo clucked his tongue. Things aren't going well. He'd been planning to gloss over his promise with the Demonism and lock him inside emptiness with the crawling chaos, but that hadn't worked. At that moment, the Demonism grinned at him, and Yeon-woo could almost hear him say, "I understand your character. You make the decision?" The Monkey King's Exuve spoke again. "But take into consideration that we don't have any soul power left. If we end up fighting, all three of us will be destroyed forever?" Yeon-woo nodded silently. The Monkey King's Exuve, the great warrior's soul, and Kalidas had all fought the crawling chaos on his behalf. They were only maintaining their bodies at the moment because they had accumulated much strength during their lifetime. It wouldn't be a surprise if they were critically injured. Finally, Yeon-woo gave the signal to back off. Kalidas swallowed his breath, and the great warrior's soul glared at the Demonism as he slowly lowered his halberd. The Monkey King's Exuve used Shakuka to return to Yeon-woo's side. "Kek. You're all too much. I was with Yeon-woo when he rescued you, so I contributed a lot. Technically, I'm also your god. How can you treat your god so rudely?" The Demonism smiled coldly at them. Yeon-woo stepped forward with a frown. "Stop with the pointless banter and tell us what you want. Do you want to collect your fee for helping?" "Of course. I want to take my share. What's wrong with that?" "If not, you'll only use and abandon me like those idiotic gods and demons. I have no plans to be treated like that. And what do you want? Keek. What you promised. The demonism fixed his gaze on Yeon-woo. You said you'd give me something tasty. Don't you have something in mind? I'm sure it's also what I'm thinking right now. The something tasty Yeon-woo had been referring to was the crawling chaos. You're not asking for all of it, are you? Of course not. I'm not like my old self. If I swallow this whole thing, I'll only get sick, so what's the point? Besides, you're too greedy to let me do that. I'm actually quite reasonable, unlike you. Old self. Yeon-woo realized that this was something important, but he pretended not to notice. Then what do you want? The demonism tightened his grip on the vibrating ball, and a corner of his mouth rose. His smile was so wide that it was gruesome. His ego? Ego. Yes. I just need this guy's consciousness, the thing that has been destroyed and recovered again and again through the ages. You can take the holy power and achievements and whatever else. How's that? Yeon-woo's forehead creased. He wasn't sure what the demonism was thinking if he didn't want holy power, achievements, or the soul, just the ego. At first, the ego seemed important since it controlled the body and the soul, and it was the reason people could think and analyze. However, it was also the least valuable part of the crawling chaos. An ego was only the surface of one's unconscious. Even if it were gone, a new ego and personality could be created. No. Even if I die. Need to finish. The ball of the crawling chaos trembled again, but the demonism's grip tightened on it. The ball shook in pain, as if the crawling chaos was roaring from his suffering. Keek. Hurry up and decide. It's not a bad trade for you, is it? It's actually easier for you since you don't have to worry about taking care of him? Yeon-woo didn't answer immediately and continued to glare at the demonism, trying to see through his scheme. However, he had no idea what the demonism had in mind. I think it's best to take his offer. Calidus used his messaging magic to deliver his advice to Yeon-woo. I don't know what he's thinking, but it's more important for you to obtain what you need? Yeon-woo nodded. Calidus was correct. He needed the achievements and holy power the crawling chaos had accumulated. It wouldn't matter if the crawling chaos ego were separated from them. In the end, Yeon-woo decided to take Calidus' advice. Fine. Let's do that. Keek. I never thought I'd make such a straightforward deal with you. The demonism laughed strangely again and took the ball in both hands. Crack. He began to twist and crunch it. The crawling chaos vibrated in pain, but his cries only added to the demonism's enjoyment. However, the roughness of his cries shook Yeon-woo's unconscious. Only when the ball had been taken apart did they stop. Now, there were two black balls that looked exactly the same, one in each of the demonism's hands. Take it. He tossed the one in his right hand to Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo was surprised when he accepted it. Although it contained great achievements and holy power, he couldn't feel any consciousness from it. It was quiet, like a tranquil ocean. The crawling chaos had been taken apart so neatly, but how was that possible? Yeon-woo had been planning to dismember the crawling chaos carefully, and the demonism had done it so easily and cleanly. The ball that the demonism held thrashed and shook, likely from the pain. However, the demonism just opened his mouth without a care and popped the black ball inside. Crunch, crunch. He gulped down the ball and laughed in satisfaction, as though he had just eaten a delicacy. He licked his lips like he wanted more. What has changed? Yeon-woo's forehead remained creased. He had expected the demonism to grow stronger or something, but it was impossible to tell if any changes had occurred. Hey, kiddo. Call me again if you ever need to take care of things like this. I'll work with you willingly anytime. Keek. With those words, the demonism returned to Vigrid to sleep deeply once more. Vigrid clinked to the ground where the demonism had just been. Thinking that it was still impossible to guess the demonism's thoughts, Yeon-woo wound black chains around Vigrid and locked the demonism back inside emptiness again. He looked at the ball of the crawling chaos wordlessly and split it evenly in 4 pieces. He kept one for himself and gave the rest to the Monkey King's Exuvi, Great Warrior's soul, and Kalidas. You must have lost a lot of soul power. Please replenish yourself with this. Oh ho! Really? You're giving this to us? The Monkey King's Exuvi looked at Yeon-woo with a strange expression as he accepted his piece, but Yeon-woo remained composed. I never said I was giving it up. What? As long as you're with me, it doesn't matter which one of us eats it. And I can just use you as much as I feed you. The Exuvi was speechless. You're not eating it? Yes. That's more like the Yeon-woo I know. Woo. I can already imagine what it will be like when you meet my true body. Even as the Monkey King's Exuvi shook his head in amusement, he swallowed the holy power. Digesting it would take some time because of the chaos energy, but it would help him to continue maintaining his vestige body. The Great Warrior's soul and Kalidas accepted the pieces as well. Their dark souls began to find their light again. Yeon-woo swallowed the holy power the same way he'd eaten the fruit of good and evil. Suddenly, his vision began to shake. He was being kicked back to reality now that he didn't have any business in his unconscious. Just before he lost his sight, Yeon-woo looked at the abyss below him. What was it? What was living inside it that could make the crawling chaos so desperate to stay alive? Many questions filled his head, but he had no way of knowing the answers. In the end, Yeon-woo was forced to push those thoughts aside as he opened his eyes after returning to reality again. Whoosh! Chapter 533 Giant Demonic Divine Dragon, 8. Right before Yeon-woo returned to reality, the last of the crawling chaos vestiges flashed through Yeon-woo's mind as he digested the otherworld god's holy power. Just a little more would have been enough. To think he was asleep here. But I finally know? That was it. This human, so amusing. Without his ego, the crawling chaos mind was a mess. He was feeling disjointed emotions of regret, understanding, reluctance, and delight at the same time. As soon as the dragon heart balanced the holy power with magic power, the crawling chaos disappeared with these final words, if the opportunity arises, I might be able to see something even more amusing. Ha ha ha! The battle at the holy territory was reaching its end. Our God, chaos, has disappeared. How? The other world gods, who could barely withstand the ghost giants, released shocked vestiges. They had been holding their ground because they believed the crawling chaos would save them and defeat their enemies. It didn't matter to them that the giants had been resurrected since the giants were only the crawling chaos toys. The other world gods believed that the giants' fate wouldn't change, but this belief came crashing down around them. Furthermore, this was Yeon-woo's holy territory, where death and fight dominated. When the energy that crawling chaos had been funneling to them disappeared, the strength of the other world gods plunged. At that moment, black-red lightning rained down from the sky. Boom! The lightning passed through a monstrous, amphibious-looking creature and landed on the ground, dividing into dozens of bolts that spread out like a spider web. Ah! 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 No! This can't be. The bolts swept away the other world gods, and they released their last vestiges before vanishing. Valdibish took care of the last ones before looking up to see Yeon-woo slowly descending. He roared, "Our god has returned?" Their god was victorious, and the crawling chaos was dead. The ghost giants all raised their weapons and cheered. "Follow our god?" Then, they changed direction and ran towards the traitors, who putting up their last struggle. It was time to end the war. How? Oh dear! The crawling chaos has been defeated? Even if number has resurrected giants and can summon a death dragon, this is... After realizing that resistance would be futile, the traitors all tossed their weapons to the ground and knelt. The battle had gone in favor of Yeon-woo's side, and they weren't even in a position to negotiate. In the end, they had no choice but to surrender unconditionally and accept being tied up by the black chains that appeared from emptiness. They were aware that they were being bound with divine iron, the material that bound all holy power and demonic energy. They risked being sealed or torn apart like Gabriel, and they could only hope for mercy from Yeon-woo. It was hard to imagine that Yeon-woo would even have mercy, but they couldn't do anything else because they feared him so much. He'd even won a fight against the crawling chaos. The heavenly world still didn't know much about the other world. It was an outer space that hadn't been fully investigated, and they found it difficult to study it because creation and order hadn't reached it yet. However, one thing was certain, the otherworld gods were always looking for opportunities to enter inner space. The crawling chaos was their vanguard, which meant that his powers and abilities had to be formidable. Only the superior gods, creator gods, or ancient gods who were asleep from the heavenly demon disease could stop the crawling chaos, and the rest had to rely on major societies like Asgard, Olympus, or the G-sect. However, Yeon-woo had defeated the crawling chaos, and just possessing the legend of this victory alone meant that Yeon-woo had already surpassed them. No one looked down on him for being immortal anymore. Instead, they felt terror growing inside of them. If Yeon-woo could achieve so much growth as a mortal, how strong would he become after he exoviated and transcended? Would he be the next Alforoni and follow the path of that impossibly strong being? Kalitas, and even Valdibish? The last Dragon King and the last Giant King have returned? What is going on? They were speechless when they saw the kings of the extinct species standing in front of them, and they could only tremble in fear. Yeon-woo looked at each of them wordlessly. Sometimes, silence was more frightening than 100 words. The way the traitors trembled without being able to meet Yeon-woo's cold golden eyes was ridiculous and almost comical, especially considering how they reassured themselves by thinking they were transcendents and immortal beings. However, he couldn't just leave them be. Now that the fighting was over, he had to tie up loose ends, and there were many things he needed to take care of. There was nothing more he wanted than to use the traitors as energy sources, just as he had with the others. But there's no need to make more enemies. A lot of beings had already died here, so he didn't need to put himself into a corner by making more enemies. Besides, there were neutral and friendly eyes watching him, like Fenrir and Agar's. Yeon-woo wanted to use this chance to divide the heavenly world. There's going to be trouble between the societies who've lost their members and societies who took your side, right? If you take prisoners like this, the hostility between the societies will get worse. How sly! You've impressed even a demon like me? Agar's giggled as he spoke knowingly, using his power so only Yeon-woo could hear. His voice was so sweet that Yeon-woo would have been entranced if he weren't paying attention. As Agar said, the divisions in the heavenly world would likely grow worse after this event. The heavenly world would be split in two, those who were on Yeon-woo's side, and those who weren't. To complicate matters further, there would be smaller factions within each side. The societies whose members were Yeon-woo's hostages would be more hesitant to fight him, and even among his allies, there would be disagreements over how much they had to help him. The heavenly world's plans to fight Alforoni as a united front and the extremes they'd gone to by immobilizing the Bureau had derailed before they'd started because of one mortal. The door to El Infernal is always open. If you want, we'll even give you a position. How about it? Agar's chuckled, delighted that a mere mortal was trying to shake up the heavenly world. However, Yeon-woo just scoffed and didn't give him an answer. Of course, he wanted to fight against Alforoni. Yeon-woo's wish to bring down Alforoni was as desperate that of the heavenly world, if not greater. But the battle against Alforoni was his, he couldn't let others take Alforoni for themselves. What was more, once the heavenly world descended into the lower world, he'd have fewer opportunities to grow stronger. He needed to find a way to buy more time and prevent it. He wasn't doing this simply to toy with the heavenly world. Seal. Clatter. At Yeon-woo's command, the chains binding the traitors returned to emptiness, taking the hostages with them. Fear was apparent on their faces as they saw emptiness widening, but it was better than being terminated, and so they obeyed. After the traitors had been sealed off, Yeon-woo turned to the rest of the envoys, who looked around warily, and his subordinates, who were prepared to act as soon as he gave the order. Craw-craw-craw. Just then, a breath of condensed hellfire descended on Yeon-woo's head with a pure killing intent. It was the fire that had burned the other world gods, but before it even reached Yeon-woo, Valdibish jumped forward and swung his sword, sweeping the fire away. Summer Queen! What is the meaning of this? Valdibish was now dozens of meters in height. When he frowned, an intense magic power storm rose up, shaking the air. Above him, the Summer Queen was angrily flying in circles around them, flapping her massive red wings. Move, halfling! I have no interest in your master. What? It was a word that Valdibish hated, but of course, the arrogant Summer Queen didn't care. I have business with the traitor of our race who's standing next to you and your master? The Summer Queen was glaring directly at Kalidas, her face wrinkled in fury. It seems like I must go? Kalidas smiled dryly, lifting his gigantic body and turning to Yeon-woo. You must have many questions, but would you mind waiting a little longer? I'll return after speaking with that child. Yeon-woo nodded, and Kalidas thanked him before flapping his wings and launching into the sky. Let's go somewhere else, child. This isn't an appropriate place to have a discussion. This is an appropriate place for your grave. Kalidas spoke to her with pity, but the Summer Queen spewed another breath without listening. Kalidas avoided it easily and quickly left in order not to injure anyone else. The Summer Queen furiously chased after him. Yeon-woo watched them disappear before he turned back to the envoys. Then let's settle our debts, too. Metatron adjusts his glasses and awaits your decision. Bale of watches you. Chapter 534. Giant Demonic Divine Dragon, 9. The two Valdibish silently looked at each other. The small Valdibish was amazed to see the great warrior's soul. The legendary being he'd only heard about was right in front of him. He had heard stories about this great hero from his parents when he was a child, stories that began with a long time ago and ended just like any other tale about an unfortunate hero who sacrificed everything for his people only to die in vain. Although this hero had fallen, he still remained in the memories of many. His parents said they'd named him Valdibish so he could also be the hope and light of others. The butler who taught him various martial arts and fighting styles also spoke of him often. It was a strange feeling for Valdibish to meet the hero he'd always admired when he was young. You've grown up well? The larger Valdibish, the great warrior's soul, smiled warmly at him. His eyes were soft, as if Valdibish were a son he'd been separated from a long time. Valdibish's eyes widened. You know me? Of course. The great warrior's soul smiled wryly. You can even say I'm the one who summoned you here? What? Valdibish's eyes grew bigger at the unexpected words. Long ago, in addition to the king, the giants had a spiritual leader. A prophet. Were you aware of this? I have heard about it. The prophet who had ruled with me told me that the luck of the universe was no longer with our race, so we had to prepare an ark for our coming extermination. Then, when the prophecy began, luck would return to us, and we would be able to rise again. Valdibish couldn't grasp all of the great warrior's words, but he understood what he was trying to say. The extermination referred to the downfall of the giants, and the prophecy most likely had to do with Yeon-woo's arrival. Did that mean someone had foretold that Yeon-woo would someday appear to save the giants? Is that possible? It was hard to believe that a prophet had seen a future thousands of years away. Even the gods and demons of precognition couldn't achieve this feat. If it were possible to predict the future, societies with this power would already have taken control of the heavenly world. The great warrior's soul grinned, understanding Valdebisha's disbelief. I had the same thoughts. I thought the prophet was crazy to talk about something thousands of years in the future. If that were possible, why couldn't we simply stop the extermination? The great warrior's soul seemed unaffected, as if he had already distanced himself from the situation. But the prophet said that the dream of the great being only lasts a moment, and no one can interfere with it. It sounded like nonsense. I asked the prophet if fate really existed and how free will could be possible if it did. It was confusing, anyhow. Is that so? Valdebish felt like he might know who the great being the prophet referred to was. At the time, I was scared of nothing and didn't think too much of it. Truthfully, I didn't have the attention to concern myself with such things, either. While searching for a new dimension to invade, we discovered something called the Tower, and we prepared to attack it. Valdebish became nervous as he listened to the long-lost secret history of the giants. At the same time, he was curious. What did the great warrior's soul mean when he said he knew him? After observing for a long time, we decided that the tower was worth challenging. We decided that some of us would move into it, but not everyone. Valdebish tensed. He understood why there was a restriction like this. We had to leave behind the old and injured giants. And the prophet decided to stay behind in our motherland with a few of his followers. This motherland was the birthplace of giants. It had probably been Valdebish's as well. The prophet told me this before we left, and that he would prepare an ark. Something about being able to see the future by giving up parts of his soul, even though the great being's dream only lasted a moment. Thump! Thump! Valdebish's heart beat faster as he listened to the great warrior's soul talk. The prophet also said my stupid name would be passed down and that person would someday be sent to us. From the beginning, you were already destined to come here? The great warrior's soul smiled warmly. You are my descendant, and you've been promised to our God as an apostle from a long time ago, young Valdebish. Valdebish clenched his fists. It might appear that our God has just been born, but he has been looking over us from far away in the past. You have become his child and succeeded in rescuing us from suffering and pain to find our promised land. This is only the beginning. The responsibility of leading the giants to greatness again lies on your shoulders. Push! Suddenly, the great warrior's soul began to crack. Your body? Valdebish moved towards him in surprise, but the great warrior's soul lifted his hand to stop him. He smiled warmly at Valdebish. Don't be shaken, and follow your principles as you always have. You do it. You can be the one to do it. Death isn't the end. It can be the foundation of new life. Death and life are cycles that only last a short moment. It's like a dream that is forgotten but can be dreamt again. My generation's death has already come, and your generation has been born, so even in death, I will be with you? The great warrior's soul smiled faintly. He was exhausted. He had spent ages suffering in a world that even transcendent beings didn't want to enter, waiting for a hope he wasn't sure would come. However, he had seen the giants rise again, just as the prophet had said. Now that he was assured a new Valdebish would follow in his footsteps and lead the giants, he no longer had any regrets. All he wanted to do was rest. Allow me to make one request? Please, go ahead. Valdebish dropped his head. Now that he had looked into the mind of the great warrior's soul, he couldn't muster up the strength to stop him. Someday, if we follow our God and leave this prison-like tower and return to our motherland, bury me next to that person. That person, had the prophet been his lover or wife? With those words, the great warrior's soul scattered in the air, flowing into Valdebish. The lingering attachments and achievements of the last king, who had led the giants to a golden age and their downfall, entered his young descendant and settled inside him permanently. Bo, this should be enough for you. What is the meaning of this? Do you think we worked that hard just for this much? The godly society protests against your decision. Yeon-woo was giving the revelations to the envoys as he promised. If he could get away with it, he would have just ignored them, but the contract was both a command and a quest based on the tower's system. He couldn't go back on his word. However, nothing was specified about the amount of the reward, so it was up to Yeon-woo to decide. Of course, the envoys protested, saying a few sentences were insufficient for the amount of work they had put in after descending to the lower world. I heard you announced you were neutral when things went down. What does that matter? I said from the start that the rewards will be based on contribution. But you weren't that active during the site exploration. I know you didn't stand on the traitors' side when they schemed against me, but that doesn't mean you were with me either, so of course your contribution should be considered small. The envoy from Bo-le was about to protest further, but the gazes of the large societies fell on him, and he wasn't able to say more. The godly society says number isn't wrong and urges you to move on quickly. The godly society nods in agreement with. The demonic society smirks. You? Since Yeon-woo was technically in the right, Lei turned back sharply. Yeon-woo looked at the envoys behind him without any concern. Next. There were some complaints, but overall, the process went smoothly because everyone thought it was reasonable to allocate rewards according to contribution. The societies didn't receive as much as they would have liked, but it was still an amount that could help them. The godly society is satisfied with their reward. They are happy now that they have found a clue to finishing the Book of Enoch. Has announced their solidarity with you. An invitation to Eden has arrived. A message from Metatron has arrived. Message: we had some concerns, but we are satisfied with the outcome. We wish to engage in more exchanges like this in the future. Is that possible? Please consider it carefully. A message from Metatron has arrived. Message: additionally, please visit Eden when the opportunity arises. If you wish, we'll leave Gabriel's spot empty for you. Malak's pleased response even including a declaration of their solidarity with Yeon-woo. Humph. You don't need to listen to those dirty angels. You're more like us than any other being, so come look for us. We'll give you whatever you want. Baal agrees with Agar's and nods. El Infernal tried to recruit Yeon-woo through Agar's once more before returning to the heavenly world. After all the payments were completed, the envoys speedily returned to the heavenly world, as if they had arranged everything in advance. They had already used too many laws of causality descending to the lower world, and they needed to report back to their societies as soon as they could. Besides, remaining in Yeon-woo's holy territory any longer was like sticking your head between a snake's jaws. The crowded and gloomy hidden stage of the 60th floor instantly turned quiet. Impossible? Shannon, who'd been watching the envoys to make sure they didn't try to pull any tricks, muttered in a shocked voice. Yeon-woo's forehead creased as he wondered what Shannon's problem was this time. What's impossible? Why didn't you do it? What? Stab them in the back? Yeon-woo was speechless. You're giving them rewards just like that? Impossible. There's no way. Fess up now. You're not King Temper, are you? Yeon-woo still couldn't reply. It's clear some other guy has disguised himself as King Temper. For a moment, Yeon-woo seriously wondered what he would do to Shannon. However, it was more trouble than it was worth, and he just snorted and replied, "It doesn't matter." What? I gave them pieces without any context, so it will take a while for them to interpret it. This time, Shannon was speechless. Besides, do you think you can become stronger and interpret the revelations just by looking at them? They need background knowledge, and if they're starting from scratch, that'll take some time too. Yeon-woo had been taught by Brahm, who knew more than any being when he was in the heavenly world. He'd also learned from a few other scholars while researching the Emerald Tablet to create the Philosopher's Stone, which no one had ever done before. But even with that much background knowledge, it had taken him 200 years to comprehend just a few pages of the revelations in the Chonggong library. Would it be possible for societies to suddenly change with just a few sentences or pages of the revelations? Yeon-woo didn't think so. Of course, the gods and demons had broad knowledge from living such long lives, so it was possible they might learn and interpret the revelations faster than Yeon-woo could. But most importantly, I don't think those beings born from order will be able to grasp knowledge from chaos. It had been a long time since the beings of the heavenly world had become transcendents, so they had grown even more tightly bound by the laws of nature. The more their domains and legends were spread, the more they'd be tied to order. The knowledge of outer space meant learning entirely new laws. It would be like poison. Since Yeon-woo could see this, he was willing to give the revelations to them. Even if they somehow managed to interpret it, they'd need to readjust their domains and legends to learn. It would take them close to 100 years to do so, and that wouldn't be of much help with the upcoming war against Al-Foroni. It was enough for Yeon-woo to buy the time he needed to grow stronger, which meant he wasn't concerned. That's more like it. Shannon shook his head. Pretending he didn't hear him, Yeon-woo turned around. But if someone reads the laws of the other world and succeeds in learning the information after disbanding their domains and legends, they might be truly dangerous. His eyes darkened. Calidus returned a few hours later. Flutter. I see everyone has gone back? Yeon-woo nodded. And so has the Summer Queen. We had a long conversation. We're still not done? Yeon-woo didn't know what had gone on between the Summer Queen and Calidus, but he knew well it wasn't something he ought to interfere in. Besides, he had more important topics to discuss. There were many things he wanted to ask Calidus. You must have many questions? Yeon-woo nodded. Ask away? Calidus nodded as if he were prepared for any questions that Yeon-woo might ask. What wouldn't he do for his savior, who had rescued him from the swamp of despair? Do you remember what you told me before you became the Dragon of Chaos or whatever you were called? I told you to go to darkness? Yes. Where is Jeong-woo? You've already seen where he is? Yeon-woo's face stiffened as Calidus' eyes grew dark. The abyss within your unconscious. That is the darkness? Chapter 535. Giant Demonic Divine Dragon, 10. Yeon-woo remembered his unconscious, where he'd encountered the Monkey King's exuvi. It had been a world of thick blackness. Although it was part of his soul, Yeon-woo felt more threatened than comfortable at the thought of it. The Monkey King's exuvi had said it was dangerous as well. He didn't know how the Monkey King's exuvi and Summer Queen managed to stay there. If it were him, his ego might have been destroyed by now. The blackness at its depths, the abyss or void the crawling chaos had tried to explore, was the place that even the Monkey King's exuvi had said not to visit. But that was the darkness? I see. However, Yeon-woo wasn't too surprised. In fact, he had been expecting it somewhat. It was understandable why the Monkey King's exuvi, despite being clever enough to seal the crawling chaos, would be reluctant to approach a place like that. Still, there was something he didn't quite get. How did it get inside him, and why was Jeong-woo's soul there? I see you're beginning to have some suspicions. Have you heard of something called group subconscious? Calidus already guessed what Yeon-woo was wondering about and explained further. Yeon-woo nodded. If you're talking about a collective subconscious, I've heard about it from Brahm. Yeon-woo was profoundly knowledgeable in magic by now. He knew about the main laws that provided the basis for worlds and their other hidden counterparts. Brahm had taught him about group or collective subconscious repeatedly. I heard it's the birthplace of the instincts and souls of all living creatures. There were things all living things could identify and connect to regardless of the environment they grew up in. Everyone was born with an instinctive way of reacting to things. There was a shared space where images and symbols manifested even before birth, and all living things were connected to this space beyond time and space. However, there were no details about this storage space. Gods and demons were aware of this place and tried to reach it many times. However, they either failed or were too spiritually injured to continue, since they could also become swept up in the great flow of things. Some called it a system because it was similar to the system that enforced laws on souls like the one in the tower. What you've seen is part of the group subconscious, the birthplace where all souls are born and where they return after they are destroyed. Additionally, it's the root of all truth and laws. It's like a river where fish, which are the souls, live. It's always flowing and affecting souls. The reason why all living beings have instincts and can think is that this river exists. It sounds like it's similar to reincarnation. No. It's different. Reincarnation begins in Sumeru. It is a cycle that allows souls to continue existing as part of a branch of the world tree. On the other hand, this is more like the earth that the roots of the world tree touch. This is on the very bottom of the universe. Darkness flowed along inner space and in the outer space where the other world gods lived. It's also where a being called Pangu fell asleep just as the creation of the world was completed long ago, but that's not too important, so we'll skip over that. Kalidas' eyes darkened. I've been observing this for a long time and researched its components and laws. I call it darkness. Yeon-woo's eyes flashed. Then how is it connected to my unconscious? It's not. You've just come closer to it than any other living being through coincidence. Occasionally, people like you are born, and we call you geniuses since you're the closest to the roots. The child who embodied this the most was Jeong-woo. Yes? Kalidas nodded. Yeon-woo recalled what he used to call his brother all the time, a prodigy. His trait, perfect adaptability, and his soul, which was gifted and open to all senses, were the closest to darkness than anything in the world. A blessing or favor, if you may. He was born with it. It might have been a blessing at the time, but Yeon-woo knew better. It was a curse. Damned idiot. Worrying me even in death. Yeon-woo ground his teeth thinking of Jeong-woo. He still missed him that much. So, instead of reincarnating after death like others, he returned to darkness? Yeon-woo nodded. It was hard to understand, but Kalidas' words boiled down to one thing. To find Jeong-woo's soul, he needed to explore darkness. The problem was that no one had ever succeeded, not even the gods and demons or Kalidas, who had studied it the longest. However, at least he didn't have to look for darkness anymore. It's strange. What is? If being closer to darkness means you're more talented, then I'm an exception. Yeon-woo believed he lacked talent. Perhaps he was only comparing himself to Jeong-woo, and others might say that he had grown this strong precisely because he had talent, but Yeon-woo could confidently say that it wasn't true. His abnormal progress was only thanks to his brother's diary, and he had only begun to make up for his lack of talent after swallowing the Summer Queen's soul. Moreover, if he didn't have the cheat item of Caste of the Black King, it would have taken him ages to get to where he was. Didn't you inherit the system from that child? Since darkness is technically a problem of recognition, your soul might have become closest to darkness without being aware of it. And the dragon body was created by you. Yes? Yeon-woo finally felt some of his questions being answered. He was the result of intricately related events that began long ago. Then why did I become the successor of darkness? Is that also because of Jeong-woo? I don't know exactly how that happened either. However, I do know that the different wills of flowing darkness sometimes emerge, and one of them has chosen you. As you said, it might have recognized you because of Jeong-woo? If darkness had different wills, Yeon-woo realized that meant there were several successors, as well. Moonchild was probably one of them, and so was Cronus, who was still sleeping deeply in Tartarus. Yeon-woo's eyes narrowed. Just what is darkness? No, the Black King. I already told you. The birthplace of all souls? You know I'm not asking for riddles like that. Do I have to explain in different words? Then how about this, the root of the world? The original that existed even before truth and laws came into being. It is what existed before creation. nothingness, emptiness. He also has many names. Gap of the world, father of all beings, master of dreams, and so on. Kalidas continued bitterly. A being older than the conceptual or progenitor gods who appeared with creation. It'll be easier for you to think of it that way. No one even knows whether or not the Black King has an ego. Then how did the heavenly demon lock him up in emptiness? And what about the beings who betrayed him? Yeon-woo's head hurt. The more he learned, the more confused he felt. No. I've already learned a lot. And I know where Jeong-woo is too. If only I can find him, everything will be over. Yeon-woo could give up everything he'd achieved without any regret if only he could rescue Jeong-woo. It might be best not to delve too deeply into it. There are still many things I don't know, although I've been observing this for a long time. Still, you have business to take care of, don't you? Then, please teach me. There was only one thing left now. How do I explore darkness? Yeon-woo closed his eyes. He'd left his subordinates to take care of the aftermath. His holy territory needed a temple to become stable, so it would take some time before the three Cyclops brothers were finished with their work. In the meantime, he planned on exploring darkness. The Monkey King is right about the danger of exploring it. But you can't just stand by and watch, is that right? And you won't really stand by even if you are told to? The Monkey King's Exuve advised Yeon-woo not to approach darkness, but Kalidas didn't stop him since he already knew what Yeon-woo was thinking. Instead, he advised Yeon-woo on what to watch out for. Let's take it slow? How should we do it? Darkness swallows blackness, and it's a large void where countless souls spin around. And like I said, it's also a river. That means you'll need to learn how to swim first. And you need to find a way to breathe as well? Swimming and breathing. It's a place where the egos of even gods and demons can be destroyed easily, but you have a useful tool? Yeon-woo's eyes flashed. The revelations. Yes. What you call the Emerald Tablet is actually a study on how to chase after darkness. As you have the greatest amount of revelations in this world, you'll be able to endure in darkness for a longer period of time? Yeon-woo felt his mouth turn dry. The edges of his fingertips tingled. Of course, you won't do everything perfectly the first time, so let's get you used to darkness first, practice getting closer to it. Yeon-woo nodded and his consciousness sank below. He slowly went from his conscious to his preconscious, and finally to his unconscious. Then, he slowly reached the abyss beneath it. It was a space he never imagined would be inside him, but ever since he'd chased the crawling chaos and grown aware of it, it wasn't that hard to find the path there. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the Monkey King's Exuve looking down at him with a displeased expression, his arms crossed. Yes. I knew this would happen. Son of a bitch, you don't listen to me like that, kiddo? Seeing the void beneath his feet, Yeon-woo grinned, knowing he had safely arrived at his destination. The Monkey King's Exuve looked even more peeved. You know the situation I'm in, don't you? I do. That's why I'm saying this. Excuse me, that's a place even the real Monkey King guy would have trouble with. But you're going? The Monkey King's Exuve snorted. Even the heavenly demon kiddo you guys admire so much wasn't able to do much with it and stuck it at the bottom of the universe. Don't do anything pointless. Father more of the revelations first so you can enter it safely? Since I'm already here, I'm going to make an attempt. Ha, fine. Do whatever you want. It's not my business if you die, no. I'll disappear if you die. Hey. Just go? Yup. I'm going. No. Go back. You crazy bastard. Fuck. You're really going? Yeon-woo moved past the Monkey King's Exuve to the abyss. A tingling fear shocked him, enough to shake his body, but he tried to endure it and approach darkness. The Monkey King's Exuve couldn't follow Yeon-woo too long and began screaming. Hey! I'll change my last name to yours if you can really get in there. No. I'll be your son. Just come back. However, Yeon-woo moved closer into the blackness. Hey? The Monkey King's screams echoed futilely and disappeared. His face flashed with anxiety, worried that something might really go wrong. Splash! Hey? He heard the sound of diving. Yeon-woo looked up at him, only his head visible and the rest of his body immersed in darkness. He didn't even look that tired, he even looked comfortable. You can do it. The Monkey King's XOVE blinked rapidly in surprise. Yeon-woo slowly mouthed without speaking, "Why are you speaking so impudently, son?" Chapter 536. Another successor, 1. It was a long time before Yeon-woo came out of the abyss. Are you here? Son, where did you learn to speak so rudely? The Monkey King's XOVE gently raised his right fist and smiled. Do you want to die? Be careful with your words. Bang! With a smile, the Monkey King's XOVE swung his fist. A shockwave passed by Yeon-woo's temple and smacked on the wall of darkness in the distance. Soon, Yeon-woo heard the sound of something breaking. Hey? What did you say? Nothing. I was wrong. Yeon-woo quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle. All right. Be careful. You're on the cusp of blooming. It would be a waste to die now, right? The Monkey King's XOVE did not seem bothered or particularly angered by Yeon-woo's attitude. However, it seemed like he was ready to give Yeon-woo a beating at any time. Yeon-woo had almost blurted out, "You have an aunt, too." However, it seemed like the Monkey King's XOVE would really pound his head in if he continued talking. Although it was his own illusory world, Yeon-woo had no plans on fighting with the Monkey King's XOVE. This XOVE had managed to craft his own Ruyi Bang and turned the crawling chaos into his vassal. Nothing good would come from infuriating him. Enough with the jokes? The Monkey King's XOVE narrowed his eyes as he lowered his fist. First off, how did you do it? He wanted to know how Yeon-woo managed to survive in the abyss. Regardless of how much Yeon-woo's power and abilities had grown from the revelations, the abyss was not a place that could be overcome with just those things. The abyss was a vast and dense emptiness that even gods and demons were reluctant to approach. It could swallow any existence and reduce it to nothingness. Even the Monkey King's XOVE was wary of the abyss, and he was careful not to look at it too closely. If turned his eyes to it for too long, he would be sucked into its vacuum without even realizing what had happened. However, Yeon-woo not only approached the abyss easily but also stayed inside for a considerable amount of time as if nothing was wrong. The Monkey King's XOVE felt he had no choice but to ask Yeon-woo. I think it's probably thanks to this. Yeon-woo lifted the manacles he was wearing. Is that an artifact that the Black King left behind? Yes. It's an object that has sealed the Black King's darkness. Perhaps that's the reason why you were able to retain your ego? I don't know the details, however, Yeon-woo recalled the moment he'd entered the abyss. He entered a place that looked like a river or a gap within a valley, as the Monkey King's XOVE had described. Yeon-woo remembered his consciousness fading as if his self were being dismantled. However, at that moment, he felt the cast of the Black King tremble, which allowed him to maintain his consciousness and reason. It helped me hold onto my existence. Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the lifeless black manacles. Furthermore, it was connected to somewhere. The cast of the Black King had held onto Yeon-woo's presence firmly as it pulled him in a certain direction. Yeon-woo had to find out exactly what it was connected to. We still have plenty of time, so let's take our time preparing. If there is anything I can help you with, I will help. Thank you. Yeon-woo nodded heavily. Yeon-woo started practicing in earnest to re-enter the abyss. It's important to be able to breathe in the abyss for a long time. I also need to find out where the cast of the Black King is trying to lead me. Void, it was a name that the Black King had bestowed. It existed within the unconscious, and it was so dark that Yeon-woo could not even see an inch in front of him when he was inside. It was as if a dangerous monster lived inside. You're saying something is there? Yes. That's interesting. After hearing the details of the abyss from Yeon-woo, the Monkey King's exove stroked his chin with his hand. I think that the sleeping Black King's true body is at the end of the abyss. That might be true. Or not. But you want to find that out for yourself? Yes. Even if the Black King is not physically present, there must be something there that has something to do with him. It also seems like the easiest way to learn about the nature of the abyss. Other than that? Did you feel anything else? Like the soul of another person or the beginning of spiritual power? Things that you cannot feel in the material world? Yeon-woo shook his head. No. I couldn't feel anything like that. It felt like my ability to recognize, reason, and sense had all stopped. That makes sense. You said it almost ripped apart your existence. Does that mean it's not possible to look for your younger brother through your senses? That is very difficult. The Monkey King's exove scratched the back of his head as he contemplated. Yeon-woo, who was staring at him, asked a question. By the way, do you not know anything about the Black King? Yeon-woo had heard that the heavenly demon had been responsible for throwing the Black King into the abyss. As a result, Yeon-woo thought that the Monkey King, who had been one of the heavenly demon's faces, might know something. Not at all. The Monkey King's exove smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am not my true body but a spirit, which means I possess a limited amount of memory and information. I'm also disconnected from that little child, so there's no way I'd have any information on the Black King. After he separated from his original body, he no longer possessed the most important information since his duty was only to protect the palace. Anything unrelated to this task wasn't considered necessary. The bitter smile of the Monkey King's exove made Yeon-woo feel that there was something deeper and complex about his emotions. Although the exove acted as though he were the real thing, he seemed painfully conscious of the fact that he wasn't the real Monkey King. How did it feel to know that one was only a copy? It seemed like all his free will was gone. Yeon-woo could not imagine what the feeling was like. However, any expression of sympathy would only offend the Monkey King exove's pride, and Yeon-woo just changed the subject. Then was the other entity with you also not a true form? With me? You know, the dragon I saw when I first met you. Ah, you mean Sung? He's received the powers of a Ying-long, an evolved dragon, so he can wander about the tower. He may know something. You saw his true body. I think he also keeps in touch with that child from time to time. Then. However, you'll get nothing out of him? Hey? Why? He's like his master. He does whatever he wants, and I also have no idea where he is. Didn't you two live together in the palace? No. When you saw him, he visiting because he was bored. Yeon-woo recalled the time when the Monkey King's exove had been in danger because of the devil army and the head bishop. A glowing marble had guided the Monkey King's exove to safety. The marble had the energy properties of a dragon god, but it was not a real dragon god. At the time, Yeon-woo had wondered about this, but perhaps it was because the dragon god simply hadn't been present. If that dragon god had appeared, the Monkey King's exove wouldn't have suffered so much. What was the dragon god doing at that time? And why had he not shown himself yet? Anyway, all we have now is very fragmented information. You must find out the rest on your own. Even if I want to help, I don't think I can. The Monkey King's exove looked down at the abyss with an annoyed expression. He was aware that as a spirit body, his existence would disappear if he entered the abyss. Since he had always considered the universe insignificant and tiny, the Monkey King's exove could not help feeling irritated by this. All I had to work with were the limited resources that my true body left me. If you keep trying, won't you be able to enter and survive? No. It won't work. No matter how much a spirit tries to retain its original self, there is a limit to its existence. No one knows how long spirits can exist, right? There might be a limited lifespan for my spirit body or even a limitation on the abilities and skills I can use over time. It will be hard for you, as well? Yeon-woo nodded as he gripped the cast of the Black King. He realized that if he relied too much on a specific set of skills, he'd end up facing the same limitations that the Monkey King's Exove did. Above all, Yeon-woo had to figure out a way to deal with the fact that he couldn't perceive anything in the abyss. So, you're saying that breathing is important? Yes? What should I do? There's only one way, right? Although his voice was playful, the Monkey King Exove's golden eyes were serious. Consciousness? Of course. Yeon-woo clucked his tongue as if he expected this answer. However, it doesn't work in the abyss. Yeon-woo had relied on his consciousness to maintain his rationality and throw off the tower system's constraints when he was almost eaten by the crawling chaos or when he was trapped in the demonic sea. However, consciousness did not work very well in the abyss. Whenever he tried to release consciousness, it would get consumed quickly, and he couldn't tell if he was doing something correctly. There was no response or feedback that he could use as a way to restore his bearings. However, the corners of the Exove's mouth curled up as if he knew Yeon-woo would respond in this way. That's because your level of consciousness isn't good enough? Yeon-woo was confused by these words. I've always wondered about this. How come you haven't developed illusory change? Yeon-woo cocked his head. Isn't the first step of illusory change building a barrier? Since I already have domain declaration, there's no difference. There is a large difference. First off, you use different things to operate them? Yeon-woo was puzzled. The power to set up your personal territory, or domain declaration, and the power used to construct an illusory barrier for illusory change are completely different. The domain relies on the path of your divinity, but illusory barrier is based on your consciousness. It is the difference between starting from outside or from within. Yeon-woo pondered for a moment. Have I been going about this the wrong way? Whenever he declared a domain, he could spread his shadows and temporarily form a holy territory. He could unleash various divine powers and abilities. He could also use his domain to isolate his enemies, and he was like a god within that space. As a result, Yeon-woo had believed that domain declaration was similar to the illusory barrier, especially since his domain moved according to his will. However, the Monkey King's Exove telling him that they originated from different sources of power. Domain declaration originated from one's divinity, and as a result, it operated only within the algorithm of nature. On the other hand, one relied on consciousness to construct an illusory barrier, which meant that an illusory barrier was based on one's understanding of the essence of things, allowing one to recreate the world according to one's interpretation. Now that you have obtained the revelations, you can defeat most gods and demons. The ancient giants have also become your followers, so if they continue to grow and achieve further awakening and transcendence, they may rise to the ranks of the highest gods? The Monkey King's Exove spoke seriously. It's up to your ability to turn the illusory into natural law. Usually, transcendent beings do not develop much once they have attained a specific standing, which is why they remain stagnant for a long time. It's much easier to just use divinity to take care of everything. Gods should use their divinity like tools, but instead, they are beholden to their divinity. This was why gods and demons ended up with minimal senses of selves and quickly degenerated into simple cogs within the natural laws. As the Monkey King's Exove spoke, he looked Yeon-woo up and down. If you're gaining achievements through martial arts, you need a training method that strengthens your consciousness and incorporates your divinity and legends into an illusory world. For some reason, Yeon-woo felt as though the words of the Monkey King's Exove were seducing him. Something popped into Yeon-woo's mind, Sword Thunder. Would it be possible to strengthen it? If you can simplify everything into one concept, you can use it to change the world. It might be possible to breathe naturally in the abyss using your will as a tool. You might even be able to see the essence in the depths of the abyss. Change the world with a single thought. The Monkey King's XOVE was speaking of something more powerful than an ordinary transcendence domain. Then, what's the best way to develop my understanding of consciousness? The path that the Monkey King had taken while he was still alive was wrapped up in so much mystery and unpredictability that it was difficult for Yeon-woo to guess. He had no idea how far he would have to progress in his martial arts. He could refer to his master, the Martial King, but, since both of them were already at a high level, Yeon-woo did not know where to start. Ever since I separated from my main body, I thought that I would die of boredom unless Sung was visiting. So, what do you think I did in the meantime? Yeon-woo realized what he meant, and his eyes widened. If the Monkey King's XOVE had been developing his inner self for hundreds of years, Yeon-woo could not even imagine how deep his understanding would be. I was there for such a long time, and I grew tired. All I could do was constantly think about my limitations. That's why I promised myself to create something better than what that annoying true body bastard achieved. Yeon-woo was silent. After coming here, I used to talk with Ismenios from time to time. As the last dragon, she has a lot of knowledge, and I finally managed to organize things that I had only roughly outlined before. I can modify this organization to suit your needs? Yeon-woo was stunned. So, I'll teach you from now on? The Monkey King's XOVE playfully raised one corner of his lips. A new and improved heavenly bracket, the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder? Chapter 537. Another successor, too. Yeon-woo's eyes widened, and the Monkey King's XOVE burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, little kid. You don't have to be that wide-eyed with surprise. Monkey King. Well, I guess I am worthy of respect. I am pretty great. 8 extremes of Sword Thunder. I understand that having to come up with novel names for skills is difficult, but... The Monkey King's XOVE was speechless. All you did was add 8 extremes to Sword Thunder. Whack! While still maintaining his smile, the Monkey King's XOVE gently waved his fist. A destructive shockwave barely missed Yeon-woo. If you die here from a crushed skull, you do know that no one will ever find out, right? Now that I think about it, I believe you have an amazing talent for names. Yeon-woo did an about-face and brazenly replied without a single change of expression. The Monkey King's XOVE frowned as if he did not approve of Yeon-woo's sudden flip-flop. In any case, it seems like you're only getting more shameless. Honestly, I don't want to be criticized by someone who names his mythical beasts Chirpy or Growl. When did I ever do that? The Monkey King XOVE's face became slightly twisted. Do you know how many times I heard your mythical beasts complain? No, let's forget it. Yeon-woo looked thoroughly confused. The Monkey King's XOVE started to feel disgusted by Yeon-woo's aloof attitude. Anyway, my true body created heavenly bracket to combine dozens of martial arts, magic spells, and other skills through the principle of 5 elements or wuxing. The Monkey King's XOVE continued to speak. However, since you've based your martial foundation and training on the 8 trigrams, it's best to adjust 8 extremes of Sword Thunder to the path you're on. The 3 stages of heaven, earth, and being were derived from the duality of yin and yang, leading to the classical elements, then the 5 elements. From there, the 6 pairs of yin and yang arose, leading to the 7 stars and 8 trigrams. Then, the perfection of the 9 expedient means developed into the 10 paramitas. The inevitable return of all worldly affairs back to the duality of yin and yang was a topic that Yeon-woo had listened to the Martial King speak about endlessly. The 5 elements and the 8 trigrams are branches of study created to discuss and understand the laws of the world. However, the content and details of these branches of study are bound to change. That's probably why you've faced so many ups and downs in developing Sword Thunder. For example, a difference in interpretation or a waste of energy efficiency may have arisen without you even realizing it. Yeon-woo nodded his head firmly. He knew that he had yet to completely understand Sword Thunder or Meteor Sword art. All he knew was that he was progressing, but he understood little else about his development. Yeon-woo recognized that he lacked the experience and ability to master meteor sword art, and he couldn't come to a satisfactory solution with the yin sword. However, the confusion that you feel right now will disappear once you master the 8 extremes of sword thunder? I see. All right. Yeon-woo nodded. He could feel the enthusiasm of the Monkey King's exove to assist him. Yeon-woo was also surprised that the Summer Queen had helped the Monkey King's exove to perfect the 8 extremes of sword thunder. Then, what should I do now? There are 2 methods, intensive or comprehensive. Which method would you like to try? Since I don't have much time, I'll try the intensive method. Good. Just because you'll be learning quickly and intensively doesn't mean you'll learn less. Don't worry about the thoroughness of the instruction. For a moment, Yeon-woo felt that the Monkey King's exove was laughing evilly. Yeon-woo was about to change his choice to the comprehensive method, but... SSS. Bam. Ugh. The Monkey King exove's elbow had already landed in Yeon-woo's stomach. Without a chance to even take a breath, Yeon-woo was sent flying, feeling a tremendous shock that he hadn't felt in a long time. To start, let's soften you up a little. Wait. Yeon-woo wanted to shout out. Bam. 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 As if he had no time to listen to Yeon-woo's words, the Monkey King's exove raged like a storm and began to give Yeon-woo a beatdown. Damn it! Are all beings with eccentric natures like this? Yeon-woo recalled how the Martial King had beaten him to a pulp under the pretext that it was the only way he could gauge Yeon-woo's skills. Why was everyone so fond of tormenting him? It was a constant source of frustration and anger to Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo thought that he would really get in trouble if things continued like this, so he used Blink to move as far away from the Monkey King's exove as possible. Oh ho! When his clenched fist swung through empty air, the Monkey King's exove exclaimed. And around that time, 6th step Dragon Body Awakening. All powers have been released. Yeon-woo immediately raised his powers to their maximum while he was still a distance away from the Monkey King's exove. At the same time, the Monkey King's exove folded space and quickly appeared in front of Yeon-woo, swinging his fist down. Rumble! A dark red lightning bolt erupted from his fist, tearing the surrounding area into pieces. It was definitely sword thunder. However, it was different from the sword thunder that Yeon-woo was used to. This sword thunder was hotter than the one Yeon-woo used, as though its yang energy had been pushed to its maximum. Not wanting to lose, Yeon-woo took the same sword stance as the Monkey King's exove and quickly raised his hand up to meet the incoming blow. His sword thunder sparked from the tip of his fingers as it collided with the Monkey King exove's fist. Bam! 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 Rumble! As one sword thunder collided against the other, dozens of large and small chained explosions successively shook Yeon-woo's illusory world. The two exchanged attacks at an incredible speed, and an ordinary player would find it impossible to keep up. Each attack was powerful enough to rip limbs off just from proximity alone. Since this was his illusory world, Yeon-woo risked damaging his soul, which would impact his overall abilities. However, the Monkey King's exove did not seem to care about this at all, so Yeon-woo had no choice but to meet the incoming attacks head-on. All the while, Yeon-woo thought one thing: he's strong. The Monkey King's exove was far more powerful than he had expected. Although Yeon-woo had already guessed the power level of the Monkey King's exove after the crawling chaos was subjugated, now that he was confronting the exove's blows directly, Yeon-woo finally understood just how powerful the Monkey King's exove truly was. Perhaps the exove could bring out the original Monkey King's powers since they were in an illusory world. This is the true power of the Monkey King. Draconic Divine Eyes. Fiery Golden Eyes. Black Gubatera, Philosopher's Eyes. Yeon-woo opened his eyes wide and tried to anticipate the path of his opponent's attack, but his opponent did not show any gaps. As Yeon-woo's power level had risen, his brain's computational speed had grown faster than ever, allowing him to observe many details. However, all his observations and efforts were all in vain as the Monkey King's Exove made his next move. Instead of smashing Yeon-woo, the Monkey King's Exove brought his left fist towards his body and began gathering power. Sword thunder, which had spread in all directions from their constant clashes, was suddenly sucked into the Monkey King Exove's fist, which compressed sword thunder tightly before making it explode out. Did his power increase? Just before the Monkey King's Exove swung his fist, Yeon-woo instinctively felt a sense of danger and leaned back. Luckily, he managed to avoid the strike, but he finally understood something important. The Monkey King's Exove was using the same sword thunder as he was, but the Exove's power was much stronger. It managed to shatter more than half of the small magic shields and barriers that Yeon-woo always used to protect himself. Although Yeon-woo did not have time to do the exact calculations, he could tell that the Exove's sword thunder power seemed to have doubled. However, as if he were just getting started, the Monkey King's Exove quickly transitioned into a series of consecutive strikes. Each time the Monkey King's Exove attacked, sword thunder's destructiveness increased. 3 strikes, 4 strikes, then 5 strikes. Whenever the Monkey King's Exove attacked with different sword thunder strikes, fire thunder, lightning thunder, and wind thunder, Yeon-woo found himself powerless against them, and his feeling of helplessness deepened. All the magic shields and barriers that he used to protect himself collapsed. Furthermore, his own sword thunder had no effect. In fact, Yeon-woo's sword thunder was absorbed by the Monkey King's Exove, who used it to increase his power. As the Exove revealed the 8 extremes of sword thunder one by one, the power level of the attacks doubled. By the time it reached wind thunder, the 5th of the 8 extremes, its attack power was already 32 times that of the first strike. Considering that most gods were already defenseless against just one sword thunder strike, the combined destructive power of the 3 was unbelievable. Thinking that he had to do something, Yeon-woo drew as much magic power as he could muster and released it all at once. However, even that was useless in the face of his opponent's overwhelming destructive power. Even the abyss below them shook with the impact. I have to think of a way to counteract his attacks. Yeon-woo tried to figure out the structure of the 8 extremes of sword thunder. However, when he opened his eyes and looked around, all he could see was light and heat. Even with his draconic divine eyes and fiery golden eyes, he could not peer into the essence of his opponent's strikes. Suddenly, Yeon-woo had a thought that the power of his opponent's strikes might have something to do with consciousness or illusory change. The main reason for this battle was so that the Monkey King's Exove could teach Yeon-woo the principles of the 8 extremes of sword thunder through the recognition of illusory change. But how? Can I infuse sword thunder with consciousness? What do I do after that? The Monkey King's Exove had provided no instructions nor hints about the skill, which meant that Yeon-woo had to learn it the hard way through direct confrontation. However, he couldn't just stay still, so Yeon-woo exerted his consciousness and raised his sword thunder once again. Yeon-woo's sword thunder connected the sky to the earth, soaring high to block the incoming storm of light. Compared to the Exove's explosive strike, Yeon-woo's sword thunder seemed insignificant and puny. At that moment, Yeon-woo instinctively realized what he had to do. He needed to change his illusory world through illusory change. The Monkey King's Exove had previously mentioned that illusory change was different from creating a holy territory. After all, Yeon-woo thought, would it work if I combined the 2 concepts together? Let's try it. He had no time to think of any other approach as the storm of light was seconds from smacking him. As Yeon-woo supported the core of his sword thunder with a maximum output of consciousness, he also elongated the sword thunder's shadow and wounded around sword thunder. In this way, he managed to compress the chaotic sword thunder with his shadows. With Yeon-woo's consciousness inside the sword thunder and his shadows wrapped around its exterior, sword thunder's composition grew more solid. Yeon-woo felt a strong sense that his sword thunder and his consciousness were connected as one. The nature of his sword thunder changed when Yeon-woo added an attribute. If his first sword thunder strike contained heaven thunder, the first of the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder, then this second Sword Thunder strike contained the presence of Swamp Thunder. This made Yeon-woo's world go topsy-turvy. He felt as if his vision had turned inwards, and he was forcefully pulling something hidden deep within him. Additionally, by forcing something out into reality, Yeon-woo felt as if he were showing his will to the physical world. He felt as though his soul were being sucked into his Sword Thunder. His Sword Thunder chaotically wavered as if it would break down at any moment, but it showed an unimaginable synergistic and powerful effect. Crackle. Fizzle. Rumble. Yeon-woo gritted his teeth and raised the newly formed Sword Thunder up. Boom. The Monkey King Exove's storm of light clashed with Yeon-woo's Sword Thunder, making the surroundings quake. Yeon-woo instantly sensed his imminent defeat. The Monkey King's Exove could multiply his power 32 times, but Yeon-woo could only manage double. However, this development made Yeon-woo feel as if he had broken through the barrier that had blocked him for so long. His mind felt refreshed and rejuvenated. The storm of light spread and almost overwhelmed the entire illusory world. Bam! Although it seemed on the verge of swallowing up the illusory world and abyss, the Exove's Sword Thunder suddenly stopped its rampage and completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. Yeon-woo stood still for a long time as if possessed by something. Then, as he slowly lowered his gaze, he saw his trembling hands. Even though his mind felt refreshed, did his instincts feel fear in the face of that powerful force? If the wind thunder had struck him, he pondered what would have happened. The 8 extremes of Sword Thunder is completely different from the 8 individual movements or ways. Each time one moves from one way to the next, a new attribute is added that multiplies the power. The Monkey King's Exove explained to Yeon-woo with a confident attitude, as though he were sharing a hard-won and treasured toy with a friend. It's a force that is designed simply to destroy? The Monkey King's Exove looked tired and worn out. But, as you can see, it's something you can't use too often. It consumes a lot of power and consciousness. SSS. The Exove's color faded so much that Yeon-woo would not have been surprised if the Monkey King's Exove fainted. Since the Monkey King's Exove was utilizing a spirit body that did not possess any magic power, a powerful technique like this would consume his spiritual power. For now, this is the extent of what I can show you. I don't think I'll be able to retain my consciousness if I show you the 6th and 7th way. As for the 8th way, I'm not even sure if my original body can do it. Yeon-woo, who had only just learned the 2nd way, nodded. Furthermore, Yeon-woo had no idea what the dangerous 8th way would look like. Still, it seems like you've figured out how to use it, so let's continue until you get used to it. The Monkey King's Exove clenched his fist tightly. He seemed to be expecting a lot of fun in the near future. SSS. Wait, stop. Damn it. Yeon-woo spread his sky wings once more. Chapter 538. Another successor, 3. Damn it. Yeon-woo swore as he lay down in mid-air. The Monkey King's Exove had driven Yeon-woo to his limits with their battles. Yeon-woo learned what true fatigue felt like for the first time after acquiring the characteristics of a giant demonic divine draconic body. He hadn't even experienced this when he fought the crawling chaos. The reality of wielding illusory change freely was not as simple as Yeon-woo had initially imagined. Designating an illusory domain within the physical world through his consciousness and transforming the nature of that space into something completely different was not an easy feat and required a huge use of mental energy. Furthermore, the greater the physical range or power of his illusory change, the more magic energy he had to use. As a result, Yeon-woo kept reaching a state of exhaustion after just reaching the 3rd extreme, and when he reached the 4th extreme, he was already at the point of losing his mind. Yeon-woo could only marvel at the Monkey King's Exove, who reached the 5th extreme with only a slight hint of tiredness on his face. Fortunately, after so many battles, Yeon-woo acquired some level of proficiency in the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder. Meteor Sword Art skill proficiency has risen dramatically and reached its maximum. New skills are being sought in consideration of your stats. You have gained a new realization related to the skill. Opening higher skills. The skill 8 Extremes of Sword Thunder is being opened. 8 Extremes of Sword Thunder. Number. Calculating. Proficiency, 5.2%. Description, a skill that has been reinterpreted and raised to a higher level by combining meteor sword art with a new heavenly bracket. If the player achieves transcendence, the level of this skill will be comparable to those of the gods. Based on its usage, the skill may take on various interpretations and applications. Its explosive power and potential are great, as shown by its subjugation of many gods and demons. In addition, it is possible to strengthen the power output through illusory change a total of 8 times. Since the skill is not well known, there is little available information on the other characteristics of the skill at present. More data will be collected after further use. First Extreme. Once one has mastered the 8 trigrams, the first extreme power, Heaven Thunder, increases the player's overall strength. The range of power and its effects vary according to the user's mind and magic power. Second Extreme. Once one has mastered the 8 trigrams, the second extreme power, Swamp Thunder, increases. This is a legendary skill. No other skill like this exists in the tower, and it will be bound to its owner. It cannot be transferred or traded between players. This is still an incomplete skill. It may be upgraded to a power or divine authority. Complete the skill to make a superior skill of your own. The system opened a new window with a message indicating that Meteor Sword Art had evolved by at least one stage, and its name had changed to 8 Extremes of Sword Thunder. However, there was hardly any further information, likely because Yeon-woo had transformed an original, existing skill and confused the tower's system. However, Yeon-woo was pleased because he felt that he had advanced once again. After obtaining the revelations, he had gained the giant demonic divine dragon body and succeeded in defeating his most difficult opponent to date, the crawling chaos. Yeon-woo had been concerned about reaching a plateau, but he was happy to find out that there was another foothold for him to rise higher. I need to rest for a bit. The Monkey King's Exuvi had also advised him to take a moment to rest. Yeon-woo closed his eyes, and since he was still inside the illusory world formed through his consciousness, he felt his mental strength recovering at a faster rate than usual. However, as he was resting, thud! Something heavy landed next to him. Yeon-woo opened his eyes to see a huge red pupil staring back at him. You sure look tired? Summer Queen. The Summer Queen was looking at him in her human form. I'm already a being without a physical body or a soul. I feel that it's ridiculous for you to call me by that name. The Summer Queen snorted lightly as she lay on the ground with a yawn. She looked like she was trying to nap and didn't care about Yeon-woo's presence. Yeon-woo was surprised and at a loss for words. When she was still alive, the Summer Queen had ruled over everyone tyrannically and viciously, not afraid to bare her teeth. Because of this, many people in the tower had lived in perpetual fear of her, which allowed her to rule the tower for hundreds of years. However, she completely changed once she gave up her position. Her arrogance was still there, but she seemed to have lost interest in everything. She grew so indifferent that she didn't show concern for any of the things she had achieved during her lifetime. However, this apathetic Summer Queen supposedly assisted the Monkey King's Exuvi Polish and perfect the 8 Extremes of Sword Thunder. It was hard for Yeon-woo to believe. Hey! I have a question for you. Why would I answer you? You don't have to. But, if you don't, zap! Yeon-woo gently raised his hands. Sword Thunder lightly hovered above his hand. I won't know where this thing will fly off to. I don't recall Heavenwing being as rude as you are. How can twins be so different? Don't you guys share the same genes? The Summer Queen looked at Yeon-woo as though he were a bizarre creature. That's right. That guy has my personality. You didn't know. Don't joke around. You're much worse than he ever was. If you guys grew up in different environments, then I'd understand, but, since mental development for humans usually happens within the first 20 years of their lives, you should have similar temperaments. I don't understand. Since you were both able to rise within the tower quickly, it's not like you two don't share the same characteristics. How did you come to that conclusion? What are you basing this on? Because I also have a twin? What? Yeon-woo had never even considered the possibility. The Summer Queen had a twin? Did that mean that the dragon race wasn't extinct? If there were another dragon, why had it not appeared yet? However, the Summer Queen seemed reluctant to answer his question and looked at Yeon-woo with only one eye open, as she rested her head on the ground. Didn't you say you wanted to ask me something? Hurry up, then. I'm getting sleepy. The 8 extremes of Sword Thunder. Why did you help the Monkey King's XOVE make it? The 8 extremes of Sword Thunder was not simply a power boost for Sword Thunder using illusory change. It dismantled and recombined numerous concepts and magic theory that rolled like elaborate gears to open up a completely new area of science. There were many aspects of the skill that Yeon-woo could not even fathom. If he tried to compose a martial art similar to that of the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder, he would need a huge amount of time. This meant that the Summer Queen had shared a considerable amount of her knowledge and effort. You disturbed my sleep to ask me that? Such an impudent person. If I were still alive, I would have had you hanged for such a stupid question. The Summer Queen replied, finally closing her eye. The reason hasn't changed. I want to see Alforoni, who took away my people and family, flattened in your palm as soon as possible. I also want you to find Heaven Wing's soul and bring him back. Those are my only reasons. Haven't you already made peace with Jeong-woo? I recall that he already forgave you. Yes, but apart from that, I want a resolution for all my past sins. To do that, I need you since I'm not in any state to do things myself. Yeon-woo once believed that the Summer Queen had gone through some emotional changes after meeting Jeong-woo's spirit, but now, he suspected that there was another reason. Actually, is she in love with Jeong-woo? Yeon-woo couldn't help smirking. His brother's relationships with women were very complicated, and he thought he ought to give Jeong-woo a smack on the head if they met again. I observed your development and thought that a helping hand would be appropriate. But remember. When the Summer Queen opened her eyes again, her eyes seemed to be filled with anger. A dragon never forgets a grudge. If I ever have the chance to take your head, I won't hesitate at all. A smile spread across Yeon-woo's lips. Right. That's the Summer Queen I know. Things finally seemed normal with an aggressive and lofty Summer Queen instead of an indifferent, apathetic one. Without that personality, she wouldn't really be the Summer Queen. A corner of Yeon-woo's lips twisted up. If you can do it, try it. Anytime. Humph. Cheeky bastard. The Summer Queen closed her eyes and turned her head away as if she decided there was no point in speaking further. Not long afterward, after he'd recovered, Yeon-woo prepared to head back into the abyss. Remember, if it's too tough in there, don't overdo it. Come out. Keep your consciousness up all the time, as well. The Monkey King's XOVE nagged Yeon-woo like a worried mother. Yeon-woo was speechless. Why are you looking at me like that? The Monkey King's XOVE frowned as he realized that Yeon-woo was staring at him silently. Do you have anything else to say? What? Yeon-woo pointed to his eyes. They were bruised, as if an overeager child had pummeled his face. The Monkey King's XOVE laughed lightly before saying, a man shouldn't behave like that. If you trained well, then you shouldn't nurse any hard feelings. Yeon-woo almost let go of some choice words that had risen to the tip of his tongue. You dragged me around and trained me without my consent. Also, did you ever consider how great of an honor it was to train with a great being like me? You should be proud. Yes, very proud. If he had to listen to the Monkey King's XOVE any longer, Yeon-woo felt that he'd explode from frustration, so he gave out a long sigh and prepared to descend into the abyss. The Monkey King's XOVE followed along for a bit but soon stopped. If he went any further, he would be pulled in by the abyss gravitational pull, and his existence would be consumed. "Kid, stay safe?" The Monkey King's XOVE did not take his concerned eyes off Yeon-woo until Yeon-woo had disappeared into the abyss. As soon as Yeon-woo entered the abyss, all his senses were disturbed. He felt imminent danger as he started to lose consciousness. However, once the casts of the Black King on his neck, arm, and leg started vibrating, he slowly opened his eyes and spread his consciousness out. Yeon-woo had no way to confirm if his consciousness was operating properly in this disorienting environment, but assuming that it was, Yeon-woo went ahead and applied the principles of 8 extremes of Sword Thunder to create a holy territory with illusory change. Crack! Then, he felt the world around him being torn apart. Whoosh! Creak! Key! 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 He heard strange sounds coming from all around him as if something were crying out in surprise. Yeon-woo had created his illusory world. Since he could see in this world, Yeon-woo opened his draconic divine eyes. As soon as he did, he saw. What is this? He saw a strange world where countless round particles roamed around in a chaotic yet constant flow. Like the darkness in the depths of an ocean or the Black King's darkness, dark matter flowed without any rhyme or reason. Something moving along one of these chaotic currents made a bizarre sound that was so weak that Yeon-woo initially thought it was coming from a particle. However, it had a familiar aura. A soul. It should have been too small to be a soul, yet it was definitely a soul. A newly conceived, a primitive life form that has not yet entered the reincarnation system. A living soul. They were completely different from the souls that Yeon-woo held in his soul collection. The souls in his possession could only make noises to show their grudges, but these living souls circled around Yeon-woo with childlike curiosity. Like fireflies or fairies. These were his first thoughts. The living souls touched Yeon-woo's mouth lightly, laughing and whispering to each other. It seemed that they thought that Yeon-woo could neither see nor recognize their presence. As a joke, Yeon-woo tapped one of the living souls with his index finger. Ah! The living souls were startled and fled in all directions, surprised that he could see them. Yeon-woo looked at them scurry off, then looked away with a smirk on his face. He peered into an area within the deepest recesses of the abyss, the place that his vibrating casts were leading him to. There was something there. It was possibly the location of the Black King's body. He needed to go there. Bam! Spreading his sky wings wide and using all his energy, Yeon-woo started swimming towards the depths of the abyss. Chapter 539. Another successor, 4. I've been moving for a while now, but there's no sign that I'm getting any closer. With his sky wings fully unfurled, Yeon-woo swam in the void for a long time before he realized how much vaster the void was than he'd expected. If it were a normal stage, he would have already traversed from one end to the other and then some. However, he felt no sense of the distance diminishing at all. It was like walking to the moon from Earth. It was inevitable to feel like one was only walking in place and not making any noticeable progress. The void seemed to have no end in sight. However, thanks to his time difference skill, Yeon-woo was able to gauge the flow of time, and it was evident that quite a bit of time had passed already. Am I wandering around the same place over and over? Yeon-woo suddenly thought of the possibility that he was going the wrong way or even in circles. However, he did not feel that this was the case. Zing! 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 Since the casts were still vibrating, Yeon-woo had a feeling that he was going in the right direction. I've gone so far already. Will I be able to make it out later? Magic spells and abilities that were dependent on the tower's system and the natural laws of the outer world did not work in the void. Even if he could use them, the different laws and concepts that operated the void might bring unintended and unwanted results. Thus, Yeon-woo had no choice but to depend on his physical abilities. If an unexpected event occurred in the void, he understood that he might face a precarious situation. In the end, the only thing he could rely on was the illusory barrier he had built. Yeon-woo was glad he heeded the Monkey King Exove's advice, and he put his head down and sped up. Up until that moment, he had been vigilant about possible dangers in the void, so he hadn't hurried. However, he decided that he probably would not have to worry about those unknown factors anymore. Bam! 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 Yeon-woo's magic power exploded in set intervals, which allowed him to advance farther into the void through each explosion's impact. Each time he did so, the void gently flowing current would shake violently. As if they found what Yeon-woo was doing immensely interesting, the living souls started to gather around Yeon-woo like fireflies and soon formed a crowd around him. At first, they were afraid of approaching Yeon-woo, who exuded a foreign aura, but as time passed, they got used to him and did not feel threatened by his presence. They did not seem to have any trouble moving around freely in the void, and no matter how fast Yeon-woo moved, they kept pace easily. Thanks to the light they emitted, Yeon-woo could see his immediate surroundings better. Furthermore, Master! These guys are right beside us. Shoo! Go away! Hey! Hey! Ha ha ha! That tickles? At some point, Nike appeared on Yeon-woo's back and was having fun with the souls. The living souls rode on Nike's beak and poked his feathers. Although Nike didn't express it, he was happy to have some friends to play with outside the Philosopher's Stone, which he hadn't left in a while. Whenever new living souls joined the group, Yeon-woo used his consciousness to take note of the differences in their shapes and sizes. He's not here. Since his brother's soul was probably immersed in the Black King's darkness or the void, Yeon-woo was hoping that he might find it. However, his hopes were quickly dashed. No miracle occurred, but that was probably to be expected. This space was where all souls were conceived and living spirits existed. The soul of his younger brother would not be here. In the end, it seemed that he would only learn something once he arrived at the place where the castes of the Black King pulled him to, perhaps where the body of the Black King might be located. Day 3. Yeon-woo frowned while swimming in the void. Although he exerted his physical and mental strength tirelessly without rest for the past 3 days, he became annoyed at the unchanging scenery. No matter how much he pushed himself, there was no sign that he was getting closer to his destination. Day 5. Yeon-woo was still concentrating on swimming. All he could see was the dark void. The number of living souls following him had increased, and it would have been helpful if he could communicate with the living souls. However, they were just like newborn babies, and they could not do anything other than instinctual behavior or low-level thinking. The most they could do was show curiosity or fear. He was thankful that he at least had Nike. Without Nike, Yeon-woo would have probably already gone back. Of course, the time outside probably did not pass as quickly as it did in the void, but it was clear that he'd been inside for a while. Day 21. Yeon-woo could feel the friction and pressure of the void gradually getting stronger. He also realized that the greater the pressure, the higher the chances of him being crushed. If he had not maintained his ego through illusory change, he might have already fallen into danger. Just as the Monkey King's Exove had warned, there was a limit to how long he could maintain his consciousness with only the castes of the Black King. Day 45. At some point, Yeon-woo was beginning to consider abandoning further exploration. However, he could not bring himself to stop, even though he felt that it had been a waste of time to come down here. So, Yeon-woo began to find other things to do apart from swimming. He started practicing the 8 extremes of sword thunder that the Monkey King's Exove had taught him. He had only developed up to the 3rd extreme, so he felt the need to master the higher level extremes quickly. Furthermore, the more he advanced, the stronger his consciousness would become, which would allow him to better deal with the mounting pressure of the void. He had unexpectedly found the perfect training space. Yeon-woo managed to establish a new goal while continuing his tedious journey. His greatest strength and weapon was to focus on training, which was also part of the fight that represented him. Day 162. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strange noise began to come out from somewhere. The living souls made no sound, so it couldn't be them. It was a gloomy, dark sound that came from an unknown source. Yeon-woo stopped swimming for a while and looked around, but he could not find anything. Day? Yeon-woo had already grown too lazy to even count the days. At least 2 years had already passed. Yeon-woo was unaffected by the pressure that surrounded him, which had increased several times. He also grew accustomed to the strange sounds that occasionally emerged around him. He still couldn't figure out what it was, but he could tell that it was coming from the place the castes of the Black King were pulling him to. Is this sound coming from the Black King's body? Or is something else also in that location? Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes and resumed his movement forward. The living souls he had encountered while swimming through the void were now almost completely gone. Day? If he had to take a guess, Yeon-woo would probably say that around 5 years had passed. Even the living souls he would occasionally encounter were now nowhere to be found. Nike had long since returned to the Philosopher's Stone after growing bored. Yeon-woo was alone. The pressure had grown to the point of almost collapsing his illusory change barrier, but Yeon-woo continued training in the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder. Also, since he had so much time on his hands, he perused the revelations that he had stolen from the crawling chaos. Flash! All of a sudden, Yeon-woo could see a light leaking out from the dark bottom of the void. There's something there. Yeon-woo flew towards the light at full speed while spreading his sky wings. Thanks to his constant training, he had achieved tremendous growth from the time he'd first entered the void. Once he finally arrived at the source of the light, Yeon-woo instinctively used his sky wings to change direction and stop swimming forward. There was an unbelievable and majestic sight below him. It was a huge door that made him look as tiny as an insect. The murals on the door were very familiar. A holy mural, just like one I saw in Olympus Treasury. However, the murals on the door were much more extensive and elaborate than those he'd seen at Olympus Treasury and the Temple of the King of the Underworld. They depicted an epic battle, Zeus dropping thunderbolts on a large shadow, Poseidon hurling tidal waves to keep the shadow in place, and Hades leading a corps of gods to confront the shadow. The murals took on different meanings depending on the point of view. From the point of view of Asgard, Zeus' place would be taken by Odin, the supreme god of Asgard. Vili would take Poseidon's part and Ve would take Hades. From the Chan sect's perspective, the gods Swiren, Fuxi, and Cunning would be the gods involved. Yeon-woo understood why the murals seemed to change according to point of view. A shared creation myth. Just as divine beings shared similar legends about hunting down Mother Earth in order to create new worlds, these murals shared similar themes. Even though it's more like the divine beings simply took the leftovers of the heavenly demons' battle with the Black King. Perhaps the people who drew the murals wanted to express that they had defeated the great existence beyond this door. Furthermore, the more believers shared these murals, the greater the number of people who believed in the myths would grow. In the end, the results would be tremendous. Of course, the various gods and demons probably did contribute something towards driving the shadow being into the void. It was only ridiculous that they would fight among themselves to gobble up all the glory. The holy murals lived on even after the being had been thrown deep into the void, telling a version of events that Yeon-woo hadn't heard before. The depictions were lifelike and vivid despite being abhorrent. Yeon-woo couldn't help feeling sympathy for the being who'd fallen into the deep void and raged with anger as his limbs were bound in chains. Yet, at the same time, the vivid depiction gave him chills. After the door was closed and the being was locked inside, many years passed. The murals showed the being suffering internal torment with bouts of anger and frustration before he finally fell asleep and assimilated into the darkness. Still, the being occasionally opened his eyes within the dark void. The last mural made Yeon-woo feel like he was being observed. The holy murals seemed to continue down the door, but Yeon-woo did not feel the need to look any further. Then, Yeon-woo's eyes narrowed. I need to figure out how to open this door. Of course, Yeon-woo was not unaware of the danger. He did not know much about the Black King except that he was the origin of death, darkness, and dreams, and that he was a holy being that existed long before the progenitor gods and conceptual gods were even born. He existed even before the creation of the world. If he woke up, the world might be thrown into chaos. The heavenly demon thought so, so he had worked to leave the Black King in the void. However, for Yeon-woo, it didn't matter whether the Black King caused chaos or sought revenge. If anyone got hurt, it would most likely be the gods and demons who had backstabbed and shackled the Black King within the void. The Black King's presence could also summon the heavenly demon to appear and act. If the heavenly demon knew what I was planning to do, he wouldn't have let me go in the first place. Moreover, if Yeon-woo's theories were correct, it would be impossible for him to open this door by himself. If not, then there were plenty of people stronger than him who would have opened it already. The heavenly demon that Yeon-woo knew would have already opened the door by now. However, Yeon-woo still hoped to open the door, even just a tiny bit. Even a very small, minuscule gap would be enough. If he could not open the door, Yeon-woo wanted to at least communicate his intentions to the being who resided beyond it. There were a few things Yeon-woo wanted to ask. Where was Jeong-woo? Why did he take Jeong-woo's soul with him? And why did he give Yeon-woo this level of strength and take Yeon-woo as his successor? Actually, Yeon-woo did not need answers to all of these questions. If he could only hear the answer to the first question, he would have no regrets. How should I open it? However, Yeon-woo couldn't think of a good method of opening the door, so he stood still and pondered for a while. Rumble. 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 Yeon-woo looked down at the vibrating casts of the Black King. After 5 years, he had grown used to its constant vibrating, but at the moment, he decided to channel his magic power to its maximum into the casts, just to see what would happen. Zing! The 3 casts rang out clearly at the same time. Crack! Crack! The chains shot out and extended farther than ever before. They stretched into the pockets of the void nearby until Yeon-woo felt them lock onto something. Yeon-woo intuitively knew that the chains had connected to the Black King, who was presumably sleeping beyond the door, or at least, something related to him. Yeon-woo started pulling the chains as hard as he could. The chains grew taut. Whatever the hell was beyond the door was immensely heavy. No matter how much divine power and magic powers he mobilized, Yeon-woo could not make it budge. It was the same even when he fully deployed the illusory change that he had worked on while making his way into the void. What should? For a moment, something flashed through Yeon-woo's mind. The power of the Monkey King's Exuvi, which he had utilized to seal the crawling chaos. Ruyi Bang! As soon as Yeon-woo had this thought, the Ruyi Bang pieces appeared around him, rotating and assembling into a black chain. Creak! It's opening! The door began to open slowly after he filled the pieces of Ruyi Bang with his will and consciousness, amplifying the Ruyi Bang's power. Beyond the door lurked darkness deeper than the void. Yeon-woo's fiery golden eyes shone brightly. No! You shouldn't awaken him? Suddenly, an unfamiliar-looking hand popped out of the void where the chains had pierced through. Slowly, someone appeared in front of him. It was a girl holding a chain in one hand and a teddy bear in the other. Her appearance was incongruent with the atmosphere of this place. Although she had a cute appearance, Yeon-woo instinctively felt danger and he guessed who the girl was. Another successor of the Black King. The head of the Sea of Time. As soon as he had this thought. Bam! Yeon-woo drew out his magic bayonet with his left hand and swung it at the girl. Chapter 540. Another successor, 5. Yeon-woo never thought that he would come face to face with the head of the Sea of Time in this place. Why is she here? Considering how difficult it was to come to this place, her sudden appearance out of nowhere seemed on the verge of absurdity. However, his bewilderment didn't make him hesitate to begin an onslaught of attacks. Clang! Clang! Clash! Yeon-woo's opponent gently pushed away his bayonet attacks with ease, and they exchanged moves in a short time. Although she was small in stature, her attacks showed that she had immense power. Suddenly, her cute teddy bear jumped from her embrace and threw its paws at Yeon-woo's head and feet. The punches did not look very menacing, but the strikes were filled with tremendous magic power. Yeon-woo could even see space tremble from the disturbance that the magic power caused. Through his illusory change, Yeon-woo summoned a sword that resembled Vigrid and raised it high. Clang! Yeon-woo rode the impact of the strike to get some distance away from his opponent. He braced his sky wings against the ground to regain his balance. Yeon-woo's eyes glowed with a golden light as he looked at his two attackers. The teddy bear did a somersault in the air and landed next to its master. For some reason, its unnecessarily cute appearance irked Yeon-woo. Attacking all out at our first meeting? You truly live up to your reputation as a rude, uncouth person? The head of the Sea of Time looked at Yeon-woo and smiled, holding her teddy bear. She looked like a young girl in a gothic Lolita costume. Yeon-woo thought that she probably had a terrible personality and an even more terrible hobby. Vroom! Zing! However, Yeon-woo's attention was focused on something else, the casts she had on her neck, left wrist, and right ankle. She even had chains around her forearm, all in the opposite location that he had. So, you're not human. Yeon-woo recognized right away that she was a different species. She had used an advanced form of polymorph magic to create her current form, imbuing her will into an incarnation. Using his draconic divine eyes with his fiery golden eyes, Yeon-woo could see an enormous figure crouching behind the blurry gothic Lolita incarnation. Although the figure was shrouded in darkness and he couldn't see its exact shape, its dragon scales shimmered with a reddish light, as large as those of Kalidas. In an instant, the little girl's pupils turned vertical, the draconic eyes of the dragon race. My, what good eyesight you have! Now I'm starting to see why you gained his favor? Yeon-woo did not answer her. He was trying to narrow down the potential candidates for his opponent's true identity. The dragon species definitely went extinct when the Summer Queen, no. Yeon-woo realized that there was still one dragon left. One that was not publicly known. I also have a twin. The Summer Queen had said in passing when they were talking about Jeong-woo. She didn't go into any details, so Yeon-woo didn't know what the circumstances were. However, if she was telling the truth, that meant his current opponent was either the Summer Queen's twin or someone affiliated with the Summer Queen. Yeon-woo remembered something. Didn't Brahm also mention that he once had a relationship with a dragon? It was the reason Brahm had fallen from grace and descended to the lower floors in a relatively powerless incarnation. It had started out as a small game, but a dragon had made Brahm realize the feeling of true love. The dragon would later become Ananta's mother. No. Brahm said that his lover had already perished and left this world. However, Brahm had only heard the news of her death, and there was something fishy about the timing when considering the mass extinction of the dragons from the dragon massacre. Something felt off. There was no way such a powerful entity would have no effect on the world until now. Where are my manners? I'm the only one speaking? As if she knew what Yeon-woo was thinking and was trying to stop him from thinking further, she wryly smiled and continued, anyway, I commend you for coming this far. In the tower's long history, many people have tried to come here, but very few have come as close as you. However, you are not ready to go any further? Ready? What does that mean? Yeon-woo frowned. However, his opponent just smiled quietly and did not offer an answer. Crank! At that moment, Yeon-woo heard something turning. Creak! Creak! Boom! Suddenly, dozens of large chains protruded from the bottom of the huge door and started winding around it to completely enclose it. Thinking that he had to do something before it was too late, Yeon-woo prepared to spread his sky wings. Whoosh! Suddenly, the calm current flowing through the abyss fluctuated and forced Yeon-woo out of the area. He tried to hold on with all his might, but the current was much too strong. More? From afar, Yeon-woo could feel her will like a fading echo. Come back when you're more qualified, when you have the qualifications to face the Black King's darkness head-on. He hates it when someone unworthy visits him. Yeon-woo lost consciousness. Rumble. Hey? As he discussed something with the Summer Queen, the Monkey King's exove suddenly opened his eyes wide when the abyss beneath him began to shake. He's coming back? The Summer Queen said in a dry voice while observing the sight. As soon as she spoke, bam! A huge column of water rose from the abyss with an explosion. They could see Yeon-woo's lifeless body helplessly bouncing on top of the column. The Monkey King's exove quickly stretched his hand to Yeon-woo and quickly pulled Yeon-woo down with his magic power. Whoa! This bastard is no joke. I was wondering what he was doing inside the abyss for such a long time. I guess he did reach the bottom? The Monkey King's exove exclaimed after sensing the strong thoughts and will that had followed Yeon-woo from the bottom of the abyss. Though he taught Yeon-woo the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder, the Monkey King's exove thought that Yeon-woo would come back sooner than he actually did. It was impossible even for someone with a reasonably strong mind and willpower to dive in a place whose depth could not be measured. No matter how great a person was and how strong their sense of self, it was too difficult to survive alone for more than a year in a world where there was nothing. Nevertheless, Yeon-woo had done it. He had gone down without knowing how much time it would take, and the Monkey King's exove could only exclaim at Yeon-woo's perseverance and achievement in reaching the depths of the abyss. Was he that desperate? Well, that's also why I like him. In fact, if Yeon-woo had been a wishy-washy type of guy, the Monkey King's exove would not have been so proactive in helping Yeon-woo out. If it's this guy, yet, he might be worth betting on. The Monkey King exove's eyes lost focus as he considered his options. I might be able to free that poor guy from the curse left by his father's spirit. Did he meet Harmonia? The Summer Queen sniffed a familiar scent from Yeon-woo and quietly asked. Harmonia? Yet. There's someone with that name? The Summer Queen said nothing more. The Monkey King's exove also did not inquire further. He knew she wouldn't provide any more information. Anyway, what should we do about this guy? The Monkey King's exove wrinkled his brow as he looked at the unconscious Yeon-woo's. Although he liked Yeon-woo, he did not want to take care of an invalid. What else can we do? The Summer Queen looked at the Monkey King's exove as if he were asking something obvious. She then coolly added, throw him? Yeon-woo forced his eyes open. He felt as if he had been stuck in deep, murky water and had just surfaced to take his first sharp breath of air. Have you regained consciousness? Valdibish looked down at Yeon-woo with blank eyes. Yeon-woo looked around while pressing his index fingers on his throbbing temples. It seemed he had returned to the outside world to reality. However, the hidden stage looked completely different from when he'd first left. How much time has passed? 2 months? Fortunately, not much time has passed. The difference in the passage of time was the result of a completely different time flow between the world of unconscious and the real world. In the meantime, we've completed the new temple and repaired the existing one that was already here. Right now, I'm working on purifying the traces of crawling chaos that have been left behind. Yeon-woo checked the messages piled up in a corner of his retina after hearing Valdibish's words. A sacred temple has been built in your holy territory to honor you. Your will is being transmitted through your temples. The ominous auras that rejected you in your holy territories are being purified one after another. Your faithful believers are giving prayers and offerings to you in your temples. Secure more followers and lead them to your temples. The more followers you have and the more widely your temples are known, the larger your prestige will be. The sacred temple has been completed. The sacred temple is the place where you can convey your will. From now on, it will be possible to issue oracles. You have successfully accomplished all conditions of the scenario quest, Proof of Gods and Kings v. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 150,000 karma. You have acquired 200,000 additional karma. You have been rewarded with all conditions of the scenario quest, proof of gods and kings, have been completed. Now that you have been reborn as a new giant god and king, many look at you with either admiration or vigilance. Your holy territory has been stabilized. As Yeon-woo read the messages, the faith transmitted through the temples in various places was automatically converted into divine power, washing away his throbbing headache. Did something happen? Your expression looks bad. I ran over because there was a large disturbance in our magic defensive field? In response to Valdebisha's cautious questions, Yeon-woo solemnly nodded. Valdebisha. Yet? You seem to have managed the holy territory well while I was away. Can I leave this place under your care? Through the temples built across his territory, Yeon-woo could now look at the situation arising in various places as if he were looking at the back of his hand. The changes in his holy territory were not limited to temple construction. The ruins of the ancient giants, which had been torn down thousands of years ago, were restored. The wild foliage that almost covered the entire hidden stage had also been cleared. Yeon-woo could see newly developed farmland here and there. The villages where the otherworld gods once stayed had been enlarged and various buildings such as smitheries and storage facilities now stood there. In addition, each household seemed to possess a special aura of life. All of this meant that Valdebisha had led the other giants to transform the holy territory. The giants could now nurture this place, their hometown, and finally call it their home. Yeon-woo felt his help was not needed. Valdebisha's eyes slightly fluttered after hearing Yeon-woo's words, but his eyes grew determined, and he nodded confidently. If you believe in me? I do. I believe in you. Thud. Valdebisha bowed as he went down on one knee. How could it not be thrilling to hear that his god and king believed in him? Then I'll leave this place to you. There are some urgent matters I need to attend to. Yeon-woo opened a blue portal that led to the tower's floors. Also, make sure to take time and advance through the tower's floors from time to time. I don't know when we might need to head up to the 77th floor. All right? Valdebisha nodded heavily. Do you want to go to the 61st floor? Checking his channel, Yeon-woo found that Laputa was currently on the 66th floor. Yeon-woo was planning to catch up with Doyle first and discuss the countermeasures for the Sea of Time. I have to speak with Brahm as well. Swish. Chapter 541. Another successor, 6. This is the 66th floor, the gate of the abandoned city. Trial. This city once enjoyed dazzling prosperity due to its advanced magic engineering knowledge and achievements. However, the city has since collapsed into ruins. A plague whose origins could not be identified took the lives of more than a third of the population during the imperial era, and the poor crop yields caused by abnormal climate changes plunged the survivors into poverty and starvation. Most perished. During these dire times, instead of saving the people, the imperial court locked up its storerooms of resources, indulged in a luxurious, hedonistic lifestyle, and collected heavier taxes from the struggling public. However, it was the invasion of a foreign race who had long hated the empire for enslaving them that sealed the empire's fate. As a result, the city, which once had a population of over 1 million, collapsed. However, during the mass evacuation, the imperial family and the city's general residents left many valuable objects behind, and treasure hunters sometimes visit the ancient city to obtain a piece of its legacy. You are part of this treasure hunting crowd. From this point forward, collect the necessary materials in this abandoned city to complete an artifact. The completed artifact and its legacy will be very useful for you when climbing the tower. This description makes the trial look so easy. Doyle shook his head as he looked at the window, sighing deeply. While Yeon-woo was gone, Arthea continued to steadily advance up the floors, reaching the latter half of the 60s. Currently, there was virtually no force in the tower that could oppose Arthea. Once White Dragon's leader, Waltz, suffered a defeat to Doyle, White Dragon's momentum was greatly weakened, and they remained relatively silent and dormant. Indeed, Arthia had acquired a nearly hegemonic rule over most of the tower. However, they faced an obstacle in an unexpected place, the 66th floor. The members of other large clans were high rankers who had already cleared up to the 70th floor as players. As a result, they could move easily from floor to floor. However, despite the strength of Arthia's leaders, they hadn't cleared as many floors as they could have since they were pulling the rest of the clan along. Even the members recognized that the clan's rise through the floors depended too much on their leader's achievement. That meant if Arthia's leaders encountered a serious obstacle, the clan's forward progress would come to a halt. The trial on the 66th floor was very simple on the surface. They had to combine hidden pieces located throughout the abandoned city to complete a useful artifact. However, it was taking up too much time. Their first hardship came in the form of various diseases and curses prevalent throughout the ruined city. Since the empire had succumbed to a plague, the disease remained in corners of the city, and they had to be on their guard. They also didn't know what type of traps would be activated in the process of obtaining the hidden pieces, and so often, they would end up with a variety of small quests. The ongoing attacks by the foreign race were also a problem. A number of high-ranking, intelligent monsters roamed everywhere. Whenever Arthia ran into a group of them, they were sometimes forced to retreat. However, the biggest problem was that it was not easy to create a useful artifact even after collecting many hidden pieces. One had to know how to use the hidden pieces properly, which required extensive knowledge in magic engineering. Combining the pieces together also required advanced engineering knowledge. It also did not make sense to go through all this trouble to make a shoddy artifact since it was an opportunity to obtain something beyond one's level. For this reason, the 66th floor was considered the most time-consuming floor among the floors in the 60s. Of course, the situation varied from person to person. In fact, Doyle had already finished the trial on the 66th floor. He had a different problem. Khan and Fanti, they're wild cards. I can't believe I'm being pissed on by my own clan members. Khan was good at enchantments and thought he could quickly master magic engineering, but he soon found that he was actually weak in this field. Bien could directly be applied to martial arts, but Khan always mentioned that it wasn't the same for magic engineering. His convoluted explanations were completely incomprehensible to Doyle, but since Khan was obsessed with creating an overly complicated artifact, they were forced to spend an exorbitant amount of time on the floor. Fanti was even worse. In all my time alive, I've never come across such a nutcase. No, wait. Fanti is Kane's brother, so maybe I shouldn't be so rude. As soon as Doyle thought about Fanti, tears started forming in his eyes, and he forced his rising anger down. It was impossible for anyone leading Arthia on Yeon-woo's behalf not to grow furious, especially when Doyle considered how much he had suffered in Fanti's hands. Fanti ran as wild as he pleased, tossing away any orders and ruining several clan strategies and plans in the process. Whenever he encountered a strong guy, he had to stop to fight and win. If he lost his temper over something, he wouldn't let go of his grudge until he felt it was resolved, which usually resulted in a shit show. Thanks to this, many of Arthia's clan members were reluctant to move around with Fanti. At least, his sister, Edora, was better. Although she wasn't that way with Yeon-woo, she was always cold and arrogant around the other clan members, which was why she'd received the nickname Demon Beauty. Even during the days of the tutorial, as was the case now, the Cheongram siblings had been known for shocking people. They had managed to obtain good results, and the clan had progressed relatively smoothly through the floors. Otherwise, there would have already been a lot of arguments and distress. Then, Fanti had hit a wall on the 66th floor. Of course, Fanti wasn't as much of a nutcase as Doyle grumbled, he wouldn't have been able to achieve so much if it were true. However, he was too picky. Other than martial arts, which Fanti liked, he was hopeless in other matters. No matter how much effort he put into learning and mastering magic, he would never be able to achieve the standards he'd set. Also, creation wasn't his strong suit, considering that his hobby was smashing things into smithereens. More than anything, Khan and Fanti don't get along very well. Khan and Fanti were always busy growling at each other whenever they were together. Khan was wary of Fanti because of the rivalry they had during the tutorial, and Fanti was annoyed when Khan, whom Fanti had never paid much attention to, kept nipping at his heels whenever they met. Doyle could only let out a long sigh. If it were up to him, he would just leave them both. However, Doyle could not afford to abandon two of the most powerful members of the clan. Right now, they were probably off on their own harebrained adventures somewhere on the floor, and it was clear that their efforts would largely be in vain. Doyle wondered if they were participating in another strange competition with each other. Rumble. Hey! Doyle's eyes widened at the sudden earthquake that shook the stage. When he looked outside, a huge dust storm that was dozens meters in height was blowing towards his direction and devouring the abandoned city. What? Doyle wondered if Khan and Fanti had had another fight. Arg! What the hell's going on? My puzzle. I spent a hellish week putting together my puzzle. Who is it? Fuck. Who the hell did this? Through the connection of the clan pairing, Doyle heard Khan and Fanti's screams of frustration. The two were aware of how much their actions affected others, and they wouldn't have ruined the stage like this for everyone else. At that point, Doyle felt his channel with Yeon-woo strengthening. Swoosh! When the sandy tidal wave had almost completely covered the abandoned city and Laputa swept through, Doyle covered his mouth with his sleeve and coughed. The storm calmed down as if nothing ever happened. After removing the remaining clouds of dust with magic, Doyle saw Yeon-woo appear. Cough. Cough. Of course, it's you, Hyung. Did I say I was coming? Yeon-woo cocked his head as Doyle greeted him without much surprise. Doyle nodded as though the answer were obvious. There's always nothing left when Hyung passes by, right? Yeon-woo wondered how he should take Doyle's words. Was it good or bad? Yeon-woo decided that it was probably better not to know either way, so he coughed and changed the topic, pretending he didn't understand. Ahem. Anyway, what's the progress of my request? Are you talking about the Sea of Time? Yet. Doyle shook his head. We've been doing our best to look for them ever since we received your instructions, but nothing substantial has come up. I don't understand why they're so hard to find. Even if we get a clue, it's usually a small one. It's taking us a lot of time to dig deeper. Yeon-woo nodded. If it had been easy to find the Sea of Time, the mysterious clan wouldn't have managed to hide themselves so well in the tower. Above all, a dragon was leading them. Before Arthea's rise, Red Dragon had dominated the tower, and it was clear that the Sea of Time had the potential to equal or even surpass Red Dragon. Still, we were able to confirm that some of them infiltrated our clan by joining in our ranks. They're among us. Yes. I don't know for sure, but I think they've entered quite deep into our ranks. Who are you suspicious about? I'm still checking. Is that so? Yeon-woo's eyes glittered brightly. Doyle was implying that the Sea of Time had been keeping tabs on Yeon-woo and Arthea's development for a long time. Moonchild, she spoke as if she knew me. But why are you so tenacious about finding the Sea of Time? I think they'll be our biggest obstacle when taking over the tower. Hey? Really? Could the Sea of Time pull off what the 8 clans could not? Doyle's expression was one of disbelief. Yeon-woo turned away as he organized his thoughts. I need to go see Brahm. Swish. Yeon-woo opened a portal to a location to the outer district of the tower and walked in. Yeon-woo disappeared. Kane. Kane, that bastard, where is he? I was just putting on the finishing touches before he messed everything up and turned my artifact into dust. What are we going to do about this? Khan appeared in Laputa huffing and puffing. Ha ha ha. Doyle burst into laughter. Khan was covered in dust from head to toe like a mouse that had fallen into a dustbin. Bam! Soon after, something fell from the sky with a force and intent strong enough to destroy Laputa. A cacophony of shouts soon followed. Arg! Darn that cane! Where are you? Come out now! Fanti was just as animated as Khan. His scruffy appearance made it clear that he'd also suffered quite a bit from Yeon-woo's sandstorm. Khan and Fanti's eyes met as they stood next to each other. What are you staring at? I got here first, you dumb bear. Humph. You're too insignificant to even notice. Even your brain seems to have turned into a stupid hunk of muscle. The nerves in your eyes are shot as well. Do you want me to introduce you to a good doctor? What, asshole? Khan and Fanti snapped at each other. SSS. Crackle. Crackle. Their momentum and aura clashed and collided in the air. Doyle quickly shouted out, fearing that Laputa would be damaged if they fought. If you're looking for Kane Hyung, he said he was going to see Brahm. As soon as Doyle finished speaking, Khan and Fanti disappeared through their portals, still huffing and puffing. Flash! Flash! When are they going to grow up? Phew! Doyle shook his head as he sighed. Stabbing in the back, what a fun song! She leaned her back against the bed where Ananta lay as she hummed a song and drew a picture of a house, a garden, and the sun on a piece of paper. She added Brahm, Ananta, Yeon-woo, and herself. Everyone was smiling. In a rocking chair across from Shi, Brahm set his book down and looked at Shi. He had never heard her hum the song before. That's such a weird song. Where did you learn that song? From Uncle Shannon. Shannon. The other day, when Yeon-woo visited the village, Sha asked to see his spirit Gwai. She must have learned the weird song while hanging out with Shannon. Why did she have to learn a song like that? Brahm was just about to return to the book, thinking that he would have to give Shannon a piece of his mind later on, when... Boom! Really? You're telling the truth, right? That's right. I can't miss my turn. If you're late, you'll be screwed, so hurry. Let's go. Suddenly, there was a loud commotion outside. Outside of designated areas, the One-Horn Tribe's village was a relatively quiet place, so Brahm looked out the window to see what was going on. Above a ridge in the distance, a column of sand rose with a loud noise. A small aftershock soon followed. Suddenly, Sha sprinted to the window and burst into laughter. Uncle! I think Uncle is here. The One-Horn Tribe's men are running towards that direction. For the members of the tribe, Yeon-woo was like a popular restaurant that they liked to try whenever they had the opportunity. Sha also knew that special events and uproar always followed her uncle. Oh dear! Brahm did not know whether to laugh or cry as a wry smile formed across his lips. Chapter 542. Another successor, 7. Brahm burst into laughter as he looked at Yeon-woo, who sat across from him with an irritated expression. What's wrong? Why is your expression so sour? Brahm wasn't asking because he didn't know but because he rarely ever saw Yeon-woo's face like this, so he was making the most of this opportunity. Yeon-woo could read Brahm's thoughts, and his eyes narrowed. However, he sighed as he decided that nothing good could come from arguing with an old man. He ground his teeth from the rising anger and tears of injustice. I was seriously considering whether or not I should make the One-Horn Tribe go extinct. Really? Brahm's smile grew wider. He understood Yeon-woo's sentiment. After the news spread that Yeon-woo had arrived in the village, the members of the tribe threw everything they were doing down and rushed to find Yeon-woo, crowding around him for a chance to take a shot. The Martial King had previously hogged all of Yeon-woo's time in the past, and the rest of the One-Horn Tribe were determined not to lose their chance to fight Yeon-woo this time. They swarmed and began attacking without any warning. Unfortunately for Yeon-woo, he wasn't just facing 1 or 2 members but well over 100. He'd just come to visit Brahm, and this was like being struck by lightning. He couldn't just shrug them off since many of the challengers were very talented, and he was forced to beat them up one by one and try to knock them out. Whoa, Yet, this is it. For some reason, the guys were strangely fond of being beaten to a pulp. Hit me more, more, more. Whoa. Man. Get even tougher on me. Yes, that's it. The attackers would rush back into the fight after Yeon-woo knocked them around. The more Yeon-woo beat them up, the worse they grew, and they even started drooling like true perverts. Their deranged behavior was so creepy that Yeon-woo began to feel afraid. In the end, he had no choice but to spend an entire day beating up the one-horned tribe members. Humph! We're also present. Are you not going to hang out with us older folks? After the initial wave of tribe members, the retired elders came looking for him. By this time, Yeon-woo had nearly lost his mind. It was only after this second wave of elders that Yeon-woo managed to escape and find Brahm. At this point, he had dark circles of fatigue under his eyes. Not too long ago, he was a man with a strong mind, strong enough to ridicule even the gods and demons and to swim deep in the abyss. He now realized why he strangely lost his strength whenever he visited the one-horned tribe's village. Ah! Yeon-woo let out a deep sigh and wiped his face with his hands. He had been caught off guard and intercepted in an unexpected place, but he shook it off because he had something to ask Brahm. You seem like you have a lot of things to say. Go ahead and ask away. It has to do with Ananta. Crack. Brahm snapped his fingers and quickly formed a barrier between them and the surrounding area. Even though Brahm had made sure to let Chap play outside so that they could be completely alone, he made sure that they had complete privacy. Brahm's face hardened. Why are you bringing up Ananta all of a sudden? We could talk through clan pairing, but I came here because I thought it would be better to ask you directly. What the hell are you talking about? Don't make me wait, just tell me. Brahm's voice was slightly raised. Can you tell me who Ananta's mother was? Brahm frowned. What about her? It's really important. Yeon-woo explained the situation. He'd entered the depths of the abyss, but Moonchild had stopped him. Are you theorizing that Moonchild is Ananta's mother? I wanted to see if it was possible. It's true that she and I met after the dragon massacre. It's also true that she and Ismenios were the last surviving dragons. Yeon-woo's eyes widened slightly. Did Brahm mean that the Summer Queen's twin was his wife? It's also true that, unlike her sister, she hated going outside. She hid her existence for a long time. Unlike Ismenios, who sought domination, Ananta's mother pursued exploration. It was then that she and I, once I became indifferent to worldly affairs, came to be together. Brahm's voice wavered with emotion. However, she's dead because of that bastard Alforoni's curse. You're saying that she might still be alive? Don't joke around. For Brahm, who had lived with lifelong guilt towards Ananta and her mother, it was taboo to bring up anything related to either one of them. To him, Yeon-woo was implying that Ananta's biological mother was unscrupulous enough to abandon her child, and that he and her mother had neglected not only their child but also their granddaughter. Although Brahm had initially gotten to know Ananta's mother out of intellectual enjoyment, he cherished the precious memories he made with her, and he took offense at Yeon-woo's implication. However, Yeon-woo maintained his calm. You didn't see Ananta's birth mother die, did you? Are you going to keep up this line of questioning? Brahm finally got up from his seat and stared at Yeon-woo as if he would kill him. It was only after a long time had passed that Brahm sat back down. Plop. His expression was still dark. You think it's true? Why don't we try an experiment? Do you have any artifacts that she left behind? Yeon-woo was planning to use the Summon of the Dead skill. Brahm shook his head. I have none. Ananta may have something, but she probably doesn't remember where she hid it. As Yeon-woo pondered the next steps, Brahm suddenly remembered something and said, Ah! I know where she's buried. She used it as her lair and dungeon when she was still alive. Let's go there, then. All right. Let's do it. Now that they were discussing the subject, Brahm thought that he could prove her death to Yeon-woo and demand an apology. Besides, Brahm suddenly felt a desire to use Yeon-woo's powers to share a moment, no matter how brief, with the woman he'd parted from without a single farewell. The two took a portal and entered an unknown dungeon. This is a hidden stage, unknown dungeon. Caution! You are entering a place where a transcendent being is buried. Curses and traps may exist in this area. Over here. They were in a laboratory filled with books and laboratory equipment. It was inside a cave large enough to accommodate thousands of people, and in its center was a small tomb. One of the few friends I have in the heavenly world told me of her passing. I don't think he would have lied. Yeon-woo rubbed his chin for a moment and looked around carefully. He pulled out a random book and activated his power. Summon of the Dead has been activated. Who do you want to summon? What was her name? Harmonia. Yeon-woo stated aloud in a firm voice, Harmonia. The being you are attempting to summon cannot be found. What? Brahm's eyes widened. He had a bewildered expression on his face. However, Yeon-woo nodded as if he'd been expecting this. He pulled out his magic bayonet and swung it hard at the tomb. Bang! It blew up with a thunderous sound, revealing that it was empty. She isn't here. Brahm was speechless. Harmonia is Moonchild, you never knew. How is this? Brahm stuttered and trembled as he was overwhelmed by a sense of betrayal. Yeon-woo thought this was a natural reaction. The Sea of Time was filled with members who hid their identities. They were like cuckoos who entered nests and threw out the chicks in order to take over. It was impossible that the head of an organization like this would reveal her true identity even if she encountered Brahm. Can you leave it to me to find her? After a long silence, Brahm asked in a calm voice. However, his eyes were burning with a sense of betrayal. Do you have any ideas where to look? That. Let me find her myself and tell you. Please. Yeon-woo wanted to find Moonchild too, but he couldn't bring himself to suggest that they work together as he looked into Brahm's eyes. Brahm was clearly in tremendous shock. In the end, Yeon-woo had no choice but to nod. All right. Thank you. Keep this a secret from Shi. All right, but are you okay? What do you mean? Brahm responded coldly as he pushed his hair back. Even though I'm not in my prime, I've regained my dignity and powers thanks to you. I will show you how I, Brahm, became one of the three gods who ruled the godly society Devas, and how the countless avatars that prayed to me made so many achievements and found salvation. Yeon-woo returned to the village alone. Brahm had quickly departed, leaving Yeon-woo wondering if he ought to pursue Brahm quietly. However, Brahm seemed so desperate that Yeon-woo could not muster the will to do it. Brahma was a being who once ruled the heavens. Although his powers had declined since then, Brahm's achievements and experience had not disappeared. Even Moonchild would have to take Brahm seriously. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm just going to wait around and twiddle my thumbs. Yeon-woo struggled over how he would break the news of Brahm's departure to Shi. However, when he returned to Brahm's house, he found all the lights turned off, with Khan and Fanti staring at him in the dark. Why were the two of them together? Did they suddenly resolve their differences while he was gone? Yeon-woo puzzled over this unexpected sight. You bastard! I'll have to take your position as Hyung back. Suddenly, Khan and Fanti charged at Yeon-woo as if they had waited their whole lives for this moment. Khan layered various bien while drawing his blood sword, and Fanti acted like he was about to eat Yeon-woo whole while generating his blood lightning. Yeon-woo wondered what was going on for a brief moment before he thought, rebellion is an unforgivable crime. Yeon-woo raised his fist. Bam! Bam! Damn it! Such a terrible guy! How did he get so much stronger? Khan and Fanti sat next to each other, rubbing their swollen eyes with eggs and voicing their frustrations in disgruntled voices. They looked ridiculous to Yeon-woo. They had rebelled against their clan leader because he'd gotten in the way of their quest. How do I always get tangled up with these sorts of people? It never occurred to Yeon-woo that he might be in the wrong and that these situations occurred around him because of his own actions. Anyway, this works out, too. I had something to request of you too. What? Another request? Didn't you already tell us to focus on advancing up the floors? Yeon-woo raised his fists without saying a word to the disrespectful duo. Ahem. A request given by the clan leader himself. Of course, we will listen and obey your every command. What would you like us to do? Just say the word. Aren't I, Fanti, your right-hand man? Say the word. I'll tear the heads off those bastards and bring them to you. Ha ha ha. Yeon-woo looked in exasperation at the two people who changed their stances so brazenly, but they returned his gaze with innocent expressions. Right. This was their true personality. Yeon-woo could not even muster up a laugh of exasperation at this point. However, Yeon-woo's request was unexpected. Rebel. What? What do you mean rebel? Have you been sleeping wrong? They wondered what Yeon-woo was talking about. It seems that there are traitors in the clan. I'm planning to push them out into the light. Yeon-woo explained the plan to uncover the Sea of Time infiltrators within Arthia. Oh, this sounds fun. In fact, I feel like we've gathered a lot of idiots, so filtering the useless ones out might be necessary. But if we want to rebel, we need a good reason. Is there anything that we can use? Everyone in the world knows our relationship. Khan nodded at Fanti's words. Most in the tower knew that they'd been friends with Yeon-woo ever since the tutorial. Of course, Yeon-woo had already anticipated this. You'll have to show that you're dissatisfied with me. Oh. Indeed. And a good reason to be dissatisfied is getting beaten up for no good reason, right? Hey. Well. Khan and Fanti nodded in agreement at first, but cocked their heads after Yeon-woo's words sank in. Something did not sound right to them. Then, when Yeon-woo smiled wickedly and began cracking his knuckles, Khan and Fanti suddenly shouted urgently. Oh, come on. Wait. Arg. Aren't you a civilized person? Let's discuss like civilized people. Why does it have to always be a fist? My fists, my choice. They were only setting up the foundation of the trap. It certainly wasn't because Yeon-woo was still holding on to a grudge about their attempt to ambush him. It definitely wasn't that. Boom. Chapter 543. Another successor, 8. After finishing his discussions with Khan and Fanti, Yeon-woo played with Cha for a while before leaving the village in the evening. Of course, Yeon-woo was very careful to avoid the tribe members from noticing his departure. Those darn tribe members would inevitably clamor for more training sessions and force Yeon-woo to fight them all over again. Yeon-woo felt that it was unfortunate that he could not install a direct portal to the outside world since the village was protected by a barrier. Before leaving the village, Yeon-woo reflexively glanced back. For some reason, he had an uneasy feeling in his chest. The assassination plot. Faceless and his associates were somewhere planning the assassination. It seemed like an absurd idea. Now that they'd been pushed to their limits by Arthia, Faceless and his associates seemed to be making a foolish last stand. No matter how many guys they brought in, they would not be able to touch even a hair on the Martial King's head. That was how strong the Martial King was. Yeon-woo could guarantee that no matter how much one searched the heavens, it would be difficult to find anyone who was the Martial King's match. Even though I've grown so strong, I still can't tell how much I've caught up to master. The more powerful Yeon-woo became, the more he understood the Martial King's greatness. Yeon-woo would consider himself lucky just to have the ability to handle the one-horned tribe, much less reach the Martial King's level. As a result, when Yeon-woo saw some information related to Faceless in the Chonggong library, and even when Doyle reported their movements, Yeon-woo did not think much of it. However, it wasn't as though he didn't have some concerns. Faceless. A guy with the soul of the sword god had a good idea of the martial king's strength. Yeon-woo couldn't understand why he would have such a futile plan. Did he have something that would help him? Even if anything like that existed, Yeon-woo still felt that the martial king would not be endangered. Still, Yeon-woo couldn't shake off the uneasiness he felt. Psychic medium, do you know something? Yeon-woo asked the psychic medium, who was watching him from somewhere. She could see the entire stage from wherever she was, and more importantly, she possessed eyes that could see into the future. Of course, I do. Since it's related to my husband, don't you think I'd check it out? I see. All right. Assassinations were only successful if the target was unprepared instead of wary. It was only at that point that Yeon-woo could leave the village with a light heart. How cute! Even though he doesn't show it, he's really concerned for his master. He's exactly what I envisioned for a son-in-law. Don't you agree? The martial king had been sitting cross-legged in meditation when the psychic medium's voice rang in his ears, making him frown. Cute, my foot. He's more concerned about getting to a point where he'll be able to smack his master's face. Isn't that the quality that made you interested in him? The martial king smirked. He did not reply, but the psychic medium knew that his silence meant he viewed Yeon-woo positively. Before meeting Yeon-woo, the martial king had had 2 disciples, but he had expelled and disowned both because they did not live up to his expectations. Since the martial king kept Yeon-woo as a disciple, it meant he had high expectations. Furthermore, Yeon-woo was progressing as well as he'd anticipated. In fact, Yeon-woo had even exceeded his expectations. Yeon-woo possessed wisdom, a fighting spirit, zeal, longing, an understanding of mutually beneficial acts, vengeance, a desire for domination, and a temper. Due to this, the martial king could not help but feel a little sorry for Yeon-woo. Are you really not going to tell him? Yet. He already has a lot to do, so I don't want to concern him further. It's not like predictions are always correct. Absolute death. So, I'm definitely going to die. The thought that he may not see how far his disciple would go, how much he would achieve, and looking at the fortune that he had just picked. Tisk. The martial king lightly clucked his tongue. At some point, a strange rumor started circulating within the tower. Khan and Fanti have formed their own factions. Arthia normally operated with an unusual structure. Yeon-woo, the clan leader, and a small number of elites formed the core leadership. Several affiliated organizations were connected to that core leadership like branches. Unlike the other large clans that possessed many strong members at their core, Arthia operated more like an oligarchy with a few people ruling over the majority. As a result, power was concentrated in those who were most active in conducting external activities for the clan, such as Khan and Fanti. The two were responsible for many of Arthia's achievements, which allowed the clan to dominate the tower, and many affiliated organizations and players were naturally eager to impress these 2 clan members. Khan hated being tied down to something, and Fanti had an uncompromising attitude that did not allow him to hide his contempt for the weak, which meant that they hadn't tried to create factions before. However, Khan had lately grown less active in the clan's activities and was beginning to hold meetings to various organizations and players within the clan. He met the clan heads of Arthia's affiliated organizations in person, developed friendships, and often hung out with other rankers. As a result, people gradually gathered around Khan, and his faction formed naturally, composed of influential people from various fields. On the other hand, Fanti led several players through the main challenges of each floor together, and although he was always arrogant and looked down on others, he gained admirers who were enthusiastic about his macho attitude, and they began following him as though he were their master. Thus, Arthia was gradually divided into 2 factions. The free-spirited Khan's faction was called the Hawk faction, and those who followed the destructive Fanti were referred to as the Tiger faction. Although the boundaries between the factions weren't entirely clear-cut, at some point, the confrontations between Khan and Fanti began in earnest. They argued during clan discussions on how to suppress White Dragon and ended up in a sword fight. Fortunately, Doyle stepped in and stopped the fight from escalating. However, the two turned their backs to each other and said that they could not stand each other anymore. Since the two had always been at odds with each other, many of those concerned about the clan felt that the situation was like a powder keg that would explode at any moment. The two factions became wary of each other and began to mark out their boundaries. At some point, Khan began to confide in those closest to him about his dissatisfaction with Arthea. Fanti is an idiot. In fact, isn't he just a babe in the woods with a silver spoon in his mouth who doesn't know anything about the world and rampages around thanks to the protection of his father? The clan leader often doesn't show up as well, that seems a bit too much. Arthea is a little too bloated. There are too many good-for-nothings within the clan. We need to thin out our ranks and reorganize. And the clan leader's personality? No one has to state anything further because we all know how bad his personality is. Initially, the members were scared about revealing their complaints, but as Khan continued to express his dissatisfaction, they grew bolder and more vocal. Little by little, they wriggled out from the absolute fear that Yeon-woo induced and began to open their eyes to their desires. One by one. After time passed, Khan started receiving strange offers through shadowy sources. Please look favorably upon us in the future. If you ever need anything, just let us know. First, it started with bribes. Let's discuss the rights and interests of this floor. Soon, other requests started to come in, including ones that dealt with Arthea's secrets. In public, Khan pretended as if everything were normal, but, behind the scenes, he started leaking information. The plans to weed out internal insurgents sometimes ended in failure. Many of the clan members voiced their opinion that Khan had changed and was now a danger to the clan, but his position was so strong that their voices went mostly unheard. One day, a secret proposal suddenly came in. While organizing papers in his office alone in the late hours of the night, Khan quickly pulled out his blood sword as he felt something foreign around him. However, a shadow blade appeared under his chin before he could even take a defensive stance. Strong. Khan's expression hardened as he realized that his opponent was not to be taken lightly. Who are you? If his opponent had come to assassinate him, the blade would not have stopped where it did. You're a thoughtful person, like I heard. It was the right decision to visit you instead of Fanti? The wielder of the shadow blade bowed his head as he pulled back his weapon. My name is Nark from the Crancia Merchant Alliance. Merchant Alliance. Khan snorted. The guy who had suddenly appeared in the dead of night and covered his face with a mask was claiming to be a merchant. Even a passing dog would laugh. I know what you're thinking, but the fact that we're a merchant alliance doesn't change anything? Fine. A lowly merchant like you must have come for some reason. What kind of trade are you offering? I want to purchase some information from you. Information? Yes. I need information regarding Arthea's clan leader, the Shadow King. Khan's expression hardened. Why do you want information on that bad-tempered bastard? He hasn't done anything outside in a while. The masked intruder's eyes widened at the rude way Khan referred to his clan leader. It seemed like the rumors were true that Khan was greatly dissatisfied with his clan leader, the Shadow King. Your sentiment is exactly the reason why I need the information. In the future, his movements will influence the tower's state of affairs. We believe he's preparing something during this time of inactivity, and our merchant alliance would like to know what the Shadow King is doing, even if it is just a small piece of information. Can you help us? I can't. Phew. It seems like you're still wary of us, then. No. I want to do as you asked, too. The masked man tilted his head as though he did not understand Khan's meaning. It's because that bad-tempered bastard is watching all of this. The masked man was startled and tried to tear the portal scroll that he carried in his chest. Ugh! Suddenly, something shot out of the masked man's shadow, smashed his spine, and pierced through his chest. Khan laughed as he watched the scene, and it was only then that the masked man realized that he had been acting all along. However, the masked man didn't have much longer to think. As the shadow moved again, it sliced off his head. Yeon-woo appeared above the shadow and intercepted the soul of the masked man, which was just about to leave his body. Arg! Ah! Yeon-woo started to burn the masked man's soul using his purgatory furnace skill. As the soul struggled in pain, it spit out various thoughts before deteriorating into a remnant soul that was sucked into Yeon-woo's soul collection. What do you think? At Khan's question, Yeon-woo shook his head. Khan lightly clucked his tongue. It's not them again? Damn it! Khan and Fanti's subversion was part of Yeon-woo's plans to lure the Sea of Time to approach them. However, the Sea of Time was not taking the bait and continued to keep their heads low. In the meantime, Yeon-woo was able to enjoy some unexpected side benefits, such as finding out which of the clan members were dissatisfied with Arthea or which ones did not even deserve to be members. He'd also discovered some secret associations and organizations formed while avoiding Arthea's information network. Doyle had already created a blacklist. Doyle was planning on taking care of all of them in one fell swoop later on, but Yeon-woo was unhappy that the plan was taking so long since he had many other things to do. Besides that, Khan. Hey! Who are you calling a bad-tempered bastard? Had. I just said that to deceive him. As if he had already anticipated the question, Khan used a portal scroll and quickly slipped away. Yeon-woo frowned as he was left alone in the office. I guess I'll just have to observe a bit longer. He believed that the Sea of Time had already infiltrated deep into Arthea's ranks. Since it was virtually impossible to catch such infiltrators quickly, Yeon-woo decided to proceed calmly with the plan, no matter how impatient he felt. Besides, he had work to do in the meantime. Reclaim Tartarus. It was his turn to rescue the gods of Olympus, who were waiting for him somewhere below. Chapter 544. Reclaim, 1. Olympus was like a burden Yeon-woo always had to carry in his heart. Athena had always looked warmly on Jeong-woo and Yeon-woo, and Hermes was like an older brother who had taken care of Yeon-woo from the beginning. Hades had guided Yeon-woo not only to find Jeong-woo's soul but also walk the path of a god. Poseidon had been an enemy at first, but he had helped Yeon-woo in the end. Ares was a bit of a foolish character, but he still tried to appear admirable until the end. Although Yeon-woo hadn't spoken much to Apollo, Artemis, or Dionysus, they had been encouraging of his actions, and even though Hestia, Demeter, and others tried to block his path, Yeon-woo didn't feel too resentful of them. From the time that Yeon-woo entered the tower, he had always been deeply involved with Olympus. He had clashed against them occasionally, but they had still been his faithful allies. But now, they had been defeated in Tartarus and forced to retreat to Erebus, and they were even thinking of leaving the heavenly world. A few of them might have already left. Now that Yeon-woo had grown as powerful as he could and had a substantial group to back him up, he couldn't postpone recapturing Tartarus any longer. He couldn't enter Tartarus by himself, but he couldn't take Arthea with him since they needed to remain on the floors to find the Sea of Time. He couldn't force his giant army into Tartarus without any preparation, as well. The Titans and Gigantes have succeeded in ascending to Olympus. Since they've likely recovered most of their divinity, they'll be more powerful than ever. Furthermore, they had Mother Earth behind them. As the common enemy of all legends, she was an entity who could not be dismissed. And I need to be aware of the movements of the rest of the heavenly world. Although the Titans and Gigantes were blatantly working with Mother Earth, they hadn't received any sanctions from the societies of the heavenly world. It was clear that an underhanded exchange had been made that Yeon-woo didn't know about. Additionally, Yeon-woo had planted seeds of division among the societies in the hidden stage of the 60th floor. With this, my enemies and allies will be clearly differentiated. It's gonna be a rough fight in many ways. Yeon-woo needed to recapture Tartarus no matter what. Tartarus was Hades' holy territory. As someone who had succeeded to the throne of death, Yeon-woo couldn't recover all his divine authority without taking back the land. Most importantly, I won't be able to defeat Alforoni if I'm not able to defeat the Titans and Gigantes. Reclaiming Tartarus was a crucial event no less important than a colossal war. It's almost time. Yeon-woo looked up at the sky. It was guaranteed he'd clash against many of the gods and demons in Tartarus. Entering alone was like suicide. Fortunately, he knew some folks he could call his allies. At that moment, the sky began to shake. The godly society prepares to pay an exorbitant number of laws of causality. A descent is taking place. A descent is taking place. At the same time, rays of bright white light flashed above Laputa, and 2 bolts landed in front of Yeon-woo. The light slowly took on human forms. One of them was Erlang Shen, whom Yeon-woo was already familiar with, and the other was a strange man with blazing red hair and an assortment of various weapons and artifacts on his person. He had a thick whip in his left arm and 3 swords hung from his belt. 2 long spears and a giant shield were strapped to his back. The thick bronze armor on his body was scratched evidence of what he'd gone through, but it still had a certain aura. Under his helm were intense eyes that made whoever looked into them shiver. Yeon-woo instantly recognized him. Prince Neza. The Chan sect enjoyed an era of prosperity under the guidance of the 3 leaders after the fall of the Yellow Emperor. Erlang Shen became the center of all policies and played a dominant role in leading the Chan sect. Thunder Lord demonstrated his courage as a one-man army, and Prince Neza. As you can tell by his royal title, Prince Neza has a prominent position within the Chan sect. It's said that during the Yellow Emperor's rule, Prince Neza was created to be then General Li Jing's son specifically for the war against the Ji sect. He is a human weapon made from pouring the most precious treasures and artifacts into the soul of an old hero. That is who Prince Neza is. You're the child named number? I see. Prince Neza scanned Yeon-woo all over as soon as they met and nodded heavily. While Erlang Shen was composed and quiet, Prince Neza seemed to be bright and spirited. Even though he was known as a human weapon, he had a warm and relaxed air. Still, Yeon-woo could feel his skin tingling. This being, he's strong. Prince Neza heated the atmosphere just from his presence alone. Was it because of the energy of his many weapons or from his fighting spirit? Perhaps it was both. Yeon-woo's fingertips felt particularly tingly. Vimalasitra agrees with you and nods. He rubs his weapons with tingling fingers. Sir Nunnos watches you quietly. Vimalasitra and Sir Nunnos? Those prideful old farts have taken an interest in something? Oh ho! Prince Neza exclaimed in astonishment at the gazes from above. Hundun watches the 2 gods of the heavenly world. Looks like the Ji sect is interested too. Even that recluse is here. Hundun, who had shown interest in Yeon-woo at the beginning before going silent for some time, had appeared. Prince Neza adjusted his helm and looked at Yeon-woo in a different light. I suppose I'll have to be careful in many ways with this battle. Anyway, Prince Neza smiled brightly and turned to Yeon-woo. If you look at me with those eyes, I'm going to start feeling competitive. At the same time, Prince Neza pulled out one of the spears on his back, the fire-tipped spear. The red spear burst into flames as soon as Prince Neza touched it. Yeon-woo reflexively pulled out his magic bayonet and got into a fighting stance. A sharp atmosphere passed between them, then Erlang Shen shouted with a furious expression, "What are you doing? You should be working together as allies, not fighting as soon as you meet." Prince Neza grinned and put away his spear. Fighting? You still have a long way to go if that's what you call our excitement. That's why the people in our sect still find it difficult to be around you. Erlang Shen frowned at Prince Neza's attitude, and then sighed, knowing he couldn't persuade Prince Neza to act any differently. Still, he had no plans to send Prince Neza back to the heavenly world. Frankly, he was the only one of the other 2 leaders who could hold a conversation. Thunder Lord was a mischief maker who didn't listen at all. Erlang Shen gritted his teeth at the thought of how much he suffered to prevent Thunder Lord from coming with them to the lower world. Now that their descent was complete, all they had to do was head over into Tartarus. However, even though Yeon-woo had put away his magic bayonet, he looked at the two with a frown of dissatisfaction on his face. This can't be all of the Chan-sect's backup. Erlang Shen shook his head firmly. Of course not. There's no need for concern. The two of us descended first because of the laws of causality, but when the battle officially begins, more forces will arrive. Thunder Lord is currently guiding them. The Godly Society protests vehemently, saying this is interference in others' businesses. The Godly Society rejects their criticisms and says this is for their own alliance. A tense air passes between the two societies. Many societies of the heavenly world observe and Yeon-woo nodded. If the Chan sect was committed to helping him, the chances of victory against the Titans and Gigantes would be higher. Above all, his alliance with the Chan sect was proof that Yeon-woo and his army of the undead had been acknowledged as a new society. Then let's begin. Yeon-woo opened the portal to Tartarus. The Godly Society blesses your path. The Demonic Society encourages your battle. You have entered the hidden stage Tartarus. The air flowing inside of Tartarus was significantly different from normal stages. However, it was also different from Hades' time, almost as though it were rejecting them. This is the holy territory of Typhon, god of. The holy power flowing throughout the stage rejects your entrance. You attempt to force an entry. You have succeeded. The disturbance of the holy power will invalidate or weaken the blessings laid upon you. Your divine position is weakened as your entrance is not authorized. Your holy power is weakened as your entrance is not authorized. Some of the gazes from the outside have been blocked. As expected. Yeon-woo clucked his tongue, thinking there was nothing he could do. Invading the territories of other gods and demons was suicide. Since he had experience taking over the crawling chaos holy territory and making it his own in order to eliminate several gods and demons, he knew the dangers too well. But if he didn't do this, he would have to ascend to the heavenly world and fight the Titans and Gigantes there to reclaim Tartarus. It was already too late for that. It won't be easy to get past Alforoni. Even if it's difficult, this is the only way. This would be different from the crawling chaos, who had only watched in amusement. This isn't ideal. Hostility surrounds us. It won't be an easy fight. Erlang Shen and Prince Neza were surprised by the Titans and Gigantes' hostility towards Yeon-woo, and they couldn't help feeling worried that the fight would end in many casualties. Just then, the ashy grey sky began to quake. They're already here. Prince Neza gripped his fire-tipped spear thinking the attacks had already begun. He seemed ready to activate the wind fire wheels on his feet and fly up to the sky at any moment. Wait! Yeon-woo stopped him. Prince Neza turned back questioningly, but Yeon-woo was quickly scanning through messages that had accumulated as he entered Tartarus. Agars expresses his strong intent to descend and requests it of his society. The leader of says they have already used too many laws of causality recently and firmly rejects the request. Agars says he doesn't understand why and aggressively protests. Baal ignores him. Agars throws a tantrum. Baal ignores him. The other demons turn around and pretend they don't see Agars. Agars grinds his teeth. Agars has temporarily left. The East Demon Army joyfully follows Agar's decision and leaves as well. A descent is taking place. That crazy bastard! Yeon-woo laughed in disbelief. Agars had temporarily left his society in the past, but that was only with Baal's silent agreement. This time, Agars was stubbornly insisting on having his way. Vam! 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 It seemed Agars was still trying to descend, not caring about what would happen after. A black bolt fell to the ground. There's two. However, another bolt arrived. SSSSSSS. The black light faded, revealing Agars in his childlike form, along with another being. A demon of, Fenrir, wags his tail, glad to see you again. Chapter 545. Reclaim, 2. Yeon-woo was bewildered. Why is he here? Agar's presence was understandable, but it didn't make sense that Fenrir would show up, as well. In fact, Yeon-woo couldn't understand why Fenrir was being so friendly. He didn't have a special relationship with Fenrir or Niflheim, the society Fenrir was affiliated with. Why are they? Did you call him? Erlang Shen's and Prince Neza's eyes widened in confusion, and they turned to Yeon-woo. Erlang Shen seemed especially displeased. The fact that Yeon-woo allied himself with other societies without informing the Chan sect meant Yeon-woo didn't trust them. Furthermore, it could limit any authority the Chan sect held. It wasn't me. They came on their own initiative. Yeon-woo firmly shook his head. There was no need for misunderstanding. In the end, Erlang Shen just nodded doubtfully. Prince Neza burst into laughter. Working with demons to fight gods? It's been a while since the boundary between gods and demons has blurred. Those geezers are going to be furious when they find out. Prince Neza seemed amused by the situation. The godly societies were already having disputes with each other. The Chan sect and Olympus were a prime example, but Agar's and Fenrir's presence would only add to the turmoil. There's still a lot of talk about the revelations. Will the Heavenly World's alliance to battle Al-Foroni be postponed again? No one would have ever expected that a mere human could have such an impact on the Heavenly World. Yeon-woo hadn't just spilled fuel on a world already filled with distrust, he had also set fire to it. Prince Neza could have chosen to be angry since he had been one of those who argued for an alliance of the Heavenly World to fight Al-Foroni, but his curiosity as a military god was even greater. He was amazed at the size of the fire that Yeon-woo had lit, and he was curious to see how much larger it would grow. Without any concern for the gods, Fenrir ran over on his adorable legs with Agar sitting on his back. It was a cute sight, but only to those who weren't aware that they were actually a stalkerish demon and a monster wolf who swallowed gods. Woof! Fenrir looked at Yeon-woo and barked as his tail wagged. Agar's crossed his arms and arrogantly raised his chin. I personally descended to help you again. You don't need to be too happy. It's a special favor I'm bestowing upon you. Yeon-woo was astonished and spoke coldly, with his eyes narrowed. I don't have anything to exchange with you guys this time. And I don't plan on searching for another society to ally myself with at the moment. Agar's laughed. How funny. Didn't I already tell you? I came to help. You saw what happened through the messages, correct? I am a free spirit not held down by anything. I chose to step up and help you, so what is the problem? Yeon-woo knew that it was a waste of time to argue with Agar's and decided to ignore him. It was pointless trying to understand Agar's thoughts anyway. Instead, he turned to Fenrir with questioning eyes, as if he wanted to know what Fenrir was thinking. Fenrir probably wasn't acting recklessly like Agar's was. Woof! Fenrir barked. Agar's, still on Fenrir's back, looked at the wolf and said nonchalantly, he says Niflheim wants to work with you? Yeon-woo didn't understand why the two were acting together. Why did Fenrir keep on barking instead of talking, and why was Agar's translating for him as though this were perfectly normal behavior? With me? Why? Woof, woof. He says that privately, it's because his younger sister Hel has taken an interest in you? Hel was a demon of death, which was why Yeon-woo had some kind of connection to her. Officially, it's because you and the three Norns aren't on good terms. Ha! Yes, I remember that. That was quite refreshing. He was talking about the time that Yeon-woo had antagonized Urd, the goddess of the past, on the 16th floor. He says it's because the goddess of the future, Skuld, made a prophecy? A prophecy by Skuld. What had the three Norns said about Yeon-woo? Woof! At Fenrir's bark, Agar's eyes darkened. Ragnarok will be with you. Yeon-woo was taken aback. Ragnarok was a great war at the world's end in the legends of both Asgard and Niflheim. But would it be with him? Something suddenly occurred to him. Since the end of the world also meant the death of the world, could it somehow be related to darkness? But before that, you will be in the new age, he says. Yeon-woo didn't understand what he meant. New or beginning weren't words that matched darkness. But he was sure of one thing. Erd was obsessed with me, because the three Norns saw something in me, even though I didn't even have the strength of a rancor back then. There was another occurrence that he'd almost forgotten. When he'd first met Laplace on the 11th floor, Laplace had given him a message from a demon. "Were you the demon who told me to be careful of Ord?" "Woof, woof." Fenrir barked brightly in confirmation. The temple of the king of the underworld was the main temple of Hades in Tartarus, but now it had become Typhon's. Whoosh! 3 columns of fire blazed, each one taking on a distinct shape. At the center and in the highest position was Persephone, to her right was Typhon, and to her left was Thea, who represented the Titans after Cronus' death. She was a goddess who once ruled over skies and was now stuck underground. This place was Typhon's holy territory, but Persephone didn't hide her higher status. She was an apostle of their great mother, Mother Earth, so it was no exaggeration to consider her the queen of the Titans and Gigantes. Since she was here on behalf of Mother Earth, she had the right to sit in the center while Thea, who sat in the lowest position, tried to contain her humiliation. Although Persephone and Typhon didn't possess legends as awe-inspiring as hers, she was little more than their servant. Of course, Persephone and Typhon knew what Thea was thinking, but they didn't care. To them, the Titans were creatures of the past and servants who could be used any time like the protogenoi. "I don't have to tell the two of you why I'm here, do I?" Persephone spoke with honorifics in a low voice. However, the immense holy power within her voice meant that each syllable she uttered bound the souls of Typhon and Thea tightly. It was evident that Persephone's true voice contained Mother Earth's holy power and acted as a means of controlling the two beings. Typhon nodded solemnly. Yeon-woo had foiled their plans multiple times and committed the sin of invading his holy territory. It was impossible for him not to know. Mother wants to use this opportunity to take the successor to darkness into her hands. However, she's busy digesting the other societies at the moment, so it's hard for her to take action personally. I'm also busy moving according to her orders to draw attention away from her. After her connection with the crawling chaos was cut, Mother Earth was preparing to come out into the world again, a situation that was slowly brewing beneath the surface of the heavenly world. "I trust that the two of you will accomplish this mission. Her expectations of you, Typhon, are especially great. You must reclaim the throne of death, isn't that so?" Typhon's expression hardened. He didn't know this mistake would be pointed out. He was supposed to take over Hades' divine position, the throne of death, and claim all of Hades' powers related to death and the authority of the underworld, Tartarus. However, at the moment, he only had part of these things. "Then, I'll be waiting." Swish! Persephone disappeared, taking Mother Earth's overflowing holy power along with her. Typhon and Thea remained in their positions for a while, an annoyed expression on Typhon's face. He rubbed his face with his hand. It wasn't the time to reveal any emotions. Mother cannot move right now. But, it's for the best. I can take care of that rat bastard properly first. Typhon's eyes flashed dangerously. Since Yeon-woo entered on his own 2 feet, Typhon wouldn't miss him this time, even if he had to abandon all the Titans and Gigantes he commanded. Even if they vanish here, they'll be reawakened by Mother someday. Death as defined by the rest of the world doesn't apply to us. Typhon turned to Thea with a cold voice. "And the resistance? What happened to them?" "The suppression is almost complete, sir." Typhon's face twisted. "I told you to take care of it a long time ago. What have you been doing all this time?" Typhon had ascended to the heavenly world to help Persephone with Mother Earth's resurrection, and he'd left Tartarus to Thea and the Titans. Although they had driven out the gods of Olympus from Tartarus, there were still many resistors bothering them. To think the situation was still unresolved. The resistance would be of great help to Hades' successor, Yeon-woo. They could also pave the way for the return of the gods of Olympus, who'd escaped to Erebus. They had to prevent this. Their leader was too strong. I apologize. Stupid bitch. Typhon glared at Thea with a vexed expression and stood. Where are they? I'll take care of it myself. Typhon planned on eliminating them before Yeon-woo's party made contact with them, since Yeon-woo and the others would have trouble moving due to the curse the holy territory placed on them. Swish! After learning where their location was from Thea, Typhon disappeared. He'd treated Thea with disdain the entire time, as though the Titans were decrepit beings who couldn't even be trusted to carry out orders properly. When Typhon was gone, Thea ground her teeth. Crack! Her clenched fists shook with fury. Helios! Yes, mother! At the sound of her quiet voice, a man with long red hair appeared next to her. He was the old god of the sun and her child with her husband Hyperion. He was now a leader who commanded the few surviving Titans. For a moment, the fury vanished from her face. When she saw her son, the bitterness in her eased. What's the progress of our preparations? It's in its last stages. Is that so? Thea stroked her chin with a cruel smile. There was another reason why the Titans hadn't been able to subjugate the resistance. You know how cautious we must be with this. Of course, mother. Yes. Please do your best. Only then will we Titans defeat those idiotic Gigantes bastards and rise again. Thea's eyes flashed sharply. Cronus must be resurrected. Chapter 546. Reclaim, 3. Niflheim. Yeon-woo was surprised that Niflheim had taken an interest in him. They didn't have much contact with each other, and with the exception of Hel, the demons of Niflheim hadn't given him much attention. Woof. He says a lot of demons are still doubtful of you in Niflheim. Apparently, none question your ability, but few agree that you will be with Ragnarok. Woof, woof. Hel is the only demon who watched you, and Fenrir says he decided to descend personally to see for himself. And he says he felt, anyway, that's what he said. Humph. Fool. Even if you flatter Yeon-woo, it doesn't change the fact that he's mine. Hey! Let go? Fenrir bit Agar's even before Agar's finished translating his barking. Frowning, Agar's hit Fenrir's muzzle as Fenrir chomped tightly on Agar's leg with no intention of letting go. It appeared like a cute scene of a young child and a puppy fighting playfully, but because Yeon-woo knew better, it just seemed repulsive to him. If he opened his truth-revealing fiery golden eyes, he would probably see a massive giant and a powerful man clashing with each other. I want to see that even less. Sometimes, ignorance was bliss. Anyway, I'm one with Ragnarok. I don't know what that end or darkness they're talking about is, but if Niflheim will be my ally, all the better for me. Niflheim was a large society, and Yeon-woo was already at odds with Thor. Since it was too late to have good relations with Asgard, he needed to band together with Niflheim. But there's nothing I can give Niflheim with this war. Yeon-woo didn't need to do anything for Agar since the demon always did as he wished, but Yeon-woo didn't have anything to trade with Niflheim. Woof, woof. Ow, he says, as long as you stand on their side when Ragnarok happens. Let go now. You son of a bitch, geez. Agar's face twisted further as he spoke. Fenrir nodded. I don't know what this Ragnarok is, but fine. I'll help Niflheim as long as this doesn't get in my way. An alliance has been forced between player number and demonic society. Your alliance will be declared to the heavenly world. Many gods request you make your alliances more carefully. Many demons show curiosity about your alliance. The godly society has declared their enmity for you after the alliance. Your nature becomes more evil. Your nature becomes more evil. The The demonic society expresses concern about your alliance with they. They announced their neutrality. The godly society and have enmity with each other after your new alliance. The demonic society and godly society have enmity with each other after your new alliance. All relations are adjusted. Current relations. Asterisk allied forces. Number, player. Chan sect, godly. Nibelheim, demonic. Asterisk, temporary, aligned forces. Olympus, godly. Asgard, godly. Asterisk neutral. Malok, godly. El Infernal, demonic. G sect, demonic. Other societies have not declared their alliances and continue to observe. Your relations may change depending on the declarations of societies. A majority of gods look at your relations with displeased eyes. A majority of demons chuckle in amusement at your alliances. Vimalasatra is pleased with the imminent war. He feels satisfied by your actions. Sir Nunnos expresses concern about his apostle's safety. What is this stupid chart? Agar's pretty face frowned as he looked at Yeon-woo's alliances. With his cute hand, he pounded Fenrir's back. Me? I'm not on it. The East Demon Army has been added to your allied forces. Yes. That's more like it. Agar's nodded in satisfaction after seeing the message he desired. Yeon-woo and others looked at Agar's in disbelief, but Agar's just crossed his arms and sniffed. What is it? Is there a problem? No. Ha ha ha. I've only heard rumors, but your indifference is truly amazing. As expected of the Duke of the East. Erlang Shen looked bewildered, but Prince Neza just laughed, impressed that Agar's didn't care what others thought and acted as he wished. Agar's nose pointed higher. Since he looked like a child, it almost seemed comical. Yeon-woo didn't even look in his direction, worried that it would only give him more headaches. An indifferent Grand Duke of the East? The beings of the heavenly world weren't in their right minds to think it was an appropriate description for Agar's. Yeon-woo began to prioritize what he needed to get done in Tartarus. I need to raid the temple of the king of the underworld to find the stone of Castitas, purity, and open the door to Erebus, but the most important thing is to grasp the current situation in Tartarus. Yeon-woo thought that the Titans and Gigantes in Tartarus might have resistors among their ranks, considering how they'd acted even while Hades was in his prime. It was likely that the current rules of Olympus were having trouble ruling without a new hierarchy. He needed to target this, but there was just one problem. If there is a resistance, I need to know where they are. It's possible they're fighting without a common leader. Oh ho! More visitors. Looks like they're coming over because they want to die. Ha! Idiots! Woof, woof. Feeling the atmosphere shake, they all turned around. Rumble. Boom, boom, boom. Who dares, sully, our territory? As the sky quaked, dozens of titans descended, preceded by bolts of black lightning and followed by subordinates whose strength could crush most divine beings. Everything turned black, and an intense amount of pressure bore down on Yeon-woo's party. It was a debuff against trespassers. You have been afflicted with the curse blind dot. You have been afflicted with the curse magic power ceiling. You have been afflicted with the curse holy power clashing. All stats decrease as a result of the large-scale debuff. All resistance decreases as a result of the large-scale debuff. Yeon-woo's party felt as though they were shrinking, and the world was rejecting them. Yeon-woo finally understood what the envoys had experienced when they took over the crawling chaos holy territory and their natural flow of holy power was bound. Although they were surrounded by kilometer-tall titans and there was no escape route, no one in the party seemed worried about their precarious situation. In fact, Agar's only expressed his displeasure. You idiots don't know your place. Even that bastard Typhon isn't a challenge, and you fools still dare get in my way? Agar's shouted loudly enough to shake mountains as he released his aura at the same time. A gigantic whirlwind of demonic energy expanding without any limits. Crash! It was so destructive that the subordinates of the Titans were swept away before they could attack, and a few Titans even lost their limbs. Agar's hadn't revealed his strength in the holy territory of the crawling chaos, but it was clear now that it surpassed the power of those in the heavenly world. The storm of demonic energy brushed away the debuffs and continued to expand, creating a raging tsunami. The last time I fought so freely like this was, yes, back when Lucille caused a ruckus. Prince Neza joyfully gripped his fire-tipped spear and activated the wind-fire wheels at his ankles to soar up to the sky. A titan-sized column of fire followed him, turning the ground over in his wake. It instantly turned into hell. Ha! How annoying! Erlang Shen pulled out the twin swords at his waist and planted them into the ground, ready to quickly end the fight with these small fish. Erlang Shen was a god who ruled over water, and water vapor gathered around him in the form of large water dragons. They plunged towards the Titans. Crash! The fight officially began. Yeon-woo activated the Philosopher's Stone and his dragon heart with a shout. Domain declaration. Shadows spread along the ground like ink, and the army of death, Pluto, slowly rose from it. Each soldier wore black armor, and blue fire burned in their eye sockets. Their fighting spirit began to ring in the air. They had finally returned home, a place they had abandoned because they were once too weak. Pluto expressed their murderous intent for the enemies who ruined the land they had cultivated with their blood and sweat. Most importantly, they were now stronger with the blessing of the throne of death. Their black blades glittered sharply. Lamb. Yes, sir? The leader of Pluto, who had once been Hades' apostle, bowed. There wasn't a single trace of emotion in her voice, but Yeon-woo didn't miss the malevolence it contained. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. If you get injured, you'll be demoted to Spirit Gwai. Lam lifted her head with surprised eyes and laughed when she saw Yeon-woo grinning. Yeon-woo's voice was arrogant, as if defeat wasn't even something he could imagine. However, this attitude seemed appropriate. She thought it was the attitude the new king of the underworld should have. Yes, sir? Lam bowed smartly and turned to the soldiers. We've come a long way and finally returned to our motherland. Let us fight? Her eyes blazed. Let us deliver victory to our god? Thud. Thud. The commanders at the lead all thumped their spears on the ground. The rest of Pluto followed their lead, creating a beat that made their non-existent hearts seem to thump again. Soldiers? Stomp, stomp. Forward? Pluto rushed forward. The army of death roared. Chapter 547. Reclaim, 4. You, insignificant creatures? The Titans scoffed. Ever since they gained Cronus' holy power and increased in size, the Titans considered the soldiers of Pluto as scum they could trample on easily. After Hades lost Cunning and a significant amount of his divinity, the might of Pluto had taken a downturn. To the Titans, it seemed embarrassing to even say that Pluto had once been well renowned in the heavenly world as soldiers of the underworld. It was ludicrous to see them return with their spears. You will all be squashed? The Titans lifted their feet, planning to crush Pluto once and for all. Boom! The ground quaked as it cracked. Pieces of bedrock hurtled up from the impact that even most divine beings wouldn't be able to endure. However, the Titans' feet didn't even touch the ground. Do-do-do. Under their feet, Pluto had raised their shields as one to create a barrier. What is this? A Titan's foot trembled as he tried to move it. Flustered, he pressed down even more when the Pluto soldiers around him turned into a black breeze that climbed up his leg. Fush! The soldiers struck their spears into the Titan's flesh as they ran up his leg, the heat from the friction sparking into black-red flames. What, ack! The Titan thrashed around to stop them, but the flames were already whipping around his calves at an incredible speed. Black holy power flowed out like blood from his injuries, turning the area into a mess. The scorched ground began to melt from the flood of black holy power, and black fog blossomed in the atmosphere, making the holy power leak endlessly. The flames pierced through his calves and gathered at his knee with a large explosion. Boom! Ah! Flesh and bone dropped to the ground from the mutilated knee. The Titan screamed at his first experience of pain and fell back after losing his balance. Phew! Now! It's time to get his head? After Lam's command, the barrier-forming Dis-Pluto soldiers placed their shields on their back and raised their spears as they kicked off from the ground. Ghost horses appeared below them. The soldiers mounted the horses in midair to charge forward as a cavalry. They pointed their spears forward, assembled into a diamond-shaped formation, and charged forward. Do-do-do! Rumble! Bigger explosions than before landed on the Titan's body. The greater the size, the larger the target. The black breeze and black-red flames lashed around the Titan's entire body. There was nothing the Titan could do. No matter how much he tried to fight back, the attacks continued mercilessly. He could only suffer. Did you think we would stay defeated? Swoosh! Lam landed on the struggling Titan's forehead. You probably didn't know the Titans would be reduced to this state, isn't that right? If you can experiment with Cronus to try to defeat us, wouldn't it make sense that we would study your new bodies in turn? We're not fools. Lam looked into the eye that was larger than her body and smirked. The Titan's quivering pupil only contained one emotion, fear. And thanks to that, we learned something? Lam burst into laughter. Just moments ago, the Titan had shouted about the insignificance of Dis-Pluto and mocked them. Now, he'd been reduced to this pathetic state. It was ironic. You might have greater divinities and physical strength after growing larger, but your powers have grown weaker? She recalled something from the past. Back when they had to leave Tartarus after Hades' death, Dis-Pluto had desperately prayed for salvation when the Titans and Gigantes ravaged the temple of the underworld. She could still clearly picture the black and red wings connecting heaven and earth. At the time, she had thought that if she ever returned, she would come with those wings. No? Sensing his looming death, the Titan pleaded for mercy. If you become larger in size but don't fill up inside, as well if you don't build up your accomplishments and lay a foundation, you Titans cannot defeat our god? Her eyes flashed under her helm as she swung her spear with all her might. Swoosh! The black-red flames blazing on the blade instantly cut off the Titan's head. Crew! A sad cry rang out on the battlefield, echoing throughout Tartarus. Clatter! Tens of chains stretched out from the shadows on the ground, wrapping around the head and body and pulling them inside the shadows. Most divine beings didn't go through death, so the Titan would be trapped in the shadows and used as food. When the Titan completely disappeared in the shadows, the other Titans and their subordinates were shocked. This is impossible. How did this? They had already been surprised when Yeon-woo killed one of their own, but they never imagined that Dis-Pluto could kill and swallow them up. They were shocked beyond belief, and they realized that Dis-Pluto had regained the power of their glory days. It was as though the Titans were being shown the days when societies of the heavenly world shuddered at the mere utterance of Tartarus. It could only mean one thing. He has reached Hades? One of the Titans shouted, stupefied, as he looked at Yeon-woo. It was impossible that Yeon-woo could take charge of the divine position that only higher divine beings could master. Even Typhon might not manage it, but he had done it. It's too late. Yeon-woo raised a corner of his mouth as if there were more things to come. Two black slits appeared behind his back, and Boo's blazing inferno sight appeared. Death, come! At Boo's command, Shannon, Han Ryeong, Rebecca, and the others appeared. Massive magic circles appeared in the skies, raining down on the targets on the ground. Not to be outdone, Prince Neza and Erlang Shen moved speedily, fire and tsunamis sweeping away the subordinates of the Titans. Roar! In another area, Fenrir had expanded into the size of a colossal wolf, and he ripped the arms and legs of the Titans with merciless howls. It's more boring than I thought it would be. Prince Neza flung his fire-tipped spear into the eye of a titan right in front of him. Seeing the flames burst through the gigantic eye and exit through the back of the titan's head was exhilarating. However, the cries of the struggling titan were too loud, and he uncoiled the red armillary sash around his left hand and swung it like a whip. Blue lighting appeared as the whip melted and slashed the titan's left arm off. The universe ring floating around the titan tore at the titan's body. As befitting someone with the nickname Moving Weapon, Prince Neza effortlessly used multiple weapons at the same time as he blew away the titans. However, the more skills he displayed, the more puzzled he grew. Was this the strongest defense? Olympus was a vast society in the heavenly world that not many others could compare to. The Titans and Gigantes were the victors of such a group, but even though they had the support of Mother Earth, their strength was only at the same level as the Chan sect. It didn't make sense that this was all they would send to stop Yeon-woo, especially since Agars and Fenrir were here. Although the Titans had the advantage on the battlefield, Yeon-woo's party was clearly more powerful. Or, is there something else the Titans and Gigantes want? Prince Neza threw the sword on his waist with a stiff expression. Bam, bam, bam. As soon as the thought occurred to him, the sky began to shake once more. Rumble. A bolt of golden lightning that was more powerful than anything that had appeared so far landed on Prince Neza's head. Hub. He immediately crossed his fire-tipped spear with his sword to block the golden bolt. However, the power behind the lightning was so strong that it lacerated the muscles of his arm painfully, and he plummeted toward the ground. Boom! Neza! Too late, Erlang Shen tried to turn to Prince Neza. However, another bolt was falling on his own head, and he unleashed dozens of water dragons to block it. But the golden lighting tore through the water dragons and struck Erlang Shen. Clang! Erlang Shen crossed his twin swords and just managed to block the lighting. His feet left furrows in the ground as he was pushed back. Spark! Spark! The golden lightning sparked dangerously as if it were about to attack Erlang Shen any second. A face appeared among the sparks. The godly society Asgard has used a significant amount of laws of causality for a blessing. Thor has displayed his might as the god of thunder. So, you wagged your tail like obedient dogs to get on a mere mortal's good side. The Yellow Emperor will be devastated when he finds out. Thor made his golden lighting spark again and struck down with Mjolnir, his holy artifact. The blessing from Asgard meant that his strength was immensely greater than normal. Typhon's holy power in the holy territory blesses Thor. The godly society is with Thor. With the blessing of Typhon and Olympus, Thor was most likely as strong as a supreme divine being that was ranked emperor. Boom! Thinking that it was too dangerous to face Thor directly, Erlang Shen let Mjolnir pass by him and instantly folded space to put a distance in between them. However, Thor wasn't one to let him go. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation he'd endured in the crawling chaos holy territory, and he couldn't forgive the Chan sect for turning their backs on the rest of the gods in order to appeal to a player. Bam! He was about to activate his power thunder step when Fenrir suddenly split through space, his sharp teeth ready to crush Thor's head. Next to Fenrir, Agars condensed his storm of demonic energy and rained it down over Thor's head. The attacks seemed inescapable. You're only hunting dogs? However, Thor scoffed and thrust Mjolnir into the ground. A cyclone of golden lightning blew Fenrir and the storm of demonic energy hundreds of meters away. Chapter 548. Reclaim, 5. After receiving blessings from both Asgard and Olympus at the same time, Thor seemed invincible. On the other hand, those fighting him had lost all their connections to outer channels. Their abilities didn't activate, and they couldn't use their holy power properly. Their strength was nearly halved, but that didn't mean their pride had grown weak as well. You dare? Agars, who was second to none when it came to pridefulness, was especially furious. He rolled in the sky and quickly regained his balance, pulling his demonic energy storm in. Cuckoo! Heaven and earth shook massively as the demonic energy storm began to gather in the air around Agar's. Lower. Agar slammed his hand down and the condensed demonic energy storm exploded and spewed hundreds of black arrows. Foe. Each arrow was stuffed with demonic energy, containing a destructive power that could easily smash through space and dimensions. They could even destroy the beings' existences. Spark, spark. However, Thor generated a large amount of lightning again and swung Mjolnir. Golden bolts webbed around him and flung away the black arrows as dozens of dense bolts shot from the sky to Agar's head. Arg! Agar's face twisted and he spread his immense black wings, which almost covered the sky. As they tore through the heavy black clouds in the sky, Thor prepared to attack again. The ground rumbled from the lightning, preventing Prince Neza, Erlang Shen and Fenrir from approaching Thor, who was activating Lightning Path once more. Whoosh! It was a skill that temporarily transformed his body into lightning so that he could move at the speed of light to crush his opponents with a mighty force. Thor's target changed from Erlang Shen to someone else, Yeon-woo. You rat! So this is where you were hiding? Thor smiled coldly, encircled by golden lightning. He generated more lightning than before with Mjolnir to pay back the humiliation that he'd suffered. Yeon-woo had been studying Thor's fighting style with his draconic divine eyes and quickly released his strength. 6th Step Dragon Body Awakening. All powers have been released. Yeon-woo brandished the magic bayonet with his scaly arm. Sword energy danced down the blade and sparkled ominously with a blackish-red color that clashed with the golden lightning. Vam! 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 The first clash ended in Yeon-woo's defeat. The golden bolts swept through the black-red waves and pushed Yeon-woo back, leaving furrows in his wake. I'll kill you! Seeing that Yeon-woo was weaker than he expected, Thor stepped on Lightning Path again and closed the distance between them as he hurled Mjolnir. However, Yeon-woo didn't seem too concerned even though he'd just been trounced in a battle of strength. He took a calm step forward and swung the magic bayonet up. Although his holy power was being restricted like Agar's and the others, he had a card that could turn the situation around. 8 Extremes of Sword Thunder. It was the technique the Monkey King's Exuve created exclusively for him. Rumble. The magic bayonet released sword energy so intense it almost destroyed the blade. The sword energy blocked Thor's attacks and the besieged Thor. Rumble. 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 What? Thor's eyes widened in disbelief as Mjolnir was blown hundreds of meters away. His arm felt numb, and Mjolnir trembled like it would shatter at any moment. If it weren't for the blessings, Thor's arm would be destroyed by now. The area around Yeon-woo and Thor was devastated by the lightning. Thor couldn't understand what had happened. How did the mortal who had difficulty creating sword energy just moments ago manage to summon so much strength? Thor didn't know that the 8 extremes of sword thunder became more powerful when sword energy sparked on itself inside Yeon-woo's body. Instead, he believed that Yeon-woo had been hiding his strength all along, and he found Yeon-woo impossible to understand. And yet, things like this had happened before. A being had once tried to invade Asgard, and Thor kept the memories of this entity locked away, and yet Yeon-woo's image seemed to overlap with the intruder. Impossible. Great S. Before Thor could even finish speaking, Yeon-woo had already activated Blink to appear right in front of him with the magic bayonet. 4th Extreme. It was currently the most powerful level of the 8 extremes that Yeon-woo could use. Thor instinctively felt that retreat would be difficult, and there was only one thing he could do: face Yeon-woo directly. Thor still remembered the humiliation he and his companions had endured, and he resented Yeon-woo even more for reminding him of that entity. However, he tried to maintain his composure. As a god of war, he had to completely defeat his opponent, and he gripped Mjolnir. Spark, spark. When he pulled in all the blessings of Asgard and Olympus, the golden lightning turned into bright waves. Spark. The power that Thor had once given Yeon-woo in the past when they were still friendly activated, and the world split apart. Boom! Chhhhhhhh. Golden waves in a black-red storm crashed into each other ferociously. Neither of the combatants were pushed back, and it seemed like they were on equal footing, but no, Yeon-woo prevailed. If his holy power weren't constrained so much, he would have won this easily. Crack! Cracks began to appear on the magic bayonet's blade, and it shattered. Phew! It was probably fated to happen. No matter how outstanding a blacksmith Hanova was, it was impossible for the magic bayonet to withstand a high-level divine being and hold a huge amount of energy at the same time. Also, it had already clashed with one of the strongest holy artifacts of Asgard, Mjolnir, several times. It was unfortunate that it had finally broken in the middle of Yeon-woo and Thor's fight. Yeon-woo had already exhausted his magic power, and the fourth extreme had taken a toll on him. He instantly felt dizzy from the sudden loss of control, and there was a ringing sound in his ears. Thor didn't miss his opportunity. Boom! At the last moment, Yeon-woo managed to pull himself together and pull out Karshina's dagger to fend off Mjolnir. Du-du-du! A massive column of light connected heaven and earth, and intense aftershocks rippled through a huge chunk of Tartarus at an extreme speed. SSSS. Karshina's dagger also cracked into pieces like the magic bayonet, turning into that scattered in the air. Yeon-woo had no weapons left. He would have used Vigrid, but there wasn't much he could give the demonism in exchange. I still don't understand why he took the crawling chaos ego. At the time, he hadn't thought too much about it because it was impossible to know what the demonism was thinking, and he would gain the holy power in exchange. However, he still felt uneasy about it. He didn't want to use Vigrid without a safety mechanism in place. Keek, you're overthinking things. What does any of it matter if you die here? This isn't the time to think. And your magic power won't recover like it usually does here? As if he had read Yeon-woo's thoughts, the demonism whispered in his ear. Yeon-woo's eyebrows furrowed. The demonism was right. The constraints on his holy power were slowing the recovery of his magic power. It would be suicide to continue to battle Thor. He couldn't stretch this fight out any longer. He needed to end it with overwhelming firepower quickly. In the distance, Thor already seemed to have healed, judging from the intense lighting he was generating once more. It was an unbelievable recovery rate. I have no other choice. Yeon-woo needed to bite into the apple despite knowing it was poisoned. Good call. Keek. The demonism's laughter bothered Yeon-woo. It seemed like he was going along with the demonism's plans, but Yeon-woo had no alternative. He opened up emptiness and loosened Vigrid's chains. And I need to uncover the item that the Titans and Gigantes are after. What was the reason they had left this battlefront to their lesser forces in Asgard? Why weren't they using their full strength? Were they aiming for something else? Or were they planning to send their forces out in waves? Or, a battle on two fronts? Swish! He drew Vigrid out, and as he combined with the demonism, his consciousness expanded infinitely. His empty philosopher's stone and dragon heart filled up once more, and his exhausted body felt refreshed. Whoosh! A strength that was on par with that of the crawling chaos shook Tartarus just with its presence alone. Fortunately, the being's consciousness was closer to Yeon-woo's. The overwhelming power easily shrugged off the various constraints of the holy territory. Impossible? Thor gritted his teeth at the aura of the creature that looked like Yeon-woo. It seemed to be on par with the power held by Odin, his father, and Asgard's superior god. It was beyond belief. Even though Yeon-woo had borrowed the strength from some strange tool, could this really be the strength of a player? What would happen once he exuviated and transcended? It just didn't make sense. However, Thor quickly put his thoughts aside when he sensed Agar's and the others preparing to attack again. Those rogues! He gritted his teeth. He hadn't wanted to go this far, but he couldn't take care of everything on his own. He had no choice but to call for support. The Godly Society sends their forces at Thor's request. Large portals open for the allies of Countless large portals appeared in the sky, and the Asgardian soldiers who had been waiting behind them descended. At their vanguard were their greatest warriors, the Valkyrie and the soldiers of Valhalla. Pluto stopped battling the Titans briefly and looked up. Seems like more fun is coming. Don't you all agree? Lam clenched her teeth as she looked at the Asgardian soldiers and raised a corner of her mouth. Her blue eyes flashed menacingly. As he looked at the battlefield, the thing that looked like Yeon-woo realized what his enemies were after. Is the army of Titans and Gigantes attacking the base of the resistance? Chapter 549. Reclaim, 6. If Yeon-woo's guess was correct, he couldn't let things go as his enemies planned. The Titans and Gigantes had to be fighting the resistance if they were using their strongest forces, which meant that the resistors weren't weak. Perhaps, they were even the gods of Olympus Yeon-woo was searching for. However, too many soldiers of Asgard were descending from the portals, as if they had come to eliminate Yeon-woo, no matter what. The thing similar to Yeon-woo couldn't contain his anger. Click! Clatter! He released the chains wrapped around his right arm and fixed Vigrid at their end. A hidden true name of Vigrid, Harp, is released. Folklore, denying invincibility. Vigrid transformed into a death scythe with the release of its true name, and the chains began to swing around, stretching towards the portals. Boom! Boom! Harp was bolstered by sword thunder, and it swept the arriving soldiers away. Aak! What is this, Kook? After nearly 30% of soldiers were blown away in an instant, the gods following the warriors of Valhalla tried to block Harp. Clatter! Harp's chains moved freely between pockets of emptiness, making it impossible to anticipate its movements. Instead of facing the gods' attacks directly, Harp moved as nimbly as a killer whale in open water, retreating when it sensed danger and opening pockets of emptiness as it took advantage of blind spots to attack. Sword thunder flashed in the sky, emitting extreme heat. Clatter! There was an even bigger problem for the gods after that. Although they managed to evade Harp's lacerating attacks and entered the battlefield, soldiers newly risen from the shadows awaited them. SSSSSS. Victory to our god? Valdibish and the 1,000 ghost giants that had awakened with him lifted their weapons high in the air with roars. The ghost giants were in high spirits ever since they'd erected a temple for Yeon-woo in their motherland and trained at every waking moment. They were now a force to be reckoned with. Asgard was aware of the giants' valor and grew wary as their worst fears came true. Light! Be with us? They increased the speed of their descent at the command of the leader of the Asgardian forces, Baldur. The fight between the ghost giants and Asgard began, a clash between beings of the heavenly world and the descendants of giants that had been presumed extinct. How dare you! Furious, Thor lifted Mjolnir and stepped on lightning path to push Yeon-woo back again. Boom! However, before he could even reach Yeon-woo, Prince Nezha stopped him in his tracks, blocking Mjolnir with his fire-tipped spear with a warm smile. However, the eyes over that smile were cold. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation of losing to Thor during their first clash. He's a busy guy. I'll play with you instead. Move, you lowly being! Lowly being! Prince Nezha's eyes flashed dangerously. I'm usually treated pretty well wherever I go. My pride won't let me pretend I didn't hear that. Nope. Whoosh! Intense winds blew around Prince Nezha, and his bronze armor started to break into pieces. Crack! In an instant, he grew hundreds of meters tall, turning into a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. Prince Nezha revealed his hidden true body. He had a different weapon in each hand that made him look even more threatening, and each of his heads had a different expression as they stared at Thor. I didn't want to show this side of myself? But you left me with no choice? This time, I'll ask if you are worthy of fighting here? The 3 mouths moved simultaneously as they released a mighty wave of energy. Thor struck the ground with Mjolnir, releasing his own energy wave with a stiff expression after realizing that Prince Nezha's true form was not inferior to his own. In the meantime, Prince Neza's true body and his giant sword loomed above Thor's head. Crash! As Thor lifted Mjolnir to protect himself with golden lightning, Yeon-woo pulled the chains in and gripped harp. Clatter! Valdibish, lamb! I'll leave this place to you? If the Titans and Gigantes were attempting a two-front war, he needed to stop it. After messaging his two subordinates, he quickly brought down harp and jumped into the emptiness that he'd opened. Swoosh! Yeon-woo reappeared in a location far from the battlefield, one of the holy territories he'd invaded when he fought with Hades and Dis Pluto long ago. He felt the Titan subordinates in this place running around, but he ignored them and closed his eyes, spreading his territory of recognition throughout the entire stage. If the Titans and Gigantes had taken their main forces somewhere to fight, they would be emitting extraordinary amounts of magic power. Sure enough, he discovered a location where abnormal amounts of magic power were being released. Swoosh! He opened emptiness once more to teleport to that area. The great battles he'd already experienced in Tartarus seemed to be playing out in front of his eyes. Typhon's eye, which was as large as a moon, stared down from the dark sky as he sent out divine punishments that turned the world blindingly bright. The Titans and Gigantes on the ground were attacking a massive fortress and the resistors defending it. A man who seemed to be the resistance leader stood out with his performance. He was larger than Fanti, and he wasn't wearing any armor, only covering his torso with a lion's pelt. All he held in his hand was a wooden club, but with each swing, dozens of his opponents were sent flying and bleeding. With his extraordinary strength, he ripped apart the feet of Titans trying to enter the fortress. He was matchless. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he was pushing back the enemies on his own. However, he strangely didn't have much divinity, although his natural strength was fearsome enough to make up for what he lacked. Yeon-woo recognized him in an instant. Hercules. The king of the gods, Zeus, had created this great hero in order to win the Gigantomachia. Hercules had disappeared without a trace after the war and didn't even show up after Olympus' fall, but now, he appeared once more. Proving that he was worthy of his reputation, he tossed away Typhon's divine punishments as if they meant nothing and shouted something at the sky. Typhon's eye squinted, and it was clear they weren't exchanging pleasantries. The more Typhon's fury grew, the more intense the typhoon in the sky became. At that moment, one of the Titans extended his hand to the fortress. Cuckoo! He was so close and almost reached a soldier. Hercules realized what was going on and tried to move, but the Gigantes repeatedly spewed out more attacks, holding Hercules back. Just as Hercules was about to shout no, chains lashed up from below and wrapped around the Titan's hand before he could reach the fortress. Clatter! Harp hacked off the Titan's arm. Crew! The Titan let out a sad cry that shook the entire holy territory as he stepped back. Black holy power spurted out like blood and rained on the ground. The soldier who had been awaiting his death gaped at the sudden salvation, his eyes wide when he saw the Titan's head roll on the ground. It was too unbelievable. The Titans had seemed like invincible creatures, but it was only the beginning. Clatter! Clatter! The faster Yeon-woo moved his chains, the more wildly Harp hacked away, mutilating everything it came across. Titan limbs fell to the ground like pieces of straw, filling the entire holy territory with black holy power. I changed it because it still doesn't make sense. You? Typhon realized the sudden change and quickly turned his eye to Yeon-woo. The fury in them was more intense than the one he had for Hercules. Yeon-woo was the one who had stolen the throne of death, a position that belonged to him. Yeon-woo had even intercepted the Elohim, whom Typhon had been trying to use to spread his influence to the floors. It was Asgard's responsibility to deal with Yeon-woo, according to their plan. Stupid Asgard, couldn't catch you, rat, it's for the best. I'll bury you together with that scoundrel. Hercules' eyes also widened when he saw Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo ignored them both. Click. A hidden true name of Vigrid, Gebulg, is being released. Folklore, hitting the mark with a single shot. When Yeon-woo felt that he had successfully pushed the titans and gigantes away from the fortress, he changed his method of attack. He separated Vigrid from the chains and assembled Ruyi Bang into a staff, attaching Vigrid to one end. Then, he threw the spear at Typhon. It flew at the speed of light and penetrated through multiple barriers that protected Typhon's eye, creating a shower of sparks that fell to the ground as lightning. The sight seemed to have been torn from the old legends. Spurt! Vigrid cleared through the last barrier and pierced Typhon's eye. Ah! Ah! Typhon thrashed in pain, the center of his power injured. Blood dripped from his eye. Hercules! Hercules tossed the club in his hand as if he had been waiting for the signal. As though space itself were torn apart, Typhon's laws over the fortress were broken. Crack! Everything exploded with the sound of cracking glass. Yeon-woo retrieved Vigrid and moved again. When the laws of the holy territory were invalidated for a brief moment, he had seen the coordinates to Typhon's true body. After he opened the emptiness that led to it, Yeon-woo met the eyes of a gaunt man meditating above a strange magic circle. Dozens of candles lit around him. It was Typhon. Blood dripped down from his injured eye, which he'd covered with a hand. Typhon's visible eye widened in surprise when he realized that his location had been discovered. So, this is where you're hiding. Yeon-woo brandished Vigrid and immediately activated the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder. There was no need to go easy on Typhon. As Heaven Thunder exploded, Typhon's room was blown away. Chapter 550. Reclaim, 7. A single glance was enough to see that the sword thunder flowing along Vigrid was powerful. Typhon attempted to escape his meditation room to avoid being caught in the explosion, and as soon as he hurled himself aside, the room exploded. Keg. Even though he had managed to escape, he couldn't avoid the aftershocks, and one of his arms was burned painfully. Typhon plummeted down into the area where the titans and gigantes were fighting. However, he was more enraged by the destruction of his meditation room than by the pain he felt. It had been customized to maximize his powers and divine abilities and served as a control room for all the holy power flowing within Tartarus. It was also necessary in order to completely digest Cronus' remains. Typhon felt a brewing fury and frustration. Yeon-woo was a skilled master when it came to ruining the plans he'd labored over for years. As if he were driving this thought home, Yeon-woo jumped out of the same crack that Typhon had fallen through, releasing an onslaught of the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder at the same time. From the second to the fourth extreme, amplified Sword Thunder fell one after the other, hitting Typhon before he could even use his own power. Ha ha ha! So, you've finally come out now after hiding like a rat, Typhon. On the ground, Hercules burst into laughter when he saw Typhon. He made a huge swing with his club once more, creating an intense wind that instantly blew Typhon away. Typhon's face twisted now that he was stuck between Yeon-woo and Hercules. You insignificant beings dare treat me like prey? He had once enjoyed an equal footing as Zeus, and the situation infuriated him. He gritted his teeth in rage when he thought of Asgard's promise to eliminate Yeon-woo, no matter what. Boom! Typhon had no choice but to release all his strength. It was partly because he was furious, but in fact, it was difficult to deal with both Yeon-woo and Hercules. He still remembered Hercules' imposing prowess that forced the Gigantes into despair during the Gigantomachia, and of course, Yeon-woo's ability to resurrect the giants and become their god in order to kill the crawling chaos was still fresh in his mind. Neither Yeon-woo nor Hercules was inferior to him, which meant he needed to show all the cards he had. Light flashed and something expanded above and below Typhon's body. In a split second, Typhon grew so large, it seemed that he loomed over the entire Tartarus. The titans that were kilometers tall looked tiny next to him. His long snake-like tail stretched into the horizon, and hundreds of wings engulfed the sky. Typhon's true body made him appear closer to a monster than a human. He released a strength that not only swept away Yeon-woo's strength and Hercules' whines, it even made Tartarus quake. There were hints of other gods in Typhon's energy, as well. The holy power of Mother Earth and Cronus. Yeon-woo flapped his sky wings, regaining his balance. His forehead wrinkled as he analyzed Typhon's holy power. It seemed that Typhon had gone through some changes after taking Tartarus as his holy territory. He was using the energy from Cronus' corpse to grow himself more efficiently than the Titans ever did. He shouldn't be able to do this. Did he change the laws of nature within his holy territory to make it possible? I'll kill you all? Another wave of strength rushed out of Typhon's enraged voice. Accompanied by the terrifying sounds of the shaking Tartarus, natural disasters fell on Yeon-woo, Hercules, and the battlefield, even in the area where the ghost giants and Asgard fought. Flaming meteors rained down from the sky, and the ground cracked open as magma gushed out. Lightning and storms rumbled, and the gravitational force grew so heavy that it was hard to stand. The aggressive assault had the potential to devastate Tartarus, and the Titans had difficulty enduring it, as well. Rumble. Swoosh. However, Yeon-woo used the sword thunder of the fifth extreme, nullifying Typhon's laws of nature and chopping off all the wings on his right side with black-red rays of light. Ah! Black holy power sprayed out, and Typhon cried out in pain. The torn wings and feathers fell to the ground. Yeon-woo fought past his dizziness and tried to continue the 8 extremes of sword thunder. He'd never been able to use the 5th extreme before without combining with the demonism. Even the Monkey King's Exuvi had difficulty using it. Because of this, he felt like it might be possible to defeat Typhon with a single strike if he used the 6th extreme. However, just as the Monkey King's Exuvi had warned, using a power that was 64 times more powerful than the original sword thunder took a lot out of his body. Because of this, it took him a while to prepare for the attack. In the meantime, the broken wings and feathers combined with the black holy power and transformed into various magical creatures that charged at Yeon-woo. Ki-a-a-a-a-a. Ki-keek. Ki-ki-keek. Yeon-woo stopped his attempt to activate the 6th extreme and quickly swung the grid with sword thunder. Shwo. Rays of light twisted at different angles and shot towards the creatures as though it were dividing the world in half. Crack. He activated the 1st to the 5th extremes one after the other, sweeping away all the creatures and sending an explosion to Typhon's true body. Bam! Bam! Boom! 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 The explosions pushed Typhon back. Clatter! Chains flew out of pockets of emptiness in the air and wound around Typhon's hand, feet, wings, and neck. Yeon-woo gripped the chains connected to the despair of the Black King and pulled them in. Crack! The chains grew taut, ripping off Typhon's wings and tail. You damned bastard! Typhon's intense eyes turned to Yeon-woo, and all the laws of Tartarus changed to reject Yeon-woo, placing all kinds of curses on him. You have been afflicted with an unidentified curse. You have been afflicted with an unidentified curse. You have fallen into an abnormal state, curse poison. You have fallen into an abnormal state, holy power denial. You have fallen into an abnormal state, divine ability rejection. Warning! This is a dangerous area. If you do not leave quickly, there may be problems with your creation of holy power, and your divine position may be destroyed. It is advised that you escape. Warning! As a result of falling into too many abnormal states, you are currently in an abnormal curse state. Warning! Currently. Typhon forced himself to stretch his hand towards Yeon-woo. The protective barriers around Yeon-woo cracked, and Typhon grabbed hold of him. The more tightly Typhon gripped Yeon-woo, the stronger the binding of the chains grew. Yeon-woo's head was filled with the thought of avenging Hades as the two engaged in a tense combat to the death. Cuckoo. I was hoping for it, but it's still incredible to see that this opportunity would actually appear. Ha ha ha. Helios laughed as he looked at Yeon-woo and Typhon fighting to the death. He had come with Typhon to eliminate Hercules and the resistance. His mother, Gaia, had repeatedly told him not to lose this opportunity, and he hadn't understood what she had meant by it at first. Opportunity? Knowing how strong Typhon was, Helios didn't see how Yeon-woo would create an opportunity for them. Of course, he knew Yeon-woo was strong and that even Mother Earth was furious at him for spoiling their plans. However, that was all he knew. Tartarus was already Typhon's holy territory. No matter how much of a rampage Yeon-woo went on, he would still be in Typhon's palm. Furthermore, Asgard was participating in the battle. Naturally, Helios expected Yeon-woo to lose. But, it turns out that Typhon might lose instead. In fact, Helios could already see that it was inevitable. The stage's laws were rejecting Yeon-woo and putting him in an abnormal state, but the chain-bound Typhon was being incapacitated at a faster rate. Erng. Is this possible because of the legacy of the Black King? Helios looked in trepidation at the chains tightening around Typhon's body, wings, and tail, and the casts of the Black King on Yeon-woo's limbs. The Black King was significant not only to the other world gods but also to Olympus, as well, and the chains that could bind such an entity were something to fear. However, it was also giving them an opportunity now. Helios thought the world was full of surprises. Selene. Eos? Helios used magic to send messages to his two sisters, who were leading the Titan soldiers. Yes. Go ahead, Helios. Are you about to start now? As you can see, this is the only chance we have. I'll head directly to Cronus' corpse. Get the soldiers to retreat surreptitiously? It seems that you think Typhon is going to lose, Helios. Okay? As the Titan soldiers began to retreat, Helios moved, desperately hoping Yeon-woo would hold down Typhon long enough. I heard you called for me, Martial King. Hanova temporarily stopped making swords in his smithy after receiving word that the Martial King requested to meet him. The Martial King was enjoying the sunshine with a fishing pole by the lake. It's been a while, Hanova. When was the last time we met, just the two of us? Whoosh. Hanova puffed on his pipe and breathed out smoke with a grin. Probably over 10 years since you commissioned Divine Evil. We've seen each other around, but we've never spoken to each other too long. True. The Martial King smiled as well. Divine Evil was now the sword that represented demon beauty, but it was really an artifact created to complete the Yang sword, which had once only been a legend passed down through generations of the One-Horned tribe. Creating Divine Evil required the touch of a brilliant craftsman, and after a long period of search, the One-Horned tribe discovered that only Hanova had the skills to craft it. And it was more than satisfactory. Even our lofty geezers praised it. Considering how the One-Horned tribe looked down on people who weren't members of their tribe, this meant that Hanova's work was a masterpiece. Edora was aware of this and used Divine Evil with care. Anyway, I'm sure you didn't call for me just to talk about old times. What's the matter? Hanova squinted at the Martial King. I have a favor to ask. You want to commission something? In a way. Under his straw hat, the Martial King grinned flippantly at Hanova. As you know, I'm the greatest leader and stronger warrior in the history of the One-Horned tribe. Unfortunately for the tribe, they won't ever have another king like me. The Martial King complimented himself endlessly. Hanova cocked his head. He knew that the Martial King was full of himself, and he was curious what the Martial King was leading up to. So, to help the tribe honor and remember me, I want you to make a nice statue of me. Hanova's face stiffened. On the surface, it seemed little more than a conceited request, but the implication was clear. Honor and remember? You're saying? The Martial King nodded with a smile. My days are numbered.